In the early morning, a handsome young boy stared blankly at an envelope before him. His name was Adam Liam Child, and today was the day before his 11th birthday in this life. His original plan for the day was to wake up early, go for a run, just like every other day. However, the Scottish round-faced fat chicken that morning shattered his peaceful day, or rather shattered his peaceful life. Originally, his life plan was to study hard, improve every day, and then inherit his mother's 7 Chinese restaurants and his father's 3 French restaurants to fully enjoy the healthy body of this life and spend it as a plain and uneventful existence. But now, looking at the school crest on the envelope composed of a lion, snake, badger, and eagle encircling a capital letter H, Adam felt as if a noseless bald man with a laugh had suddenly barged into his future life. He had just recalled that he and the famous savior were born in the same year with only 6 days between their birthdays. In other words, if this letter wasn't someone's prank, he would be entering school in the same year as Harry Potter. What a pity that in this world and this era there was no fantasy novel called Harry Potter. That is to say, barring any accidents, he was about to spend 7 thrilling years at the world's safest magical school. First year, Voldemort coming for the Philosopher's Stone. Second year, the Basilisk's invasion. Third year, Dementors at school. Fourth year, the Triwizard Tournament restarts. Fifth year, Umbridge punishing students. Sixth year, the headmaster attacked and killed. Seventh year, the school directly becomes a battlefield. Wow, how exciting! Laugh. Hey mom, how's business today? Yeah, I miss you too. I'm calling mainly to talk about my plan to go to middle school in China. Or America, France, anywhere, just not in Britain. I'm not talking nonsense, I'm not sick, and my mental state is stable. I haven't told Dad yet. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. After hanging up the phone, Adam opened the envelope and looked at the wording, which was almost identical to what he remembered inside. If he had been born 7 years earlier or 7 years later, Hogwarts would have been his dream school, and receiving this letter would have made him jump with excitement on the spot. Except during this time period, he could only hope to have the chance to teach at Hogwarts for a year after graduation and take a tour while he was at it. His parents returned even faster than expected. Mrs. Lee threw her bag onto the sofa as soon as she got home and immediately entered family meeting mode. Mr. Reed quickly parked the car and rushed to the scene. Darling, if you're feeling tired from studying, we can totally take a year off and rest. Although we've always praised you for your good grades, we don't love you because of your grades. No matter how your studies are, you are our pride. Don't put pressure on yourself. We're not busy at the store these days. How about we go to Disney World for a while? Adam took out the Hogwarts letter to show them. It's because of this. Adam did not hide the fact that he was a wizard. Although he didn't plan to go to Hogwarts, he still intended to learn magic. After all, there were more magic schools in the world than just Hogwarts. His grandmother was French and his mother was Chinese, so he could go to either side, which would definitely be safer than the tumultuous Hogwarts. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The two of them picked up the letter, read it, and exchanged glances, seeing a trace of confusion in each other's eyes. Could this be some sort of prank? Wait, I think I've heard that name somewhere. Mr. Reed suddenly frowned and fell into memory. Huh. The Obliviation from the Ministry of Magic actually had a fish that slipped through the net. Just as Adam was astonished, Mr. Reed slapped his forehead. I remember now, isn't this the fairy tale my mom and dad used to tell me when I was a kid? Dragons and magic and stuff. Looks like your grandparents prepared this birthday surprise for you. Recalling childhood memories, Mr. Reed looked nostalgic. When I was 11, they said there would be a surprise. In the end, they prepared a 3-layer cake for me. I wonder what they'll prepare for you. Adam opened his mouth, looking at his dad with a complex expression. He seemed probably to have figured something out. How about giving Grandpa and Grandma a call and asking? Although he had roughly guessed what had happened back then, Adam still wanted to confirm. That might not be a good idea. After all, it's a surprise from your grandparents. If I'm the one who spoils it, they might get upset. Mr. Reed hesitated, even a bit regretful for having let the truth slip out in the heat of the moment. His relationship with his parents was a bit subtle. If he said it was bad, he had been very close with them since childhood, and when he wanted to start a restaurant business, they fully supported him and provided financial aid. But if he said it was good, his parents had made him move out on the very day he became an adult, and over the years they rarely visited, at most just called. Let's just call and ask. I'm really curious. Let me do it. Seeing Adam's insistence, the couple had no objections. Adam directly picked up the phone in the living room and started dialing. Soon the call was answered. Jerry, what's the matter? The voice of Adam's grandfather sounded on the other end. Grandpa, it's me. Oh, it's my little Adam. What do you need from Grandpa? Hearing the tone instantly softened by several degrees, Adam inexplicably felt a bit nervous. Grandpa, do you know about Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? A sudden silence fell on the other end, followed by Grandpa's excited voice. Hogwarts. You received the letter, didn't you, dear? Merlin's pants. I knew it. I've been waiting this whole month. Emma, come here. Then a blurry call somewhat distant from the receiver, and Grandpa's voice became clear again. Listen, child, stay at home. Grandpa and Grandma will be there soon. After saying that, Grandpa hung up the phone. Adam put down the phone, looked at his parents, and pursed his lips. Grandpa said they'll be here soon. Right away. But they're in Devon. Before Mr. Reed could finish, the doorbell rang. The three in the room exchanged glances. Mr. Reed stood up, walked to the door, and nervously opened it. Mom. Dad. "Oh son, we missed you," the elderly Mr. and Mrs. Reed hugged Mr. Reed, and then walked straight in toward Adam. "Darling, show us the letter quickly." Mr. Reed stood at the door, feeling that he had been briefly loved then. Had it was gone. Mrs. Lee handed the letter to her in-laws and at the same time keenly noticed that Adam hadn't mentioned the letter in his phone call earlier. If it was because the elderly couple had prepared the letter themselves so they knew about it, and their arrival now was also because they had come nearby in advance to give their son a surprise. But then how did the phone call that went through work? Good wonderful Merlin bless. The elderly couple looked at the letter over and over, then suddenly old Mr. Reed looked up. "By the way, have you told the in-laws about this?" Seeing Mrs. Lee's confused expression, old Mr. Reed nodded. "All right, I'll contact them and let him share the joy." "Adam, there's more surprises." "Dad, why have I never heard of such a thing?" Yadon maternal grandparents also acted with full efficiency, taking the international passage of the Ministry of Magic and arriving at Yadon home before lunch. Mrs. Lee, who had been educated about the wizarding world by the old Reeds during this time, immediately bristled the moment her parents arrived. Her husband, though he later had no contact with the wizarding world and regarded wizards as fairy tales, had at least heard about it, before confirming that Hogwarts had not sent an admission letter. Why had she herself grown up knowing nothing about it? Yadon maternal grandmother was chatting with Yadan about daily life, so she had to turn to her old father for answers. In our place, the method for judging whether a child has the potential to cultivate is different from that in Britain. During the child's first birthday joyeux ceremony, we mix objects with spiritual energy among the items. If the child has talent for cultivation, they will naturally be drawn to the objects with spiritual energy. Yadon maternal grandfather spread his hands. "At that time you grabbed a golden abacus and refused to let go, not even glancing at the wooden sword, bronze coin, or jade pendant beside it. That's how we knew you had no talent for cultivation, but you indeed had a knack for business. Among your siblings you were the best at making money." Mrs. Lee choked, then frowned and asked, "Then what about Yadan? Although he was born in Britain, you also held the joyeux ceremony for him when he was little. Didn't you put those spiritual objects in there?" "We did, but he grabbed a book without spiritual energy. As it turned out, he's really good at studying. Unlike you when you were little. We had to climb a tree to catch you to make you study." "Dad." Mrs. Lee's cheeks flushed slightly. "Ahem, I clearly remember that book had no spiritual energy, so Yadan shouldn't have any talent for cultivation either. Could it be that the standards here in Britain differ from ours?" Li Zichuan stroked his beard, suddenly doubting whether other family members deemed without cultivation talent might have been similarly overlooked. "It's not impossible. In any case, it's good news that Yadan received the Hogwarts admission letter. It shows he has the talent to become a wizard." Old Reed clapped his hands and looked at Yadan. "Tomorrow Grandpa will take you to Diagon Alley to buy the things you need." "Tomorrow is still." "Grandpa. Grandma too." "Wait a minute." Yadan suddenly raised his voice, silencing the momentarily noisy room. "I don't want to go to Hogwarts." Hearing this, regardless of how the four elders felt, Yadan parents first recalled the reason they had originally returned home. Why? Before the couple could think it through, Old Reed's voice interrupted their thoughts. "Do you want to remain a muggle forever?" As he spoke, the old wizard directly drew his wand, intending to demonstrate to his grandson. "Actually, being a muggle isn't so bad." Yadan quickly glanced at his parents. "And I just don't want to go to Hogwarts. Surely there are other schools in the world where one can learn magic." "Why?" Old Reed was even more astonished, even a hint of grievance creeping into his voice. "Hogwarts is the finest magical school in the world." The other three elderly people present, none of whom had graduated from Hogwarts, cast a glance at Old Reed in unison. "Don't be so agitated. You're scaring the child." Grandma Emma's fingers moved and Old Reed was yanked down by his belt, landing with a puff on the sofa. Then Emma took Yadon's hand. "Child, there are indeed more magical schools than just Hogwarts, but why don't you want to study there?" Yadan hesitated, then said, "Because I have a bad feeling. Hogwarts isn't very safe. With Dumbledore there, Hogwarts is the safest magical." A scarf came to life and directly stuffed Old Reed's mouth shut. Emma frowned and turned, "Shut up. If Dumbledore were omnipotent, our family wouldn't have had to flee to China back then." Yadon grandmother Emma was originally French. After encountering the terrorist attacks organized by Grindelwald in France, she moved to Britain, where Dumbledore resided, and met Old Reed there. After marriage and childbirth, they faced Voldemort's rise and moved to China for the safety of their squib son. It was during that time that Yadon parents met. She clearly understood that even if Dumbledore could ultimately resolve the crisis, it didn't mean he could guarantee no one would die in the course of it. At the same time, she did not take her grandson's premonition lightly. Yadan had always been smart and never spoke nonsense idly. And a wizard having a strong premonition about something in the future had precedence. The one who had destroyed her original home, Grindelwald, was a wizard with the gift of prophecy. Nevertheless, Emma still frowned and said, "The decision of the Quill of Acceptance and the Book of Admittance is irrevocable. The magic on them is incredibly ancient and powerful. Since you received the letter from Hogwarts, it means your name was written down at birth. Attending another magical school is probably impossible." Yadan was stunned. He hadn't thought of that. What about a transfer? I could enroll, but not attend then transfer to another magical school directly. I haven't heard of any precedent for that, but we could write to Dumbledore and ask. He will be your future headmaster. Even as she said this, Yadan could tell from his grandmother's expression that this path likely wouldn't work. The magic of the book must not be easy to fool. Then how about a leave of absence? Say I'm in poor health and come back in a few years. That would be even worse. Without proper guidance of your power at the right age, your body could be damaged, and you might attract some undesirable things. Seeming to sense Emma's reluctance to discourage Adam further, Grandma Shundurong took over the conversation, then looked at Emma. That's right. Young wizards who don't learn to control their magic may suffer magical outbursts. It's very dangerous. And we can't teach you all of that safely or comprehensively at home. All right. Yadan sighed, forced to accept the fact that he really had to go to Hogwarts. But the good news was that since he could learn spells to control his magic, it might be feasible to finish the first year and then apply for a leave of absence. And the first year at Hogwarts was relatively safe, really. As long as he stayed away from the third-floor corridor, Professor Quirrell was harmless enough, and even the Weasley twins once pelted Voldemort in the face with snowballs and got away with it. Since that's the case, let's not send a letter to Mr. Dumbledore. If he couldn't change his situation and still drew Dumbledore's attention, he might end up encountering dangers he otherwise wouldn't. Right, let's write the reply to Hogwarts. Tomorrow we'll take you to Diagon Alley. There are lots of wonderful things there. You'll love it. Emma stroked Yadan's head, and seeing the lingering worry on her grandson's face, she secretly made a decision. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. It didn't even wait until the next day. That very afternoon, Adam's maternal grandparents had to leave due to some sudden incidents across the ocean. Sweetie, take this and be careful at school. Before leaving, Grandma took out a jade pendant and put it on Adam. And this. Grandpa produced a threadbound book and handed it to Adam. This is the book you grabbed during your first birthday ceremony. I found it for you. Since you have a talent for cultivation, this ancestral tome might not be an ordinary object. It could help you. After a few hurried words, the elders departed, leaving one to wonder if they used apparition back in China. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. As midnight passed, the family gathered around a large cake laden with fruits and cream, singing the birthday song. Under Grandpa's transfiguration charm, the cream on the cake clapped and danced along. Amid the song, Adam closed his eyes and made a wish, the three pure ones, the Jade Emperor, the Western Guide, Jesus Christ, Allah. May Merlin bless me. Though I know not which deity granted me a second life, surely you didn't cast me here to meet an untimely demise again, did you? I ask for nothing more, no golden finger or such. Just let me live on in peace, I beg of you. Whoosh. Opening his eyes, Adam blew out all the candles in one breath, brimming with hope for survival. All right, get some rest. Tomorrow. No, today, we're heading to Diagon Alley. Grandpa gave a mysterious smile. You'll love it there. Okay, Grandpa. Though Adam knew what Diagon Alley held, his curiosity about the magical world was genuine, so he nodded eagerly and headed upstairs to his room. Phew. It feels like a dream. Back in his room, Adam realized how much had happened in a single day. Receiving the letter from Hogwarts, learning that his grandparents on both sides were wizards, while his maternal grandparents might be Taoists, they hadn't elaborated. After a day of exhilaration, the sudden relaxation brought on a wave of fatigue. Lying in bed, though tired but not yet sleepy, Adam instinctively reached for the book he was told he had grabbed at his first birthday ceremony, intending to take a look. The moment his fingers touched the book, Adam's vision was flooded with blinding white light. He quickly shut his eyes and rubbed them. The irritation brought a few reflexive tears, but it seemed no serious harm was done. There was no pain when he rubbed. Relieved, he thought it would be disastrous if he went blind. Are you the contractor? A sudden voice made Adam's body stiffen. He opened his eyes quickly. The white light was gone, and no one was there. Who? I'm here. Scanning the room, Adam paused and muttered to himself, is someone talking? Here? To your left? Left? Down? Look down. Yes, right there. As Adam placed the book from the nightstand onto the blanket, the slightly frantic voice reverted to its earlier solemn tone. Ahem, let's try again. Are you the contractor? Staring at the book, now vastly different from its former threadbound appearance, Adam's expression grew subtle. He felt he had seen this book somewhere before. If memory served. That anime was called Cardcaptor Sakura. Of course, he was more familiar with its Chinese title, The Little Magician. In his childhood, when TV dictated what to watch, this anime left a deep impression on him. If that were the case, could the voice just now be? On what contract are you talking about? I am the spirit of the greatest magical artifact in the world, the Cloud Book. Make a contract with me, and I can make you a powerful sorcerer. So it really was the Cloud Book. And what is the price? Adam lowered his voice, playing along. Once I regain my body, you must offer me 3 sweet meals a day, brush my fur for an hour, and play with me for another hour. Oh, it sounded like he had been hit. Don't be foolish. Your words are dragging down my image. Another voice, equally youthful and vibrant, rang out. A flicker of confusion crossed Adam's eyes. The first voice must have been Caro, but the second didn't sound like you. Come to think of it, why would the Cloud Book from Cardcaptor Sakura appear in the world of Harry Potter? Ahem, sorry, that was rude of me. The second voice interrupted Adam's thoughts, though its serious tone wasn't much different from Kuros's earlier feigned solemnity. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Spinel's son, and that fellow is Caraberos. We are the guardian beasts of the Clow book and the Clow cards within it. So it was Spinel's son. But wasn't Spinel's son like Caraberos a symbol of the sun and Western magic? Had he changed roles now? Hey, are you listening? Huh. Oh, sorry, I was a bit stunned and spaced out. Adam snapped back to reality, looking at the Clow book in his hands. So you're both inside this book now. Do I need to open it to let you out? We are indeed inside the Clow book, but you can't open it yet. You must first sign the contract, or the power within the book won't acknowledge you as its master. Won't acknowledge me as master. That means the Clow cards inside will fly away one by one, right? What are the terms of the contract? And how do I sign it? Spinel's son detailed the contract. In short, all the power within the Clow book would be at Adam's disposal, and in return he would need to supply the magical energy required for the guardian beasts and Clow cards to sustain their existence, and he must not mistreat them. Without Adam needing to ask, Spinel's son proactively explained the origin of the Clow cards. Much like Adam remembered, they were magical artifacts created by the great sorcerer Clow Reed, combining Eastern and Western magic. I see. Adam nodded, wrapped the Clow book in his blanket, set it aside, and got up to leave. Wait, where are you going? To ask Grandpa and Grandma. Adam glanced back at the Clow book. I need to rule out the possibility that you're all illusions created by this book to lure me into a contract or soul fragments on it, aiming to make me sign and sacrifice my life force or soul. Good thing he was cautious. Since the book revealed its true form, he hadn't touched it directly, even placing it on the blanket through his sleeves. How could you think that? Wait a moment. They can't see it. Only those with true magical talent can perceive the Clow book's real appearance. Ever since Clow Reed placed us on that shelf, no one has ever discovered the book's uniqueness, and we couldn't actively appear to seek a contractor due to our pact with him. Over all these years, you're the only one who has seen the Clow book's true form. If you don't sign the contract with us once our remaining magic runs out, we'll fall into slumber, and who knows when we'll wake up. Boo-hoo. Spinel's son's voice dissolved into sobs. I see. Adam nodded, and decisively turned to go downstairs. Grandpa, Grandma. All right, child, time to sleep now. Good night. Good night, Grandma. After Grandma closed the door and left, Adam set down the milk and gazed thoughtfully at the sealed book. From his earlier test, Grandma truly could not see the book's true form, nor could she hear Spinel's voice. Do you believe me now? Spinel's voice carried a note of weariness. He couldn't fathom why this child was so cautious. We're using precious little magic just to speak. Lest you need more time to decide, and we run out of magic entirely, I'll tell you how to form the contract first. If you ultimately choose not to sign, please write down the method and keep it with the sealed book. As he spoke more, Spinel's fatigue deepened. Whether from exhaustion or dwindling magic was unclear. Isn't there a magic wand or something? Adam was now 90% convinced about the sealed book. Well, 70% at best. He had no other way to verify it. But he remembered that Sakura had a sealed wand. Well, there is a sealed wand, but it can only be given after you sign the contract. O Book of Sealed Darkness, I Adamly enter into a covenant with thee. Following Spinel's instructions, Adam placed his hand over the book and recited the contract incantation. For now, the sealed book showed no flaws. For his safety, it was worth a try. After finishing the incantation, Adam felt a surge of power within him. He seemed to see the words forming a contract, but as he imprinted the name Adam, the contract failed. Huh, what's this? Spinel and Caraberos spoke in unison. Oh, I was just testing if the spell had any traps. Seems you weren't lying. Adam cleared his throat without changing expression. O Book of Sealed Darkness, I Adam Reed enter into a covenant with thee. Huh. As the name was imprinted, Spinel and Caraberos cried out in even greater shock. What's wrong? I followed your instructions this time. No, nothing. The two guardians exchanged glances within the book. Could this be the true standard to unlock it? Clow Reed had truly upheld the principle of keeping benefits within the family to the extreme. From now on, you are the Clow master we serve. We will assist you wholeheartedly. They'll summon you both as soon as possible. After signing the contract, Adam learned the current state of the sealed book. It was critically low on magic and urgently needed replenishment. The two guardian beasts couldn't even maintain their energy-saving forms. He also learned their attributes. Caraberos represented the sun and Western magic, while Spinel represented the moon and Eastern magic. Adam also gained the ability to open the sealed book. Flipping open the cover, a stack of Clow cards lay quietly at the center with the keyform sealed wand on top. My. Adam picked up the golden wand and held it in his palm. Has the sealed wand always looked like this? The sealed wand's form changes with the contractor's magic. This is the Staff of Darkness, once used by Clow Reed. Caraberos' voice spoke up. It seems your affinity with Clow Reed's dark magic is very strong. The Staff of Darkness. In the name of the covenant, show me your true form. In its key state, the wand's head was a crescent moon fully enclosing a sun disk. When fully released, the relationship remained, but the sun expanded, leaving only its central circle within the crescent. The sun's rays pierced through the crescent. Adam swung it. It felt handy for close combat too. The wand seemed to adjust its size based on the user's height, yet it still towered over Adam by a head, though its slender form kept the proportions balanced. Standing before the full-length mirror, Adam saw himself in pajamas leaning on the staff of darkness. He wondered whether to regret or be glad that the Clown Master's transformation didn't change his clothes. Time to try the Clow cards. A word of warning, Adam. You're still too young, and your magic isn't enough to use the cards freely. Spinel's voice came from the floating sealed book. Your magic will grow with age, practice, and knowledge. For now, you can only use one Clow card a day, or it could be dangerous. 1. Including the Nothing. Adam's eyes scanned the cards, but found no Nothing. The Nothing remained sealed. Even touching it would erase you from existence, as its power would affect you even if the card itself doesn't intend it. The two guardians weren't surprised Adam knew of the Nothing. The information Head received upon signing was left by Clow Reed, and even they didn't know its full extent. The Nothing is the void opposing all things represented by the other 52 Clow cards. To use it, you need immense magic and must create the 54th card yourself. The Love. The Love? I understand. Among the 54 cards, only the Love has no. Huh, you're not asking more. Kuroboros' voice was conflicted. Given my current ability, learning more won't let me create the Love right away, will it? A flicker of amusement passed through Adam's eyes. But if you'd like to share about the Love, I'd be happy to listen. Being called Karakan is a bit. The voice conjured an image in Adam's mind. A cat shyly covering its face. EU, Spinel, I can call you that too. EW. Another cat joined the vision. Adam couldn't help but look forward to summoning these adorable creatures. Though didn't Hogwarts only allow cats, toads, and owls as pets? Ahem, the Love isn't stored among the Clow cards because love cannot exist without a person. After a long pause, Karakan finally found his voice. All things in the world will return to nothingness, but only love can counteract the void. Adam spoke with emotion, and as his words faded, he sensed a force deep within him, bringing involuntary peace and joy. Is that? Huh. You can already sense the love. Karakan's voice held urgency and regret. Too bad your magic isn't enough yet, or you could have manifested the love right now. Don't be impatient, Xiaoka. The time just isn't right, yet the opportunities will come eventually. Adam accepted the missed chance to condense the Love card with equanimity. He had roughly grasped the sensation it required, and even if he managed to forge the Love card now, he still wouldn't be qualified to wield the None card. Then let's try. Adam, aren't you asleep yet? Mrs. Lee's voice sounded from outside the door. Fortunately, Mrs. Lee always respected her child's privacy and didn't barge in directly. Well, even if she did come in, it wouldn't have mattered. After all, Adam hadn't planned to hide it from his family, he just hadn't figured out how to explain yet. Oh, Mom, I'm going to sleep now. Adam checked the time and realized it was indeed time to rest. He could always try out the Clow cards later after returning from Diagon Alley. Having been utterly fascinated by magic at the start, why did his heart now feel so tranquil? Was it sheer overwhelming surprise? Lying in bed, Adam pondered what to buy at Diagon Alley tomorrow, how to use the Clow cards he had just acquired, and thought about Xiaoka and Spinel. Sigh. Whether it was an illusion or not, just before drifting into slumber, Adam seemed to hear a woman's teasing laughter and a man's helpless sigh laden with resignation. Waking up the next day, Adam had already forgotten the hallucination from the night before. He got up early under his biological clock and went downstairs. Good morning, dear. Good morning, Grandpa. Good morning, Grandma. Sitting down at the table, Adam greeted the other family members. Just have a light meal. There should be plenty of good food at Diagon Alley, Old Reed said as Emma placed bacon, fried eggs, and mashed potatoes in front of Adam. Since Diagon Alley is a gathering place for British wizards, I don't hold out much hope. Using chopsticks to pick up a runny fried egg, Adam remarked gloomily. The fact that Adam's father, though British, ran a French restaurant that was quite successful already spoke volumes. To put it in Mrs. Lee's words, the food these Brits invented lets you truly taste the resentment of the ingredients as they faced their imminent demise. Wizards are different from muggles. There's plenty of good food at Diagon Alley. For instance. Old Reed opened his mouth to retort, but could only recall snacks like acid pops and licorice wands, drawing a complete blank on any proper meals. In the kitchen, Emma silently added a knob of butter and a few slices of toast to the pan. After a hearty meal full of anticipation, Adam followed Old Reed and Emma through the leaky cauldron to Diagon Alley. Tapping the bricks with his wand to open the passage, Old Reed said with a smile, "Welcome to the world of magic, child. Actually, I'd already experienced the world of magic last night. But that's not the point. The point is neither the novels nor the movies ever mentioned that this trash can was actually in use." With a slight distaste for cleanliness, Adam's expression soured, but he still managed a delighted smile. Once truly inside Diagon Alley, Adam's emotions fluctuated. Initially, he was pleasantly surprised by the wondrous magic appearing all around, but perhaps due to overly high expectations as he grew accustomed to it, disappointment at the pervasive shabbiness set in. The real Diagon Alley wasn't as glamorous as depicted in Universal Studios or the movies. The cramped streets were crowded with wizards coming and going, and in every corner stains and garbage that hadn't been cleaned in years were visible. Except for a few shops that clearly maintained their facades and the magnificent Gringotts, most places looked like they were stuck in the last century. I half expected a bucket of filth to be dumped from above at any moment. Back home, Adam complained to Mr. Reed and Mrs. Lee. Do they bathe? Mrs. Lee swallowed her prepared speech and instead asked a rather delicate question. Adam's expression made the question even more awkward. Doesn't that person bathe? After another source of stench passed by, Adam tugged at old Reed's sleeve and whispered a similar rhetorical question. Well, you see, some older wizards are quite traditional. They believe bathing affects their magic. But most people are still clean. Excitedly introducing things to his grandson, old Reed noticed that Adam wasn't as thrilled as expected, so he hurried him along. First, we must get you a wand. That's the true first step into the world of magic. Hearing this, Adam's heartbeat quickened a little. He already had the Staff of Darkness. Would that affect the wand? Oh, welcome. As it was still the back-to-school season, Ollivander was dutifully waiting behind the counter. He looked up and saw Adam and old Reed behind him. Emma had gone to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Ollivander's wand shop was far too small, packed with thousands of wand boxes, and couldn't accommodate many people. 12 inches dogwood unicorn tail hair. Ollivander seemed to possess the supernatural ability to remember every wand he had ever made. He gazed at old Reed with emotion. Mr. Reed, how long has it been since we last met? Nearly 50 years since our last meeting, Mr. Ollivander. Old Reed also felt a wave of nostalgia, then patted Adam's shoulder. Please help my grandson find a suitable wand. The wands you make are always the best. I wouldn't dare claim they're the best, but I guarantee they'll be the most suitable. Ollivander smiled confidently, looking at Adam. So young, Mr. Reed, which hand is your dominant one? Right, sir. Adam hesitated, unsure which wand would end up in his dominant hand, so he asked as Ollivander brought out his measuring tape. Can I use the wand with my other hand? Oh, are you ambidextrous? I see. Ollivander nodded and continued measuring Adam's dimensions with his tape, finger length, palm width, arm length, even the diameter of his nostrils and head circumference. After a series of inexplicable measurements, Ollivander handed Adam a wand to try. Adam gave a casual flick, and a sudden gale nearly blew the roof off. No, not that one. Ollivander snatched the wand back, drew his own wand to repair the shop, and quickly grabbed another. Try this. This time Adam's gesture was smaller, but the resulting commotion was no less intense. A violent explosion sent wand boxes flying everywhere. Protego. As the towering stack of wand boxes toppled and crashed down on them, old Reed's shield charm saved the three from harm. Adam glanced around. Fortunately, the explosion seemed to be more noise than damage. Not a single wand was broken, and the boxes remained intact, or else he'd have to pay for the damages. Such immense power. I didn't expect that. Let me think. Ollivander retrieved the wand and began rummaging through the fallen boxes. Try this. Boom, no. Try this. Crackle, still not right. Ollivander snatched the wand back again, ran a hand through his thinning hair, and plunged headfirst into the pile of wand boxes. Inside Ollivander's wand shop, half an hour had passed. Adam mechanically waved wands, as the requirement was that both hands could be used. When one hand grew sore, he would switch to the other. He had grown numb to the constant explosions ringing in his ears, 8 out of 10 of which caused various severe effects. He recalled one instance where the wand tip actually burst into a bouquet of flowers, and he thought it was correct this time, but Ollivander said it was still not right, until a wand fell into Adam's hands. The moment he grasped it, he felt it was different from all the previous ones. As Adam waved the wand, the surrounding wand boxes trembled, floated up, and returned to their places. Adam also felt a smoothness completely unlike before, as if an extension had been added to his body. Yes, this is it. Ollivander clapped his hands. 16 inches acacia wood phoenix tail feather. I knew it. You know nothing. Adam nearly cursed, but his good moral cultivation kept his mouth shut, though he rolled his eyes rather impolitely. He strongly suspected that Ollivander actually made every combination of wands, and then used brute force to find the right one. Ahem. The combination of this wand is very special, which is why it took so long. Ollivander might have realized that the half-hour wand selection process was somewhat damaging to his reputation, but he still struggled to explain. Acacia wood and phoenix tail feathers are both very picky, let alone the length of 16 inches. The last 16-inch wand I sold belonged to a half-giant. Although Adam suspected Ollivander was purely making excuses, the joy of finding his own wand still suppressed the frustration of waiting half an hour and nearly being hit by explosions and lightning several times. He carefully examined the wand in his hand. The cylindrical dark brown shaft was long and straight, engraved with smooth curves and runes. The handle was a spindle shape surrounded by various engraved symbols. Adam glanced at the base of the handle. There was even a yellow gem embedded in it. That gem is a yellow tourmaline I bought from a wizard from the east, and it fits the overall magic of that wand very well. No extra charge. Ollivander spoke at the right moment. Well, in light of this gem, Adam's resentment dissipated considerably. So beautiful. After examining the wand several times, Adam couldn't help but think to himself. A 16-inch wand falls into the category of extra-long wands, but Adam's dark staff was a head taller than him. In comparison, this wand seemed quite small, and Adam even found it a bit adorable. After paying and purchasing the most important and uncertain wand, Old Reed led Adam into a shopping spree. Owl snacks, cauldron snacks, potion ingredients, snacks, school robes, snacks, books. Not to mention the various snacks from stalls. Every few steps Adam lingered for a long time in flourish and blots. He hadn't forgotten that magical power grows hand in hand with knowledge, so he also wanted to buy many books not required by Hogwarts. Besides that, he was curious about some aspects of the wizarding world, especially those not mentioned in the original books and movies. So Adam signed a 2-foot-long parchment order. These books would be sent to Hogwarts, and Grandpa said the house elves there would handle it. That's a broomstick. First-year students aren't allowed to bring broomsticks. After saying this, Old Reed hesitated. But if you want one, we can buy one now and leave it at home. No thanks, Grandpa. I'm not very interested in broomsticks. Adam politely declined a proposal that would normally be very tempting to a child. Is it because the Nimbus 2000 is expensive? Grandma and I are actually quite wealthy. Mom and Dad gave me a lot of money, Grandpa. The Nimbus 2000 was indeed expensive, but Mr. Reed and Mrs. Lee had originally planned for Adam to attend Eton College. With annual tuition of over £40,000 for 5 years, the couple had set aside this large sum. But then Adam suddenly decided to go to tuition-free Hogwarts, and Mrs. Lee simply handed over the original tuition money to Adam. A boy shouldn't be raised in poverty, otherwise he'll live stingily, and his horizons won't broaden, especially in an unfamiliar environment. I just think since I can't bring it to Hogwarts now anyway, buying it immediately isn't worth it. Maybe they'll release a new model next year. In fact, the Nimbus 2001 would come out next year, and the Firebolt the year after. This whole thing was increasingly reminiscent of a certain fruit phone. Besides, if Adam wanted to fly, he had a fly card among his cloud cards. Making the dark staff grow wings would turn it into a broomstick, and growing wings on himself would let him fly directly. Why spend so much money on a broomstick that would be surpassed by a better product in a year? As a certain rich second generation once said, "I'm rich, not stupid." After shopping from one end of Diagon Alley to the other, they picked up Emma from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, and Grandma led Adam back from the other end. Grandma's main shopping targets were clearly different from Grandpa's. "Alan, do you intend for our precious grandson to wear only one set of school robes for an entire semester at Hogwarts? Casual clothes, pajamas. Buy a few more sets of formal wear. Doesn't Hogwarts have balls? I can't imagine. No, we still need to buy just in case they're needed. Wands need maintenance, or what if something goes wrong during spellcasting? Buy several sets of care kits, don't skimp on this. You need multiple pairs of dragonhide gloves. Some potion ingredients are best handled with separate gloves. Besides, if a classmate forgets theirs, you can lend them a pair to build good relationships. Prepare extra potion ingredients, and buy some essence of divinity. Carry a bottle with you. If you get a wound, you can treat it immediately. The nurse in the hospital wing can't fly straight to Adam's side. Shut up, Alan." After going back and forth through Diagon Alley twice, and having a lunch of snacks, Emma looked at the packages in their hands, and then at Old Reed. "Alan, take these things back first. Adam and I will keep shopping." Old Reed struggled to pick up both of their packages with a huge birdcage perched on top, containing a snowy owl. "All right, have fun. Will you be back for dinner tonight?" "Not sure," Emma answered quickly, clearly implying they probably wouldn't be back for dinner. "Okay." Old Reed nodded, protecting the luggage as he walked away into the distance. "Why doesn't Grandpa use magic to carry the luggage?" Emma glanced at Adam in surprise. "Magic requires concentration. It's easy to have accidents while doing other things while casting spells. Don't ever do that." "Is that so?" Adam nodded thoughtfully. Could it be that Grandpa was just too weak? After lunch, Emma wiped her mouth and led Adam to a secluded corner. "Grandma, why are you being so secretive? Grip my hand tightly." Adam did as told, and the next moment he felt as if he had entered a somewhat narrow tube-like slide. His body experienced a squeeze before finally exiting the tube, landing on a patch of grass. Ugh! Adam's face turned pale, and he felt nauseous. "That was apparition. It lets you move quickly from one place to another. It's uncomfortable the first time. Take a few deep breaths." Emma patted Adam's back, then leaned in and whispered a string of words into his ear, which Adam realized seemed to be an address. The next moment, to Adam's astonishment, a crack appeared in the grass before them, and from the crack a small house with a garden squeezed into existence. "This is an extremely powerful protective spell. Don't ask questions yet. Follow me." Emma led Adam to the door of the small house and gently knocked. Looking at the wooden door before him, Adam swallowed hard. What a process. The heartfelt loyalty spell. What sort of extraordinary person is Grandma bringing me to meet? Creak. The door slowly opened, revealing a pale face behind it. So white it resembled a corpse, especially since the person was dressed in pure white silk. "Oh, Emma, I'm so glad to have received your letter earlier." The person spoke slowly, their eyes filled with joy. "How many years ago was that? You mentioned you were heading to Huaxiao, and then we never heard from you again. This must be Adam, right?" He waved his trembling hand. "Come in quickly, don't just stand outside." As Adam sat down on the sofa, he swallowed again. Grandma, who is this old man? Why does he look so much like someone I've seen in a movie? He is a friend of our family. Grandma's expression was somewhat complex, and with that ambiguous statement, Adam felt his suspicions might indeed be true. Wow, Grandma, do you have such powerful connections? Emma, come over and chat with me for a while. Suddenly a woman's voice rang out. Emma looked over surprised, stood up, and after nodding to Adam hurried upstairs with the lady. I hope you enjoy the French black tea. Just then the old man approached with a tray, which held a pot of black tea and several cups. Let me do it. Adam saw that his hands were shaking and didn't seem able to perform the delicate task of pouring tea, so he wanted to help, but to his surprise the old man waved his hand to refuse. What a good child, but the magical world is a bit easier for the elderly than you might think. Suddenly the teapot stood up by itself, walked over to the teacups, poured a pot of tea, and continued to the next cup, while the cup filled with black tea walked right in front of Adam. I don't know if your grandmother has introduced me, but I'm Nicholas LeMay, and your grandmother is the daughter of a friend of mine. Having already suspected this, Adam forcibly suppressed the shock within him and nodded. I'm Adam Reed. That was expected. Nicholas LeMay chuckled humorously. All right then. Let's get down to business. Once the 2 cups of tea were poured, Nicholas LeMay looked at Adam. Your grandmother has already informed me in her letter that you have a premonition of some dangerous events happening at Hogwarts, so you don't want to go there, correct? Yes, but unfortunately that might not be possible. Can you help me? Adam's eyes brightened. If it were this person, maybe it could truly work. Even though he had signed a contract with the Clow Card, Adam still didn't feel safe staying at Hogwarts. At most he had gained a bit more ability to protect himself. After all, the Clow Card was a power from a shoujo manga, and it seemed to lack particularly outstanding combat skills, whereas Voldemort's reputation was earned through bloodshed. If it's about transferring schools or anything like that, I'm afraid I can't help you. Adam's light dimmed in his eyes. However, I can give you this. Nicholas LeMay took a button from his pocket. This is a portkey. A portkey. Yes, it's a magical item that when activated with the appropriate magic will transport you directly here. Nicholas LeMay pointed at the ground. This is the only way to quickly escape from Hogwarts. Additionally, this house is protected by powerful magic. Apart from the 2 of us here, only my wife Emma and Dumbledore can enter. Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts, you should know that, right? Yes, I know. Adam furrowed his brows, but I don't know how to activate the portkey's magic. I don't even know any magic. If I knew when you would encounter danger as the creator of the portkey, I could set the time for it to activate, but unfortunately, I couldn't foresee that. Nicholas LeMay gazed into Adam's eyes. Although I couldn't foresee this, I know that some unfortunate events will indeed occur at Hogwarts. Therefore, if you really do encounter danger, learning to activate the portkey's magic before that would be the best solution. Adam tightened his grip on the button in his hand and nodded. I understand. So which book can I learn this magic from? Learning magic directly from books is very dangerous. I've found you a teacher. Nicholas LeMay took out a letter and handed it to Adam. Give this to Dumbledore. He will guide you in learning this magic. I have a good relationship with him. Coincidentally, he owes me a favor lately. Besides that, I'd like to ask you for a small favor. Nicholas LeMay stood up, walked to a nearby shelf, picked up a red gemstone, and placed it in a bag. In Adam's now calm gaze, Nicholas LeMay handed the bag to him. Deliver this along with the letter to Dumbledore. Hand it to him personally, okay? Ding, you have triggered an epic quest. Escort the Philosopher's Stone to Hogwarts. During this time, there's a chance to trigger events such as Death Eater attack or Voldemort's pursuit. Quest reward none. A voice seemed to echo in his ears. Even though he had prepared mentally for the last few seconds, Adam couldn't help but swallow again. But aren't you on good terms with Dumbledore? Why not hand it to him personally? Or have him come here? Have some understanding for us old folks, it's not easy to step out. Nicholas LeMay smiled. Before Adam could explain why he knew about the Philosopher's Stone, he couldn't ask any more questions. Of course, Adam also felt it hard to refuse. After all, he shouldn't know about the Philosopher's Stone. So under the circumstance that Nicholas LeMay provided him with a portkey and a safe place as the destination for the portkey, what reason did he have to refuse a request that seemed easy to fulfill from his perspective? All right, I will definitely deliver it to Headmaster Dumbledore personally. What is this? Adam couldn't help but ask. I thought you would be able to suppress your curiosity. This is a Philosopher's Stone. The original term for the Philosopher's Stone is Philosopher's Stone, which should be translated as the Stone of the Philosopher or Sage's Stone. However, Nicholas LeMay used the term Magic Stone, indicating he didn't plan on letting Adam know too much. This is bad, it feels more real now. But this thing shouldn't be in Gringotts. Shouldn't Hagrid take it to Dumbledore? How could a child like me? Wait. Adam fell into a contemplation about who was more reliable, a child or Hagrid. Until he returned home with the Philosopher's Stone, Adam couldn't believe he was carrying a stone that could grant immortality and turn things to gold. Adam, you're back. How was Diagon Alley? After dinner, as he returned to his room upstairs, the little creature Coco from the Book of Seals and Spy were already quarreling impatiently. Suddenly Coco seemed to sense something and said, I can feel a massive aura of magical power. A massive aura of magic. Adam touched his pocket and pulled out the bag containing the Philosopher's Stone. That's right. This massive gathering of unclaimed magical power is the Philosopher's Stone. Adam, where did you get it? Coco surprisingly recognized the Philosopher's Stone. Of course, Coco is the guardian beast of the seal, representing the sun and Western magic. Given Clow Reed's experience as a great magician, it's possible he has indeed seen the Philosopher's Stone. Adam remembered that he could even travel between parallel worlds. It's a pity that. Coco, this is something someone asked me to deliver to another person, so don't get any funny ideas. Especially since these two individuals were both quite formidable. Surely no one thinks Nicholas Lemay, who has guarded the Philosopher's Stone for over 600 years, is weak in combat, right? But with the Philosopher's Stone, we can solidify a body and move freely. I really want to eat cake. Kaka's voice was filled with reluctance, as if he was still chewing on something. Idiot, don't you have a double card over there? Every single day, besides your Gone card and my Piao card, have you ever truly taken our management of the Clow cards to heart? Spinel's reproachful voice was accompanied by a series of pitter-patter sounds and pained yelps, as if Spinel had unleashed a flurry of cat punches on Caro. I really want to see. But that's not the key point. What matters is what Spinel just said. The twin card. Adam conjured the image of this Clow card in his mind. A pair of twin children dressed in jester-like attire. The forms of Clow cards can generally be categorized into 4 types: human figures holding elements that represent the card's ability, animal figures embodying the card's ability, and objects that possess the card's ability. Among those designed as human figures, almost all are solitary individuals. The twin card is the only one whose surface features 2 people. The twin card's effect is also quite unique. It can replicate an object or person into 2 identical copies. If the magic is not undone within a day, the replicated person or object will persist indefinitely. But, can the twin card truly replicate a Philosopher's Stone? Even if it could, wouldn't his magical power be insufficient to create a Philosopher's Stone? But with my magical power, there's no way I could replicate a Philosopher's Stone, right? Adam honestly posed the question. The twin card's magic isn't about replication. The sound of cat punches ceased, and Spinel's voice rang out. Adam, have you heard of parallel dimensions? Adam. If we liken the progression of a world to a constantly advancing line, then whenever a possibility for change emerges, this line diverges in every conceivable direction, giving rise to parallel dimensions. Even the trajectory of a speck of dust carried by the wind can spawn countless parallel dimensions. Yet most of the time, these possibilities fail to generate differences significant enough to stabilize those dimensions within a short period, so they eventually converge and merge back into a single line. Sometimes people hold differing perceptions of the same event. This is the result of memory overlap after parallel dimensions converge. The twin card's magic doesn't replicate an object into 2. Rather, it transfers that object from a parallel dimension on the verge of convergence into this one. Once the original dimension of that object converges, the magic cannot be undone. The Philosopher's Stone is a potent concentration of magical power, but it lacks uniqueness across parallel dimensions. Using the twin card, you can replicate a Philosopher's Stone from a parallel dimension. Adam. Let's set aside the magical explanation of the Mandela effect for now. Such a curious concept. Spinel's explanation of the twin card's ability indeed shattered Adam's understanding of this Clow card and indeed of the very concept of Clow cards. He had thought it was merely about duplication, but it turned out to be akin to the second magic. Come to think of it, the setting of Clow cards had always been quite profound. It was merely his own stereotypes that had hindered his perception. In their creation, Clow cards integrated elements such as natural forces, playing cards, tarot cards, the 4 elements of alchemy, the 12 constellations, the 8 trigrams, and the 5 phases, a design that could be considered a grand synthesis of Eastern and Western esoteric knowledge. And their creator, Clow Reed, was a great sorcerer who could freely traverse parallel worlds, whose mere wish for Yuko's resurrection could halt time, and who had lived for centuries in a youthful form through his own power. Yet the creator, Clow Reed, seemingly never used Clow cards in battle, and his successor, Sakura, as the protagonist of a shoujo manga, mostly employed the cards to save others, rarely showcasing their true power. These factors led Adam, even after forming a contract with the Book of Sealing, to think merely it's good to have an extra power rather than believing the Clow cards were truly formidable. Don't limit your cognition and imagination, Adam. Seeming to sense Adam's thoughts, Spinel's voice rang out again. Magic is a kaleidoscope that projects your heart, will, and soul through magical power. Magical power only determines the intensity of magic. What makes magic ever-changing and all-powerful is your heart. Not only should you explore the principles of Clow cards you don't understand, but even the Clow cards themselves can be modified according to your own ideas once you fully comprehend them. Thank you, Spinel. I understand. Adam felt a sudden clarity. His previous perspective had been too narrow. He hadn't even delved deeply into the Clow cards. Now it seemed their development potential far exceeded his imagination. If even a single twin card had the potential to develop into the second magic, what about the other cards? He could certainly study the development of Clow cards slowly later on, but the immediate priority was indeed key that hides the power of darkness. Summoning the dark staff, Adam paused for a moment and looked at the Book of Sealing. Spinel, can this incantation be changed? Although darkness itself is neither good nor evil, it can easily lead to misunderstandings. No, it can't. It's part of the contract. However, though the incantation cannot be altered, you can forego it entirely when your magical power is sufficient. This time it was Caro who spoke. Oh, that's wonderful. The Book of Sealing opened automatically in midair, flipping to the page of the twin card. Release. The spike symbolizing sunlight touched the twin card, and the twin spirits in jester costumes on the card's surface broke free from their seal, leaping out and landing on the ground. Yo! The twin spirits were nearly identical except for their hair, one pink, one blue. As they bowed to Adam, one used his left hand, the other his right, making them appear like mirror images. Can you not speak? Adam summoned a Clow card spirit for the first time, studying the twin spirits who were about his height with curiosity. Only a few Clow cards can speak. After all, Clow Reed was a person who preferred quiet. Caro explained. I see. Then please create a second Philosopher's Stone. Adam held the Philosopher's Stone before the twin card. Yo! The twin card approached the Philosopher's Stone. A flash of white light passed, and two Philosopher's Stones lay quietly in Adam's palm. Hiss! Although Spinel had already said it was possible, the fact that the twin card had indeed produced a second Philosopher's Stone still made Adam gasp. Can you create more? The twin card looked at Adam and nodded. Hiss! A glint of gold shone in Adam's eyes. Adam, replicating too many Philosopher's Stones isn't a good idea. Two Philosopher's Stones are no different in essence from one, and if they're exposed it could easily cause trouble. You can't use the Clow cards too many times in a single day right now. Spinel's voice interjected. Huh, don't I already have a Philosopher's Stone? Adam placed one back into the pouch given by Nicholas Flamel and held the other. Can't the magic of the Philosopher's Stone be used to power the Clow cards? Unfortunately, no. Caro also poured cold water on the idea. The contract of the Book of Sealing prevents anyone other than you and any magical power other than yours from using the Clow cards. However, if you learn the magic within the twin card and cast it yourself, you can utilize the magical power from the Philosopher's Stone. Huh. Then my replication of the Philosopher's Stone, while turning stones into gold and making the elixir of life, are still quite useful. Adam sighed. Don't be disappointed, Adam, though it can't be used to wield the Clow cards. The magic of the Philosopher's Stone allows you to carry the sealed book and the sealed staff with you. Caro, now blessed with a physical form, rolled on the floor and stretched out his paws toward Adam in consolation, belly upturned. Let me teach you the spell to store the sealed book and sealed staff, that way you can summon the Clow cards whenever you need. After a thorough explanation, Caro sat on the ground, preening his wings, their feathers slightly ruffled from his roll. This spell is a type of sealing magic. Not easy to master, but the magical bond between the sealed book, the sealed staff, and you will make it simpler to cast on them. Before school starts, you'll definitely. Before he could finish, Caro saw a complex magic array flicker briefly in Adam's right palm, and the sealed staff vanished from his grasp. Soon after, a similar magic array glimmered in Adam's left palm, and he successfully stored the sealed book. Caro fell into utter silence. It seems your magical talent is remarkably high. Spinel, lounging on the bed like an elegant black panther, gently fluttered his butterfly wings behind him. If that's the case, you'll soon master all the magic within the Clow cards. I'll do my best. Adam repeated the motions of summoning and storing a few times to get the hang of it, then had a sudden inspiration. Can I store my wand too? The 16-inch one might be a bit inconvenient to carry. If he could use this spell to store it away. Probably, though I'm not certain. Spinel closed the book in front of him and pushed it off the bed, landing it squarely on Caro's head. I skimmed through your textbooks. This magic system is rather peculiar. Though it might just be my unfamiliarity with Western magic. Ouched. Caro bared his teeth at Spinel, then flipped open Adam's textbook. Let me take a look at this little first-year book. How hard could it? Huh. Caro's slit pupils widened into circles, and he stubbornly flipped through a few more pages. Wait. What is this? Is this really magic? Where's the magic array? Where are the magical principles? After finishing the entire standard book of spells grade 1, Caro had to admit had encountered something beyond his knowledge. Waving a wand in a certain arc and chanting an incantation to cast spells, that's not magical at all. Caro stared at the standard book of spells grade 1 in shock, as if it were some kind of heresy. Not magical. It seems pretty magical to me. Adam, who had successfully stored his wand, as well picked up the book to give it a try. He remembered Hermione had mastered the Reparafarge spell at home, and since Spinel said his magical talent was strong, he should be able to learn a few charms. Magic may seem wondrous, but it's actually very precise. A mage might appear to just wave a hand, but in reality, they've performed highly complex manipulations of magical energy to complete the spell. Spinel flipped through 3 books, a beginner's guide to transfiguration, intermediate transfiguration, and a guide to advanced transfiguration, and opened each to a specific page showing Adam with his fluffy paws. Transfiguring objects, the vanishing spell, and permanent transfiguration belong to entirely different magical domains. The first is transformation magic, the second is spatial magic, and the last, strictly speaking, falls under alchemy. A permanent enchantment cannot persist after the caster's death unless there's another source of magical energy. Spinel looked up at Adam with a serious expression. Whether it's the classification or the execution of magic, it's as if people who know nothing about magic saw a mage wave a wand and chant an incantation to cast spells, recorded the process, and assumed that mimicking it would work. The classification is just as presumptuous. The key issue is that we're looking at textbooks which should explain the complete casting process. Yet I haven't found a single trace of any magic array. Setting aside the possibility that magic arrays are taught separately after enrollment, I have reason to believe this is no longer the world we came from. At first Adam tensed up, his heart racing with concern, but as Spinel finished, a sudden realization dawned on him. Yes, this wasn't their homeland at all. Maybe you really have ended up in another world. Adam glossed over the issue. Wizards derive their magical ability from intermarriage with magical creatures among their ancestors, not from their own research. That's probably why the casting and classification of these spells are so primitive. Moreover, it seemed only a handful of wizards ever delved into magical research. Most people's interaction with magic was limited to learning and using it, and the invention of new spells often came about by accident. Thinking this over, Adam felt his speculation might have hit the mark by chance. After all, the Clow Card's magic worked in this world too, proving that the ability to cast spells through proper magic arrays was equally applicable here. In comparison, the wizard's casting methods did seem more like an unrefined path. So that's the background. It does make a strange sort of sense, though. An innate magical ability rooted in bloodline might not require such a deep understanding of magical principles. But that sounds so twisted. Spinel was shocked, even a little frightened, since by this world's classification, he and Caro counted as magical creatures. What? We're not in our original world. Caro covered his face with his paws, his golden fur bristling. Then what about my cake? Do you have cake here, Adam? Yes, we do. Adam nodded. And plenty of other sweets. Oh, by the way, the wizarding world here has unique confections. With that, Adam popped a fizzing whiz-bee into Kuros's mouth. Caro poofed into his compact, energy-saving form and began licking the candy, which was nearly as big as his head. Wow, such a unique honey flavor. I've never tasted anything like it. This world is amazing. It's probably made from the nectar of some magical plant. Adam also gave one to Spinel, who initially refused, but soon shrank down and started licking one as well, rolling around on the bed in a state akin to a cat on catnip. Watching the two adorable creatures, Adam crossed his legs, lifted them into the crook of his lap, and picked up the standard book of spells grade 1 to read. First, a small goal. Master the Reparafarge spell before school starts. There was nothing wrong with the wizard's bloodline-based magical ability. At least it was much simpler than casting with magic arrays. No need to understand the principles. Use this world's magic for now, then gradually figure out the principles. Perfect. While occasionally stroking Kuros's head and wings or pinching Spinel's paw pads and tail, Adam gradually immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge. On September 1st, 1991, at King's Cross Station. Remember to be careful on the way. Remember to write to Grandpa. After handing the luggage to Adam, the elderly Mr. and Mrs. Reed watched as Adam stepped aboard the Hogwarts Express. I know Grandma and Grandpa, goodbye. Waving farewell to his grandparents, Adam tapped his suitcase, lifted the featherlight luggage, and proceeded along the corridor. He passed through 2 carriages before finding an empty compartment. Phew, I was about to suffocate. As soon as Adam set down his luggage and took a seat, Kuros's head popped out of his pocket. Thank you for your hard work, Caro Spinel. Adam lifted Caro up, cradled him in his arms, and scratched under his chin with his index finger, causing Caro to squint his eyes in contentment. After teaching himself a few spells he knew how to pronounce, he dared not recklessly learn more, fearing he might mispronounce a syllable and summon a cow or something. Thus he turned to studying the magic of the Clow Cards. After all, he possessed the Philosopher's Stone, allowing him to cast any magic he mastered without consuming his own energy. Currently, Caro and Spinel were enchanted with magic learned from the illusion and sound cards. To others, Caro and Spinel appeared as 2 ordinary kittens, and their speech sounded like mere meows. I can't fathom why wizards need to take a train to school. Spinel crawled out of Adam's other pocket, fluttered his wings onto the table, and paced over to the window, gazing at the students and parents bidding farewell outside. Caro, I still want to confirm. Can the magic of the shield truly withstand the sorting hat? Rest assured, Adam. The shield is a protective magic encompassing both the physical and spiritual realms. As Adam rubbed the base of Kuros's wings, Caro fluttered them and continued, to penetrate the shield's protection, either the caster's heart must waver or the attacker must possess far greater magical power than the caster. Otherwise, the shield's guardianship remains unbreakable. Adam breathed a sigh of relief. The matter of the sorting hat had only just occurred to him. His mind harbored many things that were inconvenient for others to know. Though it was unlikely that this hat of Godric Gryffindor would use legitimacy on students for sorting, what if it did? After this final confirmation, Adam relaxed, pulled a book from his satchel, and began to read. He was so immersed in the book that he lost track of time until the compartment door suddenly slid open. "Hello, may I sit here?" Of course no one is here. Adam looked up from his book and was momentarily speechless at the sight of the visitor. Wasn't this Hermione? And she looked exactly like she did in the movies. So did that mean the plot would follow the films as well? Although the novels and movies had no major discrepancies, some parts ultimately differed, especially in certain instances. Unaware of his distraction, Hermione, after receiving an affirmative answer, brought her luggage in and sat down in the seat opposite Adam, letting out a long sigh. The school really should have better supervision and guidance outside platform 9 3/4. I found the location earlier, but had no idea how to get in until I saw a few people walk into the wall. Noticing the book in Adam's hands, her eyes lit up. "Oh, are you an upper years student? Is that one of your textbooks for this year?" "I'm a first year, and I've already read all the textbooks for this year, but I haven't seen that one." "I'm afraid it'll disappoint you. I'm a first year too." Adam held up his book so Hermione could see the cover. 100 household spells you must master. "What's that?" "Things like cleaning and repairing spells for daily use. Like the Reparo charm. I saw that in Standard Book of Spells Grade 1, and even tried it on a glass at home." Hermione glanced around, as if searching for an item to practice on. The Reparo charm is indeed a universal spell, but for special cases it sometimes needs adjustments. Adam turned the book toward Hermione and pointed to a line. "For instance, floors corroded by potions. Things like that. Also, Scourgify is a general cleaning charm, but when cleaning items like robes, more delicate methods are often required." "Wow, I never considered those situations." Hermione's eyes sparkled. "Wait, what's the name of this book?" 100 household spells you must master. Got it. I remember it. I missed so much back then. There were so many books at Flourish and Blots, I shouldn't have been satisfied with just buying the required textbooks." Hermione looked frustrated, as if she wanted to rush back to Flourish and Blots immediately. "All right. When I got on the train, I heard a new student asking about the sorting ceremony or something. Do you know what that is?" Adam was about to answer, but suddenly recalled something. "I'm not entirely sure either. It seems parents and older students maintain a certain tacit understanding about it." He had no malicious intent to keep secrets. It was mainly that if he explained the sorting hat to Hermione, he would inevitably have to describe the characteristics of the 4 houses. If Hermione learned about Ravenclaw in advance, the studious girl might well choose to go there. After all, even if the sorting hat perceived the courage in Hermione's heart, if she subjectively wished to join Ravenclaw, and given that she also possessed Ravenclaw's traits, the hat would likely prioritize the student's preference. In that case, wouldn't the trio be missing a member? Although some fans jokingly call Harry Potter Hermione and her 2 useless men, in reality, every member of the trio was crucial. Without any one of them, they might not have been able to defeat Voldemort in the end. Oh right. In this world, prophecies should be of the Western magical kind, where once made they inevitably come true. Voldemort would still die at the hands of Harry or Neville, but the process would become too unpredictable for Adam, who knew the original plot. Until he developed enough, it was best not to meddle too much in the Savior's troubles to avoid bringing calamity upon himself. With this thought, Adam casually responded to Hermione, his attention clearly returning to the book. Noticing this, Hermione considerately refrained from disturbing him further. After a while, the compartment door was suddenly knocked on. When it opened, a tearful little boy appeared. "Excuse me. Have you seen? Sniff. My Trevor. It's Sniffle. A toad. I can't find. Sniff. Him." Ever helpful and somewhat bored, Hermione immediately stepped out to help Neville search for the toad. As for Adam, after the two left, he quietly slid the compartment door shut again. He was just a passing badger after all. The Savior Voldemort, and such. The badger knew nothing. Oh no. Adam thought he could enjoy the privacy of his compartment all the way to Hogwarts. Little did he know, as he began reading about controlling the heat with a spell, the door slid open again. Hermione, panting, leaned against the doorframe, looking at him with slight embarrassment. "I forgot to introduce myself earlier. My name is Hermione Granger. I'm Adam Reed. Nice to meet you." After this abrupt introduction, Adam blinked. "So did you find the toad, eh?" "Oh, not yet. I'm still looking." Hermione tapped her forehead. She had only just realized while chatting with the 2 boys that she had forgotten to introduce herself to Adam. How rude of her. "They'll keep looking for the toad. You go back to your book." With that, she hurried away again. Wasn't she searching in this direction earlier? Shauka looked up. Maybe she didn't finish. "Want a macaron?" Adam pulled out their lunch from his satchel. "Yes." As the sun was completely swallowed by the horizon, the Hogwarts Express slowly pulled into its destination. The students didn't need to carry their luggage. House elves would deliver it to their dormitories. They only needed to change into their robes on the train. First years over here." As soon as he stepped off the train, Hagrid's booming voice reached Adam's ears. The half-giant held a lantern high to catch the new students' attention. After counting heads and confirming all the first years were present, Hagrid led them on the traditional journey that every Hogwarts student experienced upon arrival. "I heard this is a Hogwarts tradition. We retrace the founder's discovery of Hogwarts." A first year whispered to those around him, sparking gasps of excitement from the others. "Get into the boats here." At the dock on the Black Lake, Hagrid directed the new students to cross the lake in groups of 4. Only 4 per boat. Hagrid pulled away a student who was about to try fitting a 5th person onto a boat. Adam followed the crowd, but suddenly a hand reached out from the side and grabbed him. "Oh, there you are. Come on, we've got exactly 4. It was Hermione. Before Adam could say anything, he was pulled into the boat where a red-haired freckled boy and a boy with round glasses smiled at him. "Hello." Adam offered an awkward but polite smile. "Hi, I'm Ron Weasley, and this is Harry Potter." "I'm Adam Reed." "Hey, don't you know who Harry Potter is?" Ron was astonished by Adam's calm expression. Of course he knew. He even knew Harry would one day marry Ron's sister. "Sorry, my parents aren't wizards, so." "Are you famous in the wizarding world?" Adam looked apologetically at Harry, who quickly stopped Ron and Hermione from explaining. "No, it's nothing. I only just found out I'm a wizard myself." "Duck." At that moment Hagrid's voice rang out from a distance. Ron, Harry, and Hermione obediently ducked their heads, but nothing happened. "I think he was just talking to himself." Adam pointed at Hagrid. The 3 turned to look and saw him ducking to avoid vines hanging from a bridge, though only someone of his height would need to. The trio straightened up, their faces flushed though the darkness hid their embarrassment. Thanks to that awkward moment, none of them spoke. Adam turned his gaze to the castle lit up in the distance. Though he had been reluctant to come to Hogwarts, seeing it perched on the high ground stirred something in him. Flashes of familiar figures he had yet to meet, but already knew well, seemed to pass before his eyes. "Sorry, Grandma. I think Hogwarts is the best school of witchcraft and wizardry in the world, too." The boat finally docked beside Hogwarts. The first years disembarked one by one and followed Hagrid along a winding path toward the castle. The castle doors were even grander than Adam had imagined. Hagrid raised his massive hand and knocked. Shortly after, the door swung open, revealing a figure in deep green robes. Professor McGonagall, who could turn into a cat. A true cat lover at heart, Adam kept a straight face, but inside, he was already exclaiming in delight. His hand beneath his sleeve itched with excitement. If he remembered correctly, Professor McGonagall's animagus form was a tabby cat with square-rimmed markings around its eyes. Unaware that one of the new students harbored such rebellious fantasies, Professor McGonagall scanned the group, confirmed the head count, and nodded to Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid. We'll take it from here." She let Hagrid pass and led the first years down another path to the entrance hall before the Great Hall. "Welcome to Hogwarts, children. In a moment you will walk through these doors and join your classmates for the feast. But first you must undergo the sorting ceremony to determine which house you will belong to." The students, who had been eagerly anticipating the sorting, exchanged nervous glances. Were they about to face a dragon, a troll, a banshee, or a vampire? Seeing the look in their eyes, Professor McGonagall knew exactly what they were thinking. She had been through it herself. She cleared her throat, firmly recapturing their attention. Once they quieted down, she continued reading out the instructions. Yes, she did not reveal the specifics of the upcoming ceremony. "The sorting will begin in a few minutes. I suggest you tidy yourselves up while you wait. You will be sorted in front of the entire school." With those final words, Professor McGonagall turned and left. "Oh no, I'm not ready," one first-year groaned, clutching his head. "How am I supposed to last 3 minutes against a dragon?" "What? Isn't it about finding the Mere People's treasure in the Black Lake?" Another student pulled a bottle from his pocket in confusion. "I even brought gillyweed. But my mom said." "My dad. My brother." "Oh. What is that?" A cry rose above the others. The first years turned to see a group of pale ghosts whispering among themselves as they floated through the air before disappearing through a wall. Could it be that the sorting ceremony changes every year, and this year we have to deal with ghosts? Adam stroked his chin and offered his opinion. The entrance hall fell silent for a few seconds, followed by a synchronized gulp. The air seemed to chill with the ghosts passing. Some students turned pale, while others trembled slightly. "Everything is ready now. Form a single file and follow me." Professor McGonagall's return injected a wave of warmth into the hall. She glanced curiously at the pale faces of the first years, but ultimately assumed that a parent's joke had gone too far and frightened the others. Passing through the doors of the Great Hall and walking down the aisle between the 4 long tables, Adam quickly scanned the dishes on either side. Roast beef, roast sausages, roast pumpkin, roast potatoes, steak, lamb chops, roast chicken, bread, chips, Cornish pasties, Yorkshire pudding. Coming from a family that owned multiple restaurants, Adam's eyes effortlessly identified each dish and its recipe. Well, at least it looked good. No sign of stargazy pie. He wondered how it would taste. He hoped the house elves' cooking wouldn't disappoint him. After the sorting hat's ear-piercing song, Professor McGonagall walked to the stool beside it, holding a parchment. "When I call your name, come forward, put on the hat, and sit on the stool. The sorting hat will assign you to your house." Hannah Abbott. Starting with the future proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, one by one the future pillars of British magical society stepped forward to be sorted into their houses. The gears of fate began to turn. The future minister of magic, future aurors, future aristocrats, future herbology professor. Adam Reed, called by name Adam, snapped back to reality, stepped forward, took the sorting hat, placed it on his head, and sat on the stool. A natural-born occlumens. "This is my first time seeing one," murmured the hat. Due to protective magic, it couldn't even converse with Adam in his mind, and could only speak in a low voice. "An occlumens? What's that?" Adam asked quietly. "Oh, that's a long story. I wouldn't mind answering a new student's question, but I doubt the professors would give me the time. Ahem, I'm afraid I can't give you good advice. Under Professor McGonagall's gaze, the hat cleared its throat. So which house do you want to go to? Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin? Pick your favorite Hufflepuff. Adam replied decisively. Well then, since you've made your choice. Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff was the house with the most students, and every new Hufflepuff received the warmest applause from the entire hall. Amid the applause, Adam walked to the Hufflepuff table and sat next to the previous new student. Welcome to Hufflepuff. The surrounding students greeted him warmly, and he responded to each one. Hufflepuff lacked Slytherin's ambition, Gryffindor's daring, or Ravenclaw's cunning, but it was the most warm and friendly house. They did what was right, were loyal to nature, and were honest and enthusiastic. Making friends in Hufflepuff meant you rarely had to worry about being stabbed in the back. As the largest house with the fewest dark wizards, Hufflepuff was worthy of trust. After Dumbledore's speech, the feast began. Adam took a sip of pumpkin juice and speared a grilled sausage. The casing was crispy, the meat inside was tender and juicy, and the seasoning was excellent. Black pepper, rosemary, and lemon juice perfectly balanced the richness of the pure meat. Except for a slight gamey undertone in the meat despite the marination, Adam thought it could be a signature dish in any restaurant. While savoring the food, Adam listened to the chatter around him. My parents are muggles. When I first got the letter, they were furious and thought it was a prank. My parents were both Hufflepuffs. They'll write to them tonight with the good news. Wow, this Yorkshire pudding is so fragrant. Catching the key word, Adam looked at the Yorkshire pudding on the table and took a small bite. Ugh. His eyes glazed over as he put down the pudding and took a sip of pumpkin juice to wash it down. The Yorkshire pudding, soaked in roast beef juices, had a strong gamey smell beneath the buttery bread aroma. He felt as if he'd seen a cow unwilling to die pole dancing on the bridge of helplessness. Why? The grilled sausage earlier tasted perfectly fine. Putting the remaining half of the pudding on his plate, Adam looked at the classmate who had praised it with a complex expression. Poor child, their taste buds must be ruined. MMPH. Just then a classmate opposite him let out a muffled groan and silently set aside what they were holding, a bitten Yorkshire pudding. Adam met their eyes. Hello, could you recommend some dishes that taste normal? The other asked pitifully, their English carrying an accent Adam found hard to place. Adam glanced at their plate. Yorkshire pudding, beef stew, roast beef, roast lamb. Good heavens, this poor soul had hit every landmine possible. If you like meat, this grilled sausage is decent. The chicken leg should be good too. Not bad, just a bit dry, Adam commented, taking a bite. In short, stay away from any unmarinated meat. Thanks. The other speared a sausage and bit into it without cutting, nearly tearing up. It looked both amusing and pitiful. The chips are good too. Try them. If it's too rich, have some pumpkin juice. After devouring the sausage and downing a whole glass of pumpkin juice, the other looked up at Adam. Thank you. What's your name? Though every new student's name had been called during sorting, no one remembered others' names in such an exciting moment. Adam Reed. Just call me Adam. Adam. He'll remember that. The other nodded. And you? What's your name? User Ramesses. Ramesses. The unusual surname made Adam take notice. What? As in Pharaoh Ramesses II? A nearby classmate asked, echoing Adam's thought. Yes, that's right, but that was many, many years ago. There are no pharaohs now. User shrugged. Having eaten enough, Adam joined the conversation. Then shouldn't you be at a magical school in Egypt? Why are you at Hogwarts? Well, I only found out I was coming to school in Britain when I got the Hogwarts letter. My mother said it might be because I was born in England. She's a magizoologist who met my father while studying sphinxes in Egypt. Sphinxes? That sounds amazing. The new student, whose parents were both muggles, exclaimed. My parents are more ordinary. They met in court. They were opposing lawyers for the plaintiff and defendant. Lawyers. Building a good relationship might make running the restaurant easier later. My parents met at a dragon sanctuary. They were colleagues. My parents met at work too. My father transferred from the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes to become an Auror to pursue my mother. My parents met at Hogwarts. They hope we'll find my other half during school too. Hiss. Who knew Hufflepuff was such a hidden den of talents? Hufflepuff friendships were trustworthy. Building good relationships now might pay off later. With that thought, Adam joined in. My parents are also muggles. Our family runs a restaurant. Oh really? I thought I was the only one with muggle parents. The new student's eyes lit up as he extended a hand in Bernard Lancelot. I heard you say your name is Adam. Yes. Welcome to our restaurant with your family. It's my treat. Adam mentioned the names of Mr. Reed and Ms. Lee's Restaurant and Bistro. That's yours. There's one near my house. Bernard's eyes widened. Head thought Adam's family ran a simple mom-and-pop place, not the two-story French restaurant. Adam, can we come to your restaurant too? The other young witches and wizards nearby couldn't resist. They had no real concept of Adam's restaurant, but the mention of game-free beef stew tempted them. They might have gotten used to it, but that didn't mean they liked the gamey taste in beef. Of course, everyone's welcome. But if you've lived in the wizarding world, it's best to use a private dining room, so your habits and words don't draw muggle attention. No problem. XN, when it came to passion for food, Hufflepuff was truly serious. By the end of the feast, Adam had made the acquaintance of all the new students this year and a few nearby upperclassmen. Was it truly a trait of Hufflepuff to share a love for food? He mused that he might one day open a chain of French restaurants and Chinese taverns in the wizarding world. As the food vanished from the tables, Professor Dumbledore rose and addressed the gathering. At the start of this new term, I must remind you all of a few points. First-year students, please note that the forest on the school grounds is forbidden to all students, and some older students would do well to remember this as well. Professor Dumbledore's gaze flickered toward the Gryffindor table. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to remind you that magic is not to be used in the corridors between classes. Quidditch tryouts will be held in the second week of this term. Those interested in representing their house should contact Madam Hooch. Finally, Dumbledore paused, his tone growing grave. I must tell you all to stay away from the corridor on the right-hand side of the 4th floor, unless you wish to die a most painful death bleeding from every orifice. Silence fell over the hall for a few seconds. The new students exchanged bewildered glances, while the older ones furrowed their brows, pondering this unusual addition to the usual warnings. Well, that is all I have to say. Now let us all sing the school song. Please choose whatever tune you like. After a cacophonous rendition of the school song, Professor Dumbledore instructed the prefects to lead the students back to their dormitories. The 4 groups parted ways at the staircase. Ravenclaw and Gryffindor ascended while Hufflepuff and Slytherin descended. The advantage of having our dormitory underground is that our stairs don't move on their own, and even during a storm we can enjoy a peaceful, quiet sleep, explained an upperclassman Adam had met at the feast. Besides, although both we and Slytherin are underground, our dormitory is much warmer. And here we are. The Hufflepuff group halted before a massive painting of a fruit bowl. Prefect Bruce turned to face them. Ahead lies the Hufflepuff common room and dormitories, but allow me to pause here for an introduction. Before you is the Hogwarts kitchen. Yes, right next to our dormitory. Amidst the excited whispers of the new students, Bruce smiled and stepped up to the painting. See, just reach out and tickle this pear. The pear quivered as if tickled, then transformed into a green door handle. It becomes a handle, pull it open, and you can enter the kitchen. I believe some of you will find your stomachs grumbling in the dead of night, just like me. Patting his slight belly, Bruce sighed. On a chilly night, who can resist a steaming mug of pumpkin juice with a platter of roasted sausages? Oh, come off it. In summer you'll be after iced butterbeer and chips, teased an older girl who seemed close to Bruce, drawing laughter from the little badgers. Vivian, don't embarrass me like that. But you must admit they pair perfectly with a scorching summer day, don't they, eh? Bruce shrugged, unbothered by the girl's jest. Is there butterbeer at Hogwarts? Adam asked the upperclassman who had introduced himself earlier. Not at the school, but there is in Hogsmeade. Once you're in your 3rd year you can go there, buy some butterbeer, and ask the house elves in the kitchen to keep it for you. The upperclassman explained. If you leave the kegs for them after drinking, they'll be delighted. After the kitchen introduction, the group moved on. Just a short distance from the kitchen entrance stood a pile of enormous oak barrels, the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room. Remember the method: tap the bottom of the 2nd barrel in the middle row in the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff, and the lid will swing open. Bruce demonstrated as he spoke. Don't tap the wrong one, or you'll be drenched in vinegar. Also, while we don't mind students from other houses visiting, please keep the entrance method a secret. I think we all need some private space, right? As he spoke, the barrel lid opened, and Adam and the others followed the passage into the Hufflepuff common room, a circular, low-ceilinged chamber with a faint, earthy fragrance. Earthy tones, the yellow of brass fixtures and the green of plants, formed the common room's palette. Near the ceiling, a ring of round windows let in light, while a warm fire crackled in the hearth. Above the fireplace hung a large portrait adorned with dancing badgers. Inside, Lady Helga Hufflepuff smiled and raised a golden goblet in greeting as the students entered. Through this passage are the boys' dormitories, and this way leads to the girls'. By the way, while I trust everyone's morals to avoid any unnecessary trouble, boys are not permitted in the girls' dormitory area. Bruce clapped his hands. All right, let's split up. Older students can head to bed. New boys follow me. New girls follow Vivian. She's your female prefect. Led by Bruce to a dormitory door resembling a barrel lid, Adam bid farewell to the enthusiastic prefect and entered the room with his new roommates. Among his roommates were User Ramesses and Bernard Lancelot, who had sat beside Adam at the feast. There were also 2 others: Eugene Crowell, a lad taller than most his age, who had spoken little during the feast, mostly listening. Adam knew only that he liked fish. Indeed, during his few voluntary remarks, too, had been inquiries about whether Adam's family restaurant served fish and how it was prepared. Cologne Pamir, a lively boy, gave an enthusiastic and thorough self-introduction, professing love for Quidditch, wizard chess, gobstones, and various games. Adam also learned that his family ran a magical creature breeding business and owned a shop called Exotic Beasts in Hogsmeade. Under the warm glow of brass lamps, 5 blackened yellow 4-poster beds stood before them, each post bearing a name tag. Bernard was the first to sit on his bed. Wow, this dormitory is even bigger than I imagined. Glancing around, Bernard was startled by a pile of packages beside Adam's bed, nearly reaching the ceiling. Whoa, what's all this? Adam, who had just sat on his bed and was checking his luggage, looked up. Oh, those are books I bought at Flourish and Blots. They've been delivered, I see. Books? Cologne turned, his jaw dropping. So many. Did you clean out the entire shop? Pretty much. I bought one copy of most of their books, Adam said, stroking his chin thoughtfully before nodding. I quite enjoy reading. I can see that. To Cologne, who loved games over studies, that mountain of books was a horror story. He shuddered and looked away, then suggested, anyone for a shower? Let's go together. I saw a map in the common room. Facing Cologne's invitation for a communal bath, the other roommates responded one after another. They'll pass, I have too much to organize. Not to mention the mountain of books and the suitcase Adam had carried in. He had also sent 6 trunks via outpost to Hogwarts. With so many belongings, even basic organization would take considerable effort. There's no rush to organize, is there? Just take out what you need for class, and we can help you with the rest over the weekend when there's no school. Yeah. If you don't bathe, you'll dirty the bed, and then you'll have to wash the sheets and blankets. No need to worry about that. Adam smiled, reaching into the inside of his cloak, actually summoning his wand directly from his palm, and pointed it at himself. Scourgify. The roommates watched as a gust of wind swept over Adam, leaving him spotlessly clean, and couldn't help glancing at the mountain of books beside him. Well, it was clear he hadn't bought all those books for nothing. This spell isn't as comfortable as a hot bath, but it sure saves time. Want to give it a try? Adam looked at the 4 of them eagerly. No, I'd rather soak in a hot bath. After Cologne spoke, Bernard and Eugene nodded in agreement. Uther, however, stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before deciding to go for a hot bath as well. Well, go test the water temperature for you then. The roommates closed the dormitory door. Adam turned his gaze to the top of his luggage, where a letter tied with a bow lay. Opening the envelope and setting aside the ornate language, Dumbledore invited him to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor the next afternoon for tea, along with the password, coconut ice. Recalling the taste of that treat, Adam couldn't help licking his lips. To be fair, the desserts in the wizarding world were quite delightful. Putting the letter away, Adam didn't start organizing his luggage immediately. Instead, he took out SPI and Caro from his pocket. They had also eaten a bit during the feast. You two need a bath too. Scourgify. Or the bubble card. The bubble card's magic could conjure cleansing pink bubbles that would wash people or objects thoroughly clean. After SPI had told him not to limit his imagination, Adam thought this card might be developed to mimic the ability of a certain Navy Commodore. However, he was far from being able to modify the Clow card's magic, so for now the bubble card wasn't much different from Scourgify, except in its cleaning method. Using the bubble card for something Scourgify could handle seemed a bit wasteful. Although Adam could only use 1 Clow card per day, it was already evening, so using today's quota here wouldn't be a problem. Let's go with Scourgify. Caro raised a hand and waved it. Save today's use for the sweet card. SPI nodded in agreement. You're really obsessed with the sweet card, aren't you? Clearly this wasn't the first time. Adam sighed, helplessly reaching out to ruffle Kuros's head. All right, then you two can bathe after eating. From his suitcase, Adam pulled out a large compressed block of cotton. He took a small piece and fluffed it up, turning it from a thumb-sized lump into a pillow-sized cloud. Then he extended both hands, summoning the staff of sealing and the sweet card, release. The sweet card's spirit, no larger than a palm and resembling a fairy, emerged from the card and flew a circle around Adam. Turn this cotton into cotton candy. Hearing Adam's words, the sweet card spirit flew over the cotton and sprinkled sparkling powder from its tiny wand. The cotton, touched by the powder, immediately emitted the aroma of white sugar. This was the sweet card's ability. It could sweeten the taste of food or transform any item into food without changing its shape. This might seem to defy the rule that the transfiguration spell cannot conjure food, but in reality this magic belonged to alchemy, not transfiguration. In the wizarding magical system, there was a similar spell, Aguameni, which conjured drinkable, thirst-quenching water. At the same time, what the sweet card conjured was, strictly speaking, not cotton candy, but a magical item. Though it looked like cotton candy, smelled like it, felt like it, and tasted like it, these were all magical effects of the item. It still wasn't cotton candy. Thus, eating it wouldn't cause any of the usual effects of eating candy, like cavities. More importantly, because the sweet card didn't conjure cotton candy, but rather a magical item that matched all the taste characteristics of cotton candy, as Adam understood it, the desserts it could create weren't limited by whether Adam knew how to make them, but by whether he knew their taste. This way Adam could once again enjoy the long-missed happiness of a certain fizzy drink, and a healthy version that wouldn't go flat over time. Using Aguameni to conjure a cup of water, he had the sweet card turn it into cola. After taking a sip, he looked at Caro and SPI, who were about to dive into the cotton candy since they were heading for a bath. Take your time eating. I'll organize my luggage. Caro waved a paw briefly to acknowledge. SPI, once hooked on sweets, was already lost in bliss. Ingorgio. Reductio. Wingardium Leviosa. When they returned from their bath, Adam's roommates were utterly stunned by the transformed dormitory. Eugene froze at the door after opening it. Uther pushed him a few times before squeezing past him into the dorm, only to make the same expression as Eugene beside him. Oh, what are you two doing at the door? I didn't dry off completely, and the wind outside is freezing. Cologne too short to squeeze and could only hop around outside. What's going on? I see. Whoa. Bernard stared in shock at the scene before him. The dorm was still the same, But opposite the four-poster beds, the empty space now held 3 rows of floor-to-ceiling wooden cabinets, 5 small sofas, a floor-standing brass fireplace, a full-length mirror. And around Adam's four-poster bed, the transformation was nothing short of earth-shattering. Adam was sitting on one of the small sofas with 2 little kittens playing on his lap. Seeing them return, he looked at them with a hint of nervousness. "Sorry, I made a bit of a big change. But I'm really tired tonight, so this is just a temporary arrangement to get everything out. If you don't like it, I'll move the things taking up the common space elsewhere over the weekend." "No, I absolutely love it." Cologne finally squeezed into the dorm and let out an exclamation. He walked over to a small sofa, pressed his hand on it, and felt a soft, comfortable sensation that made his heart itch. "Can I sit?" Of course, I prepared 5. With the twin card, Adam could replicate any single item into numerous copies. Cologne sat down, and his relaxed body, fresh from the hot bath, sank into the sofa, prompting him to sigh. "I love this thing. It's even softer than a puffskein for cushion. Can I play wizard chess here?" "Of course." Adam gestured toward the round table that had originally been in the dorm, now placed in the center of the 5 sofas. "But I don't know how to play wizard chess. You might need to find someone else to play with. I can teach you." These cabinets greatly enhanced the original space utilization. Bernard walked up to a row of cabinets and observed that Adam's books, after being shrunk densely, filled only 1 shelf, while each row of cabinets in front had 2 columns of 6 layers of space. Bernard then turned to Adam. "Perhaps I could use some of that space. Everyone has 1 column, and another column can be used for communal items. Though I can't provide examples at the moment, it's always good to have." It was only when I saw the mirror that I remembered I needed it, otherwise it would be inconvenient to put on makeup. This was Usher, and only after he spoke did Adam realize that he had indeed applied makeup earlier. What he thought were dark circles around his eyes turned out to be smoky makeup. "It looks very cozy." Eugene sat down on the sofa, blinking at the soft cushion beneath his feet. "It feels like someone has lived here for a long time. It has a homey vibe." After a vote, the 5 sitting on the small sofa unanimously agreed to keep Adam's modifications to the dormitory. Compared to the common area, Adam's four-poster bed and its surroundings had undergone the most significant changes, but that was Adam's private space. The others were curious, but did not ask. After experiencing so much today, everyone was a bit tired, and before long they found themselves drowsy on the sofa, leading them to their beds, and thus passed Hogwarts' first night. Stretching lazily, Cologne smacked his lips a few times, sitting up in bed, his nose twitching. "It smelled so good. You're awake." Cologne turned his head, rubbing his eyes, and saw Adam and Eugene sitting on the small sofa, with a round table in front of them, holding a stove and a cauldron. "Hogwarts breakfast is in the dining hall. Usher and the others have already gone. Or would you like to try the century egg chicken porridge and tea egg I made like Eugene?" As Adam spoke, he rolled a tea egg around on the table, smoothly peeling off the shell and popping it into his mouth. "What is that?" Cologne ruffled his hair, resembling a chicken nest, got out of bed, and approached the cauldron, discovering a pot of soup bubbling inside, filled with rice, shredded meat, and some dark-looking objects. "This is a breakfast from Huaxia. Hogwarts breakfast includes jam, bread, pickled fish, eggs, bacon, and cornflakes. It's a bit too greasy for me." A breakfast of bacon and eggs is fine to eat occasionally, but Adam really couldn't get used to it if it was every day. Coincidentally, his grandparents had made breakfast for several days when they visited before. It was hard to refuse their kindness. Adam swallowed half a tea egg and continued, "So I asked the house elves for some ingredients, and I also brought some myself. However, using the cauldron to cook porridge and tea eggs is my first attempt. The tea leaves at Hogwarts aren't as good as the ones I brought, so I'll use my own next time." As he saw that the timing was right, Adam extinguished the flames with a flick of his wand, scooped a small bowl for Eugene, and handed it over. "Be careful, it's hot. Try it and see if it suits your taste." "Thank you." Eugene nodded as he accepted the bowl. "Is there soup?" Cologne rubbed his face. His usual breakfast at home consisted of bacon toast and roasted potatoes. Nothing this complicated. In reality, the truly complicated dishes were what Adam had yet to start on. It should be ready by afternoon. Fortunately, we have no classes this afternoon, so you can try my mother's special yam and poria pigeon soup." Cologne, although he didn't understand it, sounded impressive. Curiosity about exotic breakfasts filled him as he sat down after washing up and tried a bowl of that porridge. It tasted wonderful and was vastly different from his usual breakfast. Drinking a bowl of hot porridge in the morning warms you up completely. Adam had 2 bowls, but the remaining was a bit insufficient for Eugene and Cologne to share. Fortunately, there were still plenty of tea eggs, and Cologne devoured 3 in one go. If Adam hadn't stopped him, he would have eaten the last 2 eggs meant for Xiaoku and Sibi. "Adam, you truly are from a family that runs a restaurant." On the way to class, Cologne realized he might have overeaten a bit. "If you like it, that's good. I should cook often, especially breakfast." As a chef, receiving praise for his food was indeed a fulfilling experience. "Can you cook fish?" Eugene turned back, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Handling fish can be a bit troublesome, but I will consider it, provided that Hogwarts has fresh fish. The British generally do not know how to handle fresh fish. In authentic recipes, fish is stuffed directly with its entrails. One can imagine the taste. So Adam wondered if Hogwarts stored fresh fish. He should find an opportunity to ask the house elves. After all, he brought spices to eliminate the fishy smell. If there are any, he could get a few. Oh, by the way, just a heads up, the fish I cook may be a bit different from what you've eaten before. It will have many small bones. I hope Eugene can learn to pick out the fish bones, otherwise eating the fish Adam cooked might be quite a hardship for him. The first class for Hufflepuff was Professor Sprout's herbology class, a witch with gray hair who always looked at her students with a kind gaze. It is worth mentioning that in addition to being the herbology professor, Professor Sprout was also the head of Hufflepuff. After a brief greeting to welcome everyone to the herbology class, Professor Sprout began her teaching. As an introductory herbology lesson, she explained a harmless yet powerful herb, white fresh. This is a very practical herb that can help wounds heal quickly even without being formulated into a potion. White fresh essence is the most commonly used external medicine for injuries among wizards. After a class of theoretical knowledge in the second lesson, Professor Sprout let everyone practice by harvesting white fresh, which had ripened in the just past holiday. Adam skillfully handled his share of white fresh while wearing gardening gloves. When he turned to look at Eugene beside him, he was taken aback. "What are you doing?" Eugene did not immediately answer, but carefully placed his hand under a leaf of white fresh, then used scissors to cut the leaf stem, letting the leaf fall into his hand before turning to respond, harvesting white fresh. Adam carefully recalled the lesson he had just heard. It seemed that Professor Sprout hadn't mentioned the harvesting process needing to be so meticulous. One might think Eugene was picking some kind of precious flower. "Why are you being so complicated? Using your hands would probably be more efficient." Eugene lowered his head and pulled out a few leaves from the bottom of his harvest, handing them to Adam. Upon closer inspection, those leaves were tattered with a piece of the main stem skin still attached at the junction of the branches, and leaves looking as though they had undergone some inhuman torment. "My strength is a bit too much, and I can't control it well." After saying this, Eugene reached for a piece of white fresh again, then released it. Adam clearly saw a distinct fingerprint appearing on the white fresh leaf, and even the white fresh juice was squeezed out, although he was sure Eugene hadn't used force. "Wow, buddy, are you a baby giant?" Seeing Eugene's somewhat disappointed expression, Adam swallowed his retort and comfortingly patted his shoulder. "It's okay. I believe there will be magical plants that suit you." "Brothers, I'm back." Patting Cologne on the shoulder, Adam flung his bag onto the long table and sat down. "Where did you go just now? You were gone for so long." Cologne pushed the roasted sausage he had saved for Adam in front of him while speaking. "I went to talk to Professor Sprout about growing plants in the dormitory." "Growing plants? Isn't it just a matter of wanting to grow them?" Their Hufflepuff common room was filled with plants, potholes hanging from the ceiling, cacti on the tables. "Must be magical plants," Eugene guessed. Adam nodded. "Exactly, so I had to ask Professor Sprout. But don't worry, it's just a didney. Professor Sprout gave me a seedling. I'm planting it by my bedside, and it won't bother anyone." He grew the didney mainly to practice magic, and to prepare for applying to Professor Sprout for permission to grow other magical plants later. Neither the magic of the flower cards nor the tree cards could be practiced in a vacuum. He was now diligently learning the magic of the gone cards. If all went well, he would complete it just as the didney bloomed, then seamlessly transition to using the didney to learn the magic of the flower cards. After finishing lunch, Adam slung his bag over his shoulder and prepared to part ways with the group again. "Where are you off to now?" "Professor Sprout asked me to deliver some things to Professor Dumbledore." Adam wasn't lying. Professor Sprout had indeed entrusted him with a bottle of nectar from the honey-scented orchid for Professor Dumbledore. "Then what about that pot of soup?" Cologne swallowed hard. "Don't worry. Delivering something won't take long. Besides, we just finished lunch." Adam waved his hand as he ran off. "I'm off." Back in the dormitory, Bernard looked at Adam's four-poster bed and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Didn't Adam say his parents were also muggles? Why is he adapting so well to the wizarding world? No, adapting well wasn't the right word. He was thriving, fitting in even better than those of them who came from wizarding families. Eugene and Uther exchanged glances, seeing a similar emotion reflected in each other's eyes. Cologne, however, didn't think that far ahead. He only wondered when Adam would return. He had barely eaten lunch himself, saving room for that soup. Wait, he remembered there were still 2 tea eggs left from the morning. Coconut sorbet. Adam spoke the password as he entered the headmaster's office, only to find Professor Dumbledore dozing off behind his desk. He looked around. The portraits of former headmasters were mostly asleep as well, and a few frames were empty. Those old headmasters had probably gone visiting. Adam decided not to wake Professor Dumbledore. Seeing a chair opposite the desk, he took out a book and sat down to read while he waited. The Refilling Charm. A spell that summons liquid from a pre-prepared container. Mastering this charm would allow him to use the Gone card to conjure a large bucket of cola for instant enjoyment. How to use spells to create a perfectly cooked beef Wellington. Maybe he should ask his dad to send some beef that had been bled properly to try. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Have you been waiting long?" Dumbledore opened his bleary eyes, took off his half-moon spectacles to rub them, put them back on, and looked at the student before him. He had waited until he woke up. A gentle, patient child. And he was reading too, very studious. Advanced household spells, a more refined life. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on the book's cover, and he blinked. Professor Dumbledore, you're awake. Adam closed the book naturally and tucked it back into his bag. He then took out an envelope, a small pouch, and Professor Sprout's nectar. These are from Nicholas Flamel, who asked me to deliver them personally to you along with the nectar from Professor Sprout. Thank you very much, Adam. I must say you've been a tremendous help. Professor Dumbledore sighed, took the 3 items, and set them aside, then drew his wand. Would you like something to eat? Coconut sorbet. Lemon sherbet. I personally recommend the cockroach clusters, but many people refuse to taste them because of their appearance. Professor Dumbledore conjured delicate plates on his desk as he spoke, each filled with the treats he mentioned. Professor Dumbledore, aren't you going to check it first? Adam was a bit surprised. That was the Philosopher's Stone after all, and he had already tested it. The one he delivered was indeed the real stone. There's no rush for that. Afternoon tea is more important. Professor Dumbledore popped a lemon sherbet into his mouth. The sour explosion on his palate made his face pucker up. Oh, I think I mixed up the sour lemon drops with the lemon sherbet. He quickly threw a cockroach cluster into his mouth. Adam took a sharp breath. Please, I'll have the coconut sorbet. The pink coconut sorbet had a delicate flavor. A gentle sweetness accompanied by a lingering coolness spread across his tongue, lifting his spirits. Professor Dumbledore. After a few bites, Adam couldn't help but ask, why did Nicholas Flamel entrust such an important task to me? Oh, what task? Professor Dumbledore blinked, pretending not to understand. The Philosopher's Stone, of course. Adam set down his coconut sorbet, looking visibly stressed. I read about Nicholas Flamel in a book. And then I realized what that red stone was. Something so important. What if I had lost it? Calm down, calm down. You delivered it to me safely, didn't you? No accidents along the way, right? Professor Dumbledore smiled and conjured a glass of pumpkin juice, handing it to Adam. Adam took it and took a big gulp. But I'm just a young wizard. Last month, I didn't even know magic existed. What if someone had discovered it? They wouldn't have, Adam. The protective measures Nicholas Flamel placed on the Philosopher's Stone are far more secure than you imagine. Professor Dumbledore picked up the pouch containing the stone and said mysteriously, in fact, the Fidelius charm has been placed on this pouch. The Fidelius charm. Adam looked appropriately puzzled. It's a protective magic. You should have seen it on Nicholas Flamel's house. Unless you actively reveal it to someone, even if you place this pouch right in front of them and let them search the table thoroughly, they wouldn't find it. Adam looked astonished. That's incredible. Can I learn this spell? If you study hard, I believe you'll have the opportunity in the future. But at your current magical level, learning this charm is probably still too advanced. Professor Dumbledore shook his head, then continued. However, I will keep my promise and teach you the portkey charm. He took out a piece of paper, likely the Hufflepuff first-year timetable, and studied it for a moment before turning to Adam. I don't think taking up your weekend time is a good idea. How about Wednesday afternoon? You can stop by my office on your way from charms class. The headmaster's office was on the 8th floor. Among all the classes, only charms held on the 4th floor was conveniently on the way. No problem, Professor. Good, then it's settled. I have other matters to attend to. You may continue enjoying the refreshments. Please remember to close the door on your way out. Professor Dumbledore picked up the pouch containing the Philosopher's Stone and stood up. Just before reaching the door, he turned back to Adam. Oh, one more thing. Please keep the matter of the Philosopher's Stone to yourself, all right? Of course, Professor. Adam bit his spoon and gave a gentle badger-like smile. Adam rubbed his hands together and left the headmaster's office with profound satisfaction. After finishing his coconut ice cream, he couldn't resist approaching Fawkes and politely asked if he could touch it. Initially, he had only tried his luck expecting nothing, but to his surprise, Fawkes stared at him for a moment before nodding in agreement. The phoenix, which should actually be translated as an immortal bird, had wings and tail feathers that felt incredibly silky, while the down on its belly was impossibly soft. The sensation against his fingertips was utterly intoxicating. Unfortunately, since this was his first contact, Adam dared not overstep, otherwise he would have loved to scoop up Fawkes and take a deep sniff. But as he emerged from his blissful daze, and now sober Adam couldn't help but ponder. During his conversation with Professor Dumbledore, there was one question he had not asked: why would Nicholas Flamel trust him so easily, entrusting him with such an important matter? Could a complete stranger, merely a descendant of a friend, hand over the Philosopher's Stone just because he was young? Yet when he steered the conversation in that direction, Professor Dumbledore first diverted his attention with the Fidelius charm, then promptly slipped away, leaving him no chance to inquire. Could there truly be some other connection between him and Nicholas Flamel? Unable to verify this for now, Adam didn't dwell on it long. He returned to the dormitory and promptly dismissed it from his mind. The next morning was potions class. As Adam took out his cauldron, Eugene beside him said nothing but a seat away, couldn't hold back. Wait, are you going to brew potions in that same cauldron from yesterday? And won't you still use it for cooking later? Whatever he imagined, Colin's face turned pale. I don't want to eat food made from a cauldron that's boiled flobberworms. Don't worry, flobberworms aren't thrown directly into the cauldron. We usually use their juice. Is that the real issue here? Adam shrugged. What's the problem? Scourgify can clean the cauldron thoroughly. And honestly, flobberworm juice is a common thickener in potions. Don't you have to drink those potions too? That's different. Colin shook his head vehemently. Drinking potions was a necessity when ill, while eating Adam's cooking was for pleasure. Who would be so foolish as to actively consume something like that? This isn't the same cauldron. Eugene suddenly spoke. Adam looked at him in surprise. How did you figure that out? The cauldrons did have marks for identification, but they were on the bottom. Otherwise, these cauldrons were duplicated with a doubling charm and should be completely identical. Eugene thought for a moment and said, a guess. You have high standards for quality of life. You wouldn't skimp on something like this. Even if Scourgify could clean the cauldron perfectly, the psychological effect would still spoil the mood for eating. Unless one had a peculiar fetish, someone like Adam who disliked the school's food enough to cook himself wouldn't hesitate to buy a new cauldron. Wow, Eugene, you're amazing. Adam applauded Eugenie's cleverness while Colin stared at Adam in shock. Then you just now. He was teasing you. Bernard sighed and ruffled his partner's hair. Potions class required working in pairs. Initially, with 5 people in a dormitory, it was awkward to divide, but Uther had somehow gotten chummy with some girls from another dormitory, pairing up with their extra member. Bang! The door burst open with a loud noise, silencing the previously chattering classroom. Professor Snape strode briskly to the podium, his black robes billowing behind him like a flock of bats following a Dark Lord's steps. Turning around, Snape gathered his cloak and swept his gloomy eyes over every student. Each one he looked at shrank, their heads docile as quails. Except for one exception. Amid the cowering gazes, a pair of eyes brimming with excitement, a hint of admiration, and a tangle of complex emotions stood out starkly. Snape, a master of legilimency, couldn't help but squint, as if suddenly spotting something glaring. Frowning slightly in discomfort, Professor Snape began calling the roll. Adam Reed. He noted that name. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. Professor Snape's deliberately lowered voice echoed through the quiet classroom. He descended from the podium and slowly paced among the students. I don't expect you will truly understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron, with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind and snaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even stop her death, but only if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. Mr. Reed. Professor Snape had just stopped behind Adam. A sudden address usually startled students, but Adam appeared excited instead. Yes, Professor. Meeting those increasingly fervent eyes, Snape felt slightly uncomfortable and averted his gaze, turning back to the podium as he spoke. How would I process a fresh horned slug? Remove the innards and steam it. Tell me the precautions for using lionfish spines. Lionfish spines must be ground into powder before use, but be aware that this potion ingredient loses its potency rapidly after grinding. Therefore, it must be prepared just before brewing, stored whole, and preferably kept away from direct sunlight. Since Professor Snape asked for very broad precautions, Adam recited all the key points about that ingredient. That's enough. Snape cut off Adam's answer once third-year knowledge emerged. Mr. Reed, do you think you've learned enough to skip class? Is the first-year curriculum no longer sufficient for you? I know potions is a subject requiring precise operation, Professor, and I am very interested in it. But I also understand that practicing without proper guidance is dangerous and foolish. Adam thought he detected a subtle hint of at least you know your place in Professor Snape's eyes, though he might have been mistaken. So all I could do was memorize the theoretical part before officially studying the course at school, hoping to focus more on the professor's instructions during class. Professor Snape squinted at Adam for a moment, then suddenly asked, if I wanted to brew a wit-sharpening potion, how many slices of armadillo liver would I need? I believe the wit-sharpening potion uses armadillo bile, Professor. 2 pints are required. Professor Snape made no comment, but emitted a nasal sound. He then picked up his book and waved his wand at the blackboard without looking back. In fact, adding 2 1/16 pints yields a better effect, but 2 1/8 pints of armadillo bile turns the wit-sharpening potion into a deadly poison. Adam's eyes lit up. He opened his notes and jotted this down. Whether it was the more effective wit-sharpening potion or the lethal poison, both were incredibly useful. Merlin's beard, Adam, you're incredible. Cologne couldn't help exclaiming as they exited the potions classroom. Not only are you brilliant at your studies, but you also dared to answer Professor Snape's questions. I couldn't even move when he looked at me. It's not that big a deal. I'm just really interested in potions, Adam replied. After all, the Philosopher's Stone couldn't be consumed directly, one had to brew the elixir of life to prolong their lifespan, and some potions were indeed quite useful. Professor Snape might seem a bit intimidating, but he's actually a good person. As he spoke, Professor Snape walked past the group with a book in hand. His roommates, no, the entire corridor seemed to hit a mute button for a few seconds. Intimidating seems like an understatement. Cologne let out a sigh of relief. He had nearly choked holding back a remark earlier. Then he couldn't help blurting out the complaint stuck in his throat. Where on earth did you get the idea that Professor Snape is a good person? When I handed in my boil cure potion, he almost shoved the bottle into my eye socket. Adam thought to himself that a big part of that was probably because his potion was green, while everyone else's in the textbooks was blue. Swallowing that thought, he offered a more tactful explanation. Well, it is potions after all. The potions we brew are meant to be consumed, so naturally strictness is necessary. Just imagine, if the potions professor smiled all the time, gave decent marks regardless of whether your potion was up to standard, and never made exams hard for students. Would you dare drink a potion brewed by such a student? It was comparable to medical exams, which were notoriously among the strictest of all disciplines. Cologne thought about the terrifying outcome and shook his head. For one thing, even he wouldn't dare drink the boil cure potion he had just brewed himself. Couldn't he be strict in grading, but use a gentler approach in teaching? Bernard asked, looking dejected. As Cologne's partner, he had clearly been on the receiving end of Snape's sharp tongue as well. With so many students, this method might be more efficient, Adam replied. Professor Snape is the youngest potions master. He's probably very busy earning hundreds of galleons every minute. Is brewing potions that lucrative? Uther, who had been listening on the sidelines, widened his eyes. Such an astonishing ability to generate wealth would make even his family envious. Bernard was taken aback too. Being Muggle-born, he had exchanged currency at Gringotts and knew how many pounds a galleon was worth. Lawyers were already a high-income group, but he never imagined potion brewers. Suddenly a flash of insight struck Bernard. Potioneers were the wizarding world's equivalent of dentists. Oh no. Judging by Professor Snape's opening remarks, potioneers were the wizarding world's general practitioners. But even so, that income seemed absurdly high. Well, Adam's probably exaggerating about earning hundreds of galleons a minute. But considering the price of potions, if Professor Snape is truly a highly skilled potions master, his income must indeed be substantial. Cologne recalled, I heard from a customer at my family's shop about a potion called Felix Felicis. It costs several thousand galleons and is still hard to come by. Whoa, Uther and Bernard gasped. After some discussion, the three concluded that since Professor Snape was spending such precious time teaching them, they shouldn't be too demanding about his attitude. Adam didn't remind them that brewing Felix Felicis took 6 whole months and had a high failure rate. Strictly speaking, Snape's attitude was indeed somewhat problematic. But so what? Professor Snape was unquestionably the best potions professor in the entire British wizarding world. Which book is the wit sharpening potion in? Eugene suddenly walked up to Adam and asked. Advanced potion making, Adam replied, glancing at him in surprise. Was Eugene interested in potions too? Come to think of it, Eugene had handled the potion ingredients quite skillfully earlier and had worked perfectly with him during the brewing process. He must really like potions. Having received his answer, Eugene nodded and silently fell back to the rear of the group. Tired of roasted sausages, Adam opted for ratatouille and roasted chicken legs for lunch, along with some tortilla chips as a snack. The cheese-coated chips were quite tasty, though a bit high in calories. He wondered how Hogwarts students managed to stay in shape with such meals. Was it all thanks to Quidditch? Having not yet taken a flying lesson, Adam had no idea how physically demanding riding a broomstick was. That afternoon, they had their first transfiguration class. As soon as they entered the classroom, Adam dragged Eugene to the front row. Cologne and the others hesitated for a moment before sitting in the second row right behind them. They wanted to sit with their roommate, but their courage failed them. The second row felt safer. Once seated, Adam stared at the tabby cat on the podium. Professor McGonagall in her animagus form, his eyes gleaming and his hands itching. Professor McGonagall, who was busy pretending to be a cat, while actually scanning the students, paused slightly when she noticed Adam's gaze. Had she been discovered? In Adam's eyes, the tabby cat on the podium paws tucked and froze when it looked at him. Its pupils dilated, ears perked up, and its tail gave an involuntary flick. Whoa! Adam clutched his chest, a blissful expression on his face as he slumped onto the desk. What's wrong? Eugene asked with concern. Adam shook his head, eyes closed. No. It's nothing. He was simply suffering from a condition where he would die if he couldn't pet a cat. He should have brought Q and SBI along in his pocket to class. With that thought, Adam struggled to lift his head and look at Professor McGonagall on the podium, considering the feasibility of claiming ignorance of her true identity and sneaking a pet. On the podium, Professor McGonagall, now certain that she had been discovered, hesitated for a moment. She debated whether to transform back immediately, but ultimately stuck to her teaching plan, using her animagus form to spark students' interest in transfiguration during the first lesson. But since she had been found out, Professor McGonagall felt too embarrassed to continue her relaxed pose. She pulled her paws out from under her chest and sat upright on the podium. Seeing this, Adam realized he had given himself away and sighed, suppressing his itching hands. As the bell rang, Professor McGonagall scanned the room to confirm all students were present, then leaped off the podium, eliciting gasps from the students. She glanced at Adam, as sure enough there was no surprise in his eyes, but rather a hint of barely concealed regret. After a few seconds of thought, Professor McGonagall decided not to dwell on it and focus on the lesson. Fortunately, aside from his interest in cats, Adam was equally fascinated by transfiguration, especially as he grew more proficient with the Gamp's magic, using a combination of the transformation spell to shape and Gamps to create sweets. Adam could recreate desserts from his memory in any form. The only pity was that Gamp's magic could only conjure sweets for now. He would have to wait until he had sufficient magical prowess to experiment with conjuring other foods. Professor McGonagall's first lesson introduced the basics of the transfiguration charm, with the class assignment being to transform a matchstick into a needle. This task, converting one inanimate object into another of similar volume and shape, involved short-term material alteration and subtle morphological changes, making it a highly suitable introductory exercise. Adam pointed his wand at the matchstick and uttered the incantation. In the next moment, the matchstick elongated, sharpened, and took on a metallic sheen, ultimately transforming into a gleaming silver sewing needle. "Well done," exclaimed Professor McGonagall, who had already been observing Adam with particular interest. She approached, picked up the needle, and examined it. Not only was the material transformation remarkably uniform, but the form was nearly flawless, even including the eye of the needle at its tail. "Try to see if you can change it back," Professor McGonagall said, placing the needle back before Adam. He attempted it, but found it somewhat challenging this time. However, after a moment's contemplation, Adam grasped the key and succeeded in one try. "Excellent. 5 points to Hufflepuff." Professor McGonagall had been prepared to offer guidance if Adam faltered, yet he had accomplished this on his own. He was a transfiguration prodigy. With proper cultivation, he would surely become another master of transfiguration. As a professor at Hogwarts, what could be more fulfilling than seeing one's own students achieve great success in their chosen field? Professor McGonagall offered Adam a few words of delighted encouragement before moving on to instruct the others. Some students' matchsticks showed no change at all, indicating they had either failed to grasp the earlier explanation or encountered issues during spellcasting. After Professor McGonagall left, Adam stared at the matchstick and began to ponder his second casting. In his current understanding, the process of casting a spell was akin to navigating an endless labyrinthine maze with countless exits using magical energy. Moreover, the dead ends in this maze were not meaningless. They could potentially imbue the spell with special effects. The mage's method of spellcasting involved diligently researching to find the path from entrance to exit, then guiding their magical energy along that route. To achieve special effects, they would deliberately traverse specific dead ends. Of course, actual spellcasting also involved various esoteric elements, and was far more complex. This was a simplified description of the process. The advantage of this method was its simplicity and clarity. No incantation was needed, and external tools like wands merely served to amplify power. With sufficient magical energy, one could cast spells non-verbally, and without a wand once learned. The disadvantage was that the caster had to have a complete understanding of the magic. It was either known or unknown. Creating new magic required extensive time and effort for exploration and research, placing high demands on the creator. The wizard's method of spellcasting was comparatively crude. Their abilities stemmed from bloodline, allowing them to cast spells without precise control over the flow of magical energy. Their current technique involved first using an incantation and gestures to define a range encompassing both the entrance and exit, then simply channeling magical energy into the entrance. Although this resulted in some energy loss, the defined range ensured that the magical energy would only exit from the correct outlet, effectively achieving the spell's effect, much to the satisfaction of the wizard's ancestors. This method allowed for setting various different ranges for the same path, leading to multiple variations of the same spell. For instance, some variations offered higher precision with lower magical energy loss, while others incorporated certain dead ends to produce special effects. However, the drawbacks were evident. Inaccuracies during the initial definition of the range could lead to accidents, meaning that when inventing spells the results were highly random, and subsequent development was difficult to control. The task Professor McGonagall had just assigned was akin to, after channeling magical energy through this path, not waiting for the energy to dissipate and the spell to naturally end, but instead retracing the path from the exit back to the entrance. Adam suspected this was the principle behind counter curses, based on the observation that the flow of magical energy in Lumos and Nox was opposite. His successful transformation of the needle back into a matchstick further confirmed this hypothesis. Due to different cognitive dimensions, wizards perceive counter curses differently. They often used a counter curse with an incantation and gestures distinct from the original spell, essentially defining a new range. However, in Adam's view, the new range ultimately caused the magical energy to follow a path that was the reverse of the original spell's route. It was also easy to deduce that wizards' counter curses had another flaw: the inability to precisely control the direction of the infused magical energy. Not every spell could have a reversed path created simply by altering the range. In other words, not all spells could have counter curses developed for them. Fortunately, wizards were not entirely helpless. They could directly dismantle the range, allowing the magical energy to disperse through the interconnected maze and fail to sustain the spell. This, in a sense, also dispelled the magic which was the principle behind universal counter curses like finite incantum and priori incantum. Through this method, the vast majority of spells could be dispelled, except for the legendary 3 unforgivable curses, which had been proven to have no counter curses. Thinking this, Adam felt that even the unforgivable curses might not be entirely irreversible. According to this principle, perhaps his method could be used to attempt it. Unfortunately, no one was currently under an unforgivable curse, and he had no interest in subjecting himself to one to test it. Upon this realization, Adam suddenly saw that combining both casting methods, using wizard's magic as nourishment for rapid growth on the mage's path, seemed to be the optimal solution. By leveraging his ability to precisely control magical energy, he could quickly learn wizard-style spells, cast specific countercurses for each spell, and even utilize the ranges defined by wizard-style spells to adapt their casting methods into the mage's version. The last point might seem redundant, but it would greatly benefit Adam in both the early and late stages. For the early stage, Adam, the mage's version of spells, was simpler, more accurate, and more efficient to cast. Most importantly, his magical growth was proportional to his magical knowledge. The process of converting spells would inevitably enhance his understanding of magic. For the latest stage, Adam, mastering a vast array of spells and magical knowledge would require him to ascend higher and further. The mage's path would undoubtedly suit him better. Compared to wizards who knew the how but not the why of magic, Adam preferred to have complete control over his magical power. Furthermore, a wizard's, or rather a warlock's, potential was limited by bloodline, while a mage's potential was bounded by wisdom. If the bloodline originated from some deity or demon, it might be acceptable. But in this world, wizards' bloodlines stemmed from magical creatures intermarried with their ancestors. The apex of magical creatures was roughly equivalent to Fox, whom he had touched yesterday. This ceiling was far too low compared to that of a mage. Having found his path forward, Adam did not immediately plunge into fervent study. After all, his desire to research magic was to secure and enhance his life. With the Philosopher's Stone in hand, he had ample time to gradually enrich himself. There was no need to sacrifice present enjoyment for the sake of haste. The Wednesday of the second week of the first term was the day Adam encountered wizard's chess for the first time in his life. Check. With Crone's excited shout, the white king on Adam's side of the board, seeing the enemy piece moving before him, could not help but tremble on his throne. This was already the fourth time today. If not for the rules binding it, it would have wanted to flee. Adam glanced at the situation on the board, analyzed it for a moment, and said, "I lose." "Crone, you're really amazing at wizard's chess." "I am not that amazing." Crone twisted his body awkwardly on the sofa. "Adam, you're very skilled too. You've only just learned the rules, but you can already play quite decently." Adam smiled, stroked Xiao Ku and Sibi, who were curled up on his lap, and waved his wand to reset the wizard's chess pieces. After a game, wizard's chess resets itself, but it takes a little time. For those eager to start the next round like them, they could only transform it themselves or bring out another set. "By the way, Adam, how's your potions homework coming along?" "Already finished, so you'd better get moving." "Oh, what about you, Eugene?" "Finished." Alright, I'll write it after dinner." Crone didn't have the habit of copying others' homework. He asked just to gauge everyone else's progress. If everyone else was done, it was about time he started too. "Hey, why are you all in the dorm?" "Everyone's outside discussing tomorrow's flying class." Bernard and Uther returned to the dormitory, enthusiastically recounting stories they'd heard in the great hall to the three inside. "They're all fooling you. Even for wizards, parents won't let children who haven't started school ride broomsticks." Crone directed a pawn forward without looking up. "Actually, think about it. Broomsticks are like cars in the wizarding world. Which parent would let their child drive before getting a license? How dangerous." Under Adam's persuasion, the knight hesitantly moved forward to block the opponent's pawn. Eugene nodded in agreement. "What?" Uther and Bernard were shocked. All those people in the great hall earlier swearing by their stories. Was it all just a tall tale? Speaking of which, it's understandable that Bernard doesn't know, but Uther, you're from a wizarding family, don't you know? Crone looked up puzzled. "They told it so convincingly, I thought you British were different." Uther sighed and sat down on the sofa. "Oh right, Adam, the house elves in the kitchen asked us to give this to you." Uther rummaged in his pocket and took out a box, handing it to Adam. "What's inside?" "Are you making a new dish?" "It's a new snack." Adam opened the box, revealing it was packed full of chestnuts. The box was a gift from his grandmother, enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. This full box of chestnuts should last a good while. "I do need other ingredients for cake, and I'm busy this afternoon. Let's make some sugar-roasted chestnuts instead. We can make and eat them fresh tonight. After all, using magic to stir-fry wouldn't be tiring." "Great." Roommates, though they had no idea what sugar-roasted chestnuts were like, they knew to just eat whatever Adam made. That evening, the aroma of honey syrup and chestnuts filled the entire dormitory. The freshly cooked sugar-roasted chestnuts had split open, revealing a hint of golden yellow chestnut flesh through the cracks. With just a little squeeze, they could be opened easily. Popping a peeled chestnut into the mouth, the soft, sweet, and sticky flesh was still a little hot. As the chestnut was ground into a fine paste by the teeth, the sweetness of the syrup and honey combined with the faint sweetness from the starch breaking down under saliva created a layered sensation of bliss that brought extraordinary happiness. "I'll know if I keep eating like this I'll get fat. I think I already have a little belly." Uther, who had inadvertently devoured half a kilo, wailed on the bed, clutching his slightly rounded stomach. "Don't talk nonsense. You're not fat at all. That's just a normal reaction after a full meal. It'll go away once you digest it." Adam thought for a moment, then clarified for himself. And even if you do get fat, the food at Hogwarts is much richer in oil and sugar than what I make. At most, I'm only a secondary cause. Wah. I'm going to start losing weight. Seeing him so upset, Adam relented. All right, fine. Next time I cook, I just won't call you. Yeah, I'll eat your share for you. I'm not planning to watch my figure. Crone, who never got taller no matter what he ate, but also never got fat, said excitedly. No, Adam, you have to call me to eat together. Adam. He didn't quite understand people who wanted to lose weight. Tomorrow is my first ever flying lesson. Hope the weather is good. Bernard sighed. Riding a broomstick. Even though had accepted he was a wizard, it still felt so magical. Apart from those afraid of heights who could resist the allure of flight. Let's hope so. He didn't know exactly when he fell asleep, but when Adam woke up the sky was just barely light. Huh, why are you all up earlier than me today? Adam was surprised to find he was the last one up. Startled, he checked the alarm clock by his bed. His biological clock was fine, had woken up at about the same time as yesterday. Flying classes today? Everyone was too excited to sleep. Bernard said, while pulling on his socks. Speaking of Bernard, he had started out as a meticulously dressed young man with accessories like sock garters and shirt clips that initially made Adam, a country bumpkin, think they were some kind of special equipment. But under the influence of the other three, Bernard now just pulled on his socks and threw on his top. Uther, who still refused to go out without applying makeup, had thus jumped from second place to first on the list of time needed to get ready. Awesome. There are hardly any clouds today. It's definitely going to be a sunny day. Crone said, hands on his hips, looking out the window. Doesn't that mean it'll be really sunny? I think the sun in England can't make you any darker. Uther rolled his eyes at Crone upon hearing that. It seemed the entire first year had flying class today. In the common room, the Hufflepuffs were mostly honest, but in the Great Hall, countless students were boasting about their broomstick riding experiences. For instance, a certain platinum-haired young student was sharing his legendary experience of dodging a Muggle helicopter on a broomstick. At that distance, he would have been caught in the rotor blades, Bernard said with a strange expression. He didn't know much about broomsticks, but he knew about helicopters. So they were all just making up stories. Didn't we already know that? Adam patted Bernard on the shoulder. Let's go. Our flying class is first thing in the morning. The location for the flying lesson was the lawn in front of the Hogwarts gates. On the way to class, Bernard cast a strange glance at Adam, who appeared unervingly calm amidst the fervent atmosphere surrounding them. You don't seem very interested in the flying lesson. Adam always made him feel like a fake wizard from a Muggle family, curious about everything in the magical world, while Adam seemed to have a nonchalant familiarity with many things. Through their time together, he had come to understand that this stemmed from Adam's abundance of his own thoughts, yet he still found it somewhat incomprehensible. This was flying. It's not that I'm uninterested. Flying is an experience worth anticipating. It's just that this technique lacks practicality for me. Adam shrugged. I can't exactly ride a broomstick to my parents' restaurant. That's true. Bernard nodded. He didn't have any tangible inheritance to worry about, but Adam's words made him consider whether he should fully commit to the wizarding world in the future. The flying instructor was Madame Hooch, who also served as the referee for Hogwarts Quidditch matches. She had short gray hair and yellow eyes as sharp as a hawk's. Everyone stand next to a broomstick. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, make haste. It was clear she was a woman of swift action. Standing beside his broomstick, Adam noticed the twigs at the tail were somewhat disheveled, with visible signs of breakage in places, hoping it wouldn't affect its use later. Madame Hooch scanned the area and saw everyone was in position, then called out, "Extend your right hand over the broom and say up." Up. The broomstick leaped instantly into Adam's hand. Though some classmates failed on their first attempt due to overexcitement, they all succeeded after a few tries. Everyone gripped their broomsticks, their faces brimming with excitement. Don't rush. Before you actually take off, you need to understand some flying precautions. Madame Hooch began explaining how to properly hold the broomstick and sit on it without falling off. As she spoke, she walked past each student to correct their posture. Keep your body straight. Leaning too far forward will make your broom shoot ahead right from the start. Madame Hooch patted Bernard on the back and walked over to Adam. Very good. You can hold it more relaxed. If you want to play Quidditch, you can't grip the broom with both hands. What exactly is Quidditch? Bernard couldn't help muttering. He had heard classmates mention it yesterday, but couldn't find a chance to ask. It's a game where you ride brooms, hit balls, and catch a snitch. You might want to read Quidditch Through the Ages. I have it on my bookshelf. We'll check it out when we get back. All right, children, hold that pose, and remember what I just said. Grip your brooms firmly, rise a few feet, then lean slightly forward, and descend vertically back to the ground. When I blow my whistle, kick off the ground with both legs. Kick hard. Madame Hooch stood at the front of the line, silver whistle in hand, looking at the students. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2, 1. With a crisp whistle, Adam kicked off with force, his whole body lifting into the air. Hovering on the broom was a novel experience, but despite his prior mental preparation, he felt his heart race uncontrollably. At that moment, a commotion arose nearby. A classmate, too excited, had wobbled his upper body, causing the broom to jerk wildly. Madame Hooch called him down from the air and gave him a stern lecture. After the spectacle, Adam refocused on himself. Taking a few deep breaths to calm down, he began experimenting with controlling the broom, rising and descending. Once his feet touched the ground, he dismounted and gazed at the broom with sparkling eyes. While he had to admit brooms were indeed somewhat fun, he wondered what flying with wings felt like. Perhaps he should prioritize learning about the soaring card. Wow. Back on the ground, Bernard stumbled as he got off the broom, looking a bit wobbly and pale, yet his eyes shone brightly. Brooms are amazing. I never thought I'd fly in the sky. I mean, without a metal shell around me. The shell of an airplane isn't made of iron. But I agree with your first point. Hey, watch out. Adam. Adam turned to see Corin swerving in the air, his face panicked as he flew diagonally downward toward Adam on his broom. Adam's pupils contracted as an invisible magical array rapidly formed beneath his feet. Thump. A dull sound echoed as Corin collided with the air in front of Adam, as if hitting a thick shield. Thankfully, for some reason, he had suddenly lost control of his broom, and its speed had dropped significantly. In the end, Corin only fell from a height of about 3 or 4 steps. What did I just say? Madame Hooch rushed over, grabbed Corin, checked him for injuries, and then spoke angrily. Rise a few feet, then lean slightly forward, and descend vertically back to the ground. I don't care what tricks you've heard elsewhere. In my class you do as I say. If there's a next time, you'll be in detention. Releasing Corin, Madame Hooch cast a commanding glance at the other students. All of you remember that. She then explained how to move forward and backward in the air before dismissing the class, instructing them to memorize her final points for the next lesson, or they wouldn't be allowed on brooms. Are you okay? Adam walked over to Corin. I'm fine. Just a bit of a sore nose. Corin thought for a moment, but decided not to dwell on the oddity of the moment. The broom losing control, hitting empty air. It must have been an illusion caused by his panic. What happened back there? Corin's gaze shifted. I just remembered a Quidditch move I saw in the newspaper and wanted to try the pose, but be glad you didn't attempt the Wronski feint. Uther, who had walked over and overheard Corin, remarked teasingly. I'm not that stupid. And I know I was wrong, okay? When the broom went out of control, I was terrified. The accident during the flying lesson was merely a minor incident, and at the time it occurred, few paid it much heed. Not only beginners on broomsticks, but even professional Quidditch players often meet with accidents and even fatalities each year. Cologne's foul mood from that accident faded before lunch. Hey, Adam, want to go watch the Quidditch team practice? They're trying out new tactics today. Cologne bounced into the dormitory and saw Adam stroking his 2 kittens while writing something. Cologne knew Adam would refuse him. Sure enough, Adam replied without looking up. No, you go ahead. I'm not very interested in Quidditch practice. Watching Quidditch matches was acceptable. Though the game's balance was abysmal, its competitive nature was undeniable, and it often involved violence, which explained its popularity as the most widespread sport among wizards. But practice was dreadfully dull, consisting of repetitive catching drills and training to snatch high-speed golf balls. Adam had attended once and lost interest. If he had free time, he might go for a stroll, but he was busy now. Oh, Adam, come with me. I remember you finished all your homework. What's this? Cologne shuffled behind Adam and saw the parchment covered in dense text that seemed to dance, making his head spin. It's a thesis on potions. Midway through writing a word, the ink ran low. Adam discreetly cast a refilling charm on his quill. A potions thesis? That's not homework, is it? Why are you writing this? Remember after the last potions class when I went to ask Professor Snape questions? He told me that if I could prove my abilities, I wouldn't have to repeat the potion-making procedures I've already mastered in class. Instead, I could put more advanced knowledge into practice. Then he handed me a copy of Powerful Potions. Adam patted the book beside him. The knowledge in Powerful Potions was far beyond the curriculum for first-year students, but for Adam, it was merely a high-difficulty challenge. Although he suspected Professor Snape gave him the book as a deterrent, even if his final thesis wasn't outstanding, as long as it was substantive, Snape would likely berate him a bit before granting him permission to brew different potions from his classmates during class. But Adam still wanted to give it his best shot, hoping to surprise Professor Snape. I really don't understand overachievers like you. Cologne thought he might get out of homework, only to realize it was trading current assignments for harder ones. He quickly stepped away from the parchment. Then he'll go watch with Bernard and the others. And then be careful not to get hit by the ball. Don't ask, it's happened before. Though not in Hufflepuff. Adam spent another 2 days perfecting his thesis, undergoing 3 rounds of review and revision, and finally transcribed the final draft in neat, beautiful handwriting onto parchment. All the parchment sheets connected measured a full 4 feet in length. After the thick stack of parchment was placed on his desk, Professor Snape remained silent for an unusually long time before speaking. Merely piling up words does not elevate the quality of a thesis, Mr. Reed. I know, Professor. I've tried to keep the wording concise. Adam shrugged. His thesis used Powerful Potions as a springboard to organize his understanding and knowledge of potionology. Honestly, after writing it, his skill in potions seemed to have improved. Sometimes after finishing a later section, he would realize his earlier understanding was shallow and go back to revise. Hence the multiple drafts before completion. Professor Snape picked up the thesis and initially intended to skim it. He had already lifted the first page to turn it, but after reading a few lines he couldn't help frowning and returned to the first line to read it word by word. You may go back now. After I finish reading I will summon you. After reading the first paragraph, Professor Snape set down the thesis and said, "All right, thank you, Professor Snape." Professor Snape had developed a kind of immunity to Adam. Initially seeing Adam's demeanor, so different from other students before him, Snape would frown, turn away, and look mildly disgusted. But now Snape could nod with a natural expression. Walking out of Professor Snape's office, Adam stroked his chin and thought, could he approach other professors with the same method to accelerate his learning? Although the progress of converting wizard spells into mage magic was slow, due to his limited magical knowledge, his speed in learning spells was remarkably fast. Hogwarts faculty was exceptionally impressive. Except for the defense against the dark arts professor, every other subject's teacher was a top expert in their field. As the saying goes, not taking advantage when it's available is a loss. Even with Professor Dumbledore, Adam had built rapport with Fawkes and continued to visit after mastering the Portkey charm. There was no reason to pass up the other professors' resources. After graduation, such opportunities would be hard to come by. Thus on that fine afternoon, Adam strode into various professors' offices with the brisk pace of someone rushing to grab discounted eggs at the supermarket, then returned laden with a stack of hefty tomes. "Adam, did you go to the library?" Only Uther was in the dorm when Adam returned. He looked at Adam in surprise. "I just came back from the library. How didn't I see you?" "These aren't books borrowed from the library." Adam arranged the books neatly on his nightstand. "They're borrowed from the professors." "Professors? Which professor?" "Several. This one is from Professor McGonagall, these two from Professor Flitwick, this one from Professor Sprout." Wait. Did you attend some kind of book exchange hosted by the professors?" "Why would the professors lend you books?" "Because I felt the pace of class content was a bit slow and wanted to expand my knowledge." Uther opened his mouth as if to speak, then wore an expression that said, "Do you even hear yourself?" After a long pause he asked, "And the professors agreed?" "You could say they agreed. Professors like McGonagall initially advised me to build a solid foundation, but I spent some time convincing them." Adam blinked and decided to skip the specifics of the convincing part, like turning a teacup in McGonagall's office into a cockatoo or demonstrating a silent wandless levitation charm for Professor Flitwick. Things like that. In comparison, Professor Sprout was the hardest to convince. But after Adam's persistent coaxing, the gentle witch relented, gave him a book after a few test questions, and reluctantly agreed to take him to Greenhouse 3 on weekends to care for mandrakes. "So much stuff. Can you manage to learn it all?" Uther felt a headache just looking at the stack of books. "Actually, it's manageable. I've been self-studying all along, and I still have time to hang out with you all right. Now with professors guiding me, my study time hasn't increased, but my efficiency is certainly higher than when I studied alone." Spy wasn't on the bed, so Adam picked up Xiaoku and gave it a sniff. "Effective learning makes me happy. Unlike the tedious memorization of knowledge that would be 99% useless after graduation, in his past life, learning magic was addictive like working out. The feeling of continuous self-improvement was truly captivating." Whatever makes you happy. With the help of several professors, Adam's life began to fall into a regular and healthy rhythm. Since each subject had only one professor, the coursework at Hogwarts was quite relaxed. All 8 classes met once a week for a double period. Even with 6 subjects, excluding flying and history of magic, having additional tutoring sessions, Adam still found it easier than his university days in his previous life. From his roommates' perspective, Adam bore nearly double their academic pressure, often heading to the library or elsewhere for his own pursuits, yet still found time to play wizard chess with them, watch Quidditch practice, and even experiment with recipes. "Adam, are you sure you're all right?" Colin hesitated, looking at Adam, who had just set down a book. "If you're tired, you don't have to come." "Of course I'm not tired. I was just reading. It's a form of relaxation for me." Colin glanced at the book's cover, advanced potion making. Well, it hardly looked like light reading. But why did it seem so worn? He remembered Adam taking good care of his books. Adam tucked Coco and Sibby into his pockets, grabbed his bag, and turned at the dormitory door to look at Colin, who hadn't moved. "Let's go. We promised to meet them, remember? Don't keep them waiting." By the time they arrived, most were already there. As it started, Adam sat on the bench and turned to Cedric beside him. The Hufflepuff Quidditch team was still composed of upperclassmen, and Cedric wasn't the seeker yet. "Not yet, it's about to begin." Cedric's eyes drifted to Adam's bag as nearby students gathered around. Understanding, Adam pulled out a stack of plastic containers from his bag. "No rush. Let me see, these are raspberry nut cookies, these are chocolate chip, these are caramel, and these are salted rose cookies." The containers were soon devoured, replaced by a handful of silver sickles in Adam's bag. "Anyone want drinks?" "Same as usual. Bring your own cup." A pile of cups appeared before Adam. "What are you selling next time?" Popcorn maybe. It's been a while." Filling a cup with cola, Adam thought for a moment. "Awesome. I love the white popcorn made from rice. Can you make extra? I prefer caramel corn." "Sure thing." How Adam's snack stand came to be, he himself couldn't quite explain. At first he just felt like having snacks while watching Quidditch practice, so he brought some for his roommates, then for familiar classmates, and then, well, Hogwarts ovens were enormous. Making a batch was just a flick of his wand. The ingredients came from the kitchen, so he never thought to charge. Besides, this was Hufflepuff. If these classmates survived the next 7 years, they'd become key figures in the wizarding world. Building the reputation of Adam brand treats would greatly help him open branches later. But from the first student who felt guilty and paid him 2 sickles, everyone started paying. Then Adam went from bringing snacks only during Quidditch practice to having set hours from making whatever he had to announcing future items and eventually selling cola and other drinks. Now his snack stand's customer base had spread across all of Hufflepuff, even creeping into other houses. Such was the far-reaching impact of a simple "Watcha eating. Share some." When Quidditch practice began, the Badgers sat in rows, each with a drink and cookies, eagerly awaiting the day's highlights. Speaking of which, next week is Halloween. Colin's cheeks were puffed out, yet he still spoke clearly. "Is it? I don't keep track of dates." Adam broke a cookie into pieces for Coco, and Sibby pausing. "When is Halloween again?" "Oh, the year's almost over. Haven't you noticed it's getting colder?" "I haven't paid much attention. But it does seem to rain more often and the wind's strong." A sudden cheer erupted around them. Adam and Colin looked to the pitch. The keeper had blocked the quaffle with an impressive double figure-8 loop. The escalating excitement ended their conversation as they focused on the practice. It turned out Adam truly didn't keep track of dates, until he woke one morning to a thick scent of pumpkin, realizing Halloween night had arrived. "Should I prepare some candy?" Adam sat on the small sofa, stroking his chin. Yes. Candy will be a hit today." Colin, just awake, perked up instantly. "I think you just want some yourself." Bernard rolled his eyes. No morning classes. Where are you off to?" Uther, applying eyeliner in front of the mirror, looked curiously at Bernard heading out. I'm going to the library to read." Bernard left the dorm. Uther blinked at the closed door. "Something feels off. Don't you think Bernard's been going to the library a lot lately?" "Has he?" "Yeah. But going to the library isn't strange. Eugene and Adam do it all the time." Eugene, munching on Adam brand fish crackers, nodded. "True." Uther dropped the thought and returned to his eyeliner. To celebrate Halloween, Adam made a lot of candy, this time using Gamp's magic instead of kitchen tools. Speaking of which, cookies and other sweets can be conjured with Gamp's magic too. Why do you make them step by step? Coco pawed a transparent spherical candy with a pumpkin-shaped filling toward itself. Because every batch of cookies has subtle differences in flavor and texture, something Gamp's magic can't achieve. "I enjoy the process of making food itself." Adam sprinkled sparkling powder from his fingertips, turning rows of conjured candy into real ones, then added, "Of course it helps that most steps can be done with magic, so it's never too tiring. This time I couldn't be bothered with all that." "Which do you prefer, Gamp's conjured treats or handmade ones?" Coco was still pondering when Sibby spoke. "I love everything Adam makes you a..." Coco froze, turning to look at Sibby, who poked his head out of a pumpkin head meant for candy, smirking at him. Coco dropped the candy, let out a growl, and pounced into the pumpkin head, its lid snapping shut. When Adam turned, he only saw 2 tails thrashing wildly through the pumpkin's eye holes. "Looks like they've had too much sugar again." "Oh well, a simple reparo would fix the pumpkin head if it broke. Let them have their fun." Perhaps it was the overly comfortable life since enrollment that made Adam forget he was in the safest school in the world. "A troll in the dungeons. I thought you ought to know." With Professor Quirrell collapsing to the ground with a thud, the entire Great Hall fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into deafening screams. Adam was savoring the sweet, rich pumpkin pie. When he saw this scene, he put down his fork and fell into silence. "A troll? Why would such a creature appear in Hogwarts?" Corin exclaimed. Just then, several loud noises drew everyone's attention. Silence. Professor Dumbledore conjured a few fireworks with his wand and cast a sonorous charm. Once everyone was looking at him, he immediately said, "Prefects, lead the students back to their dormitories immediately. It's just a troll. Oh, any professor should be able to handle it easily, right? Why cancel the Halloween feast because of it?" Bernard said disappointedly on the way back. "The troll itself isn't the problem. Why a troll appeared inside Hogwarts is the real issue. That's not a creature known for stealth and sneaking in, as someone must have brought it in." Uther analyzed calmly. "Someone must be trying to use this to do something shady. How detestable that person is. I've been looking forward to tonight's feast for an entire month, and I only had 1 bite of that pumpkin pie." Corin covered his face and complained, "I hope we can get the leftover pumpkin pie from the house elves when we pass the kitchen." Speaking of which, the food in the Great Hall will probably be disposed of right. However, to Corin's disappointment, Bruce stopped him from leaving the group, even though going to the kitchen was completely on the way back to the dormitory. In fact, Corin wasn't the only Badger with the same idea. "Sorry everyone, there's been an incident at school. Professor Dumbledore has entrusted me with ensuring that no one leaves my sight. Please don't make this difficult for me, all right?" Bruce clasped his hands together, his tone earnest. The thwarted Badgers couldn't really blame him for anything, and could only follow the group back to the common room in disappointment. After what had just happened, no one could bear to go back to their dorms. They all gathered in the common room, discussing what had happened. The sudden appearance of a troll in Hogwarts was clearly abnormal, and a flurry of theories emerged, each more terrifying than the last. One person even suggested that it might be a scheme orchestrated by you-know-who. Adam couldn't help but glance at him. The young man's guess was quite accurate. Although the speculation about you-know-who was dismissed for being too lowbrow, the common room was still filled with unease due to all the conjecture. The professor's earlier reactions and the creeping hunger brought on by the interrupted feast only amplified this mood. I say, since the Hogwarts feast is cancelled, why can't we Hufflepuffs have our own Halloween banquet? Adam stepped forward at this moment. But, didn't they say we can't go to the kitchen? A senior student who had previously wanted to go to the kitchen, but was stopped, looked at Bruce and Vivian, and unsurprisingly received the same negative response. Yes, we can't go to the kitchen, but to celebrate Halloween I happen to have prepared some food. Though it's mainly sweets, cookies, and some pumpkin pie, and such, at least it can fill your growling stomachs. Adam said, looking at Bruce, if that's allowed. Of course. Bruce patted his own growling little stomach. I'm sure the professors won't mind us having a little party of our own in the common room. Excellent. What are you waiting for? A starving Hufflepuff said with gleaming eyes, bring out the food, my wallet is ready. The other Hufflepuffs chimed in, seeing Adam's food as a lifeline at this moment. Don't rush, there's some preparation to do first. Adam took out his wand amidst everyone's eager gazes and walked toward the round table in the center of the common room. Come, ladies and gentlemen by the round table, please move aside a bit to make room for me to enlarge the table. Leave it to me. Vivian waved her wand, the flower pot on the table flew to the shelves on both sides, and the entire table suddenly grew taller, its surface expanding several times. Thank you, Vivian, that should do. They'll go get the food now. Adam hurried off toward the dormitory. While waiting for Adam's return, the other excited badgers didn't stay idle. One by one they pulled out their wands and gave the common room a major makeover, moving sofas aside, turning lampshades into jack-o'-lanterns, conjuring Halloween decorations on the walls, and so on. And Adam didn't let everyone's efforts go to waste. By the time they were done, the entire common room was filled with a rich, sweet aroma of pumpkin. Under everyone's eager gaze, Adam finally returned. Behind him, pumpkin heads filled with candies and golden-baked pumpkin pies floated in the air, following his footsteps. Besides these, there were pumpkin-shaped cookies, pitchers of pumpkin juice. All kinds of pumpkin products and pumpkin-related foods, both familiar and unfamiliar. They landed on the table in an orderly fashion, and even after the table was full, many still floated in the air. Put them over here. Cedric turned a sofa placed against the wall into a table, and several upperclassmen skilled in transfiguration followed suit, turning temporarily and used items into tables. Adam readily directed the food to those tables. Adam, give us the price quickly. Oh, I can't wait to start eating. The Hufflepuff who spoke had already picked up an entire plate of pumpkin cookies. These little pumpkin-shaped treats exuded a strong pumpkin aroma, practically seducing him. This is a buffet. Unlimited variety, unlimited quantity, 5 silver sickles per person, and then you can enjoy all of this to your heart's content. This incident was sudden, and all the food, including the candies and everything Adam conjured afterward, was created by Gandalf's transformation. Aside from the labor of casting spells, the cost was 0, since they were classmates had just charged a symbolic amount. As soon as Adam finished speaking, it took everyone a few seconds to grasp the concept of a buffet, and then the common room erupted in cheers. Long live Adam. What could 5 silver sickles buy? A single butterbeer cost 2 silver sickles. Adam placed his satchel in a corner as a cashier point, telling everyone to just put their money in and start eating. After a brief trip back to the dorms for money and a queue to pay, the little badgers surged toward the table laden with delicious food. The first to run was the senior who had taken the whole plate earlier. He rushed to the table, grabbed a pumpkin-shaped cookie, threw it into his mouth, and his face was instantly filled with a blissful smile. The sofas and armchairs in the common room were clearly insufficient for the entire Hufflepuff student body. Therefore, adhering to the principle that if only a few could have them, then none should, they were all transformed into small round tables laden with food, forcing every Hufflepuff to stand throughout the entire meal. Yet the young badgers wiped their mouths and declared it a minor inconvenience. Staying at one table meant missing out on the full variety. They needed to circulate among the tables anyway. Besides, standing made them eat more. That evening's feast was a private Hufflepuff celebration. Somehow a few professors later caught wind of it. Professor Sprout mentioned it one day while Adam was tending to the venomous tentacles. You did splendidly. Good food has the power to soothe the soul, and sweets in particular lift the spirits, don't they? Professor Sprout gifted Adam a box of Honeydukes assorted sweets. She also asked about the opening time of his shop, expressing a desire to visit and try the pumpkin pies and candies that had earned such high praise from so many Hufflepuffs. Hearing this from his own head of house, Adam felt a twinge of peculiarity. Why did he have the uncanny feeling he was playing a management simulation game? Reputation score met, special customer unlocked. Before long, he discovered that this particular special customer might not be the only one. Adam, Cedric came looking for you just now. Uther walked into the dormitory with a hint of confusion, brushing past Cedric. He was placing orders for Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore. Adam's expression was also complex, but he quickly refocused on the chess game before him. Queen take the opponent's bishop. Thanks to Adam's recent progress, the chess pieces had ample confidence in his skills. The white queen shattered the black bishop with her scepter. Rook move back. Colin commanded his peace, then looked at Bernard, who had returned with youthful curiosity on his face. An owl post package. What did you buy, eh? I didn't buy it. It's from my parents. I wrote to them about the troll incident, and they sent me some things for protection. Bernard opened the package, revealing its contents: 2 pistols, 10 boxes of ammunition, and 5 grenades. Adam's eyes widened at the sight. My heavens, Bernard, is your family in this kind of business? I told you my parents are lawyers. But they know the dealer well. Sometimes they handle tricky cases. Bernard picked up a revolver amidst Adam's complex gaze, handling it with practiced ease as he loaded it. What is that? Colin lost interest in the chess game, staring curiously at the object in Bernard's hand as he picked up a round item from the package. Muggle weapons. I suppose they're similar to a wizard's killing curse. Bernard said nonchalantly, then glanced at Colin and added a warning: don't pull the ring on that. It's a white phosphorus grenade. What a... X4. Colin and Uther looked at Bernard in alarm. Even Eugene leaped down from his bed. Adam, however, stared in terror at Colon's hand, quickly and carefully prying the white phosphorus grenade from his grip. Guns were one thing, but this. Who exactly were Bernard's parents acquainted with to get their hands on such things? The dormitory fell into a silence, so profound a pin drop could be heard. Bernard looked up, puzzled by everyone's reaction. What's the matter? Ahem, Bernard, your analogy is a bit off. These weapons can be lethal, but they're not quite the same as the killing curse. Adam, seeing their reactions, figured out the issue, but then noticed something else amiss. By the way, how do you know about the killing curse? I read it in a book. Bernard still didn't grasp the problem. A book? What book would describe the killing curse? Uther eyed him suspiciously. A book in the library. Bernard's gaze shifted guiltily. Which book in the library? Eugene pressed. Fine, I snuck into the restricted section and saw it. Bernard confessed, resigned. The restricted section. How did you get in? Colon's eyes lit up, only to receive an elbow from Uther. Wrong focus. After a moment's thought, Colin lashed onto another point. Adam, how do you know about the killing curse? Well, at first Madame Pants wouldn't let me in, so I taught myself the unlocking charm and the disillusionment charm. Bernard, sensing the tense atmosphere, confessed truthfully. Adam gasped, fully aware of the difficulty of those spells, especially the disillusionment charm. Was Bernard's talent perhaps a bit misplaced for Hufflepuff? Nevertheless, for safety's sake, Adam offered a kind warning. Bernard, many books in the restricted section are cursed with malicious spells. You must be careful. No sooner had he spoken than Adam noticed the other 3 looking at him with strange expressions. It seems we need to educate you too on the severity of the unforgivable curses. I don't want to wake up one day to find you not in your beds, but in Azkaban. Uther's face was stern. Eugene and Colin nodded in agreement. In the restricted section. How could you go to such a dangerous place? Adam, who had yet to do anything wrong, but was being lectured nonetheless, stammered. No, wait, listen, I can explain. After a thorough explanation, Bernard rubbed his chin in sudden realization. I see. I understand why the Imperius curse and the Cruciatus curse are unforgivable, but why is the killing curse? There must be plenty of spells that can kill, right? There are indeed many lethal spells, but the killing curse serves only to kill. Moreover, it requires a very firm, clear intent to murder for it to work. As Adam finished, he noticed Uther and the others staring at him even more oddly. No, I actually. Before Adam could explain, Uther patted his shoulder and sighed. Go get an Egyptian passport. If you ever end up in Azkaban, I can ask my father to arrange your extradition to Egypt. Adam was speechless. Thanks, but I don't think he'll need it. As he said, there were far too many lethal spells. The killing curse was arguably less efficient. Don't look at me. Look at Bernard. I just have theoretical knowledge. His bag is far more incriminating than anything I know, isn't it? Especially the white phosphorus grenade. Adam then proceeded to educate his 3 roommates about white phosphorus munitions. The 3 looked from Bernard to Adam. Are all you muggles this terrifying? What does this have to do with me? Adam's protest was utterly innocent. My parents just wanted to ensure my safety at school. Bernard started off a bit sheepish, but soon straightened his back. The troll breaking into Hogwarts hasn't been fully explained yet. What if there's another danger? A pistol might not hurt a troll, but a white phosphorus grenade should work. I'm just a first-year student. In my very first term at Hogwarts, I experienced a troll invasion. I'm terrified. Can't I have some means of self-defense? But did it have to be so excessively well-armed? Adam clapped Bernard on the back. Brother, introduce me to your parents. To Bernard's disappointment, the Black Lake had frozen over enough for skating by November, yet no strange new entity had entered Hogwarts. Eugene, I get Bernard, but why are you so disappointed too? It was rare for all 5 to have lunch together in the Great Hall. Clovis stared incredulously at Eugene beside him, who had just muttered, what a pity, after Bernard's complaint. The troll must have been brought into Hogwarts by someone. That person had a purpose. Since they've made no other move for so long, either they've already achieved their goal, or they're still plotting in the shadows. Uther sliced off a piece of sausage and put it into his mouth. Eugene nodded in agreement. Clovis scratched his head, knowing his roommate's reasoning was sound, but maybe Professor Dumbledore has already dealt with him. After all, he's the greatest wizard of the century. That's true. If Professor Dumbledore solved the problem, he probably wouldn't tell us anyway. Uther nodded. What do you think, Adam? Eugene turned to Adam. Me, eh? Adam raised an eyebrow. If Eugene agreed with Uther, he wouldn't have asked. Had he noticed something? I don't think it's over yet. Of course I'm just guessing. I feel the same way. It's a strange intuition. Since becoming closer, Eugene spoke a bit more, but rarely expressed his feelings so openly. The other three fell silent for a moment. Oh, whatever. Professor Dumbledore will solve everything right. Let's think about something good like the Quidditch match starting tomorrow. Clovis broke the silence. Have you all heard? Gryffindor's seeker this year is a first-year none other than the boy who lived Harry Potter. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Honestly, I'm not looking forward to it. Uther skillfully changed the subject. From what Hannah and the others say, Slytherin always plays dirty in matches, stopping at nothing to win. Even if Harry Potter is brilliant, he might not win, unless he catches the golden snitch right at the start. Despite that, everyone honestly gathered in the Quidditch stands the next day. This is my first time seeing Quidditch from this angle. Bernard had to raise his voice over the surrounding noise. Actually, same here. Clovis leaned eagerly on the railing. Look, they're coming out. Adam looked down. From the stands, the distance was too great. He could only make out the green and red teams below, not which player was which. The shortest figure in red was probably Harry. They had briefly met at the start of term, but hadn't interacted much since. After all, Gryffindor and Hufflepuff only shared astronomy and history of magic classes, and Adam himself had kept a certain distance. With a sharp whistle from Madame Hooch's silver whistle, both teams ascended high into the air almost simultaneously. Whoa! Gasps rippled through the stands, mostly from first years seeing a real Quidditch match for the first time. The quaffle was fiercely contested between the two teams' chasers. Keepers were vigilant, guarding the three hoops from being breached. Beaters protected their teammates from bludger attacks. And the seekers. Both seekers were circling the edges, for the golden snitch was nowhere in sight. Dirty. Clovis slapped the railing in excitement. He wasn't the only one, as a Slytherin beater smacked a bludger toward a Gryffindor chaser, nearly knocking them off their broom. Isn't that a foul? Bernard's eyes widened. Such behavior was unthinkable in the Muggle world. Of course not. It's within the rules. No one can guarantee where a deflected ball might end up. Well, that makes some sense. But the situation on the field quickly changed. That first hit seemed like a signal. The Slytherin Quidditch team rapidly displayed their flexible morality, teetering on the edge of fouling repeatedly. Madame Hooch's silver whistle blew again and again, only forcing Slytherin to make their fouls more subtle and harder to call, doing nothing to awaken their sportsmanship. Even Adam couldn't help but mutter, these guys should swap their snake flag for the flag of a cheating nation. They're shameless. Quidditch rules have too many gray areas for those who want to exploit them. Adam and his friends were by the railing. As the match progressed, more students crowded around. The one who spoke was Cedric. He sighed, looking at the chaotic scene on the field. This is why Hufflepuff rarely wins. We always prioritize the fun of Quidditch, but it seems we're the only ones who think that way. If Hufflepuff were that cutthroat with Cedric's talent, he would have made the team by now. Hufflepuff wouldn't drop any member just to win. Ravenclaw was different. They had a competitive drive, but wouldn't let training interfere with personal life. Thus their team's skill varied wildly, perpetually vying for third or fourth place with Hufflepuff. As for Slytherin, whose playstyle resembled that of a certain cheating nation. Look at the field. Clovis' shout drew everyone's attention. Harry was struggling to control his rogue broom. It had suddenly started shaking, bucking, and spinning wildly in the air. What's happening? Did Harry Potter's broom get damaged? Clovis rubbed his chin, analyzing. I heard the school's brooms are all really old models. The old models are for flying class. Match brooms are reliable, high-quality gear. Usually only a curse can interfere with their operation. Cedric's expression was grim. But a curse? How dare Slytherin? Last year the most extreme thing Slytherin did was ram into people. In a few years would they be hurling spells at each other in the air? I remember a curse requires the caster to keep their eyes on the target and mutter the incantation right. Let's find out who it is. Clovis shook his fist. But after searching they couldn't spot anyone casting. None of the Slytherins on the field fit the criteria. Looks like the worst-case scenario. The caster is in the stands. But how could they find that person among so many? Or rather, what would Hufflepuff do if they encountered such a situation? Maybe it's even worse. Eugene suddenly spoke, squinting at Harry, who was still rising higher amidst the turbulence. Perhaps the caster isn't trying to help Slytherin. They simply want to harm someone. Uther was stunned, recalling what Eugene had said yesterday. You mean? The one who brought the troll into Hogwarts. Eugene nodded. Eugenie's acuity had shocked Adam more than once, but Adam was nonetheless astounded once again. Adam asked skeptically, is this just a feeling? Any clues? No, just an inexplicable sensation. Eugene shook his head. I rarely experience this, but whenever such feelings arise they are often accurate. And how accurate they were. Watching his classmates lost in thought, Adam was momentarily speechless, unable to tell them that there was a Voldemort on the back of Professor Quirrell's head. Fortunately, Eugenie's speculation remained merely that. A guess. Everyone's attention returned to the field. The Slytherin team had exploited Harry's loss of control to score relentlessly, soon racking up 40 points. A Quidditch match ultimately hinged on points, Catching the golden snitch merely signaled the end of the game. Even though the snitch was worth 150 points, if the gap between the two teams was too vast, a comeback could still prove impossible. What a pity. Looks like Slytherin will win again, Cedric sighed. Do you want Gryffindor to win? Corin asked curiously. Not that I want Gryffindor to win, but I want Slytherin to lose. I hate to say it, but no house in this school wants to see Slytherin claim the Quidditch Cup or the House Cup, except Slytherin itself. Cedric glanced around, ensuring only Hufflepuffs were nearby, before continuing. Their victories always strip the honor of its luster, and their smug demeanor afterward makes you want to punch them. You'll see it soon enough. So Slytherin wins often, Uther remarked, watching the Slytherin captain grab the quaffle again for a shot. After all, those who stop at nothing always have the advantage. Cedric shrugged, and turned to leave, apparently unwilling to witness Slytherin's triumph. Just then the sounds around them erupted into chaos, not the kind that accompanied a Slytherin victory. Frowning, Cedric pushed back to the railing and looked down. Harry Potter was on his knees, but in his raised hand, he clutched the golden snitch. Cedric froze for a moment before glancing at the scoreboard. The gap between Gryffindor and Slytherin was far less than 150 points. In other words, Gryffindor had won. What did I miss? On the way back to the castle, Cedric wore an expression of sheer anguish the entire time. Harry suddenly accelerated, probably spotting the snitch, then dove straight toward the ground. Finally, he knelt there coughing and spat out the snitch. That's what happened, Corin recounted. To be honest, we didn't see clearly either. Adam comforted him. It sounds complicated, but it happened in the blink of an eye. By the time we realized that Harry was already holding up the snitch. At least you saw it. Cedric sighed and turned to Adam. Can I have 2 pumpkin pasties to heal my wounded heart? Come to my dorm later to get them. Adam sighed. He really shouldn't have felt sympathy for this guy. Thanks. Cedric patted Adam on the back and ran off into the distance. I have classes this afternoon. He'll catch you after dinner. The sudden incident on the Quidditch pitch seemed to be just an accident. By the second match, only a few people still remembered it. Soon Christmas was approaching, and Hogwarts once again brimmed with festive atmosphere. None of you are going home? Adam asked, packing his luggage as he looked at his roommates who showed no signs of moving. Uther shrugged. My family's in Egypt. It's not worth flying back for just a few days off. Corin sighed. My parents went to the dragon farm to stock up. I'd be alone at home anyway, so I might as well stay in the dorm. Eugene was silent for a moment. I don't want to go back. Hearing his reason, the others wisely chose not to press further and turned to Bernard. I want to see how wizards spend Christmas, Bernard said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Adam had noticed before that this guy was exceptionally curious and incredibly proactive. He had even dared to venture alone into the restricted section. Adam suspected he might have already checked out the room on the 4th floor. Well, since none of you are going back, maybe you'll stay for Christmas too, Adam mused, stroking his chin. No, don't worry about us. If your family is waiting for you to spend Christmas together, go ahead. The 4 of us won't feel lonely. Corin waved his hand magnanimously. Actually, my family doesn't celebrate Christmas. We celebrate the Chinese New Year. Christmas is just a regular holiday for us. Besides, if I think about it, making a batch of gingerbread men and candy canes for Christmas should be quite popular. Adam's eyes lit up as he spoke. Maybe we can make a killing. Without delay, Adam picked up his quill to write to his parents, and their reply arrived early on Christmas Eve. All set. Back in the dorm, Adam set down the letter and the package that had come with it. Not only did my parents agree, but they also sent me some ingredients. How thoughtful. What's in there? Hearing it was food, his roommates instantly perked up. Those who had been trying to catch some extra sleep reluctantly crawled out from under their blankets. Given the weather, even an iron body couldn't resist the magnetic pull of the bed. Various sugars, maple syrup, malt sugar, and brown sugar, and osmanthus honey. Adam opened the package, lining up boxes exuding distinct sweet aromas on the table. His eyes lit up at the last one, and glutinous rice. Mom's so thoughtful. I remember I had some red dates before. Should I make new amici? Or 8 treasure rice pudding? There's still some red bean paste left from last time. Slurp, gulp. A synchronized chorus of swallowing echoed in the dorm. Though they didn't understand whatever Adam made, they just needed to eat it. Yet after swallowing, Corin looked at the various ingredients, each in small quantities, with concern. There are many types, but each is just a little. Is it really enough to sell? Don't worry, these ingredients are plenty. After all, I have magic. Adam packed the ingredients away, recipes already forming in his mind. His plan to launch Adam's shop across Hogwarts had been thwarted at Halloween, but this time he was determined to let the entire school experience the power of mysterious Eastern cuisine. On the morning of Christmas Eve, Adam pushed his trolley into the castle's grand hall, startled by the crowd gathered before him. What was happening? Adam, you've finally arrived. Leveraging his height advantage and familiarity with Adam's route, Cedric quickly spotted him squeezed out of the crowd and approached Adam. Wow. You even got yourself a cart. The surface of the trolley revealed only lids of various materials and shapes. Cedric sniffed, but couldn't identify the specific aroma. Curiosity piqued. What's all this inside? All sorts of delicious treats. Adam played coy, glancing at the crowd nearby. What are you all up to? Waiting for you. Waiting for me. Exactly. Remember that ad you posted in the common room? Adam hesitated. Of course I remember. But are there really this many Hufflepuffs staying at Hogwarts for Christmas? Some decided not to go home after hearing the news, but that's not the point. Cedric glanced at the group of those on the periphery had already noticed them. Seeing so many Hufflepuffs gathered here, students from other houses got curious and joined in. The crowd just kept growing. Cedric looked at Adam, who swallowed nervously and shrugged. Anyway, I hope you've prepared enough food. It seems like almost everyone staying at Hogwarts for the holidays is here. Oh dear. Adam hesitated. It should be enough. After all, he could conjure more if needed. The twin spirits from the cards were already inside the trolley. But isn't it a bit much to have so many people gathered here? It's almost filling up the hall, making it hard for others to walk normally. He hadn't anticipated such a crowd when he planned to set up his stall here. Even during peak class times, the hall wasn't this packed. You have a point. How about the North Tower? The ground floor there used to be a warehouse, quite spacious. Cedric suggested. Great. Then hurry over there. They seem to have noticed us. Still talk to them. Spotting a few familiar Hufflepuffs pushing through the crowd toward him, Adam quickly levitated the trolley and dashed off. Cedric stepped forward to buy him time. By the time Cedric led the crowd to the North Tower, Adam had already cleared a vast space on the ground floor with giant menus hanging on the walls. Adam and his trolley stood at the center of the area. Please follow the arrows and line up one by one, Adam called out to the approaching crowd. While queuing, feel free to check the menu and decide what to buy. The Hufflepuffs at the front, who trusted Adam's cooking, slowed down at his latter suggestion, intending to peruse the menu first. The flyer in the common room had mentioned dozens of new items today. Cedric, without hesitation, was the first to reach Adam's trolley. He'll take one of each. With money one could afford to be capricious, no need to choose. He wanted it all. One of each. Adam was taken aback and reminded him. But there are a full 100 kinds of food here. 100. Cedric paused, eyeing the trolley, which seemed incapable of holding so much. Could it be an undetectable extension charm? I'm just a first year. I don't know such advanced magic. It's just a few storage tricks. Storage tricks, referring to the Twin Spirits card, whose magic could extend, twist, and stitch space. Seeing Adam's earnest expression, Cedric didn't press further, assuming it was something like a shrinking charm. Then recommend a few new items. I skipped breakfast and am starving. Eastern or Western? Eastern. For new items, he wanted the most novel. No breakfast. Then try a bowl of 8 treasure rice. For the rest, check that wall. It lists all the new items from Huaxia sorted into mains, desserts, and soups. Cedric followed Adam's finger, scanning the array of dishes to pick a few that caught his interest. Amber nuts. Dragon beard candy. Heart too soft. The names sound so unique. He'll have one of each. Experience told him that oddly named Huaxia dishes often brought surprises, but to be safe, Cedric ordered 2 that seemed normal. Also a serving of mung bean cake, and a bowl of black sesame tangyuan. Sure, heart too soft and 8 treasure rice are best eaten hot. Be careful with the black sesame tan, it's soupy and might spill. Adam opened the trolley, enchanted with the Twin Spirits card. Its interior space extended and stitched, quickly packed Cedric's order and added a large cup of pure tea to cut the grease. In truth, the British didn't seem to need something to cut the grease. The amount of sugar they typically added to desserts was lethal by Adam's standards, and what he sold was already a low-sugar version for them. Cedric paid and immediately started eating, beginning with the unheated amber nuts. As he munched and walked away, the Hufflepuff behind him, who hadn't decided but also skipped breakfast, swallowed hard. Give me the same as Cedric. The stall's business was booming. Besides Hufflepuffs, many from the other 3 houses were drawn in, buying a bit to try. For Adam, that was mission accomplished. No wonder the Great Hall was so empty this morning. Everyone's here enjoying the food. Adam looked up from tidying the trolley to find Professor Dumbledore, smiling warmly before it. I hope I'm not too late. Of course not, Professor. What would you like? Adam gestured to the menus on the walls. Professor Dumbledore raised an eyebrow at the menus. Since he was expanding the business beyond just the house, Adam no longer used ingredients from the Hogwarts kitchens, adjusting prices to a more reasonable level. Professor Dumbledore had already eaten breakfast, but ordered 3 pastries, sighing. If only I'd known about this before breakfast. The sweet aromas all around were truly tempting. Professor Dumbledore took his packed desserts and left. Adam didn't think much of it, as Dumbledore had visited his stall before, but he was surprised when the professor returned shortly after. Professor Dumbledore held a steaming bowl of heart too soft, his face beaming with contentment. Would you be able to take on a school order and prepare a Christmas Eve buffet for Hogwarts? An order from Hogwarts. As Adam stood stunned, Dumbledore continued. Of course you might not have enough food prepared, but Hogwarts kitchens and house elves can assist. The price will be calculated according to your menu. With that, Dumbledore winked mischievously. After all, the Board of Governors is footing the bill. Adam had no reason to refuse Professor Dumbledore's order, whether in terms of publicity or profit. Thus, by afternoon, students who had heard of the shop through various channels of promotion found that the legendary little store had been replaced by a large crate with its top hollowed out. The menu on the wall remained, but now an additional notice was posted. The notice not only explained the situation but also included a small tip. Students who rush to the shop only to find it empty may take a numbered slip from the crate. There will be a mysterious surprise at the banquet. Stay tuned. Harry and Ron, who had failed to wake up in the morning and only came after tasting the delights from Seamus Finnegan in the afternoon, arrived full of curiosity. They stared at the line of text. What do you reckon it is? Maybe something like a cracker. Crackers had only appeared on the Hogwarts tables today. When pulled, they burst with a bang and colorful smoke, spitting out small toys. Truly a surprise. But if that were the case, why add an extra note? Regardless, Harry and Ron each took a numbered slip from the crate. Ron tried to grab a few more, but even as he nearly tumbled into the crate, he couldn't find a second one. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the Christmas feast began on schedule. At Adam's request, the closed doors of the Great Hall slowly swung open, revealing everything inside, the scent of honey caramel fruit. A heartwarming sweetness wafted through the air. The dishes on the tables, unlike any previous dinner, made every student entering the hall unable to resist swallowing. They even put flowers on the table. A Ravenclaw girl leaned in to smell a rose, but instead of just floral fragrance, she caught a whiff of sweetness. She paused in surprise. This scent. It's not a flower. How could it be? It looks exactly like. Before her friend could finish, she reached out and plucked the flower, popping it into her mouth. It's really not a flower. It's pastry. The entire blossom melted softly on the tongue, almost instantly dissolving. The rich aroma of roses and a gentle sweetness spread through her lips and teeth, intoxicating her. Her friend, skeptical yet curious, plucked a flower and put it in her mouth. After all, roses weren't poisonous, so there was no harm in trying. Soon she too succumbed to the delicious pastry. After a long moment, the Ravenclaw opened her eyes, casting a suspicious glance at the table decorations that didn't look like food, such as the unlit candlestick. This is chocolate. From a Gryffindor who had actually taken a bite of the candlestick. This is cake. From a Slytherin who had devoured a little snowman. This is candy. From a Gryffindor who, unconvinced, had taken a bite of the small Christmas tree. This is a cookie. From a Hufflepuff who had bitten into a mistletoe branch. Ow! This is the table. From a Gryffindor who, tricked by his brother, confidently took a bite of the table. Ahem. Seeing the table decorations nearly all consumed, Professor Dumbledore quickly tapped his goblet with a spoon to draw the students' attention. I believe you've all noticed that tonight's dinner is different from before, with many novel and delicious dishes. We have Mr. Adam Reed to thank for this. Adam stood up and gave a slight nod to everyone. Before the feast begins, I must add one more thing. Although Adam has put much thought into tonight's decorations, I hope you will focus more on the food. Professor Dumbledore said, glancing toward the Gryffindor table. Adam followed his gaze and saw two identical boys quietly pulling a branch back under the table. Identical Gryffindor, and with appearances matching those from the films, they were unmistakably the Weasley twins. However, he didn't recall transforming such a large Christmas tree into food. Where had the twins gotten that? Wait. Adam turned to look at the few large Christmas trees in the hall, and sure enough spotted a broken branch. Especially do not damage any decorations not on the tables. They are not edible, I assure you. Professor Dumbledore added. The feast allowed every young witch and wizard staying at Hogwarts for Christmas to taste the sweets from Adam's shop, leaving a deep impression with these delicious and novel treats. The professors were delighted, and the students were even more so. Having spent countless Christmases at Hogwarts, this year's festivities were a refreshing novelty, whetting their appetites immensely. Adam witnessed at firsthand the pot of milky white fish soup on the teacher's table was half devoured by Professor McGonagall alone, and Hagrid polished off 6 whole servings of the individual pork knuckles, forcing Adam to notify the house elves to bring more to the teacher's table. Professor Dumbledore was equally pleased. The professors had meticulously prepared the hall's decorations, and it would have been a shame if few had shown up. Adam hadn't done anything wrong, and while unprecedented, Hogwarts had no rule prohibiting students from running a legitimate business on campus. This situation was a win-win. The school's feast exceeded all expectations, and the students' business thrived. Though it cost a bit more, it came from the Board of Governors' funds, so Dumbledore didn't mind spending it. As for Adam, he was probably the happiest of all. Although only a small fraction of students remained at Hogwarts, they were spread widely enough. Combined with every professor having each of them taste every product from his shop. What kind of advertising effect was that? He even thoughtfully turned the patterns on every food container into the corresponding names of the dishes, making it easy for everyone to remember their favorites for future purchases at his shop. As for the cost, he hadn't spent a single canute and had instead made a tidy profit. He had truly hit the jackpot. Back in the dormitory, even Uther couldn't help but ask, "How much did you earn from tonight's feast?" "He just a little, a tiny bit." Adam gestured with his thumb and forefinger indicating a small amount. "Looks like a whole lot of money, but you deserve it." Cologne, patting his slightly rounded belly, lounged comfortably in the sofa. "Adam, you must open a shop right after graduation. Why not set it up in Hogsmeade? You could buy a storefront there for just over 50,000 galleons. Best of all, it would be right next to his home. Sure, then I can try developing dishes using magical creatures sourcing directly from your place." "Deal? We'll give you a discount." Listening to their conversation, Eugene spoke up. "If you're opening a shop, I think Diagon Alley is more suitable. The storefronts are pricier, but the foot traffic is greater. You could start by renting one." "Actually, I'm leaning more toward Hogsmeade." Adam shook his head. The storefronts in Diagon Alley are too close together. It doesn't fit the restaurant I envision. You want to open a Black Swan in the wizarding world? Bernard exclaimed in surprise. Black Swan was the name of Mr. Reed's French restaurant. The name definitely won't be Black Swan. I haven't decided yet. The decor will certainly match the wizarding style, but roughly that's the idea. Waking up the next morning, the first thing Adam saw was Cologne hunched over the round table writing furiously. What time did you get up? Adam stretched with a yawn. Cough, I didn't sleep last night. I wrote all through the night. Cologne coughed a little sheepishly. Having had too much fun before, now it was the last day. Last night lying in bed he was so anxious he couldn't sleep, and after tossing and turning he finally got up and started writing his homework. Adam was used to his habit of leaving assignments until the last minute. He glanced under the Christmas tree. Did you open your presents? Not yet. I plan to use opening presents as a reward for finishing my homework. Ahaha, Cologne yawned as he spoke. This wasn't his first time pulling an all-nighter for homework. Adam shook his head and left him alone, walking over to the Christmas tree to find his own gift. Open mine first. All right. Adam found the gift from Cologne and opened it only to discover a pair of chopsticks inside. These are chopsticks made from a unicorn's horn, Cologne said proudly. A unicorn's horn can neutralize poison. You always eat strange things and plan to cook with magical creatures and plants. With these chopsticks you won't have to worry about poisoning. Thank you, I really like them. Adam truly did. What food lover could resist a pair of poison-neutralizing chopsticks? But this must have been quite expensive. What gift did you get me? Cologne started to ask, but quickly shook his head. Oh no, don't tell me yet. I'll open it myself after I finish my homework. With that he buried himself in his work again. Adam shook his head with a smile. Fortunately, Adam knew Cologne's personality well. He knew that the gift Cologne gave him was likely very valuable, so his own gift was equally precious. Since Cologne had so many magical creature products, he would probably like Adam's gift, a fox feather. It was a surprise he got from playing with Fox one time. At first he thought he had touched too hard, but after Professor Dumbledore explained, he learned that Fox gave it to him as a gift because he liked him. Thinking about it, Mr. Ollivander couldn't have just plucked phoenix tail feathers for wands. Phoenixes naturally shed their feathers. By now he had collected many along with quite a bit of phoenix tears. He continued opening presents. Uther gave him a scarab-shaped amulet with a large green gemstone as its centerpiece, clearly valuable. Bernard gave him a box of parts. Adam searched and found the instructions at the bottom of the gift box. It turned out to be a disassembled Barrett. Another day of marveling at how his roommate was both capable and questionable. Eugene's gift surprised Adam. It looked like a bottle of clear liquid, but Adam could feel immense magical power emanating from it. What is this? A potion. Usually potions weren't transparent, but Adam still cast a Scarpin's Reveille spell, which showed that the liquid wasn't a potion. It's a bottle of spring water. Eugene's voice came from behind Adam. Adam turned to see Eugene sitting on his bed, looking just woken up. Spring water? Yes, the fountain of good fortune. Have you heard of it? The fountain of good fortune. I think I've heard that somewhere. Oh, isn't that the fairy tale from the tales of Beetle the Bard? Bathing in the water of the fountain of good fortune brings permanent good luck, but the fountain actually has no magic. Cologne was distracted again. You'd better get back to writing. The professors assigned a lot of homework this time. Persuading Cologne to return to his work, Adam looked at Eugene curiously. Is this really water from the fountain of good fortune? Actually, I'm not sure. It's just a fairy tale, though it's a wizard's fairy tale. My parents spent their lives studying these stories and legends. I barely saw them, and all I know of them are these things they occasionally send back and the growing amount of gold in Gringotts. I don't even know if they still look like their portraits at home. Eugene sighed. This was the first time he had spoken about his parents to them. But maybe this really is water from the fountain of good fortune. Even if it isn't, it must be something good, or they wouldn't have stored it in the deepest vault at Gringotts. What vault? Who's short on money? Uther climbed out of bed, still half asleep. No, I don't think anyone in our dorm is short on money. Adam couldn't help but remark. With Eugene's family background revealed, it seemed his was the poorest in the entire dorm. But then he looked at Eugene with concern. A vault at Gringotts. That's the wizard's bank. I know that. I just mean, isn't it not great to give away something your parents treasured as a gift? It's fine. I grew up with my grandmother and had few friends. Before coming to Hogwarts, my grandmother took that bottle of fountain water from the vault and told me to bring it, hoping it would bring me luck and help me find some friends. With that, Eugene looked at Cologne, who had put down his pen and was watching him, then at Adam, then at Uther, and then at Bernard, who was still asleep. He smiled slightly. But before I even used the fountain water, it seems I've already found the best friends in the world. So I divided that bottle of fountain water into 4 parts and give them to you, my friends. Adam gripped the bottle of liquid tightly. He didn't know if it was really water from the fountain of good fortune, but even if it was, the emotional value it carried surpassed its material worth. I'll treasure it. Seeing Adam's expression, Eugene smiled, even brighter. Don't take it so seriously. Maybe it's just ordinary water. Getting fooled by such research is common. Even so, everyone carefully preserved the fountain water Eugene had given them. Because Adam was well liked, it was nearly noon by the time he finished opening presents. The other students had more casual relationships, giving mostly ceremonial gifts. Adam checked each one, and since they were all from people he had also given gifts to, he didn't pay much attention. For lunch, everyone planned to eat together in the Great Hall. But just as they reached the common room, Ernie called out to Adam, "The Weasley twins are waiting for you outside." What? Adam was startled. Ernie thought he had forgotten, "You know the twins who won the big prize last night. Remember how Adam had asked every student going to the North Tower to take a number? At the feast, Adam had Professor Dumbledore and the 4 heads of house each draw a number from the number box, resulting in 1 grand prize and 4 smaller ones. Fred, the older of the twins, was drawn by Professor Dumbledore and won the grand prize, a life-size replica of Hogwarts made of cookies. Incidentally, the number Professor Snape drew happened to be Harry's. The look on Snape's face as he stared at his own hand was as if he were looking at something filthy. "What do they want from me? I'll go see. You all head to the Great Hall first. Okay, we'll save you a seat." Adam found the twins by the staircase, who had the decency not to wait at the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room. "Is there something you need from me?" "Oh, Adam, you're finally here, my friend." One of the twins' eyes lit up at the sight of Adam, and he strode over with open arms. Faced with such an effusive welcome, Adam couldn't help but take half a step back. "Hey, Fred, you scared him." George hooked his brother's collar and pulled him back. "Ahem, all right, let's be a bit more reserved." Fred cleared his throat, and together with George they looked at Adam and spoke in unison. "My dear friend, are you interested in joining the grand enterprise of Fred and George?" Grand enterprise? Adam raised an eyebrow. Weren't these two only interested in pranks? Yes. The two produced a pile of colorful candies as if by magic. "These are the great inventions of Fred and George." Fred picked up a candy and said with a smug expression, "Just one of these and you'll start gushing nosebleeds, giving you a legitimate excuse to skip class. Mind you, your health won't be affected in the process, though it's best to put on a weak act." George added. Then they introduced other candies, ones that induced vomiting, fevers, or even unconsciousness. They called them the skiving snack boxes. So, isn't it a brilliant invention? Doesn't it make you want to buy one? For most students it might indeed be a practical tool for skiving off classes, but it was clear these two hadn't done their research on Adam beforehand. These candies are indeed innovative. So why are you here to see me? A troubling suspicion struck Adam. Let me be clear, I want help you sell these. I want the food I sell to bring people joy. Our inventions bring joy too. Defending his creation first, Fred then waved his hand. But that's not what we're here to discuss. In our eyes, these are far from finished products. That's right, George chimed in. While we've made these skiving snack boxes effective, their taste is anything but candy-like. Even the smell gives them away, let alone the flavor. They lack the subtlety we planned for. The brothers sighed in unison. We've spent almost as much time on flavoring as on brewing the ingredients. Care to try one? No thanks. Adam flatly refused the candy they offered and guessed their purpose. So you're here to get me to flavor these prank items. Exactly. That's why we came to you, the candy-making expert. Their eyes gleamed as they looked at Adam. You even made candies shaped like Hogwarts. Such a genius talent. If we team up, these skiving snack boxes will be a huge hit. In fact, we have even more ideas. It's just that with the skiving snack boxes we realized making them great requires more than brilliant prank concepts. It needs other talents like culinary skills. With your help we can turn many more ideas into reality. After hearing their final words in unison, Adam pondered for a moment. It's not entirely impossible. These do seem like they'd sell well. The twins' faces lit up at his words. But how much are you planning to pay me for my work? Surely you don't expect me to work for free. Ahem. Of course, would never do that. Though they hadn't intended to ask Adam to work for nothing, the twins, short on funds, avoided his gaze. Before coming, they hadn't inquired about Adam's studies, but they had clearly looked into his business. Even when Adam only sold within Hufflepuff at low prices, his profitability was impressive to them. After all, Adam had operated on thin margins, but high volume. Almost the entire Hufflepuff house was his customer, and Hufflepuff was the most populous house at Hogwarts. We may not have much money now, but we can offer you a share of the profits. Adam grew more intrigued. The fact that they thought to use this method to bring him on board showed they had given the matter serious thought. Were they already seriously considering turning their prank hobby into a future career? You can see the potential of the skiving snack boxes, right? Once launched, students will be scrambling to buy them. We can make this product our first collaboration. We'll give you 3. No 4/10 of the profit from each candy. If the partnership goes well, we can expand into more ventures. It was hard not to compare the twins to entrepreneurs pitching a vague vision to investors, but they lacked even a proper presentation, relying solely on words, and had brought a half-finished product before their potential partner, leaving no room for negotiation. Perhaps Adam's little shop had spurred them on, driving them to try profiting from prank items earlier and more urgently. After listening to their plan, Adam fell into thought. He had to admit the prospect was enticing. Even setting aside his fondness for the lively twins from the stories, this deal was a sure win for him. After all, he knew that the future Weasley's Wizard Wheezes would be a roaring success, especially the skiving snack box. The only issue was whether it was worth his time to handle the flavoring, as it required genuine effort. He couldn't simply use the magic of the Gamps candy. He had no intention of teaching that magic to others. Would every batch of candies need to pass through his hands? If profit were the only consideration, spending time on flavoring would certainly pay off. But honestly, Adam wasn't short of money. Even without his little shop, his parents' restaurant and tavern could support him for centuries, let alone the Philosopher's Stone's ability to turn anything into gold. The twins thought he was making a fortune from selling sweets, but his real purpose was like cooking for himself, finding joy in the process, flavoring these prank candies. As Adam pondered, his brow furrowed deeper, and the twins' hopes sank with it. Seeing that Adam was taking an unusually long time to respond and already showed signs of refusal, Fred gritted his teeth and said, "If you agree, we can give you a 60% share of the profits from the skiving snack boxes." George added, "We can't offer any more. We at least need to recover our research and development costs for the skiving snack boxes." This was the bottom line of their psychological price range. Adam's thoughts were interrupted by their words, and he looked at the twins in surprise. What he didn't know was that the existence of his little shop had in a way spurred Fred and George on. They felt that their brilliant idea could also be monetized through a business, so they accelerated the development of the skiving snack boxes. The price of the snack box's early release was that it put the brothers' already meager funds in an even more precarious position. In other words, they might perhaps possibly need to borrow another sum of money from Adam to produce the first batch of skiving snack boxes after the development was complete. But they were afraid of scaring Adam away, so they hadn't told him the whole story all at once. Furthermore, Fred and George had to consider another point: no one could guarantee that the skiving snack boxes would be a bestseller. They needed an experienced senior to help them out. It had to be said that the fact that the development of the skiving snack boxes hadn't gone as smoothly as expected had hit them pretty hard, causing their confidence to waver. Adding all this to the subsequent development work, what they needed now was a partner with ample experience in dessert-making, shop management, and sufficient funds. To put it more bluntly, if they wanted to pursue their dream business as soon as possible, they had to secure Adam's cooperation. Seeing the anxiety in their eyes mingled with the anticipation for their dream, Adam thought for a moment and said, "All right, we can try cooperating on the skiving snack boxes first." "Brilliant." The twins rushed forward to embrace Adam, but he held them at arm's length, saying, "Wait, don't get too excited just yet. I need a detailed plan, like how high you intend to keep the cost of the skiving snack boxes, the target audience, and so on. We also need to draw up a contract for the specific terms of cooperation." Seeing Adam's professional demeanor, the twins nodded repeatedly, taking note and saying it was no problem. "We'll have what you need to you by tomorrow evening. See you." Adam watched the two run off and shook his head. That wasn't something that could be finished in a day. They'd find that out when they started writing it. After hurrying to the Great Hall for lunch, Adam was surprised to be approached again on his way back. "Adam, do you remember us?" "Of course, Hermione, Ron, and Harry." Adam looked at the trio before him, a hint of confusion in his smile. "Is there something you need from me?" The fact that he still remembered them after so long clearly pleased the trio, especially Ron. "We wanted to ask you when your shop is usually open." "Ron." Hermione gave him an incredulous glare. "Ah, of course, ahem, and there's something else we wanted to ask you. Do you know Nicholas Flamel?" Ron suddenly remembered the main issue and added somewhat awkwardly, "Aside from holidays and special notices, I open my shop at the North Tower on Saturday afternoons." First answering Ron's initial question, Adam looked at Hermione. "As for Nicholas Flamel, I've never heard of that name." "Is that so? All right." Hermione sighed in disappointment. She had previously inquired about Adam's recent activities. Unlike the twins, who were more focused on Adam's business, Hermione paid more attention to his studies. Thanks to those two who had completely forgotten about their investigation over the holidays, their progress was still zero after a whole break. She thought asking Adam, a top student, might yield some clues. As it turned out, Adam didn't know either. "May I ask why you're looking into this name?" "Well, we were." To Adam's slight shock, Harry and the others were completely open with him. They directly told him the whole story of what they were investigating, adding at the end, "Don't go around telling anyone." Is this what you mean by don't go around telling anyone? When someone asks you why you're looking into Nicholas Flamel, you just spill the whole story. So if you find any information related to Nicholas Flamel, be sure to let us know. All right. Adam gave an awkward but polite smile, then with a slight headache quickened his pace and hurried off. "Something's odd." Hermione squinted at Adam's retreating back. "Odd? What's odd?" "I can't quite put my finger on it. It's just a feeling. Adam should know something about Nicholas Flamel." His reaction was a bit too indifferent. Hermione looked at Harry. Normally when you hear that what happened to Harry during the Quidditch match was Professor Snape's doing, you'd expect some kind of special reaction, right? But he acted way too normal, as if he already knew about it. Harry clapped his hands and said, "Exactly. It seems we've found a lead." Hermione nodded, looking at Harry and Ron. "You two take turns following Adam and see if you can find any clues. Say, or you two could go to the library and he'll follow Adam." All right." Harry thought about all those words in the library and felt dizzy. Following Adam seemed easier. Ron looked at Hermione, then at Harry, thinking they were probably being too sensitive, but he had no better ideas, so he kept silent. After that day, Adam found himself troubled to discover that Harry and Ron were frequently appearing near him for some reason. Usually only one of them would show up, and they wouldn't come over to talk to him, just follow at a distance. After a while, the Hufflepuff students also noticed that they seemed to be tailing Adam. During dinner in the Great Hall, Cedric leaned over to Adam and asked, "What's the deal with those guys? Do you want us to take care of it?" Even if he was the chosen one, he couldn't bully a Hufflepuff, especially not Hufflepuff's chef. Adam glanced towards the Gryffindor table and saw the trio immediately putting on a show of eating seriously. He sighed helplessly. "No need, they don't mean any harm. He'll handle it." It seemed it was time to go see Professor Dumbledore. However, when he reached the headmaster's office, Adam was surprised to find that none of the usual passwords worked. Had they been changed to one of my desserts? Not wanting to rattle off a list of desserts in front of the headmaster's office, Adam guessed that Professor Dumbledore was either not in or didn't want to see him, which meant he would have to find another way. One time, when Ron was stealthily trying to follow Adam, he was suddenly grabbed around the neck by a figure darting out from the side. "Hey, Ron, long time no see. Fancy trying some of your big brother's new candies?" "What are you talking about? We just saw each other this morning. Let go of me, I'm busy now, aga." After being caught a few times by the Weasley twins and enduring various tortures such as vomiting and nosebleeds, Harry and Ron realized that the twins seemed to be preventing them from following Adam. However, just as they were about to indignantly inform Hermione of this news after the effects of the potion wore off, Hermione cheerfully approached them. "I have found news about Nicholas Flamel." "Oh, what are you two?" Hermione looked suspiciously at their faces. "Ahem, it's nothing." Harry nonchalantly replaced the tissue that was blocking his nose, the once pristine white tissue quickly becoming soaked with blood. "Let's hurry and talk about Nicholas Flamel." "That's how it is." Finally back in the headmaster's office, Adam stroked Fawkes' body with a professional touch, while sharing with Professor Dumbledore the sudden following and subsequent cessation of tracking by Harry and Ron. "I think they have probably found the news about Nicholas Flamel on their own. Sorry, Professor Dumbledore." No, my child, you have nothing to apologize for. You have kept our agreement, haven't you?" Professor Dumbledore smiled kindly. "Perhaps, but I am just a bit worried about the Philosopher's Stone. Sometimes children can develop a very obsessive desire to explore a certain degree of indulgence, and that is not necessarily a bad thing. As for the Philosopher's Stone," Professor Dumbledore winked at Adam, "don't worry, I will keep it safe. I believe you." Suddenly Adam's hand paused as he stroked Fawkes, skillfully placing a naturally shed phoenix feather into his pocket, then pulling out a piece of malted rice cake from his pocket to feed Fawkes for nourishment. The smooth motion caused a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of Professor Dumbledore's eye. After feeding Fawkes, Adam took his leave, and Professor Dumbledore looked somewhat forlornly at his old companion, who had jumped back onto the shelf after Adam's departure, tentatively extending his hand, which held a buzzing honey candy. Fawkes glanced at him and ignored Dumbledore, quietly turning his head away. After leaving the headmaster's office, Adam encountered the Weasley twins on his way back to the dormitory. "Hey Adam, we have perfectly completed your request. So about the plan we gave you last time. You came at the right time. I think the contract can be modified a bit further." Adam took out the plan from the twins and looked at the two whose smiles had frozen on their faces. "Regarding the profit sharing, I think 40% is a more appropriate rate." In that moment, Adam seemed to shine with light from the twins' perspective, as if from the abyss to heaven. "Oh, Adam, you're such an angel. Let's have a friendly hug. You need to let me finish first." It was unclear whether these two were related to Senior Newt, as they seemed to have an inexplicable fondness for hugs. Adam pulled them away from himself and said seriously, "The 40% I mentioned is not simply profit." The smiles on the twins' faces slightly faded. 40% of the selling price was lower than their previous bottom line, but it wasn't unreasonably low. Rather, it refers to shares. "Shares? You two should be out of money by now, right?" Adam waved the plan in his hand, raising an eyebrow at the twins. "For renting a shop, purchasing materials, processing, production, and bulk packaging. How far can your funds take you?" "Ahem. Well, we initially planned to conduct a small-scale pilot operation within Hogwarts. Actually, we don't need to consider the shop and packaging steps on campus." Fred and George exchanged glances using words they had picked up from their muggle-born roommate over the past period. So we actually have no money right now, QAQ. Looking at the twins, who were sorrowfully hugging each other and crying, Adam reached into his bag again. "Given your current financial situation and my judgment on the feasibility of your proposal, I have decided to inject some funds into your magical prank shop to support your initial operational activities." Adam took out a bulging pouch of money and shook it in his hand, the clinking sound of coins instantly capturing the attention of Fred and George. "And this money is not a gift, it is to buy shares in your magical prank shop." "We probably understand now, so how much are you planning to invest to buy how many shares?" After exchanging serious glances, Fred and George's expressions turned grave, as shares were related to the future operations of the magical prank shop, and even ownership. "As I mentioned earlier, I want 40%, and as for how much I will invest," Adam presented the pouch in front of the twins. "There are 100 galleons here, which will serve as the first phase of investment. If your business fails, consider it my failed investment gift to you. If you succeed, I will gradually add another 1,900 galleons before your graduation." 100 galleons. Another 1,900 galleons. Doesn't that add up to 2,000 galleons? Fred and George swallowed hard. In their worldview, such a large sum of money could already buy them both. Adam, are you serious? Fred couldn't help but confirm with Adam. That's right, actually, for 40% of the shares, 100. No, 500 galleons would be enough. George even felt he was asking for too much. Do not underestimate your talents, Fred and George. Adam smiled as he stuffed the money pouch into Fred's hands, then patted the shoulders of both. From your proposal, I can see your passion for this business, and this pure passion is the main reason that moved me. Whether you believe it or not, I initially agreed to consider it just to avoid rejecting you to your face. Adam was speaking the truth. He indeed thought that way at the time, but when the twins presented the proposal they had worked on for a week, although it was quite immature, it was filled with sincere planning that truly touched him. Thinking deeper, after facing setbacks on his end, the future Weasley magical prank shop might very well be doomed. For the sake of this passion and considering your unparalleled talent in this area, I think it's worth a try. Your proposal indeed has a very high feasibility, and the market for prank props still has a lot of room for development. Oh, Adam. Before Adam could finish, he was once again embraced by the two, and this time Adam struggled a bit, but did not break free. Of course we believe. Oh my God, Fred, I feel like crying. George exaggeratedly wiped his eyes, trying to hide the glimmer of tears. After a long while, Adam was finally released by the two, and he coughed awkwardly a couple of times. These two were quite a bit taller than him, and during that hug he had to tilt his head back the entire time to breathe comfortably. Then it settled. Ooh, I will prepare a magical contract. No, Adam, we think the contract's content can still be revised. Fred and George exchanged glances, revealing identical smiles. At some point, the students at Hogwarts began to experience a decline in their physical condition, with many fainting, feeling dizzy, vomiting, or suffering from nosebleeds in class. I must remind you that professors won't exempt you from exams just because you missed lessons due to illness. After class, Hermione looked disapprovingly at Ron and Harry, who had used puking pastilles to skip Transfiguration. What's the big deal? Every lesson in Transfiguration teaches pretty much the same thing. Ron retorted, hands on his hips. Hermione, we've been exhausted lately. Let us have a break, just this once, Harry said more earnestly. He had been busy researching Nicholas Flamel and training for Quidditch, squeezing in homework whenever he could. He simply couldn't take it anymore. Betrayed by his teammates and left to endure Hermione's death glare alone, Ron had to steel himself and say, all right, but aside from this sample, I don't have the money to buy a new one anyway. Aren't they your brothers? Do you have to pay for it? Hermione clearly knew who made these puking pastilles. That's because it's not their own business. Ron flushed. They partnered with Adam, and he bought 80% of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes for 2,000 galleons. Otherwise, he trailed off. I remember they mentioned wanting to start a business with Adam last time, Hermione said with a subtle expression. So, they ended up hiring their own boss. With 80% of the shares gone, had the twins become employees? Ron shrugged, not fully understanding it himself. Actually, we prefer to call it risk transfer. Adam handles funding, premises, packaging, and promotion. We just do what we're best at, and we still control the operations. What's the problem? Fred and George happened to pass by with freshly made products and explained. Hermione turned curious. But how do you ensure you won't lose control of the operations? Not that I doubt Adam. Just curious. Adam truly understands our great cause and wouldn't do that. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, we signed a magical contract. Care for a candy fair, lady? Hermione realized that magical contracts in the wizarding world were far more binding than laws. She glanced at the candy in Fred's hand and declined. No thanks, I don't like sweets. Oh, what a pity. Fred popped it into his own mouth. After a few seconds of anticipation, Ron asked puzzledly, what does that candy do? Actually, it's just a candy. If there's anything special about it. Fred and George exchanged a look. It's durian flavored. Durian. Harry had never heard of such a flavor. A fruit with a unique taste. Some love it, others can't stand it. So Adam made it so only the eater can smell it. But we're still testing if people like it, so we're selling samples first. George explained, handing one from the box to Harry. Want to try? Free sample. Hearing it was free, even Harry, who wasn't short on money, felt tempted. After all, it was made by Adam. How strange could it be? So Harry unwrapped the candy without hesitation and tossed it into his mouth. The next moment his face scrunched up. Oh, so sour. Slurp. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth, but he couldn't care less. It was unbearably sour. Huh. George froze, examining the wrapper in Harry's hand. It was yellow but seemed a shade lighter than the durian candy's packaging. Oh, I think I grabbed the acid pops instead. He felt awkward. This time he was genuinely promoting Adam's products, not pranking anyone. Pops. Hermione and Ron were startled, but Fred and George had already backed away. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted. Hermione and Ron coughed, waving it away, only to see Harry with an afro. Puff, cough, snicker, cough. Hermione tried to hold it in, but failed. She quickly grabbed her bag and stood up. I'm going to do homework. Puff, you cough, take your time. As she walked away, Harry's resentful gaze fell on George. Cough. I really didn't mean it. How about I let my brother make it up to you? Ron still laughing. George set down the box, grabbed another acid pop, and shoved it into Ron's mouth without warning. MMPH. George pushed the sour-faced Ron toward Harry, then slipped away with Fred. If you like it, come back to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes next time. Boom. The business quietly spread through Hogwarts. After all, unlike Adam's shop, their products couldn't be openly displayed, even for professors to buy. Despite their low-key approach, the quality of their goods and the tight-knit network of mischievous students quickly made the puking pastilles a hit across Hogwarts, earning rave reviews. We shouldn't have sold to those Slytherin tossers. Last time Marcus tried to sneak Filch in to catch us. At one of Adam's new product tastings, Fred complained. The idiot didn't realize they wouldn't have stayed free all this time if they weren't skilled. The professors had to notice the students' odd behavior, and not every buyer kept their mouth shut. So next time, why not swap his puking pastilles with a laxative version? Bernard suggested, stroking his chin. Though I'm not sure if it's feasible. That's a brilliant idea. Fred and George exchanged a familiar gleam of excitement. We'll try it when we get back. Uther silently moved his chair farther from the three. Chicken soup's here. Just then Adam approached a large cauldron floating behind him. Wow. Smells amazing. A new product. Chicken soup. What's special about it? Cologne stood up to look, then froze. In the cauldron, pale blue broth rippled, and even the chicken skin, which should have been yellow, glowed an unappetizing green. Thud. As the cauldron landed on the central table, it seemed to land on everyone's hearts. Go on, try it. It's homemade chicken soup. After Adam spoke, the group remained silent for a long time. Finally, Eugene picked up his chopsticks and reached into the pot. What is this? Eugenie's pupils dilated as he hastily dropped what had picked up back into the pot. Mandrake root, Adam said matter-of-factly. They exchanged glances in silence. When had it all started? Perhaps it was when Adam first introduced that stinky tofu. The dishes he created had since veered off in an oddly unpredictable direction. The fact that so many still believed in Adam's new creations each time was a testament to the undeniable merit of their flavors, however peculiar they might be. Stinky tofu, silkworm chrysalises, sea worms, smelly mandarin fish. While not everyone could stomach them, they attributed their aversion to personal taste, hoping the next offering would suit their palate. Even Eugene, who always attended, was rendered speechless by the mandrake root that bore an uncanny resemblance to a shriveled infant's head. Ahem. Adam, is this the only dish this time? This art form is a bit too avant-garde for us. Fred and George steeled themselves, but couldn't bring their chopsticks to move, ultimately giving up. Indeed. Oh, don't be fooled by the soup's appearance, it's delicious. How different is mandrake from ginseng? At most it looks more human, and the soup's color is a bit off. Adam nonchalantly ladled himself a bowl and ate. This is the only dish. One bowl each, or there won't be any new creations later. Seeing Adam eat first, the others eventually tried it with expressions of martyrdom, and were hooked. Ridiculous. Was a slightly eerie color and a frightening mandrake any worse than a stargazy pie? Using the serving chopsticks, they tore the mandrake apart. The color issue paled in comparison to the taste. Adam nodded in satisfaction. See, it's delicious. From then on, his menu gradually expanded with dishes featuring magical creatures and plants, leaving Hogwarts students, along with the tasters, living a bittersweet life. Hogwarts students, so strange yet so tasty. A second glance, and it's still strange. However, Professor Dumbledore was always supportive, even accepting durian candy without hesitation. His peers marveled at the headmaster's greatness as the century's most powerful wizard. Let's meet again next Friday. Adam clapped his hands, setting the next tasting. No can do, Adam. There's a Quidditch match next Friday. Cologne patted his rounded belly, grateful for Adam's rare dish that was both normal in appearance and flavor. Another Quidditch match. Adam searched his memory, finding no recollection. Yes, Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. Cedric nodded. Too bad Professor Snape's the referee. He won't miss a single chance to deduct points from Gryffindor. The Weasley twins chimed in unison with a slightly off-key operatic tone. Would have been drilling them not to foul, denying Snape any opportunity. They'd had no time for business and barely squeezed in the tasting. Is Professor Snape really that terrifying? Adam wondered aloud, had never seen Snape in such a light. Oh, Adam, my Adam, that's because you're not in Gryffindor. Fred rolled his eyes so far they nearly vanished. If your hands aren't broken, why aren't you writing down the points? I just mentioned them. George mimicked in a low voice. The final hum was spot on, earning applause. Thank you. Thank you all. George bowed to the audience. I must clarify, Adam's view isn't about his house. He's about the same with Hufflepuff. Uther chimed in while clapping. Yes, it feels like the entire Hufflepuff. No, I suspect the whole Hogwarts. Only Adam hasn't been scolded by Professor Snape. Cologne added. That's an exaggeration. Adam recalled, Professor Snape doesn't scold Slytherins much either. Is that the point? Adam shrugged. Was Snape truly that frightening? He was just sharp-tongued. The worst was a few harsh words, or a headlock, barely a punishment. It didn't even count as corporal punishment. So Adam, how do you avoid being scolded? Just do what the professor says. True, Bernard remarked. 98% of Snape's scoldings are due to student errors. And the other 2%? Cedric inquired with interest. When he's in a bad mood. No consensus was reached on Snape, and time flew. The Quidditch match arrived swiftly. On match day, Gryffindor's team was visibly stressed, finding solace only in Dumbledore's presence in the stands. Surely Snape wouldn't dare be too blatant in front of the headmaster. But Snape proved even more excessive than Gryffindor imagined. The whistle blew for halftime. This is outrageous. Completely outrageous. Gryffindor's shouts echoed even to Hufflepuff's side. Well, the group exchanged glances. Even a Hufflepuff victory seemed hollow under the circumstances. Look on the bright side. This is probably the cleanest match of the season. Adam offered. Hufflepuff wouldn't foul and Gryffindor was unusually disciplined, a rare sight that aligned with Hufflepuff's aesthetic. Yet no one found comfort in his words. There's still hope. Cologne leaned on the railing watching the teams below. Merlin let them catch the golden snitch soon, whoever it may be. Before the point gap reached 150, whichever team caught, it would win a fairness Snape couldn't alter. It seemed Merlin heard Cologne's prayer, but Hufflepuff Seeker lacked Harry's talent. Harry caught the snitch early in the second half. Everyone discussed his breathtaking dive, while Cologne, whose wish came true, fell into confusion. Though the match ended fairly as had hoped, Hufflepuff had lost. Should he be happy or sad? After the match, a stretch of utterly unremarkable study time descended upon the students of Hogwarts. Each day consisted only of tedious lessons devoid of Quidditch matches or festivities, at least for the majority of the students. Sigh. Adam let out his third sigh of the day. Adam, what's wrong with you? Karan asked, leaning in with a look of concern. The other roommates also turned their attention to him. It's nothing. Adam blurted out, only to be met with 5 pairs of eyes brimming with disbelief and disapproval. Nothing. You've never been this down before. Karan grabbed Adam's shoulders from behind and gave him a vigorous shake. You're the Adam who could bravely take on a cockroach in the bathroom. Pull yourself together. You can tell us anything. I know you're concerned, but that earlier comparison was entirely unnecessary. Recalling that day's experience, Adam's face darkened with exasperation. Who would have thought that even Eugene with his honest-looking face was afraid of cockroaches? And such a tiny one at that. Though come to think of it, these creatures are quite rare in Britain. I never expected to find one in Hogwarts. Snapping back from the memory of that chaotic roommate screaming incident, Adam sighed again. Alright, it's just that the new year is approaching, but I can't go home. Hogwarts didn't seem to have a leave system, and traveling back and forth was inconvenient. New Year? A question mark popped up over Karan's head. Didn't January 1st pass long ago? It's almost February. I'm talking about the Chinese festival, Spring Festival, the Chinese New Year. As he spoke, Adam sighed again with melancholy. The whole family cooks together, eats together, pastes Spring Festival couplets, hangs lanterns. Sounds pretty similar to Christmas. Adam immediately turned his head to retort, it's very different. Alright, very different. Karan turned Adam's head back. Is this festival special to you? Probably the most important festival of the year. I see. Karan looked back at the roommates behind him. Then how about, we celebrate Spring Festival ourselves here at Hogwarts? Huh. Adam blinked. That actually had some potential. Since it was a Chinese festival, Adam hadn't planned on involving others, just celebrating in the dormitory would suffice. According to Karan and the others, they could consider themselves a family. Yellow and black had always been the dominant colors of the Hufflepuff dormitory, but on this day, they were replaced by red. Round red lanterns hung from the ceiling like a string of persimmons, and stacked red paper cut into the character for fortune unfurled into a long chain stretching from one end of the dormitory to the other. Adam also grabbed Xiao Ku and Sibby and dressed them in line dance costumes. Alright, go play. After helping the 2 little ones get their wings through the openings in the clothes, Adam patted their bottoms to shoo them off his lap. Adam, does this one need to be pasted upside down too? Adam glanced at the character for longevity in Uther's hand and quickly said, no. Only the fortune character goes upside down. When it came time to paste the Spring Festival couplets, Adam stared at the red paper in front of him, stumped. Should he put up couplets that suited Hogwarts' character? But what to write? Upper line, Albus Dumbledore. Lower line, Gellert Grindelwald. Horizontal scroll, a match made in heaven. I wonder if the old headmaster could read Chinese. Better not court disaster like that. After thinking for a moment, Adam picked up his brush and wrote Dragon Hatchling and Akami Shatter Silver, bidding farewell to the old year, Phoenix Reborn, and Niffler, Hold Gold, welcoming the new spring. Fortune and prosperity. He couldn't think of anything better for now, so had just put these up. Eugene, help me paste this outside the door. I've marked it. Alright. There were still classes on New Year's Eve, so most preparations were done in advance. With many steps simplified at Hogwarts, they soon arrived at the most anticipated part, the New Year's Eve dinner. While Karan, already adept with chopsticks, picked up a pear and swallowed hard. Isn't this table a bit too much? Can we finish all this? Adam had prepared a lavish feast with dishes from the sky, land, and sea, and 4 kinds of staple food alone. Even someone as gluttonous as he felt, it was unlikely they could finish it all. This meal is meant to last until tomorrow, so a little extra won't hurt. In truth, Adam realized he might have made a bit too much, but it wasn't a big problem. Oh, by the way, Eugene, one of these 2 fish needs to be saved for tomorrow. Don't eat them all in one day. Alright. Eugenie's eyes gleamed as he looked at the 2 sweet and sour mandarin fish. He still wasn't very skilled at deboning fish, so this kind with only the head and tail inedible was practically made for him. As it turned out, Karan had somewhat underestimated the appetite of boys their age. The five of them ate from dinner until midnight, and aside from the one sweet and sour mandarin fish deliberately set aside, there was hardly anything left. What? You secretly celebrated a festival without inviting us. The next day, the Hufflepuffs gradually discovered the red paper pasted outside Adam and his roommate's door. After inquiring curiously, they were utterly crushed. That was the Chinese Spring Festival. You don't celebrate it. That's fine. We can eat. Oh, I mean we can celebrate. Ernie clutched his chest, looking as if he had missed out on a fortune. After Adam's explanations, how many people in Hogwarts still didn't know that Chinese festivals equaled delicious food? Any leftovers? Cedric was succinct and to the point. Nope, the last sweet and sour mandarin fish was eaten at breakfast today. Karan spread his hands. All right. Are you all that interested in Chinese festivals? Adam stroked his chin. Yes, yes. The group nodded eagerly. There are indeed a few more Chinese festivals coming up. The first half of the year had quite a few festivals, but under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Adam uttered words as cold as ice. But do you all still remember the Indo-Fire exams that are not far off? Indeed, as students, they had an unavoidable hurdle: exams. Although Hogwarts only held exams once a year precisely because of this, many young witches and wizards only realized at this point that they hadn't absorbed much over the year. Many also discovered that they had been learning and forgetting all year, and when reviewing they found that once familiar knowledge was now utterly foreign. That was when the considerate professors stepped in, cramming knowledge into the young witches' and wizards' minds through assignments. I'm running out of time. Karan's quill was flying so fast it seemed almost airborne, his face a picture of impending collapse. Eugene, Bernard, Uther, save me. Adam wasn't included because his homework was different from theirs. I told you this assignment was a bit heavy and not to leave it until the last day. Uther sighed helplessly, placing 3 assignments in front of him. But you didn't say a bit heavy meant twice as much as last weekend. Boo-hoo, QAQ. If you have time to complain, you'd better start writing. Adam reminded him, then took a letter from his bag that he had received during dinner. It was from his grandmother. And it was her first reply after he had written to ask her about Nicholas Flamel. Dear Adam, please forgive your grandmother for taking so long to reply to your letter. After reading your letter, I hesitated for a long time and only made up my mind to write these words after consulting with the Flamels. Before I tell you everything, I must first acknowledge your wisdom and keen insight. That you could trace a name from centuries ago all the way to the Philosopher's Stone amazed even the Flamels. I am proud of you, my dear. To return to the matter at hand, now that you have found information about Mr. Flamel, you likely also know they are French, hailing from the same land as your grandmother. That is myself. In fact, my great-grandfather was the great-great-grandson of Madame Flamel's younger brother. I know that reading this you might think this kinship is far too distant. I feel the same way. The protagonists of the amusing tales they told me in my childhood were already ancestors too remote for me to trace, and we descendants ought not to disturb the seclusion of our forebears. Thus our family has had little contact with the Flamels, until you mentioned that ominous premonition. After finishing the first sheet of parchment, Adam was somewhat stunned. Nicholas Flamel was his own ancestor. Oh no, his ancestor was Madame Flamel's younger brother, which made him distantly related to Madame Flamel, but only tenuously connected to Nicholas Flamel himself. Still, it was barely a familial tie. Continuing to read, Grandma Emma laid out their family history in full. Nothing worth detailing, just a thorough account of their family's interactions with the Flamels over the years. As Emma had said, most were tales of ancestors too remote to trace, with fewer and fewer connections over time. What caught Adam's attention was the end of the letter, where Grandma Emma said Nicholas Flamel had invited him to visit their home again during the holidays. Though he didn't know why Adam himself wanted to see Nicholas Flamel again. After all, barring unforeseen events, the Philosopher's Stone would be destroyed this term, and the Flamels would end their lives of over 600 years. The porky Nicholas Flamel had given him, indeed provided, an effective escape method at the time, though he no longer needed it now. Later, Professor Dumbledore's guidance and his permission to visit Fox frequently were also partly due to Nicholas Flamel's influence. He ought at least to visit to see them off on their final journey, or if they wished to continue living. He had quite a few Philosopher's Stones here. The days grew hotter, and the exam dates drew nearer, making the students' hearts more restless by the day. For Adam, the approaching exams were not daunting. As the weather warmed, he had completed his tree plaque magic training, and now had more energy to review the problems encountered in his studies over the year. Professor McGonagall, where do objects go when a vanishing spell is cast on them? Adam posed a question that had puzzled him for a long time during after-class tutoring. Good question. In fact, no one knows. Professor McGonagall said. Since the invention of this spell, nothing that has been vanished has ever reappeared before people's eyes. Not even a wizard who can apparate. Professor McGonagall paused for a moment, giving Adam a deep look. My advice is it's best not to cast a vanishing spell on a wizard. I know, Professor. The spell takes a moment to take effect, and that's enough time for the target to react and counterattack. Adam nodded. What I mean is, can we use this or similar methods to explore where the vanished objects go? Professor McGonagall hesitated, unsure whether to first clarify that she hadn't meant what Adam had interpreted or to delve into the question he had just raised. You can explain your thoughts. For instance, a phoenix. Focus apparition probably isn't restricted by anti-apparition charms. Under Professor McGonagall's somewhat peculiar gaze, Adam quickly added, of course, how self-apparition also seems to work smoothly in places with anti-apparition charms like Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall opened her mouth, tried to say something, failed, and took a few deep breaths before barely gathering her thoughts. Adam, perhaps I used the wrong words when teaching you earlier. We don't necessarily have to understand the underlying principles of every spell. It's perfectly fine to simply use magic at the practical level, isn't it? So please spare your poor transfiguration, Professor. Professor McGonagall looked at Adam, desperately conveying the above message with her eyes. All right, let's discuss the application of transfiguration spells. Adam sighed, and as Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief, he flipped a page in his notes. Then, regarding the use of unintentional transfiguration caused by lack of focus during transformation to deform part of an opponent's limbs into an abnormal shape and render them combat incapable. Professor McGonagall. At that moment, Professor McGonagall's silence was deafening. Professor McGonagall, I think your foundational transfiguration skills are already adequate. Professor McGonagall, remember what you wanted to ask me last time after class. Professor McGonagall. Animagi. Let's discuss that, shall we? Professor McGonagall jumped onto the desk and transformed into the form of an American short-hair cat. Very well, Professor McGonagall. Adam put down his notes and reached out with a devout expression. Speculation could wait for another time. Opportunities to pet a cat were rare. Don't misunderstand. Adam certainly had no improper intentions toward Professor McGonagall. After personally confirming that an animagus transformation yielded an animal indistinguishable from a normal one, Adam was once again astounded by the unreasonableness of wizard spells. To be honest, knowing the what without the why had its advantages. At least this controllable self-transformation that preserved consciousness was something few mages would ever study. What mage with such an ability would need to turn themselves into an ordinary animal? After all, the most important ability of an animagus was infiltration, and any mage who needed to infiltrate at that level usually faced targets that couldn't be fooled by an animagus form. Similarly, some time-related magic worked this way. Only legendary archmages like Clow Reed could interfere with time, yet in the wizarding world the Ministry of Magic had a stockpile of time-turners. Recalling the dizzying magic circles of the time card and the return card, Adam deeply appreciated the happiness of wizards who knew only the what without the why. He would apply for a time-turner to study it later, then consider learning the magic of the time and return cards. As for now, animagi were an intriguing subject. He hoped to make progress before the Endofire exams. Given his Patronus form, Adam was very interested in his own animagus transformation. Adam's practice of the animagus transformation proceeded as smoothly as expected. After all, the greatest challenge in mastering this magic lay in the stringent weather requirements, which for all previous wizards who attempted it was purely a matter of luck. But Adam had the cloud cards. With the cloud and storm cards, he conjured a cloudless full moon and a tempest the following day. Amidst the cacophony of countless young wizards cursing as they scurried back to the castle, Adam welcomed his own animagus transformation. Amato onimo onomato animagus. Pointing his wand tip at his own heart, he recited the incantation and downed a mouthful of blood-red potion in one gulp. The beat of a second heart resounded, swelling to a deafening roar within seconds, while an intense agony seemed to surge from within his very cells, engulfing his entire being. Is Adam really going to be all right? Practicing such reckless magic? Karakan watched as Adam's body began to tremble, unable to suppress a restless clawing at the grassy ground, ready to deploy the sword card at a moment's notice. Spinel remained silent, merely gazing intently at Adam. At this moment, the two were not in their usual smaller forms, which were more for cuteness than energy conservation, but in their original shapes, a winged lion and a leopard with butterfly wings, both exuding considerable intimidation through sheer visual presence. As the guardians of the sealed book, Karakan and Spinel's abilities were not merely to guide Adam in learning the magic of the cloud cards. Representing the sun and the moon, with Adam's permission, they each held the right to use half of the cloud cards within the sealed book. Even if using the cloud cards required drawing on Adam's magical power, his current reserves were more than sufficient to handle any trouble that might arise during the animagus training. Under the watchful eyes of the sealed guardians, Adam's body ceased trembling, then twisted into a familiar form, a Maine Coon cat. Vertical pupils instantly became round. Karakan and Spinel stepped forward, lowering their heads to gaze at the fluffy ball on the grass. Adam, still getting used to his new body, looked up. A big cat face on the left, a cat-like face on the right, and couldn't help but speak. Meow. He forgot he couldn't speak in animagus form. You? Are you really Adam? Karakan tentatively extended a paw. The Maine Coon on the ground mirrored the gesture, tapping paws with Karakan, the large cat's claws suddenly looking miniature compared to a true big feline. Meow. Mew. Hiss. Yes. With some adjustments using the voice card, Adam finally transformed his cat's cries into human language. After speaking, he couldn't help but turn his head using his cat's extraordinary flexibility to bury his face into the soft fur of his own belly and take a deep breath. Heavens, his animagus form was just as delightful to nuzzle as he had anticipated. Heaven knows how thrilled Adam was when he discovered his Patronus was a Maine Coon cat while learning the Patronus charm. It was just a pity that the Patronus was ethereal and intangible, impossible to touch. Now Adam had finally gotten his wish. Until the day of the year-end exams, Adam was utterly immersed in cuddling his own animagus form. Especially when he brought Caracan and Spinel into it, the three fluffy creatures rolling into a ball was pure paradise for a fur enthusiast, especially since one of them was himself. So much so that when Adam stepped into the examination hall, he still wore a blissful smile, which Professor Flitwick naturally interpreted as confidence. I know this isn't too difficult for you, but I hope to see something surprising. Winking at the top student with a smile, Professor Flitwick announced this year's question. See this pair? Make it tap dance across the desk. The tap dancing charm itself wasn't hard, but making a pair dance required some extra control, especially to sustain the performance from one end of the desk to the other. But this was a trivial matter for Adam. In high spirits, he waved his wand lightly, and a plate of pairs holding hands in a row began tap dancing across the desk. A teapot at the corner of the desk provided accompaniment. After finishing a rendition of River Dance, the pairs bowed to the audience in farewell. Professor Flitwick, thoroughly satisfied, applauded and awarded a resounding, "Oh, outstanding." The transfiguration exam required turning a mouse into a snuffbox. The snuffbox Adam created was warm and delicate in texture, adorned with a scene of 4 cats chasing butterflies with a Maine Coon dozing in the corner and a butterfly perched on its nose. Professor McGonagall held the snuffbox for a long time, lamenting that she truly regretted not being able to purchase it with money before marking another O on the score sheet. As each exam concluded, the moods of the young wizards varied, and one could almost guess their final results from their expressions. Looks like everyone did well. Returning to the dormitory after the history of magic exam, the atmosphere was serene, clearly indicating that Adam's dorm mates were at least students who didn't need to worry about failing. The only one I'm a bit uncertain about is history of magic. I didn't really listen in class, and my last-minute cramming might have errors. But I think most of it was right, and at least I filled the page. Colin stood with his hands on his hips, lifting his head proudly. Though he had been in a sorry state making up homework, he had no fear when it came to grades. Now until the results come out, it's holiday time. Any thoughts, everyone? Bernard looked around curiously. Fishing. Eugene produced a fishing gear bag from somewhere. He had been wanting to fish ever since the Black Lake thawed, but his grades weren't good enough for absolute confidence, so he held out until exams were over. Not sure. He'll catch up on sleep. Been severely lacking these past few days. Uther lounged on the sofa, stretching, looking ready to fall asleep at any moment. You're also laid back. The Quidditch season isn't over yet. No one wants to go watch practice. Colin looked at Bernard and Adam. Well, I plan to take advantage of the free time to explore Hogwarts thoroughly. Bernard's gaze flickered as he turned to Adam. What about you, Adam? Me. Adam squinted, holding Caracan in his left arm, and Spinel in his right, his fingers nestled in the soft fur of their bellies. I haven't decided yet. Maybe you'll stay in the dorm like Uther, and then curl up with Caracan and Spinel for a nap. He had studied all year. What was wrong with indulging for a few days? Ahem, since you haven't decided. Bernard coughed, leaning in close to Adam. How about coming on an adventure with me? An expedition? Adam opened his eyes and frowned at Bernard. You mean? This is a vast and ancient magical castle. During our lessons we've explored less than half of it, perhaps even less. Aren't you curious about the other areas? Bernard's eyes sparkled as he spoke. You said it yourself, it's an ancient castle. Adam sighed. The places we don't go to for class are probably places no one goes to at all. Maybe they haven't been visited in centuries, piled high with useless junk, and possibly infested with rats and cockroaches. The vivid imagery dampened Bernard's spirits, but it did not change his mind. But it might not all be junk, right? Imagine discovering treasures left by ancient wizards in those dusty rooms and secret passages. In truth, if you did find such treasures, they'd likely be cursed. Trust me on that. As a descendant of the pharaohs, Uther's words carried an inherent air of credibility. So are the treasures of the pharaohs really cursed? Colin looked at him with curiosity, receiving a subtle smile in return. Well, I never brought it up before because I thought it might be offensive, but since the topic has come up, Adam couldn't help but look at Uther. What do you think about the pharaohs' coffins and mummies in museums? What do I think? I see them as cultural relics. The afterlife and the underworld are ultimately just myths. No one knows if they're real or not. Uther shrugged. Honestly, though, it's a bit embarrassing. It's not entirely a bad thing for us. I can only say so much. I see. Though puzzled by what Uther meant, Adam simply nodded and refrained from pressing further. Wait, isn't anyone interested in my proposal? Bernard was still reluctant to let it go. Give it up. Hogwarts never lacks students with an adventurous spirit. The areas you can freely enter obviously don't hold what you're looking for. So the forbidden areas do. Facing 4 pairs of eyes, Bernard shrugged innocently. I was just saying. Adam sighed. Where do you want to go? Hmm. Bernard frowned in thought for a long while, clearly having never considered the question deeply before. It was purely a spuro-themid impulse. I remember at the start of term Professor Dumbledore warned us about some places we shouldn't go. That corridor on the 4th floor. Adam's heart skipped a beat. He had just been thinking about petting cats, and now Bernard wanted to drag him into a direct confrontation with Voldemort. Wasn't that a bit too intense? I'd rather go to the Forbidden Forest. Showing no outward sign of unease, Adam stroked the cat and said, I've heard there are many magical creatures and plants there, even unicorns and centaurs. I'd like to see them. Adam is interested in magical creatures. Colin looked at him delighted and suggested, then why not come to my house during the holidays? They'll show you our family's reserves. There are plenty of magical creatures. Oh, like what? Adam's eyes lit up slightly. Like Mooncalves, Fwhoopers, Billywigs. Just as Adam began to feel disappointed, Colin added, and Nifflers. They'll definitely visit you when I get the chance. Adam sat up straight and nodded firmly at Colin. Great. Anyone interested in sphinxes? Uther rubbed his chin and suggested, how about we all find an opportunity to visit Egypt? Sounds good. But traveling abroad would require going with family, right? Uther, how will we contact you after you return to Egypt? By Al. Maybe we could go through the International Magical Cooperation Department. After the discussion had mostly wound down, Bernard weakly raised his hand. So are we still going to the Forbidden Forest? Yes. Adam sighed. Otherwise he was afraid Bernard would stumble into Voldemort's path and get hit by the killing curse. That was something not even a few guns or phosphorus grenades could handle. Even for something as thrilling as the Forbidden Forest, no one wanted to get up early the day after exams, including Bernard, who was quite enthusiastic about it. So after combining breakfast and lunch, the 5 roommates finally gathered at the entrance to the Forbidden Forest. Speaking of which, Colin said he found watching practice boring and tagged along. That's understandable. But why did you two come? Adam looked at the one who claimed he wanted to sleep in and the one who wanted to go fishing. It's the dark forest of Hogwarts after all. After hearing you talk about it yesterday, I got interested too. Uther pulled out his wand, decorated in an Egyptian-style, curiosity on his face. Besides, I went to bed too early last night and woke up just now. I can't get back to sleep, so I might as well get some exercise. Do you think we'll encounter an attack? How come you look like a potential danger magnet too? Looking at Uther's eager expression, Adam felt a wave of speechlessness. I heard the Forbidden Forest is dangerous. I don't feel comfortable with you going alone. Eugene, also holding his wand, stood out with his tall stature and resolute features, exuding an aura of reassurance. If Adam hadn't witnessed Eugenie's reaction during the bathroom cockroach incident, where he threw everything within reach at the insect while looking like he wanted to take flight, the sense of security Eugene provided would have been far more effective. This is our dorm's first group outing, isn't it? Colin looked extremely excited and even waved his wand. I can already imagine us fighting monsters in the forest together. Ahem, let's hope that doesn't happen. Adam couldn't help but say, anyway, it's good that we're all together. At least we can look out for each other. Our first challenge is to avoid the gamekeeper's sight, the half-giant who brought us to Hogwarts at the start of term. Bernard skillfully cast a disillusionment charm on himself, and his body blended into the surroundings like a chameleon, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. Anyone need help? I know the disillusionment charm. Uther cast it on himself. Just as Colin and Eugene were about to ask for help, Adam suddenly stretched out his hand, and a wand taller than himself appeared from thin air. Ahem, guys, while we're at it, I'd like to clear up a misunderstanding from before. He had intended to live among them as an ordinary person, afraid of startling them, but after getting to know them, he discovered that everyone's backgrounds were far more extraordinary than his own. So he decided to drop the act and come clean. He was strike through a magical boy, strike through a card captor after all. Of course, Adam couldn't possibly disclose everything about Clow Reed and the like. He merely explained that his parents were indeed ordinary people, not muggles, but squibs, and that he himself only learned his grandparents weren't ordinary after receiving the letter from Hogwarts. Though misunderstood before, he had never found the right moment to clarify. As for the Clow cards, Adam explained them as a family heritage from China, an explanation that Uther accepted readily and without issue. It seemed Egypt likely had a tradition similar to what Adam had fabricated, so in the only one in the dormitory from a truly ordinary background. Bernard felt somewhat disheartened. Adam consoled him. Actually, I'm no different from someone with an ordinary background. I only came into contact with the wizarding world after I turned 11. That's true. But don't you think your quick adaptation to wizarding life might have something to do with your bloodline? That probably has more to do with Adam's personality. Can bloodline really influence that? Alright, the more pressing matter now is to make the two of us invisible, isn't it? Cologne interrupted the conversation between the two invisible individuals with a hint of exasperation. So Adam, you chose to clarify now because you have a better method. Eugene looked at the wand in Adam's hand. You're right. Adam held the dark staff in one hand and pinched a Clow card between 2 fingers of the other. The card's surface bore no person or creature, but rather a scene resembling what one might see through a kaleidoscope with a gem at its center. The Clow card, known as the illusion capable of creating any phantasm, and when uncontrolled, typically manifesting people's deepest fears. Release. The sun's spike touched the card's surface, and a gem detached from it floating above the dark staff. At the same time, kaleidoscopic patterns, ever-shifting, like a perpetual motion, spread outward from the cloud card, enveloping the group and slowly fading into invisibility. All set. Adam still held the dark staff and gestured for Eugene and Cologne to look. When the illusion is active, you'll see a gem-like illusion floating above my wand. When the gem disappears, it means I've dispelled the illusion's magic. Good. After preparations, Bernard volunteered to go first with Cologne's second, Adam and Uther following behind, and Eugene bringing up the rear. This seems like quite a primeval forest. Many magical plants and creatures live here. Cologne touched a fluxweed at his feet. Mooncalf dung. Looks like we'll encounter some adorable little creatures if we come to the forbidden forest at night. And the risk of danger would be higher too, wouldn't it? Uther's gaze swept the surroundings vigilantly, but his tone carried little tension. Even in the sandy expanses of Egypt, diurnal creatures that could threaten a wizard were mostly enormous and impossible to hide, but nocturnal ones were a different story. Under the cover of night, even an animal smaller than a palm could easily kill a wizard with venom or other means. Look, there are traces ahead. Cologne's eyes lit up as he quickened his pace forward. When the group of 5 arrived at the spot Cologne had indicated, Adam watched helplessly as Cologne crouched down, studying a set of tracks intently. Look. These tracks are very wide. They must have been left by some huge magical creature like an erumpent or something else. After a moment's hesitation, Adam reminded him. Could it be that our half-giant gamekeeper might have left similar tracks? And these tracks lead straight out of the forbidden forest. Besides, we're so close to the edge here. How could a huge magical creature come to forage in this area? Huh. Cologne froze, mentally reconstructing Hagrid's build and comparing it to the tracks. A perfect match. Ahihi, I was just guessing. Continuing deeper into the forbidden forest, perhaps because it was afternoon, they spotted few magical creatures. Only a herd of deer. But the deer spotted them from afar, glanced in their direction, and then bolted away. Should I also eliminate the noise we're making? Adam's fingertips produced a silent card, its surface depicting a tall woman with a high collar covering her mouth and nose. Better not. The noise we're making is in a way protecting us. Uther stopped him. Some very powerful magical creatures possess intelligence rivaling humans. This is Hogwarts territory after all. If they notice us, they might choose to leave on their own. All right. Adam heeded Uther's advice, but he doubted the animals would actively avoid humans. Having found nothing exciting, Bernard couldn't help but say, "Are we just going to keep walking aimlessly like this?" He had wanted to explore the forbidden forest, but the reality seemed somewhat different from his expectations. The group stopped gathering together. Let's have some water and take a break. Adam conjured 5 cups and filled them with plain water. Bernard's right. We should at least have a goal. Cologne was a bit tired. Holding his water, he found a large tree with raised roots at its base and sat down, casually scanning his surroundings, hoping to find some clue to guide their direction. Suddenly, Cologne's pupils contracted sharply as he pointed in a direction. What's that? His exclamation, trembling and almost breaking, made Adam and the others immediately look that way, but they saw nothing. Look from here. Adam walked over to Cologne, crouched down, and looked in the direction Cologne was pointing. Only then did he see the culprit behind Cologne's loss of composure. A spiderweb. A web stretched between the trunks of 2 trees, spanning over 10 meters with strands spaced a palm's width apart. What kind of creature wove this web? A spider. Uther's expression darkened. Do spiders in Britain eat this well? If it were just an enormous spiderweb, that would be one thing, but the palm-width gaps between the strands meant that prey the size of a palm wasn't even on this spider's menu. I am not sure. Cologne swallowed hard. The breeding farm back home certainly didn't raise such ferocious magical creatures. But Bernard suddenly started walking toward the web. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing Bernard's move, Eugene quickly grabbed him. Aren't you curious? Eugene frowned at Bernard's excited expression. Aren't you even scared? Scared of what? It's just a spider. At most a bit bigger. Bernard looked at Eugene in confusion, loading his gun with bullets. If you told me bullets can't pierce dragonhide, I'd believe you. But a spider can't be bulletproof, can it? You're right, Bernard. Spiders are indeed unlikely to be bulletproof. Eugene, or rather the wizards, had no real understanding of the power of bullets, but Adam was well aware of it. But you also have to consider the size difference between a bullet and a spider. A single bullet might not necessarily kill that big creature outright. Instead, it could drive it into a frenzy. As Bernard pulled out a white phosphorus grenade to retort, Adam added, "To my knowledge, the only spider capable of reaching such a size is a magical creature called the acromantula. They can typically grow up to 15 feet tall." Bernard fell silent, silently estimating just how tall 15 feet was. Moreover, these creatures are usually social. A small group can consist of dozens or hundreds, while larger groups could number in the thousands. Given the ecological conditions of the forbidden forest, Bernard put away the white phosphorus grenade. Ahem, perhaps we should turn back. This direction seems rather dangerous. Uther, Coron, and Eugene nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, knowing there are tigers on the mountain, one does not walk into the mountain. There was no reason to stubbornly charge forward knowing full well that a large number of dangerous creatures lay ahead. What would be the point? However, after walking a bit further, Adam suddenly stopped the others. Wait a moment. Facing their puzzled gazes, Adam sighed. It seems we've realized this too late. As Adam finished speaking, the surroundings fell into dead silence. Without the sound of their own footsteps, the rustling noises coming from all directions became sharply distinct. We've been discovered. We might have been discovered long ago. Perhaps we touched a strand of web. Or maybe we simply trespassed into their territory and were deemed prey. A 15-foot spider. Imagine it relying solely on its web for food to come to it. Everyone's expressions darkened as they tightened their grips on their wands. Spiders are afraid of fire, right? Coron suggested. But setting a fire in the forbidden forest. What if it spreads? It's still better than losing our lives. Starting a fire would cause too much commotion. The holidays are almost here. Do you want to be confined to the castle? Adam tightened his grip on the dark wand and looked around. Let me try. A massive magical circle spread out on the ground from beneath Adam's feet, concealed by the layer of humus. Only the acromantulas lying in ambush seemed to sense the danger, their rustling footsteps momentarily thrown into chaos. This is my first time attempting something like this. If it doesn't work, you'll have to rely on the tree card to handle it. Adam swung the dark wand, and mana surged like a tide into the magical circle beneath his feet, flowing into the towering trees around them. To the astonishment of Coron and the other three, the surrounding trees suddenly began to move as if they had become living creatures. Their branches swayed, and the roots buried deep underground grew wildly, churning up soil and spreading into the distance. The next moment, hair-raising screeches erupted from all directions. Are those all acromantulas? Coron's face turned pale. What kind of magic is this? Uther's face also paled slightly, but he looked at Adam in surprise. The tree card. It allows me to manipulate trees. Adam's expression was grave. The number of acromantulas around them far exceeded his expectations. It was his first time controlling multiple trees simultaneously, let alone such a vast number. It was far from an easy task for him. The screeching grew closer. The trees of the forbidden forest were immensely tall, nearly blocking out all sunlight from above. Even in the afternoon, they could only vaguely see countless menacing shadows lurking behind the foliage. Perhaps it was the tree roots animated by Adam's magic, or perhaps it was the legs of the acromantulas, but Coron and the others hoped it was the former. Watch out. Suddenly a spider climbed onto a tree, then leaped several times along the trunk before landing not far ahead of them. It lunged at them with a flying attack. Ah, Protego. Confringo. Coron let out a shriek and cast a shield charm, but Uther behind him, his face ashen, hurled a blasting curse at the massive spider. The acromantula's head, roughly the size of a basketball, exploded into fragments in a burst of flames. There are far more of these giant spiders than I imagined. Adam gritted his teeth, frowning. Hundreds. Thousands. Adam wasn't sure. He only knew that within the sensing range of the tree card there were acromantulas everywhere. Had they unknowingly wandered near the nest of the acromantulas? Adam, don't push yourself too hard. Taking 2 deep breaths to steady his heartbeat, Uther looked around. You don't need to hold them all back. You can let some through. Just tell me the direction. I can handle them 1 or 2 at a time. I can help too. Eugene, who had been staring in another direction and hadn't reacted in time, said in a deep voice. Because of my parents, I know a few defensive spells. Bernard, witnessing this, turned pale and clenched the white phosphorus grenade in his pocket. The unforgivable curses are the most heinous spells, but not the most powerful ones. While controlling the trees, Adam also spared some attention to observe their surroundings. Relieved to see the spider dealt with, he noticed Bernard's state and stepped back half a pace to whisper in his ear. Wizards have survived in this world not solely by isolating themselves. Don't put too much faith in the power of technology. Bernard glanced at Adam and nodded. East, Adam suddenly warned. Which way is east? Reducto. Eugene blasted off a chunk of the acromantula's body with a spell, then followed up with 2 more Reducto curses to finish off the disoriented creature. Glancing at the bewildered Coron, Uther, who also couldn't tell east from west without a reference, shook his head. Those who can handle the acromantulas each take a fixed direction. That way it'll be easier for Adam to alert us. All right. Eugene nodded. I know the freezing charm. It should buy us some time against the acromantulas. A faint flush rose on Coron's pale face. He had thought that being a first-year student with such skills was impressive, but looking at the others, that's enough. You also have the shield charm to block them. I can take on the acromantulas too. Bernard gritted his teeth. Uther looked at him. Do you have enough bullets? It's not about bullets. Bernard had already put away his gun and now held his wand. Trust me, I'm not about to risk my life. All right. Uther nodded. Thus the 5 of them formed a formation, with Uther, Eugene, Coron, and Bernard each facing a different direction, surrounding Adam in the center. How many acromantulas can you handle at once? Adam thought for a moment and came up with an idea. Currently his mana wasn't sufficient to wield the light card, the dark card, or the 4 elemental cards of earth, water, wind, and fire, the higher level cloud cards. However, using the other cards was still feasible. Among these cloud cards, there was a lack of means for mass destruction against large targets. If he could scatter them. 3 A-tide giant spiders breached the tree defense from 2 directions, only to be swiftly dealt with by Uther and Eugene. Clearly Adam had deliberately loosened the defenses based on their individual strengths, channeling more of his energy elsewhere. Cologne and Bernard felt a twinge of reluctance, but this was no time for bravado. Adam would not allow 2 A-tide giant spiders to break through just to satisfy their pride. As if intimidated by the fate of their kin, the spiders' assault slowed, granting the group a moment to respond to Adam. At most, I can take down a dozen or 20 at once, but only for 3 or 4 rounds. After that I'll be down to dealing with just 2 or 3. Eugene gripped his wand, one hand slipping into his pocket. Normally I can handle 3 or 4 at a time. In special circumstances, any number works, but only for a short while. Uther took a deep breath, pulling a necklace from his chest and clasping it in his palm. Just as Bernard brought guns and grenades, they had all armed themselves before entering the forbidden forest. Given the current situation, this decision proved wise. Cologne pondered for a moment, too. No one. He was confident in taking on 2, but to avoid any mishap that might burden the others, he lowered it to 1, ensuring absolute safety. 1. Bernard's reply was immediate without a hint of hesitation. Though curious about the source of his confidence, no one doubted his answer. That's enough. Adam nodded, the situation far better than he had anticipated. Dragging this out won't work. There are at least several hundred A-tide giant spiders outside. At this news, everyone's faces darkened. Are all these damn things gathering here? We might have stumbled into their nest. Perhaps many were watching us from the shadows as we headed this way. Bernard's speculation sent a chill through the group. Uther tightened his grip on his wand. No use dwelling on that now. Adam, what's your plan? I can take them out, but I need some time. How long? Eugene asked curtly. A while, about 3 or 4 seconds. Then why not use it now? In those seconds I can't maintain the magic. The trees outside are holding back at least a few hundred A-tide giant spiders right now. Adam listened to the sharp intakes of breath around him and continued. They'll have the trees kill some spiders to intimidate them, then collapse into a barrier. But some will still break through, at least 10 I estimate. If they get close. Understood. Leave it to us. Uther said with a grin. If all else fails, we'll set a fire. Cologne's right. Detention beats death. But can fire really drive away spiders this big? I know the fiend fire curse. Cologne's doubt was dismissed by Uther's single remark. The 4 turned to Adam. Go ahead. All right. Adam closed his eyes, concentrating his power on the trees. Then he snapped them open. Get ready. The dark wand's base struck the ground, and the trees from all directions erupted into chaos. Boom! Amidst a chorus of roars, the trees, now swollen in size, crashed down in unison, shaking the earth. The spiders' cries faltered, then fell silent. A moment later, 3 massive dark silhouettes scaled the wooden barrier and lunged at the group. Thankfully only 3. As the group thought this, 2 more shadows scrambled over the barrier, followed by another 4. They had to finish these off quickly, or the rest would follow suit once they saw it was safe. The same thought struck all 4 simultaneously as they raised their wands. Reducto, Confringo, Glacius, Crucio. Meanwhile, Adam wasted no time. Seal release. The dark wand touched the wood card, and countless vines and branches burst forth from its surface. The wood spirit, clad only in leaves, slowly opened her eyes amid the verdant glow, gazing tenderly at Adam. No time to explain. Use your magic to encircle these spiders. Adam had already pulled out the maze card. Its face depicted a labyrinth capable of creating vast mazes. First, use the wood card to corral the A-tide giant spiders within a range, then trap them in the maze with the maze card. With these 2 cloud cards, they could imprison the spiders and escape. The wood spirit reached out and gently grasped Adam's hand. No need for such trouble. Though not among the higher-tier cloud cards, the wood spirit was a formidable one, capable of speech. She gazed at the spiders surging forward relentlessly, a glint of fierceness flashing in her eyes. Shall I eliminate them all? Without manipulating the surrounding trees, the wood spirit drew upon Adam's magic. A sapling burst from the soil, growing in moments into a tree so massive that 4 or 5 people could not encircle its trunk. Seeing the not quite smooth trunk and the aerial roots hanging from it, Adam was startled. A banyan tree. Before he could react, the wood spirit had the mature banyan launch its attack. Countless aerial roots whipped toward the A-tide giant spiders, their soft, slender forms far more agile than tree roots. Sharpened by magic, their tips pierced the bodies of over a dozen spiders. The next moment, roots, branches, countless indistinguishable structures burst from the spiders' eyes, spinnerets, and joints. Within moments, each became a small banyan sapling, rooting into the soil and growing rapidly. Thus the wood spirit gained more aerial roots to command. As she took over the battlefield, the others finally relaxed, catching their breath. But the sight before them made their hair stand on end. Soon the wood spirit withdrew, looking at Adam. They fled far. Chasing them would drain too much of your magic. Adam, paleface, said, this is enough. In truth, even without pursuit, the consumption had exceeded his expectations. But so had the wood spirit's power. Staring at the magnificent sight of a single tree forming a forest, Adam found himself momentarily speechless. Take good care of yourself. Call on me again if danger comes. The wood spirit caressed Adam's cheek, then retreated into the cloud card amidst a swirl of vines and branches. What was that? Uther asked, his voice strained. A spirit from the cloud cards. Adam looked at the wood card in his hand. Every cloud card has its own life. They were living magic itself, allowing the cards to act independently and unleash immense power. Oh, Uther nodded, saying no more in the presence of the cloud card. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned to Bernard with a complicated expression. With Uther's action, Eugene and Colin also turned to look at Bernard. It was clear that more than one blind student had noticed the focal point amidst the chaos. Bernard, That's right, it was the Cruciatus curse. Bernard admitted this, quite candidly, looking at his roommates before him. Are you going to report me to the Ministry of Magic? From the earlier explanations, he had learned that casting an unforgivable curse would land one in the wizarding prison of Azkaban. The group fell into a silence. Those who cast unforgivable curses are unforgivable. Adam, who had put away his tree cards, suddenly spoke. But Bernard cast the Cruciatus curse to protect us. Wizarding law does not include provisions for necessity, but such legal clauses exist because people need them, and from a universal moral standpoint such actions should not be punished. Clearly none of them could bring themselves to report Bernard for using an unforgivable curse to protect everyone. In the silence, Adam spoke first. Maybe we should head back first. This is deep in the Forbidden Forest, and we've made quite a ruckus. Agreed. Seconded. May I ask why you chose to cast an unforgivable curse in front of us? That evening, Adam deliberately delayed his shower time, and Bernard tacitly did the same, leaving only the two of them in the bathroom. Of course, because the topic was sensitive, Adam used his silence card to seal their voices, ensuring the conversation couldn't reach a third party, not even portraits, ghosts, or Peeves. At that moment, it was a life-or-death situation. Of course I used whatever I had. Bernard was lathering himself with soap, his side facing Adam. Both Eugene and Uther said they had countermeasures. The situation wasn't as dangerous as you made it out to be. But Adam wasn't fooled. Even though you know the unforgivable curse, if you were careful and only practiced in secret, you could still hide it. Why did you deliberately expose yourself? Then why did you cover for me before? Bernard turned his head, meeting Adam's gaze. Those who cast unforgivable curses are unforgivable. You said that yourself. This isn't the first time you've seen me cast an unforgivable curse, is it? The last time I cast the Cruciatus curse, it wasn't for self-defense. So why did you turn a blind eye to that act? Adam closed his eyes. The last time he saw Bernard cast the Cruciatus curse, it was in an abandoned classroom. Adam had been growing several pots of mandrakes in a disused room at the end of the corridor where the sunlight was good enough. But as he passed a certain classroom, he sensed a fluctuation of magical power. Before he could push the door open, he heard the incantation Crucio. It was a familiar voice. He didn't open the door. Adam stood there for a moment, then continued on his way. He never expected Bernard to know about it, so. You were deliberate after all. I was indeed deliberate. Your movements aren't hard to predict if one observes carefully. Bernard shrugged, tilting his head back to let the hot water cascade over his face, flowing over his eyes, mouth, and nose. What exactly are you trying to do? Don't you know how dangerous this is? Dangerous where? As soon as Bernard opened his mouth, hot water rushed in, making his words somewhat slurred. Adam finished lathering, set the soap aside, and faced Bernard directly. Whether it's me, or Eugene, and the others, if any one of us reported you to the Ministry of Magic, a single priori incantatem spell would send you to Azkaban to be neighbors with Dementors for the rest of your life. Do you expect your parents to fight a lawsuit with the Wisingamot and the Ministry? Dementors, Wisingamot. I've learned new terms again. Bernard wiped a hand over his face from chin to forehead and looked at Adam. See, I'm fine now, aren't I? Do you think this is fun? Adam looked at him with utter incomprehension. No, I just wanted to test whether our friendship was truly that strong. This time Adam's gaze toward Bernard held not only confusion, but also a hint of concern. Maybe you should go see a psychiatrist. Do you know what it's like to be the child of two lawyers? Bernard's eyes went vacant as if lost in memory. Marriage, debt, finance. My parents never actually let me look at their files, but children are like that. The more you forbid something, the more interesting it seems. So while others were growing up on fairy tales, my life was filled with much more real stories. While other kids heard about princesses and princes living happily ever after, I read about a woman betrayed in love who dismembered her scumbag lover and stored him in a freezer. Adam swallowed hard. So, I've always wondered, are human emotions really that strong? Are people truly so sincere, so pure, so beautiful in their feelings? Or does everyone wear a hypocritical and beautiful mask, using words like love and friendship to gloss over the entanglements of interest? This curiosity has always stayed with me. Actually, I'm quite grateful to Hogwarts for this opportunity, otherwise I think I might have done something not so good in the future. Adam couldn't help but ask, don't your parents have a good relationship? I haven't actually found anything wrong with their relationship. There are frictions, sure, but they're just normal, everyday disagreements. But maybe I just haven't seen the real problem. I can't exactly test their feelings for each other, and I have no real way to try. So you gambled your own future to test our relationship, eh? Adam opened his mouth. We've only been roommates for a year. But you have to admit, despite our very different personalities, we get along surprisingly well, don't we? Bernard spread his hands. Look at all the other dorms. None of them have 5 people who get along as well as we do. Sure, we've had our frictions, but they've all been resolved well. This roommate relationship is practically as perfect as my parents' marriage. I still don't get it. That's fine. No one can fully understand another person's thoughts. Seeking common ground while respecting differences is a good thing, just like we've done this past year. In terms of habits, personalities, and various other aspects, they were vastly different, yet they managed to live together while respecting and accepting each other's differences. So back to the question. Bernard looked at Adam again. The first time you discovered I cast an unforgivable curse, why didn't you report me? Because I saw it. What? I saw the target of your unforgivable curse. Bernard's eyes widened slightly. How did you? Plow cards. The return card can replay past scenes. After that, I went back to your classroom. Adam looked at Bernard and said, I saw. You cast Crucio on a rock. The unforgivable curses were deemed unforgivable precisely because their execution required extreme emotions. To harbor an unwavering desire to kill, torture, or control someone, and to translate that desire into reality. That was the true reason one would be sent to Azkaban for casting an unforgivable curse. Thus it was ordinarily impossible to cast the Cruciatus curse on a stone unless one harbored a firm intent to torment it. Adam looked at Bernard, who had suddenly fallen into awkward silence, and spoke calmly. If you had chosen a cockroach or a flobberworm, I wouldn't have felt so reassured by you. He even formed the intention to torture a stone rather than seek out a living creature. I was leaving myself an out. Bernard's neck stiffened. If you had reported me back, then the priori incantum would have shown I never used the Cruciatus curse. The priori incantum would reveal the target of the spell, and a stone obviously didn't qualify. So why didn't you leave yourself an out this time? Looking at the speechless Bernard, Adam smiled faintly. Wanting to make such a test in the end proves that you yourself first harbored such pure emotions, doesn't it? Otherwise you wouldn't care so much using such a costly method to test our friendship. You could have used a way that wouldn't implicate yourself. Seeing Bernard on the verge of fury, Adam swiftly changed the subject. Your method of leaving an out still relies on the legal system of ordinary people. Muggle police have limited methods of evidence gathering. But wizards not only have Veritastrum, they even have the pensieve, which can reproduce memories. There's one in our headmaster's office. Don't try similar tricks in the future, or you might end up hurting yourself. Bernard paused, then nodded. Speaking of which, what were those Dementors and the Wisengamot you mentioned earlier? Dementors are the guards of Azkaban. They are a kind of lost in their conversation. They felt awkward when they saw their wrinkled fingers while dressing. Back in the dormitory, as their roommates wondered why they had washed for so long, Bernard voluntarily recounted the day's events. The roommates' expressions mirrored Adam's upon first hearing the reason. They didn't quite understand, but they wanted to say they could forgive him, yet Bernard using the Cruciatus curse to protect them in battle earlier hardly seemed like something needing forgiveness. Don't do such risky things next time. Uther sighed helplessly. Unforgivable curses and the like. Don't use them unless it's a genuine life-or-death situation. Adam's gaze towards Uther shifted slightly. Good lad, you sound like you could be just as criminal and cuffed, he thought. After that day, no one mentioned the incident. Before they knew it, the Endofire feast arrived. The only news about Harry was his absence from the final Quidditch match, which allowed Slytherin to claim the Quidditch Cup. Combined with the points deducted from Gryffindor earlier due to Harry and the others, this year's House Cup would undoubtedly fall to Slytherin. Or would it? Don't be too upset just yet. How about a taro pie? At the staff table, Professor Dumbledore announced the current scores of the 4 houses. Meanwhile, Adam was distributing snacks, handing one to Cedric, who looked regretful after sharing with his roommates. The pie was steaming hot, as if freshly baked. Good food should not be wasted. Cedric took a bite while it was hot. The dense taro filling and crispy crust complemented each other perfectly, lifting his spirits. Delicious, they should stock this. Before he could give Adam his feedback, Cedric witnessed Professor Dumbledore's performance. Yes, well done, Slytherin. After applauding the current first-place house for a few moments, Professor Dumbledore continued with a benevolent smile as Slytherins began to sense an ominous foreboding. However, recent events must also be taken into account. 50 points to Gryffindor. 50 points to Gryffindor. 60 points to Gryffindor. 10 more points to Gryffindor. During the feast, the Slytherins were dazed, especially as the gold and red decorations around them gleamed too brightly in the candlelight. What exactly happened? A Slytherin couldn't help but ask. Damn Dumbledore, he's blatantly biased. His classmate hissed, stabbing his fork into the rib in front of him. Shut up, didn't you see Professor Snape isn't saying anything? That student's remark didn't win agreement, but instead earned him a round of eye rolls. If Professor Dumbledore were truly awarding points to Gryffindor out of personal favoritism, how could Professor Snape possibly allow it? But he didn't explain anything clearly. That was what infuriated the Slytherins the most. A way to earn 170 points. If it had been explained, perhaps they could have. To this Adam thought, kids don't even dream of such good fortune. When Voldemort returns, your parents might not be safe. Though Gryffindor ultimately won the House Cup, the only unhappy ones in the Great Hall were the Slytherins. No help for it, they had been too insufferable during their previous winning streak. Cheers. For instance, Adam and his friends clinked glasses of colorful soda to celebrate Slytherin losing the House Cup. After the Endofire feast, there was truly nothing left to do. The entire Hogwarts was immersed in the holiday atmosphere. The only minor incident was on the last day at Hogwarts when the report cards were handed out. Heavens, Adam, you really are a monster. Colin bounced over to peek at Adam's results and let out a wail. We all sleep in class. How come you got an O in history of magic? Eugene had been patting Colin's shoulder in comfort, but after hearing this, he glanced at his own O in history of magic on his report card and silently withdrew his hand. Better not to provoke him further. Although none of the 5 in the dormitory had failed a single subject, Adam's aloes was still a bit outrageous. Thus the other 4 ganged up on him, demanding he cook a delicious meal to soothe their feelings. That evening they had hot pot on the round table in the dormitory. Though the 4 complained that Adam was being lazy, the concept of cooking whatever they liked was surprisingly popular. So it's settled. After dropping the shrimp paste into the hot pot, Uther looked at the other 4. You all have to come visit me in Egypt this holiday. We'll try our best. Though everyone nodded, traveling abroad was ultimately not their decision to make. It wasn't about money, none of the 5 were short of it. But with their parents unable to take time off, a bunch of minors couldn't exactly fly to Egypt on their own. If worst comes to worst, they'll have my father negotiate with the British Ministry of Magic. Better not trouble your father. Adam reached out to stop Uther from thinking further. His father was the Egyptian Minister for Magic. A few kids traveling abroad shouldn't escalate to a diplomatic level. We'll talk to our parents more. At least one of mine should be free. If not, I can ask my grandparents to take me. In the worst case, we'll meet up first, and then my family can lead us all there together. Farewell. Most parents were already waiting at the platform to pick up their children. After bidding farewell to his friends, Adam found his grandparents on the platform as well. Oh my dear, how was your time at Hogwarts? Embracing the 2 elders one by one, Adam revealed a joyful smile. It was wonderful. I made some great friends. That's good to hear. Emma ruffled his hair. Come on, your parents are waiting for you at King's Cross Station. They came too. Adam was taken aback for a moment, then dashed out of platform 9 3/4 first, and sure enough, he spotted Mr. Reed and Ms. Lee staring his way. Oh my dear, Ms. Lee rarely showed such an emotional side, but this time she strode over quickly and pulled Adam into a tight embrace, pressing his head against her shoulder. You've grown taller. Of course, Mom. It's been a whole year. Releasing Ms. Lee, Adam turned to Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed wasn't as demonstrative. He gave Adam a reserved nod. Adam wasn't surprised. Over the years, his father's parenting style had constantly shifted, full of dramatic flair, and within 3 days, he would always revert to his usual self. He just wondered which employee's parenting advice his father was following this time, and what script he was playing. Did you encounter any danger at school, eh? It seems some dangerous things did happen at school, but they had nothing to do with me. That's good. Mr. Reed nodded and pulled a glass-bottled cola from his pocket. Welcome home. Oh ho. Was this the cold on the outside, warm on the inside father act? Since British dentists practically charged exorbitant fees, Mr. Reed and Ms. Lee were quite concerned about Adam's dental health. They rarely allowed him to drink sweet carbonated beverages, and in the past, getting to enjoy some happy water would have genuinely delighted Adam. Though he now had the freedom to drink as much happy water as he pleased, Adam still reached out to take the cola. Unexpectedly, Mr. Reed first dodged Adam's hand, then under Adam's puzzled gaze pressed his thumb against the bottle cap. After about 10 seconds, his face flushed red. Mr. Reed silently pulled a bottle opener from his other pocket. Pop. Thanks, Dad. Adam suppressed a laugh, took the cola, and had a sip. Ahem. Under the amused gazes of his wife and parents, Mr. Reed coughed awkwardly. We should head home. You must not have had anything good to eat on the way, right? We've prepared a lavish welcome feast at home. Having guessed as much, Adam had deliberately skipped a meal on the train, watching his friends devour delicious food during their farewells without touching a bite himself. Great. To Egypt, eh? During dinner, Adam brought up the idea of going on a group trip to Egypt with his classmates. As expected, all 4 parents hesitated for a moment upon hearing it. And this classmate you mentioned is? His name is User Ramesses. That surname inevitably drew the parents' attention, though his grandparents seemed unfazed. His father is the minister of the Egyptian Ministry of Magic. Now it was the grandparents' turn to react strongly. Ramesses, X2. Minister of Magic, X2. The 2 couples exchanged glances, then launched into a flurry of information exchange, with Adam occasionally correcting their misconceptions. A descendant of the pharaohs. No wonder he's the chief wizard of Egypt. Mr. Reed nodded, then looked at Adam. In that case, safety shouldn't be a major concern. Your mother and I can make time, but the problem is that we're both squibs. Clearly, Mr. Reed had already learned some knowledge of the wizarding world from his parents. Adam hesitated. This did seem like a real issue. Even if User and the others didn't discriminate against squibs, Adam couldn't guarantee that other wizards they'd encounter along the way would feel the same. Though places with wizarding gatherings were safe from the trace, if such a situation arose, he couldn't very well pull out the dark staff and clow cards in front of his parents and put on a show of 10 years of with 10 seconds of treatment, could he? Besides, even if he killed the offender, he couldn't erase the emotional trauma his parents would suffer. Wait, could the erase card remove memories? No. Had he been spending too much time with that criminally minded Bernard, making his own thoughts turn dangerous too? How could such an idea pop into the head of someone as pure-hearted as him? It must be Bernard's influence. Then how about we take Adam? Old Reed looked eager. I've never been to Egypt. I have no objections, but Adam, do you still remember? Emma looked at Adam. Of course, Grandma. Adam winked at Emma to reassure her that he hadn't forgotten. What are you two talking about? Mr. Reed's suspicious gaze flickered between his son and mother. According to what his employees said, it seemed that grandparents and grandchildren often grew especially close. From Mr. Reed's experience so far, that conclusion was spot on. Nothing, Dad. It's a secret between Grandma and me. Mr. Reed shot them a resentful look, then helplessly took a bite of his food. That night back in his room, Adam released Caro, Spinel, and Aries, the owl Adam had bought with his grandparents at Diagon Alley before the school year started. Aries was a male snowy owl. Adam had named him Aries with high hopes, and the young fellow had indeed lived up to expectations. He had a wonderful temperament, was fierce when hunting, and delivered mail swiftly. Opening the cage, Adam found Aries looking listless. What happened, huh? Are you hungry? Adam checked. There was still food in the cage, even more than expected. Lost your appetite too? Was the express too bumpy? That doesn't seem right. Could you be sick? Even after coming out of the cage, Aries showed no signs of improvement. Just as Adam was at a loss wondering whether to take Aries to St. Mungo's or Elop's Owl Emporium in Diagon Alley, Spinel spoke up. I think he might be a bit depressed. Depressed? Adam was startled. What could an owl possibly be troubled about? Have I not had him deliver letters lately? Is Aries really that passionate about work? Wait, Spinel, can you actually tell if an owl is depressed? You just have to feel it with your heart. With just my heart. Seeing Spinel speak so confidently, Adam believed him. Spinel was the guardian beast of the dark cards, and many of the clow cards under his command were indeed inclined toward een and spiritual aspects. So what should I do? Have Aries deliver some letters? It doesn't seem like he's depressed from not delivering letters. Spinel continued staring at Aries for a while, then tilted his head uncertainly. He seems, lovesick. Cough, cough, cough. Adam choked on his saliva, frantically patting his chest before downing a few gulps of water to recover. From downstairs came the concerned inquiries of his family, and even the melancholic Aries cast him a worried glance. I'm fine. Just choked on some water. After shouting downstairs, Adam closed the door, scooped up Aries, and settled onto the small sofa in the corner. Spy, can you be sure? Don't go slandering someone's innocence without certainty. Aries is only 3. He's still a baby. Adam murmured, rubbing his head against Ares' fluffy crown. Adam, snap out of it. Remember, he's a snowy owl. Spy called out helplessly. Adam paused. All right. Now that you mention it, that does make some sense. By the way, at what age do snowy owls reach adulthood? I've no idea. Spy lay on the bed, flicking his tail. Gazing at Aries, Adam fell into contemplation. If it truly was lovesickness, it wasn't entirely implausible. Snowy owls are remarkably monogamous creatures, among the few birds that live in lifelong pairs, with polygyny being rare even in times of plentiful food. So, Aries, did you find a girlfriend in the Olery? Who? Aries buried his face under his wing, looking embarrassed. Adam, it was true. Don't just be shy. Who's the girl? Did you win her heart? Huh. Adam's gossip fire blazed as he poked Ares' feathers relentlessly. Unable to bear it, Aries scurried back into his cage. Don't hide. At least tell me whose owl she is. If I know the owner, I can send a few letters, and you two might get a chance to meet. Who? Aries, who had been facing away in his cage, swiveled his head 180 degrees to look at Adam. Of course it's true. Just tell me who it is. Oh, you can't talk. Adam was stumped. They had no photos, and with all of Hogwarts owls in the Olery, how could he possibly know every single one? But come to think of it, snowy owls probably only fancy other snowy owls, right? There aren't that many people with snowy owls in Hogwarts. With their pristine white plumage setting them apart, snowy owls were among the most expensive breeds. Adam recalled seeing no more than a dozen snowy owls in the Olery. Of those, he only knew 3 owners. He hoped the object of Ares' affection belonged to one of them. Since Aries couldn't possibly know the owner, Adam decided to write letters to all 3 and let Aries deliver them. Unexpectedly, the first letter hit the mark. So it really is Hedwig. Adam was somewhat astonished. He had chosen to buy a snowy owl because of Hedwig's influence, never imagining that fate's wheel would turn full circle. Hiss. Aries flapped his wings excitedly, emitting a cry utterly different from his usual calls. Adam could roughly guess what he meant. After all, given Harry's living conditions, how well could Hedwig be faring? But what can I do? I can't just go up to Harry and say, hey Harry, my owl's in love with yours. Since Hedwig's suffering with you anyway, why not let her move in with us? Ares silently retreated into his cage. Adam spread his hands. Otherwise try talking to Hedwig, and see if she's willing to elope with you. I can afford to keep one more owl. The previous night, when Mrs. Lee asked how much Hed spent at school, and whether she should send more, Adam had no idea how to answer. His biggest expense that year had been the investment in the twins, yet a single Christmas dinner had recouped it all with plenty to spare. Ares twitched his head at the words, unwilling to acknowledge Adam. This time Adam truly had no solution. He could only leave Ares to brood alone, hoping the bird would come to terms with it. He still had an appointment with Nicholas Flamel. The move card among the Clow cards could teleport its user to any place they had visited. Using it, Adam arrived alone at Nicholas Flamel's home. Knocking on the door, it took a long while before Flamel opened it. Seeing only Adam outside, he looked surprised. Has your grandmother already returned? Not at all. Mr. Flamel, I came alone. After a moment's thought, Adam still couldn't find a suitable title and settled for this one. As he spoke, he waved the dark wand in his hand. Flamel's eyes fell on the uniquely crafted wand, a flicker of curiosity passing through them, but nothing more. It seems our young Adam harbors quite a few secrets. Please come in. Flamel's steps were so small that it took him nearly 5 times as long as Adam to reach the sofa and sit down. Do you know why I summoned you here? Flamel asked, smiling at Adam. Adam shook his head. He truly had no idea. The Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed. Even though he already knew this, hearing Flamel personally utter these words, which were little different from saying him about to die, still left Adam momentarily stunned. Yes, I am nearing my end. So I wish to find someone to share my story with. But everyone I know is old, and an old man's tale holds little appeal for another old man. Fortunately, I met you, young Adam. Flamel chuckled. Would you care to hear my story? Of course. How could Adam possibly not be intrigued by Flamel's personal account told by the man himself? Under Adam's attentive gaze, Flamel began. 665 years ago. He recounted the events leading up to his creation of the Philosopher's Stone in great detail, yet Adam felt no impatience. Life in France over 6 centuries ago was equally fascinating. But that period was but a fraction of Flamel's long life. Soon he reached the part about the Philosopher's Stone. When I finally succeeded in creating it, I could scarcely believe my eyes. Yet as I used it to produce my first piece of pure gold and my first draft of the elixir of life, I realized I had truly achieved the supreme accomplishment of alchemy. What followed was a tale of life after creating the Philosopher's Stone, a story that had the feel of a power fantasy. But Flamel's narrative did not remain triumphant. This was not the world of Full Metal Alchemist. The stone granted him no great power. Amid the covetous eyes of many, Flamel soon went into hiding with his wife. Then came the part Flamel truly wished to tell. I once felt immense pride in my monumental achievement of creating the Philosopher's Stone. For nearly half of my 165-year life, I tried to replicate that initial success. Yet after 3 centuries passed, and countless failures, my last shred of hope was extinguished. I had to admit that all the honors the world had bestowed upon me were merely the result of an accident. I never truly mastered the art of creating the Philosopher's Stone. That first stone was nothing more than a beautiful coincidence, and nothing else. But just as I was walking out of the laboratory, dejected and disheartened, Perenelle beckoned me to join her for dinner, just as she had for the past 300 years, over 100,000 days and nights. In that moment, I finally realized what a foolish thing I had done. I had cast aside every beautiful thing in my life, squandering 3 centuries for the sake of a single stone. But it seemed I had awakened far too late. My wife and I, once in the prime of our youth, had both become gray-haired, stooped, and frail old people. From that day onward, I never again gave a thought to the Philosopher's Stone. I devoted myself to living with Perenelle, and over these years we have traveled to most of the countries in this world. Nicholas Flamel took a sip of black tea, smiled at Adam, who was full of curiosity, and continued, the elixir of life can only prevent one from dying of old age. It does not halt the aging process itself. It is like the blessing Zeus bestowed upon Tithonus. So over the years, Perenelle and I have grown osteoporotic and slow in our steps. We can no longer even eat food that requires chewing. Fortunately, the elixir is a potion and not something else. Besides that, we can still drink some black tea, hot cocoa, and the like. Despite this decrepit body, despite the fact that everyone we knew has long since left us one by one, I still find this world captivating. I always dreamed of living here forever with Perenelle. But a few years ago, Perenelle told me she was tired. At this point, Nicholas Flamel looked somewhat wistful. When I asked her, she told me that her sense of taste had long vanished. Those cups of black tea held no more flavor than water for her. The very act of continuing to live had become a weariness to her. From that moment, I realized that perhaps we should have set off for the next destination long ago. It was only for some things that were not so important that we lingered so long in a place where we should not have stayed. So when Dumbledore asked if he could borrow the Philosopher's Stone, even knowing it would be destroyed, I still agreed. It is time for Perenelle and me to embark on our next journey. The life that has been dormant for centuries is finally about to welcome some unprecedented changes. The most joyful thing of all is that Perenelle will be with me. There is nothing in the world more worthy of happiness than this. Nicholas Flamel couldn't help but laugh as he said this. It was clear that his joy was genuine. Adam could roughly understand what Nicholas Flamel meant. For a man who had lived over 600 years, the greatest allure of this world was his wife. Without his wife, continuing to live in this world would only mean a few more cups of black tea or wine that he had already tasted for centuries, utterly meaningless. If living on had become a torment for his wife, then embracing death was not such a bad idea. For this couple, death was merely another great adventure. For the first time, Adam understood the profound meaning of those words so deeply. At that moment, Adam abandoned the thought of giving Nicholas Flamel another Philosopher's Stone. He truly no longer needed it. I apologize for taking up your time listening to an old man's tale. Please don't say that, Mr. Flamel. It is an honor for me, Adam said sincerely. It wasn't just the intangible gain of benefiting so much from hearing the life story of such a legendary figure as Nicholas Flamel, there was also the tangible gain of an increase in magical power. Magic power is closely tied to the soul and the spirit. The legendary story of Nicholas Flamel's life, including his insights on death, helped Adam far more than the knowledge he had learned over the past year. I am delighted to hear you say that. Nicholas Flamel could see that this relative with whom he shared a very thin bloodline was not deceiving him. He smiled with relief. As a reward for fulfilling my last wish, I would like to give you some gifts. Gifts? Actually, you could also think of it as an inheritance. After all, the only people in this world related to me by blood are you and your grandmother. Adam blinked, watching Nicholas Flamel stand up and walk over to the cabinet that had previously held the Philosopher's Stone. He beckoned to Adam. Come over here, please. Forgive a man over 600 years old who can no longer move such heavy objects. Good heavens, how old was I when I put these in here? I was so full of energy back then. Adam quickly ran over to Nicholas Flamel's side. The gifts I want to give you are all in this cabinet. Nicholas Flamel patted the cabinet beside him, then pointed to the books on the top shelf. First, this is the book that changed my life. As soon as these words were spoken, Adam knew what book it was. Sure enough, Nicholas Flamel continued, the book of Abraham the Jew. Although we have proven that creating the Philosopher's Stone was just an accident, this book is still quite meaningful to me. I hope you won't use it to prop up a table leg. I will take good care of it. Adam nodded solemnly. No need to be so serious. I was just joking. It's fine if you use it to prop up a table leg. Nicholas Flamel smiled. The second shelf of the cabinet, which had originally held the Philosopher's Stone, now contained several small bottles filled with a liquid as red as blood. These are the elixir of life along with its formula. Nicholas Flamel took one of the bottles and a small piece of paper, handing them to Adam. Under Adam's wide-eyed gaze, Nicholas Flamel laughed. The existence of the Philosopher's Stone is not a secret that can be well kept from many people. Although your connection to the stone is weak and Dumbledore might not be able to detect it, I have been with the stone day and night for over 600 years. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about this old man who doesn't have many days left leaking your secret. It seems like a simple child. One Philosopher's Stone is destroyed and another is born immediately after. An old couple abandons the stone to embrace death, and the stone reappears in the world in the hands of a child. At the same time, it seems to confirm my suspicion. The success of the Philosopher's Stone was truly just a coincidence, yet somehow not entirely, so isn't it? This world is just so wonderful. Handing the bottle of elixir of life and the formula to Adam, Nicholas Flamel said, Take this, child. I hope you will not repeat the mistakes I made. Use the life that the Philosopher's Stone grants you for the things you find meaningful. On the third shelf of the cabinet lay another book, quite thick. Nicholas Flamel asked Adam to take it down and place it on the table. This is a contact book, he said with a hint of nostalgia, patting the cover of the book. I heard from Emma that you have just entered the world of wizards, but you must have seen those moving and speaking portraits at Hogwarts, right? Though few, I have made some friends. Some of them, fearing that our lives might be too lonely, gifted me their portraits. Nicholas continued, Unfortunately, as your elder, I must leave after only a few brief encounters with you, so I am giving you this book in hopes that the friends within can provide you with some assistance in your life, just as Peregrine and I would have. Each wizard in this book was once a legend, and their lives were far more exciting than mine, a mere old man who has wasted half his life. Nicholas gently pushed the book towards Adam. These portraits took a great deal of effort to create. Although they are not real people, they possess the same capacity for thought as their living selves. When you feel lost, perhaps you can reach out to them for help. Do not feel shy, though I have already spoken to them about this matter. Adam swallowed hard and touched the cover. Are your and your wife's portraits in this book as well? I'm afraid not, my child. We did not have time to create our own portraits, Nicholas replied. Perhaps I could have a photo of you both. Nicholas paused, then reached out to pat Adam's head. Of course. He then seemed to remember something suddenly. By the way, the last two portraits in this book belong to people who are still alive. If you encounter any danger or difficulties, you might try to contact them through the portraits, if they themselves also have portraits nearby. Who are the two portraits? Adam asked. One is your headmaster Albus Dumbledore, and the other is a child from Hogwarts as well. You may have heard of him. His name is Newt Scamander. Newt Scamander. Adam's eyes lit up. Unaware of Adam's thoughts, Nicholas led him back to the sofa. And now take this, child, and open it up. Nicholas handed Adam a piece of parchment that looked somewhat old. Adam unfolded the parchment, revealing a dense script. What is this? Including this place we stand on this list the addresses of my 192 properties around the world, each protected by the unbreakable vow. I am giving them to you. Nicholas Flamel said casually. During his travels around the world with his wife, he had chosen not to stay in hotels for safety reasons. Instead, he bought properties in each location. After all, he was not short on money. Nicholas waved his hand over the parchment, marking a few addresses in red, and added, "These marked addresses are known to others besides Peregrine and me." A single sentence was enough without further reminders. Adam nodded, rolled up the parchment, and put it away. Nicholas Flamel's last legacy was a key. This is the key to Vault 4 of Gringotts. He took the key from his pocket and placed it in Adam's hand. There is no galleon or anything like that inside, but I believe you won't need it. Nicholas smiled gently at the new owner of the Philosopher's Stone. After you open the vault, you will find it filled with papers that are the manuscripts of my life's work in alchemy and magic. If you are not interested in them, please help me donate them to my and Peregrine's alma mater, Beaux Batons. The remaining half of the vault contains some of my collections or inventions, most of which are not particularly valuable, but quite interesting. I hope you will enjoy them. Having said so much at once, sharing stories and legacies, it was clear that this brought Nicholas considerable burden, yet looking at his bright eyes, he seemed quite excited. After handing the last key to Adam, Nicholas sent him away and refused Adam's request to attend their funeral. We have no plans for a funeral. After meeting you, I have said everything I wanted to say to everyone. I wish to bid farewell. In the final moments of our lives, let us enjoy a peaceful world for just the two of us. For the Flamel couple, they determined their own time of death, so they handled the aftermath with complete composure, even managing to bid farewell to those they wanted to say goodbye to, making a funeral unnecessary. After informing Adam of their death date and where their grave would be, and giving him a photo of the couple as promised, Nicholas closed the door. Adam stared at the door in a daze, knowing this was the last time he would see Nicholas Flamel. What's wrong with Adam? Squeezing a cake, Little Co looked at Adam and couldn't help but ask Spy beside him. If you ask me, who should I ask? Spy rolled his eyes. Why don't you just put down the fork and ask? I want. Otherwise you'll eat the rest of the cake in one go. That's slander. Hearing the commotion of the two sealed beasts, Adam snapped back to reality, chuckling at the sight of the furry balls tumbling together. The story belonging to Nicholas Flamel had come to a perfect conclusion, while his own story was just beginning, wasn't it? Justice from the heavens. A cat somewhat too large for the energy-saving state of Little Co and Spy joined the fray. Hey, Adam, over here. The lively Kylon was always the most active one in the dormitory, and as soon as Adam arrived at the airport, he heard his call. Walking over, Bernard and Kylon were already there, with a lady beside Kylon and Bernard standing alone. My parents have clients they booked long ago, and it wouldn't be convenient for two ordinary people to go. Sure enough, it was similar to Adam's considerations. Adam, long time no see. My parents are also busy. This is my sister Kelly, and this is Adam, whom I've mentioned. Hello. Kelly looked Adam up and down, clearly curious about this extraordinary roommate her younger brother often spoke of. Hello. After politely greeting Kelly, Adam introduced his grandfather. Perhaps due to the Flamel couple situation, Emma was feeling somewhat down and did not come with Adam. Now we just need Eugene. Oh, here he comes. Just as Kylon reached out to wave, he exclaimed in surprise, Eugene, that outfit. Wow, long time no see. Clad in an exploration outfit one might see in a movie, carrying a large bag and leading a similarly dressed old woman, Eugene walked over and nodded at everyone. Hello, everyone. Eugenie's grandmother looked very kind, and one could guess from Eugenie's personality what kind of person this grandmother who raised him must be. With everyone finally gathered, the plane was predictably delayed. Does anyone want something to eat? During lunchtime, Adam opened his backpack, which had been expanded with a wheeled plate, and pulled out a pile of packed rice balls. There are 4 flavors: teriyaki, eel, black pepper, beef, honey glazed char siu, and vegetable mayonnaise. The generous portions of beef devoid of any fishy odor and the perfectly textured rice collided between his lips and teeth. The rice, steamed with vegetable juice, provided nutrition without compromising the satisfaction of devouring the meat, while the perfectly balanced black pepper sauce added a soulful touch to the rice ball. All the ingredients of the rice ball melded together flawlessly, composing an intoxicating symphony of culinary delight. Swallowing a large mouthful of the black pepper beef rice ball, Kelly excitedly patted her brother on the shoulder. You were absolutely right. Adam's cooking is simply divine. Will he really open a shop in Hogsmeade? Oh, Kelly, don't pat my shoulder. The rice ball is falling apart. At least wait until after graduation. So why can't you just graduate right now? Kelly let out a regretful sigh. Eugene and his grandmother both loved fish, and the teriyaki eel rice ball, which required no deboning and had a sweet flavor, was perfectly to their liking. Good heavens, Adam, your culinary skills are even better than your parents. Old Reed was also tasting his grandson's cooking for the first time. It's a pity that underage wizards can't cast spells at home, otherwise I could make even more delicacies. Adam sighed. Oh, unfortunately his parents' home wasn't in a registered wizard residence under the Ministry of Magic, or else it wouldn't have mattered if he cast spells at home. It's a shame Uther isn't here. Cologne sighed regretfully. Speaking of which, once we get to Egypt, will we have to eat Egyptian food? I doubt it'll be as good as Adam's. But at least it's Egyptian specialty. I'm quite looking forward to it. Time passed quickly amidst their chatter, and the plane, already 2 hours late, finally arrived at Cairo International Airport after a 3-hour delay. Over here, the flight details for Adam and the others were no secret to Uther's family, so they were already waiting at the arrival gate. The 5 dorm mates were reunited. So this is how you dress at home, Uther. Cologne sighed as he looked at Uther. What's the matter? Uther glanced at himself. It was a very common color, Cyrus. Don't you wear? Cologne gestured around his head. Uther's mouth twitched. How could I possibly wear something like that out? Dismissing Colon's fantasy with exasperation, Uther shook his head. Let me take you to my place first. My parents are both at the Ministry of Magic and won't be back until evening. Okay. Arriving at Uther's home, Cologne looked disappointed again. I thought you'd live in a pyramid. He hadn't expected just a villa in an oasis. Pyramids are tombs for pharaohs. How could anyone live in them? Uther sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. But pyramids are cool. Would you sleep in a coffin just because it's cool? Then don't you have any mummies at home? No? Who keeps corpses in their house? I heard mummies are stuffed with spices, so they shouldn't smell bad. Is the smell the main issue here? After an exhausting round of questions and answers, everyone finally gathered at the dining table. Dinner will be quite lavish, so for now, just have some fruit. Is this cactus fruit? Adam picked out a fruit he vaguely recognized, but wasn't familiar with from the array of options. That's right, just cut it open and eat the inside, similar to a dragon fruit. Uther used a small knife to slice one open, picked out a small object with spines, and handed it to Adam. But there's an octagonal thorn at the top. You need to remove that before eating. Adam took a bite, and his eyes lit up. Very sweet, tastes amazing. Although the texture wasn't as smooth as dragon fruit, and the seeds were harder, the flavor was unexpectedly sweet. Why is mine sour? Cologne put on a pained expression. Oh, you have to pick them. Not every fruit can be sweet. Uther looked innocent. He certainly hadn't deliberately seated Cologne near the side with more sour fruits. Overall, it's a sweet and sour taste, very delicious. Everyone gave positive reviews after tasting the cactus fruit. Considering the elderly at the table, Uther had the servants juice some fruits that were hard to chew like sugarcane, and those inconvenient to eat like pomegranates. In addition, there were dates, bananas, and various other fruits, most of which were very sweet. Egypt's climate was indeed suitable for growing fruit. Adam recalled that among the properties left to him by Nicholas Flamel was one in Egypt. He might as well go see if there was any arable land. But he figured there probably wasn't, and even if there were, Adam had no time to tend to it. Indeed, it was faster to conjure fruit with a Gamp's transformation. There seemed no need to transform non-sweet fruits. Although it was just a light snack of fruit, everyone ate quite a bit out of curiosity, but fruit digested quickly and didn't spoil dinner. Uther's parents arrived only after the sun had set. Sorry, there were some urgent documents to handle at the ministry today. Uther's father apologized. I've kept you all waiting. You must be hungry. You didn't have to wait for us. It's all right, we all had plenty of fruit this afternoon, so we're not hungry. Old Reed spoke up, and Uther's father nodded amiably at him. Dinner will start shortly. Before that, I'd like to thank. Ahem. Uther's mother, a beauty with distinctly Egyptian makeup, coughed dryly upon hearing her husband's habitual ministry-style speech. Oh, these young lads are Uther's roommates and good friends, so we're all family. Enough formalities, let's eat. Having spoken in bureaucratic jargon for so many years, it was hard to switch to casual talk. Just as the dishes were being served, Uther's father quickly urged everyone to eat. Though not as good as yours, it's still quite distinctive. Uther, seated next to Adam, leaned in and whispered, Then I must have a good taste. Perhaps I can let you enjoy the flavors of home, even at Hogwarts. Adam said with a smile, and Uther's eyes lit up. If you need ingredients, I can have my dad send them through the International Magical Cooperation Department to the British Ministry, and then to Hogwarts. Whatever makes you happy. Adam could only sigh that with wealth and power one could truly do anything. He had to admit that Egyptian specialty cuisine was indeed delicious, though the style was somewhat rustic. For instance, a certain dish that looked a bit like mbamaba was made by mixing minced meat with vegetables and spices and grilling it. Its appearance was questionable, but the taste was surprisingly good. And the grilled fish was not to be missed. It was well prepared with no fishy smell from the innards. A squeeze of lemon juice made it taste fantastic, and both Adam and Eugene enjoyed it immensely. Pyramid. Mummy. Adam fell into a speechless silence as he watched the two shouting excitedly about wanting to see someone else's ancestral tomb and corpse. All right, since you're so eager to see them, well, put the pyramid on the first day. Adam looked at Uther in shock. I told you it's fine. The pyramids open to tourists now aren't fake. They just don't contain the real treasures inside. Uther shrugged. It's a perfect chance to take you to see the Sphinx. Due to their species' nature of being exceptionally intelligent and fond of posing riddles and challenges, sphinxes, whether in Egypt or elsewhere, found their primary employment in guarding treasures and passages. In Egypt, this naturally meant watching over pyramids and temples. Thus, regardless of Uther's original travel plans yielding to the fervent demands of Cologne and Bernard, they set off on the road to the pyramids. The transport to the pyramids was a small bus. From the outside it seemed modest, but inside it was enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, comfortably accommodating a dozen or more people. Fruits, drinks, and ice were placed beside the seats. On the way, Uther looked at the two, whose faces were brimming with excitement, and reminded them, "While we're heading to the pyramids, it won't be quite what you imagine. Those pyramids aren't open to the public, but they've long been dealt with by the Ministry of Magic. It's virtually impossible for anything dangerous to happen, of course provided you don't act recklessly." Otherwise, Uther's parents would never have allowed him to take them alone. Got it? X2. Unlike the pyramids adjacent to Cairo, the vehicle drove deep into the desert, and after several hours of travel, they finally reached their destination. Even with Muggle-repelling charms cast, some things within these pyramids compelled the ancient pharaohs to build them deep in the desert. Uther said as he stepped out of the vehicle, "Over the next few days I'll take you around Cairo, let you admire the Nile, and then bring you to Thebes. The Valley of the Kings there has many pharaoh tombs, much more interesting than this place." Saying this, Uther couldn't help but smile. "And my favorite, Egypt's pride, the Ramesseum. They'll show you its true form." The Ramesseum Tentyris, a mortuary temple built during the reign of Ramesses II, was unparalleled in both scale and splendor throughout Egyptian history. However, in the current perception of the Muggle world, it had been reduced to nothing but ruins. Briefly outlining the arrangements for the coming days, Uther led everyone to the sealed door of the pyramid. He reached out his hand and traced it from top to bottom along the gap. Rumble! Amidst the sound of shifting sand and stone, Uther guided them toward the other side of the pyramid. What was that? Cologne looked curiously at the door, which showed no other signs of movement. "That door is the switch to enter the pyramid, but not the entrance." A trace of mockery crept into Uther's smile. "Even with the correct method of opening, anyone who enters through that door, except for the descendants of the pharaohs, will fall into the underworld and never return. Don't tell anyone, though." Bernard leaned in and asked, "So have you ever seen the underworld?" "No. One of my ancestors once entered through that door out of curiosity. Inside it was a dead end, a long corridor that forbade all magic, ending in a wall made of solid stone. Aside from a linen curtain hanging at the entrance and paintings of Anubis on both sides, the entire corridor was empty." As they spoke, they had already arrived at the true entrance. Uther tapped a massive boulder with his wand. Centered on that boulder, over a dozen stones melted and reshaped themselves into a colossal stone gate. The vibrant painted patterns on it looked as fresh as if they had been applied just yesterday. "Please come in." With a gentle push, the stone door swung inward. What greeted their eyes was none other than a massive male sphinx. "Tell me what thing." "A master." The sphinx had initially assumed it was Ministry of Magic personnel coming to feed it, and was about to blurt out a new riddle it had recently devised. But upon spotting Uther, it hastily swallowed the rest of its riddle, rose to its feet, and stepped aside to clear the path. "This is a sphinx I raised. Its name is Fluffball. Feel free to look around, but it's best not to do anything disrespectful." With that, Uther addressed the colossal creature named Fluffball. "These are my friends. Don't resist." "Fluffball." Eugene looked up at the sphinx and couldn't help but remark. Even while lying prone on the ground, it was at least 3 meters tall. The reason for Eugenie's question was obvious. Uther sighed. "Believe me, Fluffball was really tiny when it was little. It just grew this big without me noticing. It's hard to believe you didn't notice it reaching this size." "Rejoice." Eugene had even learned to quip. His roommates didn't think much of it, but Eugenie's grandmother was delighted. She had no interest in sphinxes and went to rest with old Reed and Kelly. Old Reed had no particular fondness for magical creatures, a quick glance sufficed. As for Kelly, she had seen a sphinx before, so naturally held no fascination for it. Adam walked up beside Fluffball and reached out to touch it. The sphinx, also known as the Lion Man beast, held no appeal for Adam in its human face, but its body was indeed much like a lion's. Its coarse, stiff fur had clearly been meticulously groomed, and when stroked along the grain it felt as smooth as satin. It was almost comparable to Xiaokes's true form. Having gained experience from petting Xiaoku, Adam unconsciously employed professional techniques. Fluffball's tail involuntarily lifted into the air, whipping back and forth in a blur. Cologne wasn't interested in petting Fluffball and didn't step forward to join. Instead, he looked at Uther expectantly. Was Fluffball about to give a riddle earlier? "Let us guess it." "Yeah, when you meet a sphinx you've got to experience its riddle." Bernard chimed in. Hearing this, Fluffball perked up immediately and looked at Uther hopefully. "I'm all right. But if you get a sphinx's riddle wrong, it becomes agitated and more aggressive. Even though I raised Fluffball, I can only guarantee it won't attack us. If it gets upset, we won't be able to observe it up close like this. Let's give it a try then." Adam let go and stepped back a few paces. His interest in the sphinx lay more in its riddles. If he wanted to pet something fluffy, he had another creature in mind. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Fluffball proudly raised the upper half of its body. "Tell me what can run but never walks, has a mouth but never talks, has a head but never weeps, has a bed but never sleeps." Uther raised an eyebrow. Years of familiarity allowed him to quickly guess Fluffball's riddle. He breathed a silent sigh of relief. At least this would ensure Fluffball wouldn't fly into a rage. Adam pondered for a few seconds. Sphinx riddles were rarely arbitrary. They were usually tied to the creature's environment. So he too quickly arrived at the answer. Those who figured it out don't say the answer yet. Write it down on paper, and we'll reveal them all together later. Eugene suggested. He pulled a notebook from his bag, tore out sheets of paper, and took out several pins, distributing them along with the paper to everyone. Huh, you've already guessed it. Cologne, still deep in thought, looked at him in surprise. Not yet. Eugene shook his head, then looked at Uther and Adam, who had already started writing. But I think they've already figured it out. After much deliberation, everyone wrote down their answers. 5 hands brought their answer sheets together, each bearing the same word in different handwriting. River. A river can gallop, yet never walks, has a mouth, yet never speaks, has a source, yet never weeps, and has a bed, yet never sleeps. Correct. The fluffy ball nodded excitedly. Shall we continue? Uther glanced at his roommates, who all seemed intrigued, and said to the fluffy ball, go ahead, pose your riddle. Having spent a year at Hogwarts, he figured this was a good chance to keep it company. Moreover, this fluffy ball was the only Sphinx he could guarantee wouldn't attack them if they answered a riddle wrong. Some try to hide, some try to deceive, but time reveals all, and we shall always meet. It was clear the fluffy ball had stored up many riddles, for it spoke the next one with hardly any hesitation. Guess my name as best you can, and when I truly have you, I promise you shall know the answer. After a round of guesses, this time Corin failed to answer correctly. The answer was death, but Corin's answer was the year-end exam papers. Some try to hide, some try to deceive, but time reveals all, and we shall always meet. I don't think that answer is too far off, is it? Bernard sighed, pressing his forehead with a hand. But Corin, you actually did well on the exams. Doing well doesn't mean I like exams. Corin retorted with righteous indignation. The fluffy ball wrestled with it for a while, then had to admit that for a Hogwarts student this answer did fit the riddle's description, and reluctantly deemed Corin correct. It seemed this was an enlightened Sphinx. Adam would dub it the enlightened beast of Kunlun Void, Achu, X9. They then guessed a few more riddles, and though their answers sometimes diverged from the fluffy ball's, upon reflection, the fluffy ball found them not entirely unreasonable. Thus, when they finally bid farewell to the fluffy ball, all 5 had answered every riddle correctly, and the fluffy ball waved them off with high spirits. Actually, there's nothing particularly exciting inside the pyramid. Entering the main body of the pyramid, Uther retrieved lighting tools from his bag and distributed them to the group as he explained, what's valuable to us are the inscriptions and statues on the walls, but you won't understand them. Let me translate for you. Wow, Uther, you're truly amazing, knowing so many languages, Corin couldn't help but exclaim. Though Uther's family mostly communicated in English, they occasionally used Arabic, and the walls were inscribed with ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic script. Ahem, it's really not that great. Even the deepest complexion among the 5 couldn't hide the blush on his cheeks, as Uther translated the wall inscriptions and explained the stories behind the statues. There were praises for the pharaoh's achievements during his reign and blessings for his successful resurrection. As for the achievements, since they were from a wizard's version, Adam found them quite eye-opening. Notably, to show respect for the gods and pharaohs, the foremost requirement of hieroglyphic script was aesthetic symmetry. It could be written vertically or horizontally, from left to right or right to left, depending on the lines between characters and the direction the animal heads faced. This drew a round of exclamations. It's almost like painting. In that era, only those who mastered writing could access the mysteries of knowledge, and those who mastered hieroglyphs held the deepest wisdom, magic. Uther traced the hieroglyphs on the wall, musing over that ancient past, when suddenly his fingers brushed against something. What's this? He looked closely. It was an eye of Horus representing the pharaoh in this passage. The eye of Horus appeared perfectly normal, but with curiosity Uther reached out again and gently placed his hand over it. Once more he felt the bump. Confirming it, Uther promptly withdrew his hand. How could there be such an abnormal protrusion in the pyramid's inscriptions, especially on the sacred eye of Horus, symbolizing divinity and the pharaoh? Moreover, it seemed deliberately concealed. Uther recalled that this pyramid was not built for future generations to tour. Had better ask his father about it. I think we've seen enough. Let's head back. There was indeed nothing new left to see, and everyone nodded in agreement. Back at the villa in Cairo, Uther said he had prepared Egyptian-style attire, the same as his own Colosirus, for them to change into. His parents would return early in the evening, and they would all go boating on the Nile. Under the guidance of Uther's household staff, everyone changed into their Colosirus, and came out only to wait for quite a while for Uther. When he descended from the second floor, Adam and the others immediately surrounded him. Well, no wonder you took so long. You changed into such a splendid outfit. Bernard hooked his finger under Uther's belt, studded with turquoise and other gems, dragging him forward, while Corin pushed from behind. After this change, we look like your attendants. All right, we bare our hearts to you, and you play mind games with us. Adam summoned his dark staff, its sun-like spikes glittering alongside Uther's gems in the sunlight. I hope you have a reasonable explanation, or you might end up attending tonight's boat trip in the nude. We'll leave you at least your underwear, Eugene added. Didn't you all say you wanted to see me in Egyptian attire? Uther quickly protested, spreading his arms to display the garment adorned with golden patterns and colorful gems. Only my father and I in all of Egypt can wear this. Isn't that special enough? So that's your last words then? Adam, strike him down. Bernard and Eugene hoisted Uther up as Adam raised the dark staff in a mock swing. After all the antics, when Uther finally joined them for a boat ride on the Nile, he had changed into the same attire as the others. After all, though they dared not do anything in Egypt once school started, they'd all have to return to Hogwarts. Stripping him down to his underwear, this bunch might actually do it. After 4 days in Cairo, 7 in Thebes, and less than a day in other cities, they played for nearly a month before finally bidding farewell to Uther. Before leaving, Uther gave each of them a papyrus scroll inscribed with hieroglyphs that Adam and the others couldn't read. This is a blessing from Ammonius Ra. Ra and Ammonius were the chief deities of the Heliopolitan Ennead and the Theban Ogdoad respectively, later merged into one. So this papyrus scroll was probably a diplomatic token of friendship. I look forward to tasting the flavors of home at Hogwarts, Uther reminded them before they parted. No problem. Bidding Uther farewell, the group set off on their return journey. Upon returning to his home in London, Adam saw the letter from Hogwarts and remembered that he still needed to purchase new textbooks this year. Although Adam had nearly cleaned out flourish blots before, he couldn't help but notice that Gilderoy Lockhart had published yet another book over the past year. Indeed, he had already bought all of Lockhart's older works. After all, despite Lockhart's only real talent being a forgetfulness charm, the experiences he had stolen were genuine and held some reference value. Moreover, one had to admit that Lockhart's writing was quite engaging. Turning real adventures into captivating tales was a skill in itself, and his books were enjoyable even as mere novels. I might as well check on Nicholas Flamel's vault while I'm in Diagon Alley. Recalling Nicholas Flamel, Adam couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. He set aside the book list from Hogwarts and murmured, another letter. Opening it, he found it was from Harry. Adam had previously sent Harry a letter to confirm which snowy owl Aries had taken a liking to, but Harry couldn't reply because his window was barred. Later, after being taken to the Weasleys' home, Harry managed to send this letter, though Adam was already in Egypt by then. Fortunately, the letter contained nothing important, only that Harry was delighted to receive Adam's letter and explained why he hadn't replied earlier. Additionally, he excitedly wrote a string of exclamations about how amazing the wizarding family was. Hedwig should be doing well now, you can rest assured. Adam nodded at Aries. Coo. Aries flapped his wings, still looking indignant. Not wanting to trouble his weary grandfather and grieving grandmother, Adam ventured alone to Diagon Alley. After some hesitation, he decided to head to Flourish Blots, first thinking buying a book wouldn't take long. Then he regretted it. Gilderoy Lockhart, autographing his autobiography Magical Me, today from 1230 to 430. Spotting the banner, Adam paused mid-step and quietly turned to head to Gringotts, planning to return for the books after the signing event. Adam stopped in surprise and turned around. Cologne said something to the person beside him, then jogged over to Adam. What a coincidence. Are you here to buy next term's textbooks too? Yeah, but it looks too crowded here. I thought I'd browse elsewhere first and come back after the signing ends. I see. Lucky you. Your parents probably haven't read Lockhart's books, and your grandparents likely wouldn't like him either. Cologne sighed. My mother is a huge fan. They'll have to queue for ages to get Lockhart's autograph for her boo-hoo. That's too bad. But there's no helping it. She's your mother. Just wait patiently. Huh. Under Cologne's incredulous gaze, Adam sighed. I'm not interested in this lady's man. I'm off, adieu. With that, Adam turned and bolted, ignoring Cologne's heart-wrenching cries behind him. Take me to Vault 4. The goblin, who had been buried in paperwork, looked up in surprise at Adam's words. Adam stood before the goblin, allowing himself to be scrutinized. In his hand, the dark staff bore a gleaming gem at its tip. Key. Though the goblin had never seen him before, and there was no record of him at Gringotts for non-private vaults, the bank only recognized keys, not individuals. As long as one produced the correct vault key, they wouldn't delve into the backstory. Adam handed the key to the goblin, who inspected it and returned it. Please follow me. Hopping down from the stool, the goblin's tone held a newfound respect. Every single-digit vault represented immense wealth and status, and even Gringotts dared not treat them lightly. Riding the Gringotts cart through layers of magical defenses and the anti-theft waterfall, they descended into the unfathomable depths of the earth. Adam and the goblin stopped before a massive door. Please hand me the key. The goblin hung his lantern on a hook by the door, inserted the key with one hand, and lightly tapped various points on the door with the other, occasionally twisting the key. With the sound of countless mechanisms turning, the door to Vault 4 slowly swung open. They'll wait here for you. Returning the key to Adam, the goblin bowed and retreated to a spot where he couldn't see inside the vault. Adam stepped into the vault and surveyed the area. Indeed, as Nicholas Flamel had said, there were no coins, and about half of it was filled with manuscripts. But Flamel had never mentioned that the vault was this vast. Adam picked up a single-page manuscript. One side was covered in complex alchemical formulas and diagrams, while the other depicted the phoenix's rebirth in vibrant colors. The phoenix looked strangely familiar. The more Adam studied it, the more it resembled Fox. Setting down the manuscript, Adam made a quick inventory. Some of these manuscripts were bound together, while others were single pages like the one he had examined. He decided to wait until his next visit to move everything out and organize it properly. As for Flamel's collection, it was an eye-opener. A quick glance revealed something familiar, even offensive. He touched the stone basin, which looked much like the one in the headmaster's office, unsure whether Flamel had made it himself or acquired it from somewhere. In addition, there were many Muggle artifacts, robes, armor, swords, goblets, scepters, none of which bore any magical energy. Perhaps they held sentimental value for Flamel, which was why they were stored here. The majority of Flamel's collection were books, most of them on alchemy, written in various languages. There were also many volumes on the occult, and Adam even discovered several Bibles among the stacks. Hoping that the church might hold some real secrets in this world, Adam opened the Bibles, only to find to his embarrassment that while he couldn't read the script, he could clearly tell that the contents of several Bibles seemed to differ. In the end, Adam selected a few items to take with him today, leaving the rest for future sorting. First was a set of goblin-forged mithril sword and shield. He found them absolutely stunning and perfect for the sword and shield cards from the Clow cards. So he spent some time casting a sealing spell on them, allowing him to summon them at will. What? The dark staff could already transform into a sword using the sword card's magic, and shields could be conjured without a physical one. But the gems and patterns on this sword and shield were just so incredibly cool. Next was a quick quotes quill, an alchemical creation of Nicholas Flamel. It could record the owner's thoughts in real time, including drawings with perfect accuracy and even adjustable colors. Flamel's manuscripts were all written with this very quill. It would perfectly help Adam free up his hands while doing homework, allowing him to engage in more meaningful activities, like petting Caro and Spinel. Lastly, there was a notebook that seemed to be Flamel's study of ancient scripts said to hold mystical power, including Norse runes, Egyptian hieroglyphs, and Chinese cloud seal script. Adam thought he could research it in his spare time. The only issue was that the notebook was written in French, so he would need to spend some time learning the language. Emerging from Gringotts, Adam stood outside Flourish and Blots, which was still crowded, and belatedly realized he should have lingered longer in the bank. The treasures in his vault had so dazzled him that he had completely forgotten about the fraudsters swindling people just around the corner. Fortunately, the bookstore had thinned out considerably, at least enough for him to purchase his books without trouble. Just as Adam was paying for a new textbook, a figure leaped out from the shadows. "Huh. Crone, you're still here." Crone clapped a hand on Adam's shoulder, but Adam showed no surprise. If he hadn't sensed him, Crone would have already been sent flying by the shield. "Of course I am. My mom's still queuing over there." "Auntie is still in line." "Yet only those who lined up since early morning have gotten autographs so far." Well, that gave Adam a clearer picture of Lockhart's popularity. "Hey Adam, why are you only buying one book?" "I already bought the others." Crone was taken aback. "You actually like Lockhart too?" "The stories in his books are quite exciting." "Then I've got good news. Want to hear it?" "Good news?" Adam raised an eyebrow. "Did your Niffler have pups?" "Oh, not yet. Still a few months away. Don't rush." "No, that's not it. It's about Lockhart." "Oh." Adam's tone carried a hint of disappointment. "What is it then?" "Lockhart is going to be our new defense against the dark arts professor." "Oh." Seeing Adam's reaction, Crone felt let down. "What's with you? You really don't care about Lockhart? Then how about some gossip that happened here earlier?" "Gossip? Spill it." "Right in this bookstore, the twins' dad and old Malfoy got into a fight." "Oh." Adam's eyes widened slightly. He had suspected as much when he saw the banner, but had thought it too coincidental. He hadn't expected it to be today. What a shame to miss a close-up look at the Horcrux. He had always been puzzled what would happen if a spell like the Sweet card, which directly alters matter, were cast on a Horcrux. Would Voldemort's soul transform into a confection along with it? And what effects would other Clow cards have on a Horcrux? Could he decipher a counter-curse for the Horcrux? And so on. By now, that diary Horcrux was likely in Ginny's hands, heralding an uncontrollable danger at Hogwarts, the Basilisk. Unlike the first year's adventure with Professor Quirrell and the traps beneath the third-floor corridor, which could be avoided by staying out of the way, the Basilisk in the second year could slither through the entire castle's plumbing. Adam couldn't guarantee anyone's safety from it, or identify a truly secure spot. If he hadn't obtained the Clow cards, Adam would have been considering taking a leave of absence. But now, he couldn't help wondering if prematurely killing the Basilisk might lead to unpredictable consequences. Professor Dumbledore was still hale and hearty, so it should be fine, shouldn't it? On second thought, capturing this basilisk early wouldn't cause any problems, would it? After all, basilisks aren't magical creatures born through normal reproduction. In this day and age, this might be the only one left in the world. Even the well-traveled Newt Scamander might never have seen one. Sounds thrilling, doesn't it? And they were actually throwing punches. They even knocked over a few bookshelves. Indeed, very thrilling. Adam sighed, regretting his absence. Getting his hands on that diary would have made many things much more controllable. Speaking of Malfoy, Draco and his cronies were regulars at his little shop. Draco had money and his followers had a sweet tooth. In the novels, Draco was a thoroughly rotten seed who only reformed under duress. But in the films, perhaps due to the younger audience or the actor's charm boosting the character's popularity, his storyline was slightly altered. For instance, during the assassination attempt on Dumbledore in the book, Draco simply lacked the ability, while the film portrayed his inner conflict. All in all, Adam didn't have too bad an impression of him, especially since when he later opened a restaurant, vain nobles like that could be charged a hefty premium for offering trivial, meaningless extra services. After quickly settling his bill, Adam intended to leave, but Crone grabbed him and wouldn't let go. "It's so boring here. Keep me company, and he'll treat you to ice cream." Helplessly, Adam stayed with Crone at Flourish and Blots for a while, and they later shared a bowl of ice cream sprinkled with nuts before parting ways. "Maybe I should add ice cream and other frozen treats to the shop," Adam mused on his way back. After that day, time seemed to race forward under the time card's control. Adam felt like he had just buried his face in Sibby's belly a second ago, and now it was already time to return to school. Oh, he could still pet cats at Hogwarts. No worries then. After politely declining his grandparents' offer to see him off, Adam rode in Mr. Reed's car to King's Cross Station. "Adam, study hard, and may your business thrive." Mr. Reed joked as he dropped him off. Thanks to Adam, Mr. Reed and Mrs. Lee had been quite busy lately. Many oddly dressed people had visited their shop ordering food with practiced ease, but many of their requests were unavailable. The payments they left were tricky to account for and report on taxes. After some inquiry, the couple learned about their son's thriving business at school. "That's my boy." Mrs. Lee was proud, yet also worried whether running a business at school was appropriate. Not that she cared about his grades. His perfect O.W.L. results had already put those concerns. Her main concern was that business inevitably involved profit, pricing, promotion, and competition. Entanglements she didn't want her son to face too early, even though he would eventually have to. Though Mrs. Lee wasn't fond of studying herself, she had to admit that her school days were the purest and simplest time of her life. She didn't want her son to miss out on an experience that once gone could never be reclaimed. Mr. Reed, in contrast, was more optimistic. Since things had already turned out this way, and his son's business was doing well, why not let it continue? Who could say that a purely academic campus life was necessarily better? Before the express departed, a group of little badgers who hadn't seen each other over the holiday quickly gathered around Adam, chattering away as they shared their vacation experiences. "Adam, why aren't many of the foods you mentioned available in your family's restaurant?" This was probably the question Adam was asked most often, and he could only explain that those were his own specialty dishes. Don't ask, just say whether they were delicious or not. The little badgers who had already taken their families to try them, while they really were tasty. Adam claimed he couldn't do magic at home and hadn't prepared any goods, so he didn't open shop. After the express departed, everyone scattered. Adam's dormitory found a compartment to hold a small meeting. "Brothers, after going back, I thought it over carefully. Our timing last time really wasn't right," Bernard said in a low voice. "This time let's go at night. All 5 of us carrying lanterns tracking the footprints of mooncalves under the moonlight. It'll definitely have great atmosphere. Aren't you afraid? We'll step into the territory of acromantulas again under the moonlight." Cologne's face showed hesitation. He didn't want to experience the feeling of disturbing acromantulas again. "Didn't we already find out where the acromantula nest is last time? This time we'll just steer clear of it." Bernard stroked his chin and said, "Besides, we had no experience last time. After going back and thinking it over, I realized that when we didn't find any traces of magical creatures along the way, we should have sensed that direction was off. That did make sense. And we didn't see a single unicorn, centaur, or mooncalf last time. Don't you feel regret?" Bernard gestured with both hands. "If worst comes to worst, we've got these strong allies to lean on. And did you bring your flying broomstick? If we can't fight, we can just run." The 3 whose shoulders he clasped exchanged glances and nodded. Cologne pondered for a moment. Unicorns and mooncalves aside, he had never even seen a magical creature like a centaur. As for safety concerns, what Bernard said seemed reasonable. "All right, let's find a time to go again." "Go see what?" The compartment door was suddenly yanked open, revealing the twins' curious faces. "To check out the kitchen." Adam effortlessly conjured a table full of desserts. "What's up? What do you need me for?" "Haha, we knew it. Adam, you definitely kept some stock for yourself." The twins didn't stand on ceremony. Each grabbed a candy and tossed it into their mouths. "Nothing much, we just came by to see. And to ask about the business plan after school starts." During this holiday, the book list sent by Hogwarts added to the already strained finances of the Weasley family. Although Mrs. Molly liked Lockhart, that fondness certainly didn't make his books any cheaper. Every child still at Hogwarts had to buy 7 books, not to mention the youngest, Ginny, who was starting school this year. This was a considerable burden on the Weasleys' finances. At this moment, the twins, who could provide enough money to spare Ginny from buying secondhand items and avoid cutting the family's expenses, felt an extraordinary sense of achievement. As for the minor issue of Mrs. Molly questioning what they were actually doing at school instead of studying, the twins, basking in their sister's admiring gaze, just shrugged it off. Adam thought for a moment. "Let's do it on the afternoon of the first Saturday. I also plan to launch the first new product tasting that day. Since the weather is so hot, I think I'll make some ice cream." Last year, when Adam's little shop took shape, the weather had already turned cold. By the time it warmed up again, it was the revision period before exams, and Adam had never thought to introduce frozen treats. It was only during the holiday after having ice cream in Diagon Alley that he remembered. After the twins left, Adam assumed the rest of the journey would be uneventful. Have you British wizards already started researching flying cars? Uther stared out the window, his expression a mix of bewilderment and dreaminess, with a look that questioned whether he was still awake. Adam, who was playing with a candy-tipped wand toy with little Co, paused at the words and turned to look outside. What met his eyes was a Ford car swaying unsteadily outside the window, or rather in the air outside, barely keeping pace with the express. Wow, that's so cool. Bernard's eyes lit up. Why doesn't Diagon Alley sell flying cars? I think that kind of thing is probably not for sale. Because it's likely illegal, Eugene said quietly. In their dormitory, two had only recently been introduced to the wizarding world. One was Egyptian, another liked to play and knew little about the law, and Eugene was the most knowledgeable about wizarding law among the five. Wait. Cologne pressed his face to the window and stared intently for a while. Am I seeing things? Isn't that Harry Potter in the car? Who's the other person? It's blocked, I can't see clearly. Uther frowned slightly. Your savior really does bring everyone a surprise every year. I don't think he's trying to grab attention. Eugene shook his head. Look at his expression. It's not the excitement of successfully getting attention, it's more like fear. Adam didn't join the discussion. Seeing this scene, he recalled some details he had forgotten. After all, he couldn't remember everything after so many years. It seemed there would be some excitement to witness tomorrow morning. You said that thing is illegal, right? Will they get expelled? Bernard looked at Eugene. Eugene squinted at the flying Ford outside the window. He recalled the previous school year, the troll at Halloween, the cursed Quidditch match, Harry and his friends' inexplicable points at the Innofire feast. A series of anomalies seemed to foretell something. Eugene slowly spoke. I think. Probably not. As Eugene had predicted, they received no news of Harry Potter's expulsion. Meanwhile, the absence at the sorting ceremony let those who were paying attention know that the other person in the flying Ford with Harry was Ronald Weasley. Mrs. Molly's voice, magnified 100-fold, echoed through the great hall. Well, now even those not paying attention probably knew. Although the commotion was from the Gryffindor table, the exaggerated waves of the Howlers still made the cutlery on the Hufflepuff table tremble incessantly. What was that? Bernard, seeing this for the first time, was stunned. Was this some kind of wizard shock bomb? A howler, as you can see. Cologne wiped his hands and turned with interest toward the Gryffindor table. Although the half-eaten baked potato had fallen into the cream of mushroom soup, such a minor detail was nothing compared to the rare spectacle of a howler. Adam, who wasn't particularly interested in Hogwarts breakfast, but had come specifically to catch the excitement, also looked over. The howler's content continued. Under the gaze of nearly the entire Great Hall, poor Ronald Weasley himself, buried his face deep into the plate before him. Perhaps it was the excitement of the morning's school-wide commotion that left everyone in high spirits. Well, at least until the first class began. Miss Abbott, I hardly think a flobberworm would slice itself into pieces. The low, lingering tone sent Hannah scrambling for her cutting knife. Yes. Yes, Professor. Why are you staring at me? Are you waiting for me to stir the cauldron of potion for you? Professor Snape's eyes narrowed, fixing on a student whose attention had drifted from stirring his brew. His gaze swept across the classroom, pointedly ignoring one particular anomaly as he slowly paced to the lectern. I do hope the holidays haven't hollowed out your minds. Otherwise, you'll be forced to fill them through other means. A sinister grin curled on Snape's lips, sending chills down the students' spines. As it happens, I have a fresh batch of toads and slugs that need attending. Phew. The moment I saw that first bubble, I knew something was off. Thank goodness I reacted quickly, though I remembered I'd forgotten to add the shrivel fig, so I tossed it in, and the potion turned out fine. After class, Crone let out a long sigh, nearly applauding his own cleverness. Otherwise his name would surely have been among those drenched in Snape's venomous words. Bernard breathed a sigh of relief as well. As Crone's partner, he couldn't have escaped the professor's wrath either. In the afternoon, they had herbology. Everyone hoped the kind and gentle head of house would soothe their spirits, only to find Professor Sprout looking distinctly displeased. Good heavens, did the Board of Governors discover Dumbledore embezzling funds for sweets and cut off Hogwarts supply? Crone's jaw dropped. He couldn't fathom why Professor Sprout, who always wore a warm smile year-round, would wear such an expression. Don't talk nonsense, Uther said, frowning. Had someone done something terrible to their head of house? It turned out that the Badgers, though usually low-key around the school, could mobilize with impressive speed. By dinner, someone had gathered information suspecting their head of house had been wronged. It's that new Professor Lockhart. Vivian slammed her hand down on one of Lockhart's books on the table. Whom could there be a misunderstanding? After all, we've only heard rumors, no one saw it firsthand, right? Since they hadn't yet interacted with Lockhart directly, most students, especially the girls, still harbored some illusions about the new professor. Besides, it seemed unlikely that a new professor would offend a head of house on his very first day. They were more inclined to believe it was a misbehaving student, and Lockhart just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Now that you mention it, there's no solid evidence, Vivian mused. Though the rumors from the Gryffindors who had herbology that morning pointed strongly at Lockhart, it wasn't conclusive. Though the culprit remained unknown on Adam's suggestion, the close-knit group baked a large cake to console Professor Sprout. They made the cake base together and each added their own imaginative frosting decorations. Those lacking in skill had to rely on Adam for help. The final product exceeded their expectations, especially the fondant centerpiece Professor Sprout, surrounded by a crowd of little badgers. Everyone couldn't help but swallow at the sight. No, they couldn't eat it. It was for their head of house. Good heavens, Adam, you could make a fortune just selling fondant cakes. Cedric marveled at the tiny yet lifelike figure of Professor Sprout. Cedric, please don't threaten my future happiness like that, Bruce said, patting his belly. Since falling for Adam's cooking, his dessert intake had increased, but his little paunch had actually shrunk. The current one was just holiday weight. After much reflection, Bruce decided that if he could keep eating Adam's delicious food, achieving a perfect physique was within reach. They delivered the cake to Professor Sprout's office, and the plump, gray-haired witch gasped, covering her mouth. Oh, good heavens. Is this for me? Of course, Professor Sprout. We hope you're happy every day. At that moment, even the usually mischievous Bernard behaved with perfect decorum. Hufflepuff was the largest house, but Professor Sprout cared for every single one. Worried that Bernard, a Muggleborn, might struggle to adapt to Hogwarts, she had given him extra attention. Of course, I'm happy every day, especially today. Professor Sprout looked at the cake, waved her wand, and said, let's all share it. I can't finish such a big cake alone. She saved the fondant centerpiece and cut the rest of the cake to distribute. It turned out they had made the cake too large. Each person got a slice as big as a plate, yet nearly half remained. They'll bring the rest to the other professors at dinner, so everyone can have a taste. As she spoke, she magically reattached the fondant piece, clearly planning to show it off later. Eating his cake, Bernard couldn't help but ask the lingering question, Professor Sprout, we noticed you seemed upset on the first day. Did something trouble you? Oh, what? The first day? Professor Sprout fell into thought. What had she done that day? All right. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley's flying car had injured the Whomping Willow. She had put a splint on it, and then she had run into Lockhart. Recalling that man, Professor Sprout couldn't help but frown. She remembered him as a student always seeking attention in class. She had genuinely been happy for his later successes, but upon meeting him again she found him. How to put it? Though she didn't want to judge, his interference had nearly botched her treatment of the Whomping Willow, which did irritate her. Once she recalled this, she understood why she had received such a surprise today. It's nothing. I was just tending to the injured Whomping Willow that day, and the sight of its broken branch saddened me. Professor Sprout smiled gently. Back in the dormitory, Cologne said with a grave expression, now it's certain. It was Harry Potter and Ron Weasley who did it. Far away in the Gryffindor Tower, the two of them felt a sudden chill down their spines and sneezed over a dozen times in a row. No, I don't think Professor Sprout meant that. It must be Lockhart. Remember what Senior Vivian found out? Eugene analyzed calmly. They saw Professor Sprout and Professor Lockhart together, and then Lockhart boasted that under his guidance Professor Sprout completed the treatment of the Whomping Willow. If it was Lockhart's doing, then given Professor Sprout's character, she wouldn't blame him, but she wouldn't lie either. That's why she said she was angry because of the Whomping Willow. Uther nodded. So the Whomping Willow being snapped was indeed part of the reason for Professor Sprout's anger, right? Bernard concluded. Eugene hesitated, feeling that Harry and Ron's future was grim at this rate, considering the twins' decent relationship with them. Adam left in a hurry just now. Do you know where he went? I'm not sure. Maybe something urgent came up. I remember him saying on the Express that Foxy didn't really like the food from the Chinese Phoenix, so he made new ones. Maybe he went to feed Foxy. Could be. Seeing everyone's attention diverted, Eugene breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Adam was. Key of Darkness, reveal your true power before me. By the contract sealed with you, Adam commands you, seal release. Because he found the incantation embarrassing, Adam hadn't recited it since he learned to stow the dark staff directly, but this time was special. Formally summoning the dark staff, Adam held it high while Caro and Spinel appeared in their true forms on either side of him. Beneath the man and the two beasts lay a massive magic circle enveloping them all. Where their three gazes converged in the air above their heads, a cloud card was transitioning from the ethereal to the tangible. I never expected the opportunity to manifest the love card to come so early. Caro couldn't help but marvel. He had already imagined Adam as powerful as possible, yet he still hadn't anticipated that Adam could condense the love card in just 1 year. Adam's magical power surged tremendously this holiday. Spinel squinted as he recalled. It seemed that after that sudden outing when Adam returned, his magic had taken a leap. Could Adam have sneaked off to eat something delicious without us? Caro nodded solemnly as he analyzed. Spinel's eyelid twitched and his paw pads shifted, but he refrained from striking Caro at such a serious and crucial moment. Under their expectant gazes, the final part of the love card materialized. The magic circle beneath them dimmed in an instant, and Adam, somewhat drained, leaned on the dark staff to keep from collapsing. Adam! Caro and Spinel pressed close, letting Adam lean on them. Taking the opportunity, Adam reached out to catch the love card, which was falling now that its magical support had faded. So this is... The love card. Adam recalled that in his memory the love card seemed to be a winged heart. Yet the one in his hand now looked more like a kaleidoscope, somewhat resembling the illusion card, but without the gem. That's right, this is your love card, Adam. Want to test its effect? Caro stared curiously at the card, only to have Spinel smack him on the head. Adam just manifested the love card and is exhausted. He should rest first. It's not that serious. I find that my magic is recovering quite fast after manifesting the love card. Wait. Adam suddenly remembered something and summoned the sealed book. The topmost cloud card was no longer the wood card he had placed there last time, but the nothing card. Caro and Spinel's fur bristled instantly. Seeing Adam reach for the nothing card, they quickly stopped him. Adam, even if you've manifested the love card, you should at least wait until you're fully recovered before touching the nothing card, right? If the nothing card backlashes, it's no joke. The very concept of your existence will be erased, and even time reversal won't be able to find you again. No, the contract tells me that the trial of the nothing card has already begun. Don't worry about me. They'll be back soon. The moment Adam's fingers touched the nothing card, its radiance swallowed him whole. The sealed book fell to the ground with a thud, and the cloud cards scattered everywhere. Caro and Spinel's pupils instantly constricted into thin slits. Adam got swallowed by the nothing card, and he didn't take the cloud cards with him. Caro leaped up, extending his claws to gather the cards, trying to send them to Adam. But the cloud cards flew up on their own, evading Caro's claws. That's the nothing card. Do you want to send them to their deaths? Spinel barely managed to calm himself. Seeing the troublemaker beside him, he couldn't help but smack him again. Adam took the love card with him. That's enough. All we can do is trust him. Inside the space of the nothing card, Adam glanced down at the gray ground beneath him, then up at the gray sky. In every direction stretched an endless horizon. So this is the trial of the nothing card. The seemingly infinite expanse of heaven and earth didn't even return an echo. Adam tried to summon the dark staff, the sealed book, anything, but failed. The nothing card is the antithesis of all existence, absolute emptiness. Is it asking me to give an answer to nothingness? Adam tilted his head. I think therefore I am. The world remained unchanged. Come to think of it, if it's absolute emptiness, why are there ground and sky? Even if they're monochrome, shouldn't there be nothing at all? As his words fell, Adam lost his vision. Or perhaps the nothing card had truly erased that monochrome sky and earth, leaving him unable to see anything. Wow, that's efficient. Adam clapped a few times, but there seemed to be no air around. The sound of his clapping felt different from usual, transmitted only through his body. So the nothing card should really learn some physics. If it were a vacuum around him, he would have exploded by now. But this also showed that he was indeed undergoing a trial, not facing the nothing card's outright annihilation. The card's removal of the celestial backdrop in response to his words reflected that it was paying attention to him. He had to follow the rules, and so did the nothing card. Unlike how it had directly attacked Sakura, this already gave Adam enough confidence. Now he had to give an answer to the trial of nothingness. Before he could test the love card's magic, the sealed book had presented the trial of the nothing card. So was the answer to this trial to find his love card's magic himself. Before he could discover the magic of the love card, Adam had to at least find his love card. Adam remembered that he had been holding the love card in his hand along with the dark staff, but both had vanished upon arriving here. Clearly this was the nothing card's first riddle. This was no challenge for Adam. The love card wasn't something I obtained from somewhere. It's a cloud card that I condensed from within myself. Adam recalled the moments when he had sensed the opportunity to condense the love card. The earliest was on the night he signed the contract with the sealed book, when he sensed the first chance to condense the love card through his memories of love for his family. While playing with Spinel and Caro, through the love between master and pet. The love between friends. The love for fluffy things. In any case, he sensed the second chance to condense the love card at that time. One time while studying magical plants with Professor Sprout, she smiled and introduced him to a group of bowtruckles living in the guardian trees. The love between teacher and student allowed him to sense the third chance to condense the love card. After returning from the Forbidden Forest that day with everyone, they had a long talk that night. Through the love between classmates, or perhaps the love between friends, he sensed the fourth chance to condense the love card. These were all passive moments when he sensed the opportunity, and love surged so powerfully within his heart at those times. But could he only condense the love card when sensing these opportunities? Love does not vanish just because you fail to perceive it. Those who possess love are always surrounded by it. Once you have felt it, you can never ignore that sensation. Adam reached out his hand. Though he couldn't see it, he knew he had grasped the love card he had condensed himself. At the same time, he understood why his love card resembled a kaleidoscope. It was likely because the love he thought of while condensing it was too complex. When Sakura condensed her love card, she probably only thought of her love for Siorin, which was why it took the form of a pink-winged maiden's heart. Having found the love card, the nothing card's first riddle was solved, but the crucial part lay ahead. How to use love to confront nothingness. Adam fell into deep thought. Without the dark staff in hand, he couldn't directly learn the love card's magic by unsealing it. He had to discover the love card's magic on his own. Blind guessing would likely be futile. Magical effects being so boundless were impossible to exhaust through mere speculation. Adam gripped the love card, sinking into silence as he pondered. Time ticked by second after second. How many minutes had passed? How many seconds? He didn't know. At first Adam's mind uncontrollably wandered and guessed wildly, like Hancock's Marrow Marrow Know Me from One Piece or the Sternritter's L from Bleach. None of those could possibly be the love card's magic. Gradually Adam could no longer let his mind wander. He could feel nothingness eroding his heart. At this moment in this place light and darkness were absent, earth, water, wind, and fire were absent, and even the concepts of time and space did not exist. All forms, images, and substances were gone. This was the nothingness that stood in opposition to all existence. Under the erosion of endless nothingness Adam had no power to resist. Nothingness did not attack him actively, rather all his strength and energy had been drained, so nothingness naturally filled those voids. Or perhaps nothingness was simply the name for those voids. This was the true trial of the nothing card, similar in essence to Sakura's trial. Any words were too pale and feeble. Whether one could resist nothingness could only be proven through action. His sight had long been lost, his sense of smell was useless, his hearing could not be verified since he had no strength to make a sound, and his taste. Was it still there? Probably gone as well. Adam no longer even knew if he was still holding the love card. The erosion of nothingness reached its final point, but could advance no further. At the very core of his heart, the thing that nothingness could not erode was love. Those kaleidoscopic, colorful memories and emotions were so anomalous and glaring in the gray world, and they began to influence that grayness in return. As if it were an illusion, Adam, who had lost all sensation, seemed to see a sorrowful young girl smiling at him. Suddenly the tangible sense of all existence in the world returned. Adam opened his eyes. In one hand he held the dark staff, and in the other 2 cloud cards. One was the love card he had been holding earlier, and the other was the nothing card. I've captured the nothing card. Wait, these 2 cloud cards seem a bit. Adam, you're back. Before he could examine them closely, Adam was tackled to the ground by 2 large feline creatures. As he opened his mouth to speak, 2 wet tongues licked his face, forcing him to close his mouth. Luckily Caro and Spinel weren't exactly like natural lions and leopards. At least their tongues had no barbs. How long was I in the trial? After finally calming Caro and Spinel down, Adam climbed to his feet and rubbed his cheeks. His face had been tense from being licked, and it was nearly stiff. Caro and Spinel exchanged glances. We don't know. There's no timekeeping tool here. Spinel glanced at the cloud cards still scattered on the floor, then pulled out the time card with a claw. It's been. Only 15 minutes. Really? Adam wasn't sure either, but he felt as though he had spent far more than 15 minutes in the nothing card's realm. Nothingness. Even recalling it now, it's such a terrifying power. Adam sighed, picking up the love card and the nothing card for a closer look. It really is different. Though the cards still resembled cloud cards in general, unlike the original monochrome cards that only had color in a few key areas, the love card in Adam's hand was now dyed in brilliant hues. As for the nothing card, he could see she was wearing a gray dress with silver-white hair and wings behind her head and a serene smile on her face. As Adam stared in astonishment, the nothing card on the surface suddenly opened her eyes, startling him so much he nearly threw the card away. Thighs. The nothing card, as if pleased with her prank, winked playfully. Hello, Adam. Aya. Caro jumped up and scrambled backward. The nothing card can talk. You didn't know? Adam looked at Caro curiously. Caro retorted immediately. The nothing card isn't under my jurisdiction. How could I possibly know? I'd never even seen the nothing card before today. So you're the guardian beast. How rude. Of course I can talk. The nothing card huffed on the card's surface, hands on her hips, then sighed. But I've never spoken to anyone before. Anyone who touched me was instantly devoured. Except for the mage who created me. And you. The nothing card looked at Adam. You two are vastly different. You remember Clow Reed? Adam was astonished. He had previously asked Caro, Spinel, and the other Clow cards about Clow Reed. Yet while Caro and Spinel remembered the person Clow Reed, they couldn't even recall his appearance, let alone any memories of him. The situation was even worse for the Clow cards. They only remembered that their creator was named Clow Reed. I don't remember much about my creator either, but there's a deep impression in my mind. The nothing card seemed lost in recollection. He was a very complex being. More colorful than everything, yet more void-like than me. More colorful than anything, yet more void than the nothingness. Just as Adam was pondering the meaning of these words, nothingness spread her hands. I've actually only met him once, and then I was sealed away. Sorry, it's fine. Nothingness twirled her skirt within the cards, spinning in a circle. Back then I was influenced by the power of void, and I didn't even know how long I was sealed. Now that I'm free from the Clow card, I'm quite content with this life. Wait, nothingness words just now carried a lot of information. Adam pressed his forehead. First, what do you mean by being influenced by the power of void? It's literal. Shouldn't be hard to understand, right? Nothingness assumed her former posture and sorrowful expression. The power of void was too immense, even I couldn't escape its influence, sinking day and night into emptiness and desolation. Her suddenly ethereal voice held no trace of life, but the next moment it regained its vitality. Now it feels completely different. And you said you were freed from the Clow card. Oh. When the trial began, Clow Reed Seal had already lost its effect, which is why my power went berserk. Utterly oblivious to Caro and Spinel's nearly petrified expressions, Nothingness stated matter-of-factly. It was your power of love that pulled me from the void, so now I belong to you. Strictly speaking, you should call me Adam Card. Adam Card. Adam stared blankly at Nothingness, then turned to the love. Did the love become an Adam card too? Yes, it's the same for the love. The love card you condensed in the world of nothing bears no trace of Clow Reed whatsoever. So am I supposed to start converting Clow cards into Adam cards now? Adam felt it was a bit too soon. He hadn't even learned the magic on the Clow cards yet. And shouldn't converting them require a new sealing wand? Isn't it up to you? Is someone forcing you? Nothingness tilted her head, a flicker of emptiness flashing in her eyes. If so, you can tell me. I think my combat power is still quite high. You're a Clow card that can destroy the world, okay? Don't say such terrifying things so casually. And what did you mean earlier about Clow Reed Seal losing its effect when the trial began? Caro pounced forward. Aren't you the sealing beast? Why are you asking me about something like this? That statement was literal. Whether it was Adam's imagination or not, Nothingness seemed less gentle with Caro than with him. But prompted by Caro, Adam also recalled the point that had distracted him before the Adam card. What if I hadn't passed the trial? Then, the endlessly expanding void would probably swallow this world. Nothingness tapped her lower lip with her index finger, pondered for a moment, and then nodded to confirm. Did Clow Reed really go that far? Adam couldn't help but click his tongue. Or Adam, you could think of it as him foreseeing that you would surely pass the trial. Spinel comforted him. Anyway, there's no way to confirm it with him, so don't overthink it. Spinel, when you comfort Adam, move over a bit. Caro suddenly spoke, and even reached out to push Spinel. What for? Your trembling legs are making my waist numb. Shut up. Meow. Watching Caro and Spinel tumbling into a scuffle, a question mark seemed to appear over Nothingness' head. She felt that the sealing beasts were not as smart as she had imagined. Adam fell silent for a moment, then decided Spinel had a point. Only Clow Reed himself knew the truth of it all, so he shouldn't dwell on it. It was then that Adam noticed the Clow cards scattered all over the floor. As he crouched down to pick them up, the cards flew one by one into the sealed book, which floated into Adam's palm and settled. What's this? Probably the love. While Caro and Spinel were also puzzled, Nothingness spoke. I'm just guessing based on my brief contact earlier. The power of the love seems to surround you constantly. The power of the love. Adam himself didn't sense any extra magic around him, nor did he yet know what his love card's effect was. According to Nothingness, it seemed to be a permanent magic card that didn't need activation. No way. Uther was the descendant of the pharaoh. Putting that aside for now, Adam hesitated as he looked at Nothingness. Do you want to go into the sealed book? Now that Nothingness seemed free to move on the card's surface, would she feel lonely being confined inside the book? It's fine. I don't mind resting quietly alone. Well then. See you next time. Nothingness smiled brightly, then slowly closed her eyes as if returning to her sealed state, but with the smile still lingering on her lips. Good heavens, I can hardly believe that was the fearsome Nothingness. Only after Adam put away the sealed book did Caro dare to speak. Was her personality a bit too healthy? I think it must be the love's influence, right? Spinel looked at Adam and guessed. Yeah, very likely. Caro nodded. All right, you two change back too. Adam looked at Caro and Spinel, then couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought condensing a single love card would lead to so much? Forget it, let's focus on the immediate problem. What's for dinner? To ensure safety and avoid interruptions while condensing the love, Adam had specifically gone to the room of requirement. The walk back to the dormitory was quite a distance, and by the time he got there, dinner would be ready soon. So Adam decided to skip the dorm and head straight to the nearby headmaster's office to play with Fox, joining the others at mealtime. At dinner, the atmosphere around the 5 dorm mates gathered together was somewhat low. On the teacher's table, Lockhart was animatedly talking about Professor Sprout's cake, his expression making all the professors at the table look rather displeased. Did you hear? This afternoon Lockhart got taught a lesson by a cage of Cornish pixies he brought to class. Uther whispered to Adam, who had just joined them. And the test he gave in class had nothing to do with defense against the dark arts. It was all about his novels, specifically the parts about his personal preferences. It feels even worse than last year's defense class. Cologne continued the condemnation indignantly. At least Professor Quirrell had chosen normal textbooks. Reading from the book was still better than Lockhart's lesson. He seems like such a fraud. How dare he? Eugene widened his eyes, staring at the teacher's table. There Lockhart, grinning and laughing, picked up a dinner knife and sliced straight into those fondant cakes made by Professor Sprout and the Badgers. Of course, it shows how popular you are with the students, doesn't it? My fans often send me gifts like this too. The last cake even had fondant that could dance. Professor Dumbledore frowned as he saw Lockhart pick up the knife, silently moving his hand toward the elder wand. Yet before he could act, Lockhart's knife had already sliced down swiftly. It's fine, I can control the magic and use Reparo to fix it. Just as Professor Dumbledore thought this, the cut fondant suddenly began to change. The little badger-shaped decorations twisted into green spheres, each rapidly expanding. Professor Sprout, still immersed in shock and sorrow, blinked. These spheres looked oddly familiar, like Chinese biting cabbages. The transformation was brief. Within 3 seconds, the first Chinese biting cabbage had grown to full size and opened its mouth. The professors beside Lockhart instinctively edged away, while Lockhart, lost in his tale of how delicious his fan's cake was, failed to notice. To avoid appearing deliberate when cutting the fondant shaped like Professor Sprout, Lockhart had purposefully not looked at the cake while slicing. This allowed him to plead ignorance as an excuse, but now he paid the price for that decision. Crack. Aya. The crisp sound seemed to be something heartbreaking. Feeling a sharp pain in his hand gripping the knife, Lockhart twisted his face around in shock, only to see a cabbage. Lockhart. In the last moments of his memory, Lockhart vaguely saw one. No, at least a dozen cabbages lunging at him, their abyssal maws wide open. Watching the chaos at the staff table, the magic array in Adam's palm slowly faded. Feel the mysterious power of the East. He had discovered that flower cards could conjure Chinese biting cabbages in Greenhouse 3. After all, who said magical plants' blossoms weren't flowers? And the flower of the Chinese biting cabbage was that very mouth with teeth. Adam was even curious about how they pollinated, but on second thought he chose to ignore the question. I must regretfully inform you that Professor Lockhart will need at least another fortnight in the hospital wing to regrow his nose. So, Professor Snape, pulling the curtains shut with his wand and turning around in his cloak at the lectern, smirked at the students below. Adam guessed Professor Snape was like him, struggling not to laugh. Now toss aside that rubbish on your desks and look here. Professor Snape waved his wand, and the projection screen at the front of the classroom descended. After class, Bernard packed his notes and slung his bag over his shoulders, sighing, "Professor Snape is truly amazing. Why don't they let him teach defense against the dark arts permanently?" I recall Cedric mentioning the legend of the defense position, saying Snape has always wanted it. Probably because Professor Snape's expertise in potions is too irreplaceable. Adam replied while organizing notes written with his quick quotes. Quill, as for dual roles, it's fine with several professors rotating like now, but one professor teaching 2 subjects would be too overwhelming. Even if 2 houses in a year could share a class with 7 years, and 4 houses, a core subject professor normally had 14 double periods a week. Teaching 2 subjects would mean 28 double periods. Who could endure that? Speaking of which, Adam, you're amazing too, being able to conjure that in the cake. Whoa. Coron was cut off as Uther covered his mouth. Though every professor except Lockhart likely guessed what happened, it's better not to speak so openly. That day, though Professor Dumbledore had sternly called Adam forward to explain, he let it slide, without further probing after hearing Adam's excuse, claiming he had set anti-theft magic to prevent harm to Professor Sprout's fondant. Uther found it utterly ridiculous. But Adam had said it with utter confidence. Who in their right mind would cut the fondant of Professor Sprout on such a heartwarming cake? Professor Dumbledore was stumped on the spot, especially with Professor Sprout standing right there. The cake incident faded away. Professor Dumbledore disposed of the Chinese biting cabbages, sent a bloodied Lockhart to the hospital wing, and repaired Professor Sprout's fondant. A delighted Professor Sprout generously shared a large slice of cake with him. Professor Dumbledore, already overwhelmed, returned to his office only to find 2 foxes. Upon closer inspection, one was made of fondant, and he was overwhelmed once more. The old headmaster, having failed to snag a bite of the fondant fox, recalled the delicious cake he had just eaten. His craving reignited, and he began plotting the size of the next fondant set, featuring the headmaster and 4 house heads, that he would order from Adam for a banquet. Surely eating his own fondant would be no problem. Though many wished Lockhart would stay in the hospital wing forever, Madame Pomfrey's professionalism was beyond doubt. Before even a fortnight had passed, Lockhart was back on duty. Adam and the others reluctantly faced their first defense against the dark arts class with Lockhart. "Class, it's a pleasure to see you all." Lockhart's radiant smile faltered slightly at the sight of Adam, his nose and bones aching phantomly, but the seasoned wizard maintained his smile, which had won the Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award 5 times. Ahem, let me start with a belated introduction. Due to a minor accident, I had to trouble my colleagues to take over a few lessons. But I believe you've all gotten to know me somewhat through those classes, haven't you? Lockhart rubbed his hands together and glanced around only to find no copies of his books on the desks. "I recall your textbook this year is my work. Where are the books?" The students exchanged looks, then turned to Lockhart. "Professor, you didn't inform us that today was your class, so we didn't bring them." "What?" Lockhart's lips quivered. This was his first class back, and he truly hadn't known. After a moment he found his voice. "Then how have you been having your lessons during this time?" Had the professors covering for him used his defense class to teach their own subjects? "The professors used projectors and blackboards to teach us from magical defense theory," the students replied. "Oh, ahem, not bad. That book has some merit, but it's far too dull." Lockhart racked his brain, but couldn't recall what magical defense theory contained. His time at Hogwarts was too distant. Still, no matter, he didn't use that as his textbook. "Trust me, you'll all learn while having fun from now on." Lockhart, relieved he had brought his own works, picked up a copy of Break with a banshee flashing the same smile as on the cover. Any volunteers to play the Banshee of Vane? The Hufflepuffs and Slytherins who had been waiting for the lesson to begin. Dumbledore's brain must be pickled in sugar. Can't he hire a normal defense against the dark arts professor? They'll have my father fire that fool. Draco grumbled as he passed by Adam and his companions with his cronies, though they seemed not to notice him at all. Watching his retreating figure, Adam sighed sympathetically. Poor child. Regardless of what Draco had expected to perform on stage, sharing the spotlight with Lockhart meant all positive and highlight moments belonged to the latter, while Draco, playing the band and banshee, was forced to wail and flee in panic. Seriously, are all our defense against the dark arts lessons going to be like this? Crumb's face was full of discomfort. I'm afraid so, unless... Uther glanced at Adam. Unless Adam sent him to the hospital wing again, but that was clearly impossible. The first time was because Lockhart went too far. If it happened again, the professors wouldn't allow it. In Hogwarts, Crumb was not alone in his thoughts. Comparison kills. After experiencing substitute lessons from a master of dark arts, a dueling champion, a transfiguration expert, and a living encyclopedia of magical creatures, even Lockhart's most loyal fans couldn't force themselves to say he taught well. Professor Lockhart knows so much, it's understandable that he's not great at teaching. If he's not good at teaching, then don't be a professor. Hearing such debates, Adam couldn't help but wonder, had his removal of Lockhart for half a month actually helped preserve Lockhart's image in the eyes of his fans? What exactly do you like about Lockhart? One weekend, Adam posed this question in the common room, interviewing several students who had steadfastly defended Professor Lockhart. Professor Lockhart is truly talented. If you read his works carefully, you'll know that only someone who experienced it could write so vividly. His adventures are so cool. He's practically a living legend. I believe Professor Lockhart is just not good with words. His skills are still formidable. Professor Lockhart's smile is really charming. While setting aside the small minority of face fans, most of those who still firmly believed in Lockhart were drawn by his works. As everyone knows, one's memories can't be photoshopped, so the incredibly realistic experiences written in novels must be true. This reasoning isn't entirely illogical. Before coming to this world, Adam had heard of an author who wrote spy novels so realistically that he was discovered to be an actual spy. But this world has not only logic, but also magic. So how do you defeat magic? The famous Eastern Chi magic master Daddy once said, oh no. It should be, use magic to defeat magic. Once again in the room of requirement, Adam requested a room suitable for solitary creation. Pushing open the door, the room had transformed into a brightly lit study. Pulling out a chair and sitting down, Adam summoned the Create card, whose face bore a book with a star symbol, onto the desk, while his other hand conjured the dark wand, released the seal. Without much fanfare, the essence of the Create card, the book depicted on its face, appeared on the desk. The magic of the Create card could turn stories written in its core into reality, manifesting even fictional things into the real world. Since activation required maintaining a writing state, and everything conjured would vanish when the magic was cancelled, Adam had only summoned the Create card once before to familiarize himself with each Clow card, rarely using it otherwise. Now, however, this Clow card was perfectly suited for the task. Glancing at the clock on the desk, Lockhart was likely about to begin his performance. Adam opened the core of the Create card, picked up the quill tucked inside the book. Professor Lockhart loves writing novels, doesn't he? Today, why not personally savor my work? After all, this is a story written for you. Without needing ink, the quill's tip rustled across the paper, and subtle changes silently occurred in Lockhart's classroom. BRR. Ron shrank his neck, turning to Harry. Don't you feel a bit cold? Probably just a drop in temperature, Harry said listlessly. Remember how they flew to Hogwarts in the flying car at the start of term? Though they weren't expelled or deducted points, detention was unavoidable. He had just served detention with Lockhart a couple of days ago, spending an entire evening writing fan mail replies for Lockhart. He still hadn't recovered. Perhaps for this reason, Lockhart, who usually loved calling Harry up to share the stage and subtly ride on his fame, unusually called another student up to perform with him today. Today we'll recreate the crucial scene where I expelled the band and banshee. Everyone observe carefully and note how I do it. With that, Lockhart flashed a brilliant smile, struck a pose had practiced countless times, and turned to the boy named Neville. Don't be afraid, just do as I wrote in my book. Lockhart's smile froze on his face. The banshee, almost nose with him, slowly broke into a smile on her otherwise expressionless face. Adam had never seen a real banshee in this world. Relying on descriptions from books, he naturally depicted her as resembling a nun ghost or a vengeful spirit, which turned out to be far more terrifying than the real thing. Thus Lockhart, who had never even seen a real banshee, felt his heart stop for a few seconds when he saw the dark-ringed eyes, pale pupils, and the banshee's mouth stretching ear to ear, revealing a mouthful of jagged black teeth. Bloody hell. Harry, look. His acting's improved today. Ron, excited by the sight, nudged Harry's arm. He actually looks like he's seen a banshee. Harry looked up at the podium. Indeed, Lockhart's acting had markedly improved. Facing the timid Neville, he convincingly displayed an expression of sheer terror. Why hadn't he been so invested when performing with him before? Could Lockhart be deliberately annoying him? Ron wasn't the only one to notice Lockhart's odd behavior today, especially those students who had steadfastly believed in his abilities, now looking at him expectantly. Could Professor Lockhart finally be getting serious today? A banshee. A shrill, distorted scream burst from Lockhart's mouth. As he screamed, he leaped half a body length into the air, startling Neville into a flinch. From Lockhart's perspective, the banshee's dark, damp hair slowly rose. She lifted her hands, flickered on the spot, and reappeared much closer to him. Aya. Since fainting in class for the first time, Lockhart had grown somewhat hesitant to perform in front of his students, and his image in their eyes had crumbled a notch. After all, he couldn't explain why he had fainted in class. He certainly couldn't claim it was because he was frightened by a female ghost. If he hadn't previously boasted that minor injuries meant nothing to a battle-hardened veteran like himself, he might have passed it off as lingering effects from an old wound. In truth, Lockhart strongly suspected he had been sabotaged, but he found no evidence and couldn't directly seek help from anyone. He had tentatively asked his former head professor Flitwick how to deal with a female ghost. However, Flitwick, well aware of his intentions, smiled and told him he was already experienced enough, then walked away without listening to his ensuing bragging. For the first time, Lockhart felt the sting of shooting himself in the foot. Class, today we will. Lockhart looked at the students below, his smile faltering. Recite my works and experience how I confronted those evil creatures during my adventures. What nonsense is he spouting now? Bernard was baffled, but those around him couldn't provide an answer. The only one who knew what was happening, Adam, was controlling a quick quotes quill to write on the main body of the creation card. What are you all waiting for? Seeing the puzzled and suspicious gazes of the students, Lockhart forced a smile and raised his hand. No ideas. Then let me pick a passage for you. He casually grabbed the first book from a Slytherin student's desk in the front row and flipped through it, Wandering with Werewolves Chapter 2. How about we start here? No matter how absurd Lockhart was, he was still a professor, so the students had no choice but to pick up their books and flip to the designated chapter to read. In that forest under the moonlight, I saw that creature. Stop. Stop. Wait. Lockhart hastily raised his hand to halt the students' recitation. As they fell silent, the forest and moon before Lockhart's eyes vanished, making him heave a sigh of relief. Don't read anymore. Ahem. That story was too terrifying. Let's switch to Chapter 27, shall we? The students exchanged bewildered glances. One of Lockhart's fans hesitantly spoke up, but Professor Lockhart, Chapter 27 is already the epilogue. You and the werewolf have already parted ways. Yes. Exactly. But Miss Marcel, you must understand. Appreciating the beauty of life is very important for you. Lockhart nodded with feigned gravity. But you just said. We were supposed to experience how you confronted those evil creatures during your adventures. Did I say that? Lockhart chuckled, trying to gloss over it, but the students honestly nodded. Oh, well then fine. Whether it was an illusion or not, Eugene felt that Lockhart's smile looked as if he were about to cry for a moment. Lockhart dragged a chair behind the podium and sat down, forcing a painful smile at everyone. Let's begin. He had no choice. He truly didn't know how to teach defense against the dark arts, but he couldn't skip class entirely. Compared to actually participating and acting out battles with monsters, Lockhart felt sitting there watching would be less terrifying. Besides, if he closed his eyes, maybe he wouldn't see anything. Lockhart took a deep breath and shut his eyes. In that forest under the moonlight, I saw that creature. The moment the students' voices rang out, Lockhart's eyelids twitched violently. Since the professor had his eyes closed, how could a teacher who had only taught them a few lessons possibly tell if they were actually speaking or not? With that thought, many students simply shut their mouths, though more mouthed the words silently to avoid Lockhart suddenly opening his eyes. Professor Lockhart seems really into it. As they neared the climax, Hannah muttered. Ernie, sitting diagonally behind her, couldn't help but quip. I'd say, he looks more like he's fallen asleep. Adam, who had no fear of Lockhart opening his eyes, chuckled softly. By the time everyone reached the fourth chapter, where the werewolf transforms under the full moon, Lockhart had already passed out. But would Adam let him off so easily? So Lockhart was now dreaming of continuing his delightful time with the werewolf. If not for considering the national characteristics, fearing this guy might actually enjoy it, Adam would have had the werewolf do something far worse in the dream. After class, Lockhart finally awakened from his nightmare, saw the students off with a pale smile. Then after a long moment, he rose on trembling legs from the still damp chair. What did you do to Lockhart this time? Unaware of what had happened in other classes, the others were curious about the anomaly they'd witnessed. Back in the dormitory, they pulled Adam onto the small sofa and surrounded him. How can you slander me without evidence? I spent the whole class holding a book and reading with great emotion. Adam slapped the table and spoke with righteous indignation. Yes, we believe you. Bernard nodded. Then take a guess. What did Lockhart experience in this class? My guess might not be accurate. That's fine, we'll take it as a story. Karan remembered he still had a pouch of cream melon seeds, so he quickly fetched it from his bedside and placed it on the table. Each of the five grabbed a handful. Amidst the rhythmic crunching of seeds, Adam shared his guess with everyone, drawing a wave of exclamations. So what he wrote really isn't his own experience. Eugene looked enlightened and frowned. Then how did he write it so vividly? Based on his knowledge, some parts of Lockhart's novels, especially the details, matched reality. Things hard to know without first-hand experience. Eugene knew this only because he had read his parents' letters over and over countless times since childhood, noticing those minute details. Maybe he heard it from someone else. Karan guessed, but soon lost interest in that topic, his eyes gleaming as he turned to Adam. Adam, what exactly did you show Lockhart that scared him so much? Let me see. Bernard's eyes lit up, and he too turned to Adam. Are you all interested? Adam looked around. Karan and Bernard were clearly eager. Uther was mildly curious, and Eugene, though initially indifferent, decided after a moment's thought to join the experience. All right, then let's watch a horror movie together before dinner. They drew the curtains, turned off the lights, and settled into the small sofas. Adam conjured 5 buckets of popcorn and placed them on the round table along with 5 cups of cola. Then he summoned the creation card, took out the quick quotes quill, and asked, everyone ready? Then, the ring is starting. As the movie ended, Adam turned on the lights and glanced back to see 4 distinctly different expressions on their faces. Eugene and Cologne bore identical looks of utter torment. Eugene could barely maintain a proper sitting posture, while Cologne had completely curled up into the small sofa. Bernard appeared both frightened and thrilled, as if Adam had awoken his latent love for horror films. Uther, however, surprised Adam the most, his face full of lingering satisfaction. This curse is quite innovative. A videotape that ensures death in 7 days after viewing. I bet many people would be too curious to resist watching. Uther munched on popcorn as he commented, finishing with a sip of cola. He had already finished his own snacks during the movie and was now eating Colin's. The little glutton had barely touched his cola or popcorn this time, which was truly rare. That night, 2 figures slowly rose from their beds, exchanging glances under the moonlight. Going to the bathroom. Together. At the door, Cologne paused as his hand touched the doorknob. Even though he was going to the bathroom with Eugene, both were terrified, and it still felt unsafe. Glancing back at the 3 in bed, Bernard seemed scared too, and Adam. He might just scare them while they were gone. So it was better to wake Uther. Poke, poke, poke. Uther opened his sleepy eyes, startled to see the 2 standing by his bed. He propped himself up. What are you? Uther, do you need to go to the bathroom? No, I don't. Uther ran a hand through his hair and was about to lie back down when Eugene and Cologne each grabbed one of his arms. No, you do. Uther, wait, let me grab a robe. After using the bathroom, Eugene and Cologne fled back to their beds. Only after pulling the covers over himself did Cologne breathe a sigh of relief, feeling a bit embarrassed about how scared he had been. He couldn't help but glare at Adam in the neighboring bed. But then he saw Adam lying on his side, staring straight at him with wide open eyes. Cologne. In that instant, Colin's face twisted in terror. Thankfully, he remembered it was the middle of the night and clamped his hand over his mouth to stifle the scream, then slowly shrunk entirely under the covers. Seeing this, Adam smiled faintly, gathered Xiaoka and CB closer, and closed his eyes. Hiding under the covers, huh? They'll show you Juan another day. Uther, too tired to care, yawned as he walked last, shaking his head at Adam, who was sleeping peacefully, surrounded by cats. What a mess. The impact of that horror story lingered, and at least the trip to the Forbidden Forest, originally planned for mid-October, was postponed again and again, now nearly reaching Halloween. Cologne and Eugene said they were working on getting over it, asking for just another half-month. Perhaps to hasten the Forbidden Forest adventure, or perhaps due to a flicker of conscience after that day, only Lockhart continued to enjoy the exquisite horror feast Adam prepared. As the lessons progressed, the plot grew more thrilling, even featuring scenes never seen in Lockhart's own works. This sudden shock made Lockhart, who thought he had grown immune to such horror, faint from emotion. This time Cologne looked at Lockhart with not just schadenfreude, but a hint of empathetic sympathy. Last Halloween, there was a troll attack. I hope this year goes smoothly. Uther sighed on the way to the Great Hall. Adam's steps faltered almost imperceptibly. School had started so long ago. First he focused on gathering the love card to subdue the nun card, then he was busy messing with Lockhart, and today had been working in the kitchen all day. He had completely forgotten about the basilisk and the Horcrux. But thankfully nothing went wrong during the feast. Hufflepuffs, except for the first years, were surprised to see many pumpkin desserts on the tables, just like last year. Many were holiday exclusives, usually unavailable at Adam's little shop. Beyond that, the most eye-catching thing in the hall was probably the fondant sculpture of Professor Dumbledore on the teacher's table. About 20 inches tall, it perfectly captured Professor Dumbledore, in a serene sleep, down to the bow on his beard and the half-moon glasses on his nose. After the feast, Professor Dumbledore took the lead in cutting the fondant. No, I've had quite enough. Please enjoy it yourself. Professor McGonagall paused, looking at the left hand of Dumbledore offered to her, then politely declined. Professor Dumbledore then turned to Professor Snape, who simply stood up and left. As his gaze moved on one by one, the professors hurried away before meeting Dumbledore's eyes. Only Professor Lockhart was too slow and got caught. I recall you didn't eat much, Lockhart. Share some with me. Professor Dumbledore wore a kind smile. Rest assured, I specifically checked with Adam. There's no magical protection on this fondant. The moment Dumbledore mentioned it, Lockhart's face turned even more sour. After days of seeing wolfmen and female ghosts everywhere, Lockhart had no appetite for these festive treats. And now Dumbledore was teasing him with the very culprit that had put him in the hospital for half a month. But eating Dumbledore with Dumbledore himself seemed like a good gimmick. Maybe he could finally make the headlines again. Thinking this, Lockhart suppressed his displeasure and forced a smile. Thanks to recent experiences, his fake smile had become remarkably skilled. Of course, Professor Dumbledore, I'd be happy to. A sudden scream cut off Lockhart's words mixed with commotion. Dumbledore shot to his feet and strode quickly toward the source of the sound. Lockhart's face darkened, but he hurried after him. It was the corridor outside the hall leading to the main entrance, where a crowd of students had gathered around an open space between two windows. By the time Dumbledore arrived, Professor McGonagall had already taken control. As he approached, the witch stepped forward with a grave expression. Albus. Following her gaze, Dumbledore looked at the wall, where twisted words were written in some liquid. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air beware. At the foot of the wall lay Mrs. Norris, petrified, cradled by a heartbroken Filch. A flicker of thought crossed Dumbledore's eyes as he calmly reassured McGonagall, "Everyone, don't worry. I will get to the bottom of this." The sense of security brought by the greatest wizard of the century was immense. As Dumbledore spoke, Adam could feel the students around him breathe a sigh of relief. As Filch insisted that this incident must be the work of Harry Potter, Professor Dumbledore had no choice but to take them all away. Those left behind, those scattered, immediately began discussing what had just transpired. The Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts. Could it actually exist? Eugene frowned. "What is that?" Uther asked curiously. "A legend about Hogwarts. You should all know that the founders of Hogwarts, the original 4 heads of houses, each had different criteria for selecting students." "I know that. We studied it in History of Magic last term." "The Sorting Hat continues the original founders' philosophies to sort students," Colin answered proactively. "Indeed. According to the legend, the 4 founders once had a fierce argument over students' blood purity. Salazar Slytherin wanted only pure-blood students, while the other 3 opposed this. Only pure-blood students. That seems hard to achieve, doesn't it?" Uther was somewhat astonished. Even in the Egyptian wizarding world, hardly any families remained purely pure-blood. The few that did, well, they were rather peculiar. It was inevitable. There were only a handful of pure-blood wizarding families, and they rarely had many children. After intermarrying a few times, they all became close relatives. If even vast Egypt was like this, then in a place as small as Britain, the true pure-blood families would be even fewer. Perhaps the other 3 founders considered that reason too. Eugene wasn't entirely sure about this and could only speculate. He then continued with the legend of the chamber. It is said that after that quarrel, Salazar Slytherin left the school. Before leaving, Salazar Slytherin built a hidden chamber within the castle, a secret known only to himself. He also prophesied that only his own heir could open it, and that heir would unleash a fearsome monster dwelling inside to purge the school of all Muggle-born students. Wow. The group turned to look at the speaker, who was none other than Bernard, the only one among the 5 who could be considered purely Muggle-born. A familiar glimmer sparkled in his eyes, one the other 4 knew all too well. What could that fearsome monster be? How intriguing. "What are you planning?" In the end, no one voiced that rhetorical question. Instead, they followed Bernard's lead and began to speculate. Mrs. Norris was petrified. "I'm guessing it might be a Medusa." "But a Medusa couldn't live that long. According to the legend, that thing should be 1,000 years old," Eugene countered. "That's assuming the petrification of Mrs. Norris was indeed caused by Slytherin's monster, isn't it?" Colin proposed his own insight. Maybe the culprit is just borrowing the legend of the chamber. He might not be the heir at all, and the petrification of Mrs. Norris wasn't done by Slytherin's monster. That makes sense too. But how could a Medusa sneak into Hogwarts? His intuition told Eugene that the culprit was indeed connected to the legend, but he had no evidence. Didn't a troll manage to sneak into Hogwarts last year? On this very day last year? As Colin spoke, he found it a bit far-fetched. Professor Dumbledore surely wouldn't allow Hogwarts to be invaded time and again. However, he had a new idea. Maybe it wasn't a monster at all, but a wizard using some dark magic. That complete state of petrification was beyond what a simple Petrificus Totalis could achieve. It was clearly an extremely dangerous form of magic. Regardless, it must be a dangerous entity, Bernard summarized. "How about we?" "No." The other 4 spoke in unison. Bernard, curb your insatiable curiosity, will you?" Adam sighed, reaching out to grab Bernard's shoulders and turn him to face him. "Whether it's a Medusa, a dark wizard, or something else, it's extremely dangerous and lethal. If you're truly bored, I'll accompany you for a stroll in the Forbidden Forest." Yes, let's go to the Forbidden Forest instead." Colin quickly nodded in agreement. Though he was still recovering from his first horror movie experience, for Bernard's safety, as long as Adam didn't conjure a dry well in the forest, he felt he could manage. The Forbidden Forest was dangerous, but they had already experienced its worst. Surely nothing could be more perilous than stumbling into an acromantula nest. The cause of the petrification, however, was unknown, and the unknown was the most terrifying and dangerous of all. "I understand. I won't be reckless. Bernard freed himself from Adam's grip and let out a regretful sigh. Perhaps this was why Bernard was sorted into Hufflepuff instead of Gryffindor. He was truly receptive to advice and indeed did not investigate the monster in the chamber. Ironically, it was Adam who had advised Bernard, who now set foot toward the chamber. If I capture the basilisk early, will Harry lack experience to defeat Voldemort? Should I leave one for him using the twin card? As this thought crossed his mind, Adam suddenly came to his senses. Wait, at my current growth rate, why would Voldemort need to be dealt with by Harry by then? Though using the nun card was still a bit challenging, he could now normally use the elemental cards, earth, water, wind, fire, and could even maintain the light and dark cards for a few minutes. At this pace, by the time Voldemort arrived in 2 years, Adam would likely be able to let him choose his own demise. So why should Harry endure countless trials, losing classmates and professors, his godfather, and even his own life, just to follow the original storyline? The original was a splendid moving tale, but from within the story was that Pyrrhic victory, truly a beautiful outcome worth preserving. Adam did a quick calculation and realized that if the original plot unfolded, his roommates' fates were uncertain, but at least a third of the clients he had cultivated over the past year would be lost. One of his investment targets would die, another would lose the will to live, 2 beloved and admirable professors would perish. Oh, and arrest little lovebird Hedwig would also be sacrificed. He wondered how they were getting along now. And this was only based on current data. By then Adam's losses would be even greater. Hiss! He straightened the abacus in his mind and drew a sharp breath. No, he refused to accept this future. Change. It must be changed. Voldemort and the like should just be dealt with directly. As for the prophecy, he'd figure it out when the time came. If all else failed, he could let Harry engage Voldemort first, and then Adam would finish him off. After all, the question would be whether Voldemort died at Harry's hands. Arriving at the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor, Adam lightly waved the dark wand. The lock card's magic sealed the bathroom door shut. The lock card seal was comprehensive. Walls, windows, everything was impassable. A locked room could only be opened with the correct key, the key form of the sealed wand, or by dispelling the magic. As for other methods, at least the unlocking charm wouldn't work. Adam had tested it. Walking over to the sink marked with a snake emblem, Adam summoned the key card. Adam was not a parcel mouth. He could have Harry say the phrase and then mimic it with a sound card, but that would be too deliberate, not to mention that the snake language used to open the chamber was almost blatantly associated with it. Thus he decided to use the Clow cards in his own way. The card of passage depicted a woman in ancient Chinese attire passing through a circular plane, its magical effect allowing one to temporarily lose physical form to traverse solid obstacles such as walls. Using the passage card, Adam effortlessly entered the pipes of the chamber. The stench of decaying corpses permeated the tunnel, and he found it hard to breathe almost as soon as he landed. Bleck. He hastily summoned his wand and cast a bubblehead charm over his head, finally taking a few deep breaths. This basilisk really has no sense of hygiene. He'll have to give it a good brushing and bath later. Adam extended his hand and faint specks of light flew from his palm, the magic of the light card illuminating the dark pipe. The pipe was strewn with white bones, almost all from rats, along with some larger fragmented remains too broken to identify. Had the basilisk survived for 1,000 years on such fare? Perhaps it also consumed insects like cockroaches that left no bones, allowing it to grow so large. Tisk, pitiful, living a millennium without ever tasting a proper meal. Among the pile of bones were messy trails likely left by the basilisk's passage, and Adam found dozens of shed skins. These are valuable, he'll take them. Using the bubble card's magic to wash and fold the skins neatly into his satchel, Adam heard the sound of something dragging along the ground. Was the basilisk coming for him? Or was the diary controlling Ginny? Adam unhurriedly finished handling the last shed skin and turned just in time to meet the basilisk emerging from the pipe's entrance. What powerful magic! Gazing into those amber vertical pupils, sensing the shield's protective magic activate, Adam couldn't help but marvel. The basilisk, which had been on its way to feast on the intruder in its lair, visibly paused, astonished that this tiny creature had met its gaze and yet remained alive. How could this be? Roar! Emitting a hiss impossible for any normal snake, the basilisk lunged forward in attack. It was not solely reliant on its deadly gaze. Boom! A blur before its eyes, the basilisk felt as though it had collided with a towering wall, staggering back in dizziness. Shaking its head, it looked ahead to see the human brat, now holding a shield nearly as tall as himself, adorned with gold and rubies that glittered in the surrounding light. A flicker of confusion passed through the basilisk's eyes. Both the human brat and that shield were far too small to withstand its previous assault. How had they managed to? A hint of caution crept into its mind as the basilisk slowly shifted, attempting to attack from another angle. Adam's shield raised fell into thought. How could he subdue the basilisk without inflicting too severe an injury? Meanwhile, at a pipe exit in Hogwarts, Ginny, controlled by Voldemort's soul fragment, paced restlessly. He had overheard Myrtle lamenting that she couldn't enter the second-floor girls' bathroom, and upon arriving found it sealed by powerful magic. He hurried here to summon the basilisk. By all logic, the basilisk should have arrived by now. Could Dumbledore have truly discovered the secret there? Impossible. Dumbledore wasn't a parcel mouth. Despite this thought, the soul fragment of Voldemort felt increasingly uneasy. At the time of his creation, Voldemort was not yet a fearsome name barely known to others still called him Tom Riddle. Though he had learned of his future achievements through Ginny, the Dumbledore he faced had also become the greatest wizard of the century, and he had yet to reclaim his past power. No, he had to leave. The basilisk was merely a useful tool. Losing it was acceptable, but falling into Dumbledore's hands would be a greater loss. Decided the soul fragment, controlling Ginny, spoke a few words in parcel tongue, then turned and departed decisively. The basilisk, now in a difficult position, still resisted. Adam had shrunk it into a slender length. With the little card, its strength diminished, but its ferocity undiminished. It gnawed at Adam's fingers with venomous fangs, yet failed to breach the shield's defense. Adam felt helpless. He was certain the basilisk understood human speech and reacted to his attempts at persuasion, but never positively. What enchantment had Salazar Slytherin cast upon it? Or was it bound by a magical contract? If he couldn't tame it, he would have to confine it, place it in an opaque container as a trophy, feeding it a rat now and then. Perhaps he could use the twin card to see if a basilisk from a parallel world would yield. This one could be killed and tried in a soup. How would it taste? Basilisks fear the crow of a rooster. Perhaps he could make a dragon and phoenix dish. But just as Adam thought this, the basilisk in his hand suddenly ceased struggling. Could the basilisk read minds? Impossible. Even if it could, his protective magic was still active. Curious, Adam pinched the basilisk and held it up to his eyes, finding it limp and unresisting. After a closer look, he noticed its eyes had lost their luster, as if it had become a fish devoid of dreams. What had happened? Adam placed the basilisk back in his palm and poked it a few times. It finally reacted, raising its head and hissing at him, seemingly trying to negotiate. Adam. This highlighted the importance of mastering multiple languages, but where could he learn Parseltongue? He recalled that Professor Dumbledore could understand Parseltongue. Never mind, since its attitude had softened, he would refrain from eating it and keep it in a jar for now. Adam had quickly mastered the little card's magic through a shrinking charm, and with the Philosopher's Stone as a power source, he need not fear the basilisk reverting to its original size unexpectedly. Thus Adam confidently placed the shrunken basilisk in a glass candy jar, wrapped it in layers of black gauze, and thoughtfully poked 2 breathing holes in the lid. Afterward, he returned to the bathroom, used the illusion card to become invisible, lifted the seal card's barrier, slipped into an empty, abandoned classroom to revert to his normal size, and calmly went back to the dormitory. No one knew that when Adam returned from his outing, he now carried a monster hidden in the chamber in his pocket. With the basilisk dealt with, the diary naturally had to be addressed as well, which proved far more convenient than handling the serpent. First, he cast a shield charm to protect Ginny, then once she was lucid, had her hand over the diary. Having been under its control, Ginny was well aware that the journal was no benign object, and without hesitation, she relinquished it to Adam. "Can you keep this diary a secret?" Ginny's face was pale, whether from fright or the life force the diary had siphoned from her. "I don't want my brothers to worry. And Mrs. Norris. Rest assured, I won't tell a soul." Adam had already established a reliable big brother image in Ginny's eyes through George and Fred. At her words, he offered a smile befitting everyone's notion of a Hufflepuff's disposition while handing her a honey-flavored candy. "Still, I'd recommend you see Madame Pomfrey. Just say you've been kept awake by the Chamber of Secrets rumors." "Thanks, I will." Ginny accepted the candy with a sigh of relief, then looked at Adam. "What are you going to do with that diary?" "Destroy it, of course. But it doesn't seem to be something that can be broken by ordinary means. You'll need to experiment." "That's good. Be very careful. Don't let it control you." Ginny offered a few more words of caution before leaving. Yet since Adam had already helped her resist the diary's influence, she departed with a sense of reassurance. "Well, let's see just how durable a Horcrux really is." Adam gazed at the diary in his hand, a look of curiosity on his face. Unlike Harry, who had to rely on basilisk venom, Adam had ample strength and methods at his disposal. Once again in the familiar room of requirement, Adam placed the diary on a table, a notebook ready beside it. The quick quotes quill now stood poised over the notebook, quivering with anticipation. Scratch, scratch, scratch. With a mere thought from Adam, the notebook bore the headline of his experimental log: commencement of Horcrux property tests, Experiment 1. Physical resistance. Inanimate Horcruxes could to a degree exhibit an invulnerability to physical destruction, but only under circumstances where the physical damage inflicted was not severe. Thus Adam was rather intrigued to determine whether Horcruxes were truly immune to physical harm. Adam summoned the power card, eyeing the diary with eager anticipation. For the following period, Voldemort's Horcrux endured relentless magical experimentation at Adam's hands. The diary grew ever thinner, while the notebook documenting the process swelled in thickness, as Adam, with ruthless meticulousness, even added diagrams of the experimental results. The experiments proved that most Clow cards were effective on the Horcrux, some with remarkable results, such as the Sweet card. Though it required a bit more magical energy than transforming ordinary objects, a single page of the diary was indeed converted into a slice of cloud cake along with the soul power within it. In the end, Adam couldn't bring himself to eat that slice of cloud cake. He fed it to the basilisk instead. The results showed that the basilisk seemed to accept a wide variety of human foods. Throughout the experiments, the fragment of Voldemort's soul within the Horcrux repeatedly manifested words, first pleading, then threatening, then pleading again, all of which Adam completely ignored. Until recently, perhaps having given up the struggle, or simply run out of power, the diary ceased to display any more words. Adam felt a twinge of disappointment. The emotional feedback from his tormenting sessions had diminished significantly without a response. Of course, his primary aim had always been genuine magical exploration and the expansion of his magical knowledge. Yes, indeed. The experiments on the Horcrux had indeed significantly increased Adam's magical prowess, while also providing him the opportunity to use most of his Clow cards in a single cycle. Gazing at the Horcrux, now reduced to only 4 pages inside, its soul power so faint as to be nearly indistinguishable, Adam felt a rare pang of guilt. 4 pages remained unused. What a waste. He needed to think of more experimental projects immediately. Yet before Adam could devise new methods, the Quidditch match of the term commenced. At 11 in the morning, Adam and his housemates headed to the Quidditch pitch. Adam, you've been so elusive lately. There are always a few hours each week when no one can find you. Are you seeing someone? On the way, Uther teased Adam, who had arrived at the last minute to join the group. I don't have any plans for romance right now. Adam shrugged. His attention was largely captivated by the wonders of magic, and his daily social interactions with family, housemates, and professors already consumed the remainder of his focus, leaving little room for more. They didn't dwell on the topic of romance. It was merely a teasing remark. After joining more classmates, the conversation shifted to the day's match. Gryffindor versus Slytherin again. Last year, Harry Potter's absence from the final match cost Gryffindor a narrow defeat to Slytherin. Their captain seems to have a chip on his shoulder this year. Cedric's relationship with Oliver was fairly good, or rather his rapport with most students capable of normal social interaction was above average. He clearly had plenty of inside information. But this year Slytherin has Malfoy joining them. Old Malfoy spared no expense equipping each player with a Nimbus 2001. The outcome is anyone's guess. A Nimbus 2001 for each of them. That's a fortune. Ernie exclaimed with a hint of envy, unable to resist taking a sip of honey water. It took Adam's soul-nourishing cuisine to soothe the heart. Adam, who earned enough from his soul-nourishing cuisine in a year to outfit an entire Quidditch team with Nimbus 2001s, now stared pensively at the 2 teams already assembled on the field. As everyone knew, Harry's Quidditch matches were plagued by all sorts of problems every year. What was the issue this time? When Harry once again found himself chased by a rogue bludger and students around began denouncing Slytherin for their old tricks, Adam clapped his hands together. I remember. Remember what? Eugene, who hadn't joined the chorus against Slytherin, turned to Adam. Something I forgot earlier. Adam rubbed his face. How could he have forgotten about that Malfoy family house elf? The one that later gained freedom and then sacrificed itself. What was its name? Gollum. Yoda. Oh, it must be Dobby. Now that the basilisk was living the good life with 3 meals a day, occasional snacks, and a weekly bath, and the Horcrux diary was still intact, Dobby had no idea. It still believed that old Malfoy was out to harm Harry Potter. It was Dobby who had forced Harry to drive the flying car to school at the start of the term, sealing the magical entrance to platform 9 3/4, so Harry missed the train. Come to think of it, house elf magic seemed quite worthy of study. Lost in the habitual mindset of his prolonged magical research, Adam forgot what he had been thinking about, and instead began contemplating academic questions. Meanwhile, in the sky ahead of him, the well-meaning Dobby, intent on ensuring Harry's safety, was attempting to knock him off his 500-foot broomstick using a high-speed quaffle. The cheers snapped Adam's attention back from the house elf to reality. Seeing Harry, who had caught the golden snitch, tumble from the sky onto the muddy ground, Adam suddenly recalled something and hurriedly followed the crowd toward the pitch. Was it coming? The second year, and indeed the greatest invention of the wizarding world across all 7 books. Mingling among the Gryffindors surrounding Harry, Adam watched with satisfaction as Gilderoy Lockhart squeezed through excitedly. Leave it to me. Don't worry, I have ample experience handling this sort of thing. No, wait. Don't. Let me go to the hospital wing. Ignoring the noise around him, Adam carefully observed Lockhart, tracking the wand's motion while memorizing every syllable he chanted. As the spell took effect, Harry's arm drooped limply like a rubber hose cartoon character. All the bones in his arm had been removed. The bone removal curse. With this spell, who needed techniques for deboning whole chickens or fish? This was magic improving life. Could it remove fruit pits too? Though the spell malfunctioned, Lockhart maintained a triumphant smile and stood up awkwardly sometimes. Yes, occasionally this happens. But the broken bones are fine now, aren't they? Well, Harry, off to the hospital wing. Lockhart avoided Harry's furious and resentful gaze, turning to his friends. Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, would you accompany Harry, please? Though furious at Lockhart's actions, Harry's safety was more pressing. The 2 shot Lockhart a glare before helping Harry up and heading swiftly to the hospital wing, familiar with the route. Ouch! In the commotion, someone stomped hard on Lockhart's foot. The match's star left early and the handshake ceremony ended hastily. Adam bid farewell to his friends again and went alone to an abandoned classroom. Dobby, being a house elf, was elusive with no fixed range, so Adam had to resort to special methods to find him. For instance, divination. Among the Clow cards, many methods existed, using the dream card for prophetic dreams, the water card for hydromancy, or the tree card to summon yarrow stalks. But the former yielded uncontrollable visions, while the latter required some expertise. The most suitable method for Adam was using the Clow cards themselves for divination. The Clow cards fused with tarot were also divination tools. Shuffle with your left hand, then split the deck into 3 piles, and mix them together. Remember, only use your left hand to shuffle the Clow cards. Caro and Spinel sat at opposite corners of the table explaining the procedure. After shuffling, draw 10 cards as you wish, and arrange them in a 3x3 diamond formation. The first card at the top, the second at the bottom, facing you, the third lower left, the fourth lower right. Following their instructions, Adam laid out the Clow cards and closed his eyes. Clow cards created by Clow. Read, answer my question. Tell me the location of the house elf Dobby. Magic flowed gently through the cards before him. Adam opened his eyes and turned over the topmost card of the formation. Spinel said solemnly, "It's the Earth card." The first card was a hint indicating the target's location was related to the Earth. Honestly, it was somewhat vague, as it merely suggested he wasn't in the sky or water. Next came the 3 cards in the middle row of the formation, pointing to the divination specifics. Adam flipped them from left to right. The bubble card, the sweet card, the little card. Caro tilted his head. What place was that? Dobby is hiding in Hogwarts kitchens. Linking these 3 cards, Adam could think of no other answer but the kitchens. This seemed sufficient, but Adam completed the process, turning over the card at the lower right corner of the formation, which indicated the target's next goal. The shield card. Protection. Or the savior. Both interpretations work. Knowing Dobby's background, Adam interpreted the results smoothly. He put away the Clow cards and headed straight to the kitchens, the place in Hogwarts he knew best besides the dormitory and Hufflepuff common room. "Mr. Reed, how may I help you?" As soon as he entered the kitchen, a passing house elf greeted Adam familiarly. "Blue, I'd like to know if an outside house elf has been in the kitchens recently." Closing the door behind him, Adam glanced around and lowered his voice to ask the elf named Blue. Blue also lowered his voice. "An outside house elf?" "Yes, Mr. Reed, one has come to Hogwarts. His young master is currently studying here." Blue seemed somewhat displeased, feeling it questioned their work ethic, but his main grievance lay elsewhere. "That fellow is incredibly lazy. He hasn't cleaned for his young master even once since arriving. His master should." "Enough, Blue. I know you're always the most diligent among them." Adam cut off Blue's complaints. Upon hearing the praise, Blue raised his head proudly, and Adam seized the moment to ask further, "Where is that house elf now?" He went out a moment ago, but just returned. He should be resting by the oak barrels." Hearing this, Adam's dark staff struck the ground, and a vast magic circle enveloped the entire kitchen. A somewhat illusory lock slowly faded into the air. "Mr. Reed." Blue looked at Adam in confusion. "Take me to his oak barrel." "Very well." Though unsure of Adam's intent, Blue trusted the student who had earned control over the entire kitchen and all its house elves. Hogwarts house elves lived in oak barrels, most from recent years, bearing logos of butterbeer and the 3 broomsticks. Dobby's barrel was squeezed into a corner, an old one with rust on its iron hoops. Adam approached the barrel and heard faint snoring from within. Perhaps enchanting the bludger earlier had taken a toll on Dobby. Lazy creatures deserve such barrels. "Look at this one still sleeping." Blue grumbled indignantly to Adam. Without replying, Adam reached toward the barrel, a magic circle forming instantly in his palm. The sealing spell that had encompassed the entire kitchen shrank to the barrel, which then floated up and drifted beside Adam. "Mr. Reed, where are you taking it?" Blue couldn't help asking. Adam glanced at Dobby, still sleeping soundly inside, and smiled slightly. "I have some questions for him." The naive house elf, harboring no suspicion toward Adam's words, allowed him to take Dobby away with ease. Subsequently, Adam used the phantom card to openly bring Dobby to the room of requirement. "Wake up." He tapped the oak barrel with the dark wand, and Dobby poked his head out, his eyes lighting up. It had awakened on the way, but was confined to the oak barrel by the binding card. Now that it could emerge, did that not imply? Yet the next moment, Dobby remained rooted to the spot. "Don't bother trying. The ceiling range has merely expanded from the oak barrel to this room." After a few seconds of contemplation, Dobby crawled out of the oak barrel and bowed tremblingly to Adam. "Honorable sir, may I ask what business you have with Dobby?" "That diary has now come into my possession." Adam gazed at Dobby, and without preamble produced the diary, now reduced to a mere 4 pages. Upon seeing it, Dobby's bulbous eyes widened even further. "So you no longer need to protect Harry Potter." As he spoke these words, Adam's mood was somewhat complex, for Dobby's protection had thus far only produced counterproductive results. "Goodness, Harry Potter is saved." Dobby leaped excitedly in place, then suddenly burst into sobs. Dobby no longer has to defy his master. Bad Dobby. Dobby is an unfit house elf. With these words, he began to slam his head violently against the floor. Adam was taken aback. It was only then that he recalled Dobby's release had been somewhat of a serendipitous accident. In the current circumstances, old Malfoy was unlikely to visit Hogwarts. In other words, Dobby would continue to work for the Malfoy family without pay. Yet the issue seemed minor, for Adam had no intention of liberating the oppressed peoples of the world, let alone house elves. He harbored no particular plans for Dobby. Dobby was indeed brave, and his sacrifice had protected Harry, but Adam frankly did not like him. His fervor for Harry stemmed entirely from the tale of Harry the Savior. To betray his master for a figure in a story, and then after betrayal to protect the imagined savior in a self-righteous manner, struck Adam as somewhat absurd. Undeniably, Dobby and Harry forged a deep friendship later on, but initially Dobby's behavior toward Harry resembled that of an obsessive fan protecting their idol. Once Dobby had calmed down, Adam instructed him to confess all his past actions to Harry and then released him. If Harry deemed it necessary, he could find a way to liberate Dobby on his own. As for learning the magic of house eels, Hogwarts was teeming with them, and they resided right next to the Hufflepuff dormitory. Adam was confident they would be willing to assist him. With Dobby's issue resolved, the castle was finally free of abnormal security risks, and Adam and his friends could return to their normal campus life. Adam spent half a month thoroughly deciphering the dislocation curse that Lockhart had inadvertently created, converting it into a formation version. This magic shared certain commonalities with the dissolution card, but was more targeted. Tempted by culinary delights, Adam's research progressed at an unprecedented pace. This spell could no longer be simply called the dislocation curse. It could remove bones, scales, veins, shells, pits, rotten leaves, and solids within liquids, anything the caster deemed impurities. Indeed, the spell's effects were also quite subjective. For instance, one could decide that cartilage was not an impurity during casting, and thus it would be retained. The same applied to fish heads and tail fins, ensuring the fish did not become grotesque and unappetizing after deboning. Upon seeing this spell, Uther declared it extraordinary, and Cologne exclaimed its brilliance. Bernard, a man of action, fetched a plate of roasted chicken legs from the kitchen. "Try it now." Adam swept his hand over the chicken leg, and all the bones vanished, leaving only the cartilage at the head and tail. "Adam, with this magic you could even write yourself into the history books," Cologne exclaimed excitedly while gnawing on a chicken leg. "Braised carp." Eugene was equally thrilled. Though he adored braised dishes, the reddish hue made it difficult to pick out bones. Previously, he could only savor braised beltfish, but now he could indulge without restraint. Adam's thoughts also soared, contemplating what new dishes to create next. Just before a wave of revelry swept through Hufflepuff, Lockhart sprang up to cause trouble again. Perhaps he grew dissatisfied with no longer being the center of attention after the castle's prolonged tranquility, or perhaps Adam's focus on spell research had emboldened him. Regardless, Lockhart went ahead and established the dueling club. What astounded Adam even more was that Professor Dumbledore had consented. Harry would swear that the old headmaster was well aware that Hogwarts was now safe. The headmaster's control over the castle was formidable. Portraits, ghosts, and even house elves served as his eyes and ears, not to mention the various protective enchantments that might possess other functions. Why then would Professor Dumbledore allow Lockhart to wreak havoc here? Puzzled, Adam followed the crowd to the so-called the dueling club. As it turned out, was merely a rearranged great hall. The long tables of the four houses had been removed, and a gaudy dueling platform was erected in the center. It appeared somewhat formal, though the floral decorations made it resemble a stage. At this moment of collective anticipation, Gilderoy Lockhart stepped onto the stage. He wore a robe of violet red that shimmered under the light of hundreds of candles suspended in the air, while beside him stood Professor Snape, whose grim expression reminded Adam of the time he had drawn Harry's name in the lottery. Sauntering to the center of the stage with a buoyant stride, Lockhart waved for silence, and then bellowed, "Gather round, gather round. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Oh, excellent." Lockhart flashed his trademark smile. "You see, Professor Dumbledore has permitted me to start this little dueling club to train you fully, so that you may defend yourself should the need arise, employing the methods I have used countless times to protect myself. For details on this, please refer to my published works." After plugging his books, Lockhart gestured toward Professor Snape beside him. "Allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. I have invited him to co-instruct you all. Additionally, he has recommended a little assistant to me, though he refuses to disclose further details. What a delightful little surprise, isn't it?" Hearing Lockhart's words, Adam inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding, particularly when Professor Snape's expression actually softened slightly at that moment, and he even cast a glance in Adam's direction. It must be said that Lockhart did have some skill. After Adam stopped paying him attention, he managed to win back some of his former diehard fans through sheer eloquence. His speech still drew a round of applause. Thank you all for your encouragement. Now how about we invite our little assistant up here?" Lockhart winked playfully at Professor Snape, acting as if they shared a close rapport. Professor Snape's face tensed for a moment, then he revealed a somewhat grim smile. "Adam Reed." "Adam? Me? No. Nobody told me there would be an extra segment today." As Adam stood there stunned, Professor Snape looked at him again. "Come here. Don't be shy. Relax. Adam, where are you?" Lockhart harbored no suspicion at all. Although he had suspected someone was plotting against him, he never doubted the students. After all, what formidable skills could a student possess? Thus, when Professor Snape suggested having a student take his place for a demonstration duel, Lockhart agreed, without hesitation, even finding it to his advantage. A student would be far easier to handle than a professor. Under everyone's gaze, Adam silently walked up to the dueling platform and looked at Professor Snape beside him. Relax. Professor Snape's expression remained unchanged as he raised a hand to gently pat Adam on the shoulder, his voice barely audible. Just use the spell I taught you. You know which one. Adam's mouth twitched. You've only taught me 2 spells, Levi Corpus and Sectum Sempra. The difference between these 2 is rather significant. Could you be a bit clearer about which one to use? Seeing Adam step onto the dueling platform, Lockhart's expression grew somewhat uneasy. The painful memory of being bitten by Chinese biting cabbages and sent to the hospital wing suddenly resurfaced. He didn't take attendance in class, and coupled with the previous tumultuous lessons, he still couldn't match student names to faces. Only when Adam appeared on stage did he realize who Adam was. But Lockhart quickly composed himself. Though the previous experience was painful, it was merely a prearranged magical trap and didn't prove the student's strength. This was the perfect opportunity. Come here, child. I won't hurt you. Just relax and follow the procedure. Lockhart beamed and beckoned to Adam. Professor Snape patted Adam on the shoulder and stepped down, leaving Adam and Lockhart on the dueling platform. First, Mr. Reed and I will each go to opposite ends of the platform. Then we bow. Yes, that's right. After bowing, Lockhart twirled his wand a few times and began slowly, Expelli, Levi Corpus, TSK. Whoa. XN. Amidst the students' astonished gazes, Adam looked at Lockhart, who was now suspended upside down in midair, and said innocently, Professor, isn't it allowed to strike after the bow? Lockhart's face flushed bright red, likely from the rush of blood to his head. After a few seconds of silence, he finally spoke. Ah, yes, of course I know that. I was just trying to demonstrate something. Your attacking intent was far too obvious. In a real duel, I would never fall for such a simple trick. Adam nodded and glanced at Professor Snape, who had let out a tisk earlier. It seemed he had guessed wrong. But would Sectum Sempra have been too excessive? Blood and gore might frighten the other students. Comparatively, he still preferred the murder mystery script he had prepared for Lockhart earlier. Deadly without a drop of blood. Struggling in the air, Lockhart began recounting his past duels with dark wizards and his victories over former dueling champions, occasionally casting a finite incantatum or some other spell Adam had never heard of on himself. Finally, with his vision starting to blur, Lockhart gave Adam an awkward smile. Mr. Reed, I'd like to test how well you've learned the counter curse for this spell. Of course I know it myself. I've encountered this little trick many times during my travels. I haven't learned the counter curse for this spell, Professor. Adam suddenly spoke, his face bearing the innocence of a gentle Hufflepuff. So you'll have to get down on your own. Lockhart's face reddened even more, turning almost purple. Yes. Well, we'll just come down then. Hey. Flailing in the air like a fish caught on a hook, Lockhart gave the students a weak smile. It seems my wand is malfunctioning. Could someone please contact Madame Pomf? Before he could finish, under the students' shocked gazes, Lockhart's head lolled to the side as he fainted, foam even bubbling from his mouth. I'll save him. Silence. Stepping onto the platform, Professor Snape gave a flick of his wand and Lockhart fell to the ground with a thud. Adam thought he heard something like a bone cracking, hoping the platform was unharmed. Glancing at Lockhart, Professor Snape appeared to be in a good mood. He swept his gaze over the students and drawled. It seems your Professor Lockhart has suffered yet another severe injury. The dueling club will have to be postponed. Everyone go back. No, wait. I'm fine. To everyone's astonishment, and with Professor Snape's eye twitching, Lockhart struggled to his feet, his face flushed with an unnatural redness, but he still managed a strained smile. It's nothing, just a little accident. I'm not injured. I'm perfectly fine. Professor Lockhart. Adam spoke with a complex mix of emotions. This was true courage. For once his tone carried a hint of respect. Perhaps you should go to the hospital wing. Look at your bloodshot eyes and the nosebleed dripping down. Don't die right here on the dueling platform. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. During my travels I've faced far more difficult situations than this. I mean wand malfunctions. Lockhart tried to flourish his wand with some fancy moves, but it flew out of his hand mid-motion. Without changing his expression, he ran over and picked it up. That was just a demonstration. Now for the real duel. We'll show you proper formal dueling. Let's establish the procedure first. Not wanting to experience being suspended again, Lockhart said. We'll bow first, then both use Expelliarmus. You know that spell, right? Seeing Adam nod, Lockhart breathed a sigh of relief. To avoid being hit by any more bizarre spells, he had just thought of this solution, using the same spell. But Expelliarmus was one of the few spells he could cast proficiently. If Adam had said he didn't know it, that would have been disastrous. He couldn't exactly duel Adam using the memory charm, could he? Bowing once more to each other on the dueling platform, Lockhart's heart was brimming with confidence. He admitted that he had underestimated his opponent earlier. The other's peculiar little spells did have some merit. But now that he was serious, could a mere student tutored by a potions professor truly be stronger than him? Expelli, A streak of red light shot across the center of the platform, hurtling Lockhart all the way into the wall behind him. Lockhart's eyes bulged, his lips trembling, and he remained plastered against the wall for at least 3 seconds before slowly sliding down to the floor, flopping forward with a thud into a Dejiza posture. Lockhart's wand spun through the air into Adam's hand. It was then that Adam seemed to recall something and added belatedly, Expelliarmus. The students were speechless. Cool. That's so cool. Bernard's eyes lit up as he began to applaud first. Then Adam's other roommates snapped out of it and started clapping, followed by the Hufflepuffs, then the other houses. 3 crisp short claps rang out. Professor Snape stepped to the center of the platform. A splendid duel. Now regrettably your Professor Lockhart has once again sustained severe injuries. Emphasizing the word once again, Snape cast a sidelong glance at Lockhart, as if confirming he wouldn't suddenly rise again. After 3 seconds, Snape casually averted his gaze. As for the dueling club. As he spoke, his eyes happened to sweep over Harry. He paused briefly before smoothly continuing. I'll first take your Professor Lockhart to the hospital wing. Upon my return, I'll divide you into pairs for practice. The students instantly grew excited. Though Professor Lockhart had fought poorly, Adam's performance was impressive. Who would choose to identify with the loser? Many of them had never had the chance to cast spells on others before, and the thrill was immense. During the time I'm away, you'd best behave and ensure no accidents. I'd rather not see occur. Otherwise, seeing the students' agitation, Snape flashed a smile that quickly sobered them up. Then waving his wand at Lockhart, he intoned, Locomotor Mortis. Snape led the prostrate Lockhart out of the Great Hall. After a few seconds, the hall erupted into lively chatter. Adam, that was incredible. Adam put away his wand and rejoined his friends, who immediately surrounded him. What spell was that? We haven't learned it in class. It was taught to me by Professor Snape. It seems to be his own invention, Adam explained to Coron. His own invention? Incredible. Coron's eyes were full of awe. How did you make Expelliarmus hit like that? Uther asked, curious about the spell. Adam smiled faintly. Practice makes perfect. It was the strike card. He had added the strike card. Since the strike card's attack resembled laser-like blasts similar to many wizard spells, Adam had studied it and unexpectedly found it perfectly compatible with most spells, such as the earlier Expelliarmus. You thought it was just magical damage. Actually, this spell also carried a physical impact. I didn't expect you to master nonverbal magic so early. That's truly impressive, Cedric remarked. As for nonverbal magic, it's really about talent. Adam scratched his head, not realizing how astonishing his display of nonverbal magic was. In the wizarding world, nonverbal magic was merely an advanced casting technique. Many wizards like Professors McGonagall and Snape were proficient in it, though they rarely used it except perhaps to lazily draw curtains. Wizards who could perform wandless magic were the true masters. Wands acted as magical regulators. Apart from Africa, where poverty forced minimal spell proficiency, but universal wandless casting, few in the world could manage it. Among them the revered Professor Dumbledore. We'll be pairing up soon. Who do you want to team with? Huh. Didn't Professor Snape say he'd assign us? He probably won't have time to pair everyone. He likely won't object if we find our own partners. True. But sparring with Adam feels a bit dangerous. Coron stroked his chin analytically. He'll pair with Adam. Bernard volunteered, then looked at Adam. But don't send me flying, okay? Don't worry, I'll be your practice partner. As they spoke, Uther paired with Cedric, Ernie with Hannah. He'll go with Eugene then. Coron stood on tiptoe to pat Eugenie's shoulder. Hey Eugene, have you grown taller these past months? Have I? Isn't it normal to grow at our age? Makes sense. Coron nodded, pondering the dietary differences between them. Could eating more fish boost height? Maybe he should eat more too, since Adam had invented a spell to remove fish bones. Yes, he'd eat more fish from now on. Snape returned shortly, surprisingly followed by Lockhart with a neck brace. Seeing Lockhart again, Adam couldn't help but gasp. What was that saying? Strong-willed despite a broken body. No indomitable spirit. What resilience. What dedication. Those young celebrities hood by trending topics for a cold or paper cut should take notes. He truly moved me. I could weep. Ahem, Madame Pomfrey says I've only sustained minor injuries. It seems my years of adventure have given me a robust constitution. Cough. The pain from coughing nearly made Lockhart lose his smile. Seeing Adam about to step onto the platform again, he quickly said, I won't be demonstrating further. Professor Snape mentioned he'd be pairing you up. Let's do it together. Snape nodded, silently walking toward the Gryffindors first. He pulled Harry out and paired him with Draco. Lockhart handled the grouping, but when he saw Adam approaching, he quickly agreed to their prearranged pairs and fled their vicinity. After grouping, Lockhart climbed onto the platform despite his injuries. What are you waiting for? You can begin. The moment he spoke, incantations erupted throughout the hall. Snape frowned instantly. Stop. His authority was evident as the chanting ceased abruptly, leaving only a few groans standing out. I truly wonder if you bring your brains to charms class, or if you forgot where you left them and stuffed a flobberworm into your empty heads instead. Snape gritted his teeth as he gave emergency treatment to students injured by their own or their partner's spellcasting errors, then sent them to the hospital wing. Upon returning, a grim-faced Snape summoned Harry and Draco to the platform for a demonstration. But, I don't know Expelliarmus. Harry protested. That's fine, Mr. Potter. Snape's gloomy face finally showed a hint of pleasure, clearly enjoying Harry's predicament. You may use any spell you know. Any spell he knew. Was the levitation charm considered one? Upon hearing Professor Snape's words, Harry felt his vision darken, but Snape paid no heed, leading them to the dueling platform before sweeping his cloak aside and stepping back. You may bow to each other. Draco, a malicious smile curling on his lips, bowed to Harry and immediately raised his wand to cast a curse, Serpensortia. A black snake materialized from the smoke, landing on the ground and slithering slowly toward Harry. Harry stood frozen, locked in a staring contest with the serpent. This seems like some sort of conjuration spell. But what's the use of summoning a snake? Uther tilted his head, rubbing his chin. He could tell it was a real snake. But even a trained snake was still just a snake. Freezing charm, impediment, jinx, petrificus totalis. Any simple spell could handle it. This curse could only intimidate young witches and wizards who had learned few spells. Training a snake not to attack its caster required considerable effort, and it could never be trained to target a specific enemy. Its practical combat value was truly dismal. As it turned out, though Serpensortia was largely useless, it had indeed managed to intimidate Harry. Don't move. Let me deal with it. Professor Snape, evidently amused by Harry's reaction, had no intention of letting the boy actually get bitten. He advanced slowly, saying, "No problem, let me handle it." Lockhart, seeing his chance to shine, would never yield it to Snape. Even if he couldn't defeat a student, surely he could handle a mere snake. He dashed forward in a single bound, waving his wand in an impossibly complex series of movements and chanting an indecipherable incantation. To his credit, Lockhart did manage to cast a spell. Unfortunately, its power was too weak. The struck snake tumbled across the dueling platform several times before rising enraged and crawling directly toward Lockhart himself. Lockhart swallowed nervously and hastily retreated. Alright, I was wrong. This curse can actually be used against some incompetent adult wizards. Uther covered his face with a sigh. Snape silently stepped back, sheathing his half-drawn wand. Faced with a seemingly venomous snake, Lockhart grew flustered and abandoned his showmanship. He waved his wand and chanted Expelliarmus. The snake, struck by the red light, tumbled to the ground, thrashed a few times, and quickly rose again. What kind of monster is this? Lockhart exclaimed in shock. Draco spoke up quietly. That's just an ordinary snake, Professor. Were you trying to disarm its fangs with Expelliarmus? Meeting Draco's contemptuous gaze, Lockhart seethed with fury. Then in a fit of rage, he simply raged. Hurriedly he said, "My wand seems not to have recovered yet. I'd better return the stage to Mr. Potter." With that, he rushed off the dueling platform. Thud! As he descended the steps, Lockhart seemed to trip over something and fell face first to the ground. Adam withdrew his hand, looking at the dueling platform with concern. "So, Mr. Potter, what do you intend to do?" Snape narrowed his eyes, watching Harry, who was once again targeted by the snake. Harry couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he felt that Snape's mood had soured considerably. Now there was no one left to save him. As the snake drew closer, a sudden inspiration struck Harry, and he opened his mouth. Hiss, hiss. The smile vanished from Snape's face. His eyes locked onto Harry, and in the next instant he drew his wand and turned the snake into a puff of smoke. "They'll take Professor Lockhart to the hospital wing. The dueling club is over. You may all return." Snape waved his wand, levitating Lockhart, and addressed the still shocked young witches and wizards. Lockhart, who had been groaning on the steps between the platform and the hall floor, seemed about to protest that he didn't need the hospital wing. Just then Snape's wand happened to twitch slightly, and Lockhart spun a full 1,080 degrees in the air before falling silent. With Lockhart dealt with, the students remained buzzing with discussion about Harry's actions and reluctant to disperse. Snape narrowed his eyes. "I said, you may return." The young witches and wizards scattered like startled birds, each heading back to their common rooms. "Did you all see that?" Corbin whispered as they walked back. Harry was talking to the snake. "What's wrong with talking to a snake?" "Adam talks to his cat every day," Bernard said, pointing at Adam. "Adam, meow meow meow." "That's different." Corbin started to say that Adam was just playing with his cat, and the cat couldn't understand, but then he remembered that those two cats actually did seem to understand. The ability to speak to snakes is very special and rare in the wizarding world. It's called Parseltongue. Eugene took over the explanation for Bernard. "It's not just about talking to snakes. Parseltongue can even command them to some extent. But that's not the point. The point is Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth, and Parseltongue can be inherited. So, the heir of Slytherin should also be a Parselmouth." "Exactly." Bernard's face lit up with realization, then a flicker of thought crossed his eyes. The boy who lived, the legendary savior. Could he be the heir who would open the chamber? For Bernard, who had grown up secretly reading case files handled by his parents, it was entirely possible for someone seen as a good person to harbor darkness behind the scenes. All that activity earlier made me a bit hungry. What should we have for a midnight snack? Hearing Adam's words, Bernard instantly cast aside his thoughts. How about those braised chicken feet we made last time? Leaving aside the Adam dormitory's mid-snack discussion, the news that Harry was a parcel mouth spread rapidly across the campus, even overshadowing Lockhart's repeated embarrassments the previous night. But by noon the next day things took a sudden turn. Adam was having lunch in the Great Hall when Ernie curiously sidled up behind him. Adam, who exactly is the heir of Slytherin? Huh. Adam looked up in confusion. The heir of Slytherin. How should I know? Oh, come on, don't play dumb. Harry said you've already dealt with the monster in the chamber. You must know who the heir is too, right? Ernie lowered his voice. Just tell me quietly. I swear I won't tell anyone. Harry, how did he know? Damn it. Dobby. Adam quickly pieced together the cause and effect. Glancing at the eavesdropping young witches and wizards, he twitched. Like hell I believe you. Why do you all believe what Harry says? Adam tried to reason with everyone. Well, he seemed pretty sincere. Ernie scratched the back of his head. So he was lying? Adam fell silent. He couldn't exactly say that. If Harry had shown Parseltongue and been mistaken for the heir on his own, it had nothing to do with Adam. But if Adam now said Harry was lying, it would make Adam the one slandering him. Left with no choice, Adam spoke. All right, the heir of Slytherin is. Mr. Reed, would you mind joining me for lunch? Professor Dumbledore appeared from nowhere, smiling warmly at Adam. Of course, Professor Dumbledore. Adam was led away by Professor Dumbledore, and the curious young witches and wizards nearby dispersed in disappointment. So, did Adam really take care of the monster in the chamber? Colin's face bore a mix of bewilderment, doubt, and a hint of self-satisfaction. He was still munching on cornflakes. I'm afraid so. If Harry Potter had been lying, Adam would have said something just now. Eugene recalled how Adam had been intermittently absent before, and said, besides, if it weren't true, Professor Dumbledore wouldn't have come. Adam actually went off to the chamber on his own. Bernard looked regretful. I doubt it was an adventure worth sharing. Recalling the records of chambers in the pyramids, Uther squinted and glanced around. Let's finish breakfast and head back to the dormitory to wait for Adam. It looks like they might come asking us questions out of curiosity soon. Adam followed Professor Dumbledore to the headmaster's office, where Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Sprout were waiting. Why wasn't Professor Flitwick included? Then Adam noticed Harry, who was avoiding his gaze. Adam, is what Harry said true? Professor Sprout rushed over, took Adam's hands, and scrutinized him from head to toe. I'm sorry, Adam, I didn't know. It would cause you so much trouble. Harry's voice was naturally low and grew quieter as he spoke. In his haste to prove his innocence, he had blurted it out, only realizing the impact of his words when everyone went to verify with Adam. Adam didn't hear Harry. He first needed to calm his anxious head of house. Professor Sprout, it's true, but it's already resolved. Oh, indeed. Our Mr. Reed can handle even the monster in the chamber, and last night, he defeated a professor. Is there anything in this world that daunts him? Snape's voice rang out, making Adam want to retort. Last night's defeat was a task you assigned me, Professor. But he knew it was Snape's roundabout way of showing concern, cautioning him against reckless bravery, so he swallowed his retort. Severus enough. Professor McGonagall, who had been standing by Harry, stepped forward. Adam, I don't mean to doubt you, but what monster did you defeat? Perhaps it was some other magical creature you mistook. It was a basilisk, Professor. Adam's answer left McGonagall speechless. A basilisk, also known as the King of Serpents. Its venom can kill instantly, and direct eye contact is fatal. Snape narrowed his eyes, prompting McGonagall, who hadn't immediately recalled the basilisk. Unlike Potter, knowing Adam's character, he wouldn't speak recklessly even if it sounded as absurd as Merlin's resurrection. But if it was a basilisk, why was the cat only petrified? I see. Mrs. Norris saw the basilisk's reflection in the knight's armor, hence the petrification. Professor Dumbledore, who had been low-key since entering the office, suddenly understood, clearing everyone's confusion. Only Harry remained bewildered. But no basilisk has appeared in Britain for over 400 years. Professor Sprout was still puzzled. The basilisk had been dormant in the chamber. It didn't appear in the last 400 years, it's been alive for 1,000 years. Adam explained. But how did you manage it? And how did you know it was a basilisk? Professor McGonagall finally found her voice. And why didn't you tell us facing such a terrifying creature alone? Professor McGonagall, allow me to answer your questions one by one. Adam raised his hand, and to the astonishment of everyone in the office, summoned the dark wand. First, how I managed it. With this, a magical artifact passed down from my ancestors. A flicker of doubt crossed Dumbledore's eyes. He hadn't known Nicholas Flamel possessed such an artifact. But as Adam explained, Dumbledore's doubt faded. It turned out to be from his ancestors in China. Without concealing the existence of the Clow cards, but also without detailing them, Adam used the ancestral artifact as a shield for his combat abilities, and continued. As for how I discovered it. Do the professors know about Moaning Myrtle? Dumbledore's eyes flickered. Moaning Myrtle had once been his student. Adam explained how he connected the dots, stories from classmates about the chamber being open, the tale of Moaning Myrtle, and finding spider carcasses in the castle, leading to his hypothesis that the monster was a basilisk. How did you deduce that? Harry muttered, wide-eyed. The professors knew the basilisk's traits, but Harry didn't, so he couldn't grasp how those clues led to that conclusion. Ignoring Harry's question, Adam continued, finally, why I didn't tell the professors. As I said, it was just a hypothesis and I was confident I could handle the basilisk, so I went alone. After hearing the full explanation, the professors fell silent. Adam's story, though far-fetched, seemed hard to fault. Setting aside how you heroically defeated the basilisk, who opened the chamber? Snape crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes. That person must know the chamber well, and must have known it contained a basilisk and how to deal with it. Professor Sprout seemed to catch on and glared at Snape, pulling Adam into her arms. Severus, what are you implying? Knowing Snape's habit of saying the opposite of what he meant, and that he would still tease him out of worry, Adam sighed inwardly. Then in Sprout's embrace, he shot Dumbledore a meaningful glance, and Dumbledore took the hint. Severus, cease your speculation. We should be vigilant, but not unjustly suspect a student. With that, Dumbledore stood. Well, it seems most matters are now clear. Let me discuss the remaining details with Adam over lunch. Please go on, you might have lessons to prepare this afternoon. Though reluctant, the professors filed out of the office one by one, with McGonagall taking Harry along. Now it's just the two of us. Dumbledore winked at Adam. What would you like for lunch? Let me handle it. Adam waved the dark wand, and a steaming brownie crust pizza appeared on the table. He looked at Dumbledore, whose eyes lit up. Professor, what would you like for lunch? Chewing. Swallowing. Having finished the last apple cinnamon pie, Professor Dumbledore listened to Adam's story and examined the diary, now reduced to a mere 4 pages. Gazing at the somewhat pitiful diary, Professor Dumbledore let out a sudden sigh. Tom, did you ever imagine that a Horcrux created at the cost of a life could one day become so fragile? What's wrong, Professor Dumbledore? Nothing, just recalling some things. Professor Dumbledore shook his head and began answering Adam's question. This diary is a Horcrux, an extremely dark magical artifact. It can only be created by taking a life, which is why it possesses such powerful magical resistance. As he spoke, Professor Dumbledore's brow twitched involuntarily. In truth, most means in this world cannot harm it. Otherwise, Voldemort would not have gone so far as to split his soul to create Horcruxes. Unfortunately for him, Voldemort's Horcrux met Adam. Amidst his reflections, Professor Dumbledore suddenly recalled the basilisk. If memory served, the basilisk's dark magic was potent enough to destroy a Horcrux. Is the basilisk's corpse still in the chamber? Oh no, it's not dead yet. Not dead. Good. What? Professor Dumbledore's eyes widened as he watched Adam pull a round black container from his bag. Upon closer inspection, it was a glass jar wrapped in black cloth. I shrank the basilisk and caught it. It's in here, Adam said, peeling back a corner of the cloth to peek inside. It's sleeping now. Professor Dumbledore opened his mouth, momentarily struggling to process this. Would you like to see it, Professor? No. Professor Dumbledore finally gathered his thoughts. You shrank the basilisk. Yes, its strength diminished along with its size. Now even a glass jar can hold it securely. Professor Dumbledore wanted to mention that a basilisk's skin boasted magical resistance nearly on par with a dragon's, but recalling that a Horcrux resistance far surpassed both, he refrained. Staring at the black jar, he hesitated before speaking. Adam, I must warn you, keeping a basilisk is against the law. Professor, I've checked wizarding laws. Breeding a basilisk is illegal, but keeping one is not. Adam winked at Professor Dumbledore. So as long as I can prove I didn't breed this basilisk, I'm not breaking any wizarding laws. Well, you have a point. After a moment of recollection, Professor Dumbledore fell silent briefly, but keeping such a dangerous creature on school grounds. Professor Dumbledore, this basilisk is safest in my hands. Would you rather set it free? Or kill it? It did kill someone, but that was under you-know-whose orders, wasn't it? Adam looked earnestly at Professor Dumbledore, trying to appeal to his sense of duty as an educator. Besides, all it has done since birth is sleep in Hogwarts for nearly 1,000 years. It's almost as old as the school itself, a witness to its history. Meeting Adam's gaze, Professor Dumbledore found nothing through legitimacy, but he could see a pure love for magical creatures, reminding him of someone from his past. If that person were here, they would likely find a way to protect this basilisk too. And after all, Adam was just a student, a Hufflepuff no less, the heir of Nicholas Flamel, and had just saved the school. What ill intentions could he harbor? In the end, Professor Dumbledore relented. Very well. But you must ensure that no student is harmed by this basilisk, not even petrified. I can certainly promise that, Professor. Adam smiled as he put away the Jared basilisk, then turned to Professor Dumbledore. By the way, Professor, I read that you aren't a natural Parselmouth, but learned the language of snakes through study. Is that true? Professor Dumbledore blinked, understanding Adam's intent. He had to admit it was a good idea. At least being able to communicate with the basilisk would help Adam manage it better. After a moment's thought, Professor Dumbledore extended his hand, and a book from the shelf floated into his grasp. This is a book on Parseltongue and Mermish. I hope you'll remember to return it after you've learned. Of course, don't discuss what happened in the headmaster's office today with your classmates. If they press you, tell them I asked you to keep it confidential. No problem, Professor, but... Adam paused to recall. Harry seemed to overhear quite a bit. He'll have Minerva speak with him. Professor Dumbledore sighed. Well then, that should be all. Finally, he paused, a smile spreading across his face, for dealing with the basilisk in the chamber before anyone could be harmed. 200 points to Hufflepuff. Adam was surprised though he realized he shouldn't have been. It would have been stranger if Professor Dumbledore hadn't awarded points. While Harry's annual Indo-Fire points for Gryffindor seemed a bit forced, his deeds truly merited them. Otherwise, how could the other professors sit by and watch Dumbledore's performance? Yet Dumbledore's show wasn't over for uncovering the truth of the old case. 50 points to Hufflepuff. On behalf of Myrtle and Hagrid, who was wrongly accused, I thank you for your feat. It seems a medal in the trophy room needs to be removed. It was my duty, Professor. Professor Dumbledore nodded with a smile. Don't forget to keep these matters confidential, and take good care of your little pet. Off you go. Leaving the headmaster's office, Adam tallied his gains for the day. First, he had openly acknowledged the existence of the Clow cards and his knowledge of Horcruxes, allowing him to cast spells more openly, without concealment. He could now also arrange for Ravenclaw's diadem obtained from the Room of Requirement. Second, regarding the basilisk, he had received books on Parseltongue from Professor Dumbledore with Mermish as an unexpected bonus. Finally, there was the test of the love card's magic. As I thought, this ever-active love card is incredibly powerful. This was an effect Adam had discovered by accident. The love card could subtly influence those around him. For people with whom he already had some emotional connection, the card acted like an aura that rationalized things, its strength proportional to the depth of emotion and the target's susceptibility to emotional factors. Even something as absurd as keeping a basilisk at school had garnered Professor Dumbledore's approval. It seemed the old professor was indeed quite sentimental. Initially, Adam had thought he might only sway Dumbledore slightly, prepared to sacrifice the basilisk if necessary. Now it seemed another basilisk could be prepared for the pot, basilisk stew or dragon basilisk stir-fry. Pulling his thoughts back from culinary delights, Adam refocused on the love card. The effects he had discovered so far went beyond merely influencing those around him. Beyond influencing those around him, another ability Adam discovered of the love card was somewhat magical. How to put it, he wasn't entirely sure what this power was for, but he could see a slightly illusory figure with red hair and green eyes beside Harry, which shouldn't be the effect of any other Clow cards. Excluding those, it must be the ability of the love card. Since this was the only anomaly for now, Adam couldn't test what was happening or what this ability was, so he had to set the matter aside for the time being. On his way back to the dormitory, Adam was repeatedly questioned by his classmates about the Chamber of Secrets. To this, Adam had only one answer: Professor Dumbledore asked me to keep it a secret. Maybe you can ask Professor Dumbledore. For those little wizards who intended to honestly keep their word, there wasn't much else they could do. But there was no doubt that the Chamber of Secrets problem had been resolved. The sudden influx of house points for Hufflepuff couldn't possibly be something Professor Dumbledore used to buy candy. Back in the dormitory, Adam finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he was immediately met with the stares of his 4 roommates. That look was, how to put it, complex, like Lindayu gazing at Jia Baoyu, causing a phantom ache in Adam's non-existent conscience. All right, brothers, let me explain first. Adam raised his hands in surrender under the 4 pairs of eyes. The 5 of them sat down together on the small sofa, and Adam told them what had happened. Although he had promised Professor Dumbledore to keep it secret, his roommates clearly weren't included in that agreement, and they were all tight-lipped people. Unlike a certain gamekeeper who seemed raised on Veritasrum. After finishing the story, Adam emphasized again, it's really not that I didn't want to bring you along. There was nothing interesting about it this time, and the basilisk was too dangerous. Well, your experience this time was indeed pretty dull. Bernard sighed with some regret. The so-called Chamber of Secrets turned out to be just a sewer with a giant snake that killed with a glance. Completely different from what he had imagined. At the very least, there should have been various puzzle-filled levels guarded by enormous golems or magical creatures, right? Hearing Bernard's remarks, Adam thought that if he had been born 100 years earlier and encountered a certain 5th-year transfer student, he might have seen what he wanted. So what about the basilisk? Can we see it? Eugene asked, curious about what the legendary serpent looked like. Adam thought for a moment, I'll show you after I gouge out its eyes. That basilisk destined for the pot was going to be killed anyway, so he might as well let them see it. Or maybe not. Gouging out its eyes just for us to see is a bit. Corbin frowned, but then heard Adam say, it's fine, it's going into the pot anyway. Then I'll take a look after all. Corbin immediately changed his mind, swallowing hard. As for the basilisk's deadly venom, no matter, he trusted Adam to handle it. If all else failed, he still had the chopsticks made from a unicorn's horn. He knew he would eventually use that thing someday. Christmas was approaching, so why not give everyone chopsticks like these as gifts this year? That solved the gift problem for everyone except Adam in one go. Then they discussed the timing for their trip to the Forbidden Forest. They had put it off for so long, if they didn't go soon it would be next year. How about we go during the Christmas holidays? Uther suggested. We have homework on regular days, and squeezing in time on weekends feels too rushed. Although it was an adventure, they had no real goal. It was more like a trip to the Forbidden Forest. Having to rush back for homework would ruin the fun. But going into the Forbidden Forest in the snow might not be safe. Eugene frowned. Even if we went tomorrow, it would still be snowing. Everyone, it's almost December now. Bernard sighed. Eugene and Corbin, who had repeatedly delayed the Forbidden Forest trip for personal reasons, fell silent, and the date was officially set. Don't worry, I'm confident I can keep everyone safe this time. Adam, who had mastered protective magic to the point of casting shields on others, patted his chest. The next day the atmosphere in Hogwarts subtly shifted. The threat of the chamber was gone, and the gloom that had hung over the castle dissipated, restoring the young wizard's usual liveliness. The few who weren't in a good mood were probably the Slytherin students who prided themselves on being purebloods. Until yesterday they could hold their heads high watching the mudbloods live in constant fear and the half-blood wizards hurry about with anxious faces. But today everything had changed. In response, they even launched a boycott of Adam's products, hoping to cause him severe losses. But not many responded, since not even all Slytherins were purebloods. Instead, after the news somehow spread, the non-pureblood wizards who had been afraid rushed to Adam's shop to buy. On one hand, it was to vent their emotions. The previous fear indeed needed the comfort of sweets. And on the other, it was to show their support for Adam. As a result, Adam didn't suffer the losses the Slytherins had hoped for. Instead, his sales soared, and he was practically raking it in. I think I understand why so many merchants like to stir up conflict. This is really profitable. Unfortunately, I don't care much about money. Earning it has become a burden to me now. From opening the shop to closing, Adam felt unusually tired after packing up. He sighed, opening this shop is my biggest regret. My happiest time was when I only sold snacks from a satchel. I can't go back now. Cedric, who had just bought the last portion of osmanthus lotus root, winced at the words. Oh well, the candy Adam made didn't cause cavities. It must be a hallucination from too many defense against the dark arts lessons. Better take a sip of honey tea to soothe it. The honey tea, excessively sweetened at the student's insistence, still burst with enough sweetness under the osmanthus lotus root's influence to smooth Cedric's furrowed brow. Adam, have you heard? Heard what? Adam, having finished tidying the cart, turned around and saw Cedric lean in and whisper. Professor Lockhart said in class today that he knew where the chamber was and what monster was in it all along. And that you only managed to defeat the monster thanks to his teaching. Looks like he's fully recovered from his injuries. Adam squinted. Normally he didn't care about rumors, but Lockhart was just so infuriating. After showing his roommates Ju-on earlier, Adam had been considering whether to start a movie business. If he did, he needed to decide how realistic to make it without going too far. Since Lockhart had walked right into it, let Professor Lockhart be the test subject. Experience it. How about starting with a combined 8D seance series? For most young wizards, life at Hogwarts passes quickly, and with another heavy snowfall, Adam welcomed his second Christmas at the school. Having learned from last year's experience, the young wizards immediately reached for the various decorations on the table as they entered the Great Hall, prompting Professor Dumbledore to intervene swiftly. I hope that by the end of the feast your tables won't be too messy, alright? The twins' response could be heard even from the Hufflepuff table, but the next moment they had whisked away a vase in front of them. You too. Under Ron's astonished gaze, they beamed at him and said, Little Ronnie, we'll finish the entire vase of flowers. Then the table won't be messy, will it? As they spoke, they divided the bouquet and smashed the vase with metal spoons. The flowers were cloud cakes flavored like flowers, the stems were hazelnut-filled biscuits, and the vase was a lightly sweet peppermint candy. Oh, by the way, we heard from Adam that this year's tables are actually edible. That's right, we can swear by the name of the magical joke shop. Ron hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist his curiosity, and given the reputation of the magical joke shop in Fred and George's minds, they probably wouldn't lie. Wow. He took a bite out of the corner of the table, and his eyes lit up. Though it was tough to chew, the texture was clearly not wood. It was actually edible. Harry watched him, wanting to say something, but Ron was so focused on the reputation of the magical joke shop that he didn't consider what the shop actually did. After much effort, Ron finally gnawed down a corner of the table, chewing with anticipation. Then his whole face gradually crinkled up. What is this? Ugh. Ron stuck out his tongue, which was covered in a thick, dark, sticky substance. 100% pure chocolate. We guarantee it's edible. The twins exchanged knowing glances, their faces adorned with identical smiles as they high-fived. It's just that the taste may not be to everyone's liking. Sometimes I really wonder how many types of delicacies are in Adam's head. Cedric's mouth was stuffed full with strawberry daifuku, making his voice muffled. What you should be curious about is how many types of delicacies exist in this world. As Adam spoke, he reached out and grabbed a gingerbread man that scurried past him and popped it into his mouth. It was brown sugar flavored. Amidst a lively atmosphere, the Christmas feast had passed halfway when Colin suddenly spoke up. Hey, I was wondering why it felt a bit off. Turns out Professor Lockhart isn't here. Why bring him up? Isn't it better that he's not coming? Bernard's face soured at the mention of that name. I'm just a bit curious. Generally, this guy wouldn't miss any opportunity to attract everyone's attention. Colin thought for a moment and felt indeed it was bad luck, so he shifted his focus back to the golden, crispy red bean pie in front of him. Lockhart. He's probably busy charming new female fans like Annabelle the Ghost Nun and Yolanda, so he likely won't have time to show up during this holiday. The unsung hero who secured everyone a normal Christmas holiday shrugged, hiding in the shadows. The day after the feast, everyone had a leisurely sleep-in with wizards playing wizard chess by the fireplace, others reading, and some practicing spells. After dinner, Adam's dormitory reconvened with a singular goal: the Forbidden Forest. Adam, are you done yet? I feel a bit embarrassed in this position. Colin muttered as he half-squatted with one hand on the ground under the lighting from the sign. Me too. Uther turned sideways, resting one hand on his elbow and the other finger on his forehead, deep in thought, half of his face shadowed. It will be done soon. 3, 2, 1. As the flash went off, the poses of the five were captured on film. Phew. Eugene lowered his hands and sighed, rubbing his cheeks. I suddenly regretted what if the final picture looks really awkward? Oh, how could that be? Everyone looks great. Adam waved his hand and ran up to collect the camera, which with the help of a spell could fit into a small compartment of his bag. Last time we visited the Forbidden Forest we didn't take any pictures, but this time the scenery is even better. Let's hope we don't encounter the acromantula again. Bernard sighed. That kind of creature really ruined the adventure experience. Don't worry, I've brought the secret weapon against the acromantula. Even if we do encounter one, it will be fine. Adam patted his bag. If they met an acromantula again, he would simply open the jar to release the basilisk. With the spider's 360-degree vision and inability to close its eyes, it was destined that the basilisk was the natural predator of all spiders. Prepared, the five of them stepped into the Forbidden Forest. The bushes on the left ahead are moving as something must have seen us and run away. Should we chase it? Bernard suggested excitedly as he lifted his lantern. Although the little light balls Adam had released illuminated the surroundings, carrying a lantern felt more atmospheric. With that kind of noise, it's probably just a rabbit. Colin analyzed calmly but then hesitated. But juvenile mooncalves are about that size too. The moonlight tonight doesn't seem conducive for mooncalves to be out and about. Adam glanced up at the waning moon. But this is our first discovery, so it wouldn't hurt to check it out. They found traces of movement in the bushes, and the five of them followed along until they reached the bank of a small river. There's actually a river in the Forbidden Forest. Colin exclaimed, then slapped his own face. Oh right, I was being foolish. A vast forest, and its inhabitants couldn't rely solely on rainfall for sustenance. The bad news is we probably lost the trail, but the good news is that following the river we have a greater chance of finding magical creatures. Uther crouched by the riverbank, inspecting for possible footprints. This should be a deer's, but what kind of hoofprint is this? Centaur, unicorn, griffin. It could be any of those. The footprints don't seem very conclusive. Adam shrugged and suddenly grabbed Uther's shoulder, pulling him back. Watch out. Just as Uther was moving away from his original spot, a large green mouth emerged from the water. Thunderclap. Blood spread in the river, and Uther clutched his chest, his heart racing. That was a Grindylow. Though it was just a brief encounter, Colin recognized the owner of that mouth. Grindylows are small water creatures, quite strong, but fragile, typically able to handle only unsuspecting muggles and very young wizards, classified as danger level XX. On par with puffskeins. The danger is secondary, it's mainly the sudden appearance that's a bit frightening. Adam instinctively reached out to pull Uther, but in reality, even summoning a shield spell would allow them to easily deal with a horse-shaped water creature if it charged out. It seemed he still hadn't subconsciously gotten used to the existence of magic. The Glindylow was merely a minor episode. As they ventured downstream along the river, their discoveries indeed multiplied. Not only common animals like deer and rabbits, but they even found 2 nests of mooncalves. Their large eyes sparked Adam's curiosity about the lunar creature's brain structure. However, after stroking the soft fur of a mooncalf a couple of times, Adam cast aside that somewhat unsettling and cruel thought. Why? As soon as he crouched down, the mooncalf before him turned and fled. Corin couldn't help but voice his complaint to Adam, who was surrounded by mooncalves. Do I look that frightening? This was of course a jest. Everyone in the dormitory was quite handsome, but that didn't soothe Corin's wounded pride. Well, perhaps Adam better suits the mooncalf's aesthetic. Though Uther could crouch, without the mooncalves fleeing outright, they would still shy away when he reached out a hand, refusing his touch. Glancing over at Adam, who was now practically embracing multiple mooncalves as they nuzzled against him. Tisk! While the slower-witted ones envied Adam, the clever Eugene had already sidled up to him, earning the mooncalves' cuddles. This place should be quite safe. Mooncalves, like the common animals they had encountered earlier, were hardly resilient against fierce predators, let alone powerful magical creatures. Since they thrived and multiplied here, it indicated that there were no significant hunters nearby. Ow! A sudden howl pierced the night air. Adam and the others quickly rose to their feet, gazing toward the direction of the sound. Ahem, it's nothing. Bernard stood up, clutching his stomach. I was just curious whether that pink mooncalf was male or female, lifted its tail to check, and got kicked. Not far from Bernard, a pink-furred mooncalf hopped in place, crying out loudly. Indeed, it was probably cursing quite profusely. Adam, who was learning parcel tongue, instinctively memorized the mooncalf's vocalizations. As it turned out, one always learns profanity fastest in any language. You should be grateful that wasn't a hippogriff, or you'd be scattered by now. Corin quipped. No, if it were a hippogriff, I wouldn't have just reached out to check directly. Bernard defended himself. Though curious, he wasn't foolish. We should go. We've lingered here long enough, Eugene stated. Besides, Bernard might not be particularly welcome anymore. After bidding farewell to the mooncalves, it seemed Adam and his group had exhausted their luck. They encountered no more animals for a long while. Everyone, look at this. Corin, with keen eyes, plucked something from a tree trunk and brought it before them. It was a few strands of silvery white hair, This is unicorn hair. How did you spot that? Bernard couldn't help but remark, his heart racing with excitement. A unicorn? Though he had just received a pair of chopsticks made from unicorn horn, he had never seen a live unicorn before. I happened to catch the reflection. It seems there are unicorns active nearby, in this luster. The unicorn hasn't strayed far. Corin examined the hair carefully. Unicorns are diurnal, they sleep at night. This one must have been startled by our commotion and fled brushing against the tree. So it hasn't gotten far. Bernard grew excited. We could try to follow it. What good would chasing a unicorn do? Eugene patted Bernard's shoulder. Unicorns only allow virgins near them, and none of us are even female. At least we could catch a glimpse from afar. I've never seen a live unicorn before. Bernard was reluctant to let the opportunity slip away. Let's go take a look then. We don't intend to harm the unicorn, just to see it. Adam was also curious about unicorns. So the 5 of them followed the trail left by the unicorn. Based on the tracks, the unicorn is just ahead. Corin frowned suddenly. Do you hear something? It sounds like hoofbeats. While Uther was still discerning the sound, Eugene had already identified it. He frowned. Has that unicorn found its herd? Unicorns were indeed herd animals. But given their temperament, it seemed odd for them to actively charge at an enemy unless provoked. The hoofbeats grew closer. Since the creatures were approaching them, the 5 stood their ground, gripping their wands in readiness. Though unicorns appeared pure and beautiful and were herbivores, they were far from weak. They lived in herds, and few natural predators could prey on them. Yet when they finally saw the approaching figures, their surprise mingled with disappointment. They were not unicorns, but a group of centaurs, about 20 of them. Centaurs have human upper bodies and equine lower bodies, and the hair color of their human part matches that of their horse part. Eugene explained in a low voice. Like merpeople, they possess intelligence equal to humans, but choose to align with beasts, preferring to live close to nature and observe the stars. So that's why so many herbivores thrive here. The centaurs protect them. Are these the poachers you mentioned? The centaurs, each armed with bows and arrows, encircled the 5. The leader frowned at his companion. I only see a bunch of newborn foals. After speaking, the centaur strode up to them. Human cubs, you've crossed the line. This is our territory. Your territory. As far as I recall, the Dark Forest belongs to Hogwarts. Those students were forbidden from entering the Dark Forest, like abandoned rooms remained Hogwarts property. Uther stood his ground, looking up at the centaur who towered half a body above him. The advancing centaur showed no sign of stopping, appearing ready to trample Uther. A hoof was raised midair, poised to knock Uther over, but Uther did not retreat a single step. The lead centaur narrowed his eyes, and instead of stepping down said, "This is no place for you. Return early." The hoof brushed past Uther's body as the centaur led his group away in a thunder of hoofbeats. Wow, Uther. That was incredible. You didn't back down an inch in presence. Corin sighed in relief, then excitedly grabbed Uther's shoulder. I read in a book that centaurs don't attack children. Uther smiled faintly, and if he had continued forward, the one regretting it wouldn't have been me. Still, he had been nervous, his palms were still sweaty. Adam nodded silently. Whatever Uther had prepared, his protective magic could shield him. Even if they didn't act, that centaur's fate would not have been pleasant. After all, wizards generally looked down on magical creatures. Any creature that attacked a wizard, if the wizard survived to report, it would likely be eliminated. And Uther's father was the Egyptian minister of magic. Then, shall we head back now? Adam suggested. It is indeed getting rather late. Let us go then. I have no objections. Nor do I. Having been cautioned by the centaur, even Bernard had lost any lingering desire for further adventure. Yet perhaps this was one of those instances where one sows with care and reaps nothing, yet sows by chance and reaps a fortune. Good heavens! The moonlight of the waning crescent was dim and snowflakes drifted through the air, yet none of this hindered the unicorn from appearing as though it were aglow. It is so beautiful, Bernard murmured almost in a groan. Do not startle it. No sooner had Cologne spoken than the unicorn's ears twitched, and it turned its gaze toward them. Just as they expected it to flee once more, the unicorn indeed retreated a few steps, but then, as if drawn by something, it hesitantly approached them. The unicorn, wearing a look of disdain, trotted up to them, bit Adam's sleeve, and dragged him away from the other 4. Then, satisfied, it snorted and began nuzzling and rubbing affectionately against Adam. The 4 who witnessed the entire spectacle stood in silence. Bernard spoke, his tone dark. Are unicorns not supposed to accept only the approach of maidens? Ah, yes, that is true, Cologne replied, his voice utterly devoid of emotion. Perhaps it does not count when the unicorn takes the initiative. Fortunately, Adam did not forget his brothers. After indulging in the unicorn's silken coat and exquisite beauty for a few minutes, he came to his senses, promised to meet the unicorn again, and bid it farewell. Next time I shall come alone, and try using the twin cards to capture a few unicorns to raise back home. It must be said the power of the card of affinity is truly formidable. Adam felt that after graduation, he might as well strive to become a magizoologist, or rather a collector of magical creatures. If only there could be a place that gathered every species of magical creature from across the world, what a splendid thing that would be. However, achieving this goal alone would be difficult. But Nicholas Flamel left behind a network of connections. It is time to contact that long-admired senior. As for the restaurant and the cinema still in the planning stages, daily operations could be left entirely to the employees. Adam need only master the core techniques. Perhaps fate itself favored Adam's burgeoning interests. On their way back they encountered 2 stray acromantulas. Indeed, for the 5 of them, 2 acromantulas were no more than a negligible encounter. Hold your wants. Adam stopped Uther and the others, especially Cologne, who was eager to avenge his previous humiliating inability to do anything but defend. This pair appears to be male and female. Let me take them back to raise. You want to raise them? Colin's expression was complicated. Adam, to be honest, I would not mind if you kept a basilisk in our dormitory, but these giant spiders, I can shrink them. Adam waved the wand of shadow. The 2 acromantulas, seemingly sensing the basilisk's aura on Adam, tried to flee, but suddenly felt the entire world expand and a filter cast over it. They had shrunk and were now sealed inside a glass jar. As usual, he left breathing holes in the jar's lid. Adam continued, besides, I have heard that spiders taste quite delicious when roasted. If you insist on raising them, I suppose it is acceptable. Cologne swallowed hard. Just imagine acromantulas that could grow over a dozen feet tall. How much meat that would be. Since Adam had said so, the others, trusting that he could manage the 2 spiders, had only one thing left to say: save me a bowl. Adam was in high spirits the entire way back. Once in the dormitory, he placed the jar of acromantulas on his nightstand right next to the basilisk's jar. Although the acromantulas seemed somewhat agitated when placed next to the basilisk, such things would become routine with time. After their initial futile struggles to escape the jar, the stressed acromantulas began to mate, as if hoping to leave offspring before their demise. This was not entirely a bad thing for Adam. He could not rely solely on duplication and capture for his magical creatures. Breeding was certainly the best option. As for magical creatures that could not be obtained through breeding, if it were not for the fact that duplicates from the twin cards were identical to the originals, and that Fox had a contract with the Dumbledore family, Adam would have acquired a phoenix for himself long ago. However, such creatures were ultimately rare. I do not know about normal spiders, but by Valentine's Day Adam had already cultivated a whole brood of acromantulas. Even shrunk and bottled, they were enough to make one's scalp crawl. However, that was only true for those who had never tasted roasted acromantula. Otherwise, an acromantula would seem little different from a king crab or a giant hairy crab. Grow up quickly, little ones. Slurp. Cologne stared at the tiny spiders in the jar and swallowed. Adam, honestly, you do not need to wait for them to grow that big. They are probably ready to eat now. They only just hatched a few days ago. Wait at least another month. Adam smacked his lips. The first time he tried roasting acromantula, the juicy, tender, fat-laden spider meat and the chewy silk sacs instantly conquered the palates of all who tasted it, including Adam himself, the chef of this dish. It must be said the deliciousness of acromantula exceeded his expectations. Roasted acromantula would definitely become a signature dish at the restaurant. However, pricing one that was 15 feet tall might prove troublesome. Too cheap would be unreasonable, too expensive, and few could afford it. It would likely have to be served only at banquets. In comparison, an acromantula about a month old was nearly perfect at this age. Its venom could enhance the flavor of the meat under high heat. The silk sacs had stored enough silk to become chewy, and its size was just right for a single serving. If only it came with its own natural utensil like scallops or oysters, Adam would gladly call the acromantula a treasure bestowed upon humanity by the god of cuisine. With the acromantula as a benchmark, Adam could not help but feel a hint of disdain for the basilisk. It was not that basilisk was entirely inedible, but the meat was rather dry and had a strong fishy taste. Stewed into a thick broth with good seasonings, it was quite savory, but it tasted no different from ordinary snake soup and could not compete with acromantula. The only thing about the basilisk that truly surprised Adam was its eyes. Those eyes, which Fox had clawed out in an instant, were actually extremely tough. A kitchen knife could not pierce them. After Adam used the sword card to gouge them out, they still retained enough petrifying magic to turn living creatures to stone. Adam thought that if he studied alchemy thoroughly, he might be able to refine the basilisk's eyes into powerful magical artifacts. However, these particular eyes certainly would not last until then. In the end, because of the residual magic on them, and considering that eyeballs might be too challenging for foreigners, Adam treated the eyes with a cleansing charm, roasted them like pork eyes, and reluctantly devoured them all by himself. How delicious they were! Well, when he said earlier that the basilisk's eyes surprised him, he meant that their taste was exceptionally delightful. A truly pleasant surprise. The Christmas holiday was ultimately brief, lasting just over a week before everyone had to return to Hogwarts for the second half of the school year. Yet there was no lingering melancholy over the past break, for what the Badgers eagerly anticipated was a festival unique to them this year. The food festival struck through Chinese Spring Festival. Last year, yielding to fervent requests, Adam promised to celebrate the new year with everyone. To this end, he specially applied to Professor Sprout for 4 underground classrooms and the connecting corridor as the venue. After approving the request, Professor Sprout mentioned she would also drop by to join the fun. Though it was called the New Year celebration, activities actually began in the 12th lunar month. Entry cost just 1 silver sickle, and all food, not specifically marked, was available for unlimited consumption, emphasizing a lively atmosphere. The venue also featured small games like ring toss and pitch pot with extra snack prizes that were free but limited per person, and magic cheating was prohibited. This is a Hufflepuff event. Why are you two here? Bernard was astonished to discover the Weasley twins in a corner of the venue. We were specially invited by Adam, because our inventions perfectly matched the festive spirit. Would you like a beautiful and safe cracker? The first purchase for each person is half price, and the second is 20% off. The Weasley twins chimed in unison, promoting their wares. I'd better pass. On such a wonderful day, why make trouble for oneself? This time is different. We swear on our lives that these crackers are normal holiday items. If they turn out to be prank toys, report us to Adam and have him toss us into a cauldron with mandrakes. A harsh oath indeed. It must be said Bernard was tempted. Give me two. Thank you for your patronage. What color would you like? Leaving aside the thriving twins, Adam's corner was equally bustling. Adam, is this the New Year's Eve dinner? Ernie held a nut-laden labo porridge, head one from ring toss. Delicious, but not quite what was described last year. This is labo porridge for the Labo Festival. Later comes the Little New Year with offerings to the kitchen god and stove candy, and finally the New Year's Eve dinner. The Lantern Festival will feature lantern shows and tang you on. Don't rush, everyone. A chorus of gulps sounded around. The Badgers rejoiced at the many treats ahead, but lamented the days still to pass. How they wished time could fly. Besides the regular events accessible with 1 silver sickle, special activities on New Year's Eve offered extra rewards, but these required preparation, so Adam had announced them in advance. Now Cedric was learning lion dance to win the year's supply of egg yolk pastry, filled with lion head pastry, vowing to claim first place. He was currently rehearsing daily with his dorm mates. A 2-meter-tall Eastern dragon, made of maltose, also attracted many Badgers wanting to perform a dragon dance, but Adam rejected most teams, citing that Western dragons didn't count in the competition. To boost the Badgers' enthusiasm, Adam prepared an immense variety of stove candies on the day of the kitchen god, offering round sugar melons, slender hollow guandong candy short, and thick mousetail candies, peanuts coated in white frosting, peanut crisps, sesame crisps. With just 7 or 8 ingredients but countless shapes and styles, they formed dozens of combinations, converging into a sweet ocean. After paying respects to the kitchen god, the Badgers could run to the candy ocean and scoop up whatever they liked with their own spoons. They wondered if the kitchen god would be surprised this year to find a group of foreign children among his worshippers. In Chinese legend, the kitchen god reports to the heavens each year about a family's misdeeds, so people make sticky sweet candies to seal his mouth and prevent tattling. Amid the feast, Adam shared Chinese myths. Those who didn't listen would regret it. During the Lantern Festival lantern show, amid the lively atmosphere, New Year's Eve finally approached, but the day before, Professor Dumbledore approached Adam with a troubled expression. The other houses want to join too. Adam was speechless. What was cultural export if not this? He was probably the foremost Chinese cultural exporter of the era, directly influencing the next generation of the British wizarding world. But I haven't prepared for that. How about next year? I'm under quite a bit of pressure too. How about just some candy to appease them? Professor Dumbledore said, his gaze drifting toward the sweet aroma. Professor, to be honest, aren't you the one craving candy? Adam hesitated, but everyone contributed to setting up the venue, and this is mainly to repay their unwavering support, which is why it's so cheap. Suddenly letting other houses join. Professor Dumbledore remained silent, merely wiping the corner of his eye with a finger, finally squeezing out a tear after much effort. Sigh, fine, but if everyone insists. Adam's eyes suddenly lit up. It's not entirely impossible. I declare the first Hogwarts Spring Festival Gala officially begins. Professor Dumbledore, clad in a bright red robe, stood at the front of the Great Hall, raising his hands high and speaking with delight. The hall erupted in thunderous applause. Ahem. Professor Dumbledore pulled a red program list from his pocket and cleared his throat. Then the first act, brought to us by Draco Malfoy and the Slytherin team. A fashion show. Professor Dumbledore blinked. Why was our act changed? Draco was half forced into a tang suit backstage, his already fair face complemented by the silver-white outfit, making him quite endearing. Your original act was rejected. Something like my school board father. That kind of performance absolutely cannot appear in the gala. Adam, holding a menu, smacked it on Draco's head. Now get up there with your teammates. Oof. Draco snorted, turned, and called for Crabbe and Goyle to follow. If not for the decent outfit. Though Crabbe and Goyle lacked Draco's charm, their festive attire made them look lively and robust, further highlighting Draco's elegance. This clothing could be a big seller. Watching Draco's retreating figure, Adam stroked his chin, sensing a new business opportunity. Next up is the competition segment. Students who have signed up, please proceed backstage. The rest of you may enjoy the feast before you. Professor Dumbledore glanced at the list of participants, which consisted almost entirely of Hufflepuff students, and sighed inwardly. Hufflepuff had started preparations a month in advance, while the other houses only received notice yesterday. How could they possibly compete? Indeed, the few teams from other houses were merely making up the numbers. All three events saw only Hufflepuff students in the semifinals. The other houses who had joined halfway had no complaints, and even those teams felt the same, treating it as preparation for next year's competition. The first competition to start and finish was the line dance. A full line dance performance requires 10 years of practice for a single minute on stage, but Adam was clearly far from strict. Each team was given 3 minutes to perform freely, with the four heads of houses, Professor Dumbledore and Adam, serving as judges. In the end, Cedric and his roommate won unanimous praise for their most exquisite line dance form and most lively performance, claiming the championship with a perfect score. Incidentally, Adam had assumed the provocatively wiggling lion tail belonged to Cedric's roommate, but it turned out to be Cedric himself. This lad with his honest-looking brows and eyes turned out to be. Are you too certain? Adam was presenting the first prize for the lion dance competition, the championship trophy of the first Hogwarts lion dance contest, and a year's supply of lion-shaped pastries awarded to both the lion head and tail performers. Of course, a year's supply meant only during their time at Hogwarts, and they could only collect them on the 2 days Adam operated each week, with a limit of 5 per day. The year's span ran from tomorrow's Lunar New Year to next year's New Year's Eve, but it was clearly enough to satisfy both. Cedric claimed the reward himself, while his roommate blushed and gave it to another Hufflepuff girl. Adam, suddenly fed a spoonful of romance, fell silent. Well, suit yourselves, if they got married after graduation, he could provide customized wedding cake and candies. Besides the first prize, second and third places received runner-up and third-place trophies, all in the shape of lion dancers, but with varying degrees of luxury. Additionally, every participating team member received a lion-shaped pastry as a participation award. Following the lion dance came the dragon dance and lantern competitions. Compared to the lion dance, the dragon dance was essentially a test of hand skills, similar to the lantern competition, as the lion dance allowed for improvisation, while the dragon dance left little room for creativity. Ultimately, Vivian and her dorm mates won the dragon dance championship, having clearly studied Chinese dragon forms, and they were the only team to craft a dragon pearl. The lantern competition champion was Cho Chang, who appeared to be of Asian descent. Her large red lantern featured a golden phoenix silhouette poised to take flight, which came alive when a candle was lit inside. After handing out the awards, the Hogwarts-level New Year's Eve festivities drew to a close. Returning to the Hufflepuff common room, everyone silently stayed put, waiting together with Professor Sprout, also present. Soon an indescribable aroma wafted from the boys' dormitory. The crowd, who had just eaten to about 80% fullness in the Great Hall, all swallowed hard, feeling a pang of hunger again. What delicacy could be so terrifyingly enticing? Buddha jumps over the wall, is here. Adam's voice arrived belatedly as the fragrance enveloped them. Dried abalone, sea cucumber, fish maw, ham, shiitake mushrooms, pig trotters, winter bamboo shoots, scallops, clams. Over a dozen premium ingredients were individually prepared, combined with old hen soup sealed in an urn and simmered over low heat for about 16 hours. Now opened, even Adam felt his mouth watering rapidly. Since everyone had already dined, Adam didn't prepare much. 1 clay pot per person, but he didn't skimp on ingredients, filling each pot with various delicacies. This single pot of Buddha jumps over the wall completely captivated the Hufflepuffs, showcasing the charm of Chinese cuisine and laying a solid foundation for it to become the only soup dish in the top 10 bestsellers of Adam's future restaurant. Perhaps Adam had poured too much energy into the new year, and after a period without getting close to new female fans, Lockhart once again thought he was capable, choosing a moment he deemed perfect. Just as Adam prepared for the Lantern Festival, Valentine's Day arrived at Hogwarts first. On Valentine's Day, Adam even paused mid-step as he entered the Great Hall. The hall, which had been draped in red just days ago, was now overflowing with pink flowers, with heart-shaped confetti fluttering from the ceiling. Even the food on the long tables was littered with these papers, which were clearly inedible. Adam quickly realized who was behind it all and looked toward the staff table, where Lockhart was surveying the scene with sigh. At that moment, Adam felt a twinge of weariness. In terms of psychological resilience, Lockhart was truly a talent. Every time Adam thought he had dealt a severe blow, Lockhart would swiftly recover and begin another round of reckless antics. Perhaps for Lockhart, failing to capture everyone's attention was worse than death itself. Everyone happy, Valentine. Seeing the 4 long tables nearly full, Lockhart spoke excitedly, seemingly oblivious to his colleagues' cold stares and the students' disdain. Yes, it was I who created these surprises, to thank the 71 fans who sent me Valentine's cards, and those too shy to express their affection for me. With that, Lockhart flashed a brilliant smile. Just then an owl flew into the hall and landed before Lockhart. He took the envelope adorned with a large heart. Oh, another love letter, thank you to this fan. Who exactly keeps sending him Valentine's cards? Cologne muttered under his breath. Thanks to the just past Chinese New Year and the upcoming Lantern Festival, he hadn't even noticed Valentine's Day. Who knows, maybe it's himself. Uther curled his lips in a sneer. Last time I asked Professor Flitwick about Lockhart, he shared some of the professor's former anecdotes, like how during his time at Hogwarts he mailed himself hundreds of love letters one Valentine's Day. Gasp, writing love letters to himself. Why? Hearing Cologne's question, Uther glanced at Lockhart at the staff table, probably to make everyone think he was popular, but now the professor clearly knows that sending hundreds of love letters at once isn't very realistic. By the way, why did you go to Professor Flitwick? Bernard uncovered a new question. What's so strange about that? Isn't Adam always taking extra lessons with Professor Flitwick? Uther raised an eyebrow. I found out Professor Flitwick once won a dueling championship, so I sought his guidance on the subject. Eugene looked at Uther. Are you interested in the dueling tournament? The dueling tournament. Bernard seemed thoughtful. Yet they soon had no mind to discuss the tournament further, as at Lockhart's signal a troop of dwarves dressed as little Cupid angels trooped into the great hall. How to put it? Though the outfits were hardly objectionable, the dwarves' appearance resembled mature mandrakes bursting from the soil. The final result could only be described as an extreme offense to the eyes. Welcome our friendly little love-bringers with their cards. Lockhart applauded the dwarves, though he seemed the only one in the hall pleased. He didn't seem to mind. They'll be roaming the school today delivering Valentine's cards for you. Not only that, I believe my colleagues will be eager to join in. Lockhart winked mischievously. Why not ask Professor Snape to teach you how to brew amortentia? Adam couldn't help glancing at Professor Snape. Professor, can you tolerate this? Professor Snape's expression was uglier than ever, even worse than when he drew Harry in the last lottery. If anyone dared to ask, they'd likely be tossed straight into a cauldron. Lockhart's dangerous remarks weren't over. If you're interested, I believe Professor Flitwick is better than any wizard at enchantments. Oh, the sly old dog. Adam glanced at Flitwick again. The esteemed and thin-skinned Ravenclaw had looked as if he might shatter. Lockhart smacked his lips, savoring the moment, but said no more. In truth, his original plan went further. Seeing how Adam had made a festival no one had heard of a roaring success, drawing the entire school's attention, Lockhart had considered him too. But on second thought, Adam seemed no less adept in this regard. What if Adam ended up stealing everyone's attention? So Lockhart ultimately abandoned the tempting decision. Unfortunately, though Lockhart spared Adam had no intention of sparing him. During the morning lesson, one dwarf after another burst into their second greenhouse, bellowing or singing love letters to someone in the room with raucous lyre accompaniments. As Adam endured the agony, he had to admit a certain schadenfreude, especially when one victim was Uther, until it was his turn. After class, Adam walked to the girl who had nearly petrified from the unexpected delivery of her love letter, gently declined her confession, then grabbed his dark wand and stormed off to Lockhart's office. Count me in. Uther drew his wand expressionlessly. Of course, Adam would never do anything so heinous as directly attacking a professor or casting curses. Nor would Uther act so rashly. Calm down, Adam. Bernard clung tightly to Adam's waist. Let me go. It'll kill him. Uther, snap out of it. Murder is illegal. Crone wrapped his arms around Uther's neck, pulling him back. No fear. My dad's the Minister of Magic too. Eugene walked silently behind the four, spread his arms, and lunged. Silence at last. Once calmed, Adam had to admit that keeping Lockhart around was a risk. Such a menace had to be eliminated. Pity the professors had long known had dealt with the chamber's basilisk. Otherwise, if Lockhart had been eaten by it, it would have been his own misfortune. He hadn't promised Dumbledore not to harm professors. I'll forget it. Lockhart wasn't worth that extreme. Better to write. On this night, Gilderoy Lockhart faced the most terrifying day of his life. For the sake of personal involvement, Adam didn't use a quick quotes quill, but personally penned Lockhart's fate. When the ghostly nun appeared again, Lockhart was flustered, but not as much as before. Head realized that whatever he saw was just an illusion. Though closing his eyes didn't stop the visions, they couldn't harm him. Hey, crazy woman, come at me. Lockhart, emboldened, even reached out to taunt the nun. The nun smiled, opened her mouth wide, and bit. Crunch. Lockhart stared for a few seconds after losing a finger, then terror consumed him. Why wasn't she following the script this time? Pain and fear sent Lockhart bolting from the office. The nun smiled at his retreating figure and slowly followed him out the door. Lockhart fled desperately. Yet the corridor, usually only a dozen feet long, now seemed endless for some reason. Nearing exhaustion, Lockhart glanced back. The nun stood not far away, and beside her was his office door. Seeing him look back, she stepped closer, opened her mouth wide. I must share some unfortunate news. One evening after the Lantern Festival, before dinner, Professor Dumbledore stepped up to the staff table with a grave expression. Yesterday, our defense against the dark arts professor Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart confessed to the Ministry of Magic for casting memory charms on several wizards and stealing their experiences to write his books. Murmurs erupted in the hall. Today, Dumbledore spoke again, and the hall fell silent. He has been taken by the Ministry. Azkaban will be his home for the rest of his life. Dumbledore's eyes held a touch of sorrow as he looked at each student. I hope you will take this as a warning. Let Lockhart's story be a lesson, and may you never become such a person. Additionally, your defense lessons will be taught by the four heads of houses, as before, so don't worry about exams. That's all. After dinner, Professor McGonagall found Adam. Professor Dumbledore is waiting for you in the headmaster's office. Regarding Mr. Lockhart's tale, Adam, is there something you wish to tell me? Professor Dumbledore's gaze was exceedingly placid, as if he harbored not the slightest suspicion that Adam might have harbored any ill intent. Adam perceived that the professor's emotions seemed somewhat extreme. Towards the students he deemed worthy, he possessed an unimaginable tolerance, whether for the Newt and Hagrid of yesteryear or Harry, or even himself. It was difficult to say what impact the Voldemort of that time had truly wrought upon Professor Dumbledore. It is a somewhat regrettable story, Professor Dumbledore. Adam sighed. This was the most prudent solution I could conceive. Who could have anticipated that Professor Lockhart would suddenly cast Obliviate on me? In my haste, I had no choice but to retaliate with the mirror card. From Lockhart's perspective, he had been relentlessly pursued by the ghostly nun, never once leaving the vicinity of his office. Yet in truth, he had stumbled all the way to where Adam was penning his assignment. Confronted with the ghostly nun intent on slaying him, Lockhart instinctively, or rather was compelled by instinct, unleashed his most familiar attack upon the Adam before him, drawing his wand to cast Obliviate. The spell was reflected back upon him by the mirror card. This entire sequence was fortuitously witnessed by the passing Grey Lady. Everything was so perfectly coincidental. In truth, I am already aware of the sequence of events. The Grey Lady happened to be nearby and witnessed the entire affair. Professor Dumbledore smiled, conjuring a plate of candies before Adam. Adam took a look. How familiar they seemed. Were these not all his own creations? Adam casually picked one and popped it into his mouth. Indeed, it was a candy he had made. I was actually aware of Lockhart's deeds. Professor Dumbledore sighed and helped himself to a candy as well. Among the targets whose stories he stole too were wizards I knew. I recognized familiar tales, yet the protagonists were no longer the people I knew. Coupled with the character Lockhart displayed during his school years, I quickly discerned what had transpired. Professor Dumbledore paused for a few seconds, then looked at Adam. Are you not curious as to why I subsequently invited him to be the defense against the dark arts professor? I was not certain before, but after hearing you say you knew Lockhart's true nature all along, Professor, I believe I understand. Oh. Professor Dumbledore's bushy white eyebrows gave a slight jump. Professor Dumbledore intended for Lockhart to expose himself, did you not? If he merely wrote novels, he might have concealed it, but faced with so many students and professors as it turned out, Lockhart indeed soon revealed his flaws. Having finished one candy, Adam glanced at the plate, and finding nothing else to his liking, simply conjured his dark wand, and added a considerable number of sweets to the dish. Professor Dumbledore then reached out, and took a fruit-filled soft candy. Adam. Alright, so you called me here to replenish your stock, didn't you, Professor? While considerate advertising fees, the label of Professor Dumbledore's favorite desserts is quite the rage at Hogwarts. Under Professor Dumbledore's feigned innocent gaze, Adam helplessly ate a peach-flavored candy, and continued, beyond that, Professor, you likely also intended to use Lockhart as a cautionary tale for us. After all, while it is difficult to teach someone who to become, teaching someone who not to become only requires a negative example, and Lockhart is a most suitable one. Professor Dumbledore revealed a satisfied smile. He had not expected Adam to grasp his meaning so swiftly. Truly, he was very clever. Finally, there is also the factor that finding a defense against the dark arts professor is exceedingly difficult. Senior Cedric mentioned that this post has changed professors every year for decades due to various reasons. As if oblivious to Professor Dumbledore's frozen smile, Adam, entirely lacking the awareness of having touched a nerve, continued. Last year, Professor Quirrell met an untimely end which must have had a considerable impact on the recruitment of a new professor. Forced to contemplate this troublesome matter, Professor Dumbledore felt a headache coming on and could not help but toss a few more candies into his mouth. What flavor was this? He had not tasted it before. Realizing his mind had wandered, Professor Dumbledore swiftly composed his thoughts and sighed inwardly once more. Indeed, the recruitment for the defense against the dark arts professorship last year had been exceedingly arduous. With Lockhart having met such a fate this year, he knew not who to seek for the next. At this thought, even Dumbledore's appetite for sweets diminished. You are right, Adam. It seems I must diligently seek out my old acquaintances. I hope they will be willing to spare the time to teach at Hogwarts for a year. You may return now. Very well, Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore's inquiry was merely an anticipated interlude. Upon returning, Adam could even proceed as usual with preparations for the Lantern Festival riddle-guessing event. Limited by the English language, word puzzles were certainly out of the question. Adam could only incorporate traditional Chinese knowledge he had shared with his classmates into the riddles, along with some extracurricular trivia from books and knowledge related to the delicacies from Adam's shop. Adam had no intention of running a humble eatery. Having 2 successful restaurateurs in his family, he knew full well that for a high-end restaurant, culinary skill, while crucial, was not the sole focus. One must also know how to tell a story. Culinary skill is merely the point that attracts consumers. Only by enabling consumers to sincerely appreciate the cultural value attached to your product can you secure a customer base and establish an unshakable core competitiveness. However, unlike the substantial expenditure and effort Mr. Reed and Ms. Lee required to acquaint customers with those stories. Adam only needed various flavored glutinous rice balls to spontaneously and proactively drive the future mainstay of the British wizarding world to learn the tales he wished to tell. And they would even thank him for it. Adam, thanks. The young witches and wizards who had obtained the question bank manual from Adam beamed with radiant smiles. Sesame, peanut, red bean, paste, mutton, pork, beef. The long tables in the great hall had been removed, replaced by rows of shelves hung with lanterns and long lines of young wizards. Upon voicing the correct answer to a lantern, it would spit out a slip of paper which they could then take to the activity NPCs. The professors to exchange for their glutinous rice balls. In addition to the standard flavors available from every professor, each head of house had exclusive limited edition varieties specially prepared by Adam. For instance, Professor McGonagall offered taro paste glutinous rice balls, Professor Flitwick had cheese-filled ones, Professor Snape provided crab roe glutinous rice balls, and Professor Sprout presented osmanthus wine-fermented glutinous rice balls. For the sake of gastronomic delights, even the Gryffindors dared to step forward one by one under Professor Snape's intimidating gaze, truly a cause for celebration. Unexpectedly, the chocolate glutinous rice balls at Professor Dumbledore's station, which Adam had not been particularly optimistic about, considering the flavor somewhat of a culinary abomination in his eyes, proved to be surprisingly popular. The days after the Lantern Festival became somewhat dull for the young wizards of Hogwarts, especially when compared to the previous lively atmosphere. However, Adam found it impossible to take them to Qingming Festival to pay respects to their ancestors in Hogwarts, could he? Of course, green rice balls and fried dough twists could still be sold. Amidst such a heavy atmosphere, the Easter holidays arrived, as everyone eagerly anticipated, which also meant that the second-year young wizards could choose their elective courses for the next year. With so many courses, how should I choose? Colin pondered over the course selection list while munching on the Easter eggs made by Adam. Divination, arithmancy, care of magical creatures, ancient runes, and Muggle studies. Each student theoretically had to select at least 2 courses to earn enough points, with a maximum of 3, as long as there were no scheduling conflicts. Divination doesn't seem very reliable. How about choosing care of magical creatures? I think I'm somewhat familiar with it, and I could also select Muggle studies. If I struggle, I can ask Bernard. While muttering, Colin nodded, having made up his mind, and prepared to mark care of magical creatures and Muggle studies. My suggestion is to avoid Muggle studies. Adam, who was eating an Easter egg, couldn't help but remind him. Adam had designed the insides of the egg to resemble a large planet cup with various decorations on the outside, making it a hot seller within Hogwarts, with even some young wizards buying them to send to their parents. Based on the books wizards have about Muggles, I can guarantee that the knowledge wizards possess about Muggles has almost no connection to real Muggles. Adam continued marking his choices for the other 4 courses, except for Muggle studies and divination. I've heard from upperclassmen. Is an incredibly easy course, with Professor Trelawney giving a good grade to every student who predicts their own tragic death. Colin widened his eyes. This was not what he imagined divination to be. Isn't the divination exam supposed to judge who can predict accurately? But how can that be assessed? You must understand that divination is a highly uncertain endeavor. Some prophecies can be fulfilled immediately, while others may take 10 or even dozens of years. Moreover, very few truly talented diviners exist, and the purpose of the divination class is merely to discover these rare individuals. Surely not everyone can fail the course. That makes sense. Uther, who had unknowingly walked behind Adam, blinked at Adam's course selection list. Adam, how can you choose 4 courses? What if they conflict? The guidelines didn't state that selecting 4 courses is prohibited, did they? I trust Hogwarts will find a solution when the time comes. Adam smiled slightly as he tucked away the course selection list. He had been eyeing a time turner for a long time, but turned out that time-related magic was far too complex. He would often take out the spells for the time turner and the rewind charm to study, but had yet to grasp them. He hoped the wizard's time turners could allow him to experience and study time magic from another perspective. If he could master time magic combined with the Philosopher's Stone as a power source, only then would Adam be considered stable and truly infallible, especially since the rules of time in this world were somewhat Schrödinger-like. Only events witnessed firsthand could be deemed certain, otherwise going back in time could indeed alter the future. There were far too many deaths Adam had not witnessed firsthand, although they had shown no signs over the years. Who could say for certain that they were truly dead? Unaware of Adam's ambitions and inner thoughts, the remaining roommates were still struggling with their course selections. Bernard thought for a long time and chose the same courses as Colin. Aside from divination being easy to pass, I also have some interest in care of magical creatures, and I can have a companion there. After marking his choices, Bernard high-fived Colin across the small round table. Uther swapped care of magical creatures for ancient runes, while Eugene, considering his exceptional strength, ultimately gave up on care of magical creatures after some hesitation and chose the same course as Uther. Is no one choosing 3 elective courses? Adam sighed as he looked at the final course selection lists of the 4. How could anyone choose 4 elective courses? Facing the gazes of his roommates, Adam shrugged. Divination is known to be an easy course, and arithmancy is just math. Could it possibly be harder than college-level calculus? If not for studying the magic of numbers, it would merely amount to probability theory. After all, he's a man who can ace real analysis in one go. With his love for magical creatures shielding him, plus the fact that he had already self-studied ancient runes through Nicholas Flamel's notes during his spare time, 4 elective courses seemed like a breeze. Actually, it's best to choose subjects related to one's future plans, if this way the future diploma would look more impressive, Adam remarked, but then he considered the future job prospects of this group. Uther was a given destined to become the future minister of magic in Egypt, the next pharaoh in name, but practically. Colin would certainly inherit the family business. The exotic birds and beasts in Hogsmeade had been passed down for several generations, and the connections and stable supply-demand relationships accumulated over generations meant that Colin could enjoy the same income as his parents without needing to change anything. Among the 4, only Eugene and Bernard's futures might hold some uncertainties. Speaking of this, Adam and the other 2 curiously looked at Eugene and Bernard. I am not quite sure, maybe you'll write books at home. Or do some business. My family's vault already has enough money for me to squander for several lifetimes, so I can take my time to think. Eugene said uncertainly. I want to develop in the wizarding world, but with my current understanding of the wizarding world, I'm not yet at a stage where I can plan my future career direction. Bernard was also unsure, and unlike Eugene, who was completely calm, he once again scrutinized his course selection list. But speaking of which, Adam, why did you choose these 4 courses? Do they have anything to do with your shop? After Colin asked with a hint of confusion, he suddenly became a bit anxious. You aren't thinking of changing your mind and not opening the shop, are you? As soon as these words were spoken, all 4 of them turned their nervous gazes towards Adam. How could that be? I will definitely open a restaurant in Hogsmeade, and I will be looking to you for supplies. Adam reassured Colin. Speaking of which, you chose 4 elective courses. Leaving aside whether you can attend the classes, will you have the time and energy to run the shop? At that moment, Eugenie's words left Adam stunned. Oh right, although 4 courses posed no learning pressure for Adam, they certainly posed a time pressure. He still had to do homework. After all, he couldn't be running a shop while simultaneously scribbling notes with a quill on parchment, could he? That would be too tragic. Although he had considered this when things got busy before, he didn't expect to have to implement it so soon. Bernard, Eugene, since you haven't figured out what you want to do in the future. Adam looked at the 2. Why not consider coming over to be the deputy manager of my shop? Acting shopkeeper. That's right, acting shopkeeper. Adam nodded. You'll run the shop for me, and he'll provide the goods. You can decide the business hours yourselves as long as they're relatively fixed, twice a week, at least 4 hours each time, or until the goods are sold out. So, basically, you want us to mind the store for you. No problem. Bernard finished speaking, and Eugene nodded as well. Hold on, I'm not done yet. Salary is monthly, 200 galleons a month. 200 galleons. Eugene and Bernard were taken aback. Isn't that a bit too high, eh? Bernard couldn't help but say. While he didn't mind Adam offering them a salary, since it wasn't a one-time favor, a part-time job of 8 hours a week paying nearly half of his parents' income seemed a bit absurd. It is a bit too high. Bernard was simply converting the amount into pounds, but Eugene had some understanding of income levels in the wizarding world. Although prices in the wizarding world were high, textbooks costing galleons and food being expensive, basic living expenses didn't require much, so most wizards' wages were actually not that high. Excluding Dobby's weekly salary of 10 galleons at Hogwarts in the original story, which was about the minimum wage in the wizarding world, the average monthly income for most full-time working wizards was around 100 to 300 galleons. Now Adam was offering them 200 galleons a month. Hi. It's not high. I'm not asking you to just take money and hand over goods. There's a lot more to do. I've thought it through carefully. Adam assured them that he wasn't throwing around such a high salary just because of their relationship. After some thought, Bernard and Eugene agreed to Adam's invitation. There was really no reason to turn down such a salary, and they had plenty of free time anyway. Just playing games, watching Quidditch, occasionally reading, and when the Black Lake wasn't frozen, Eugene would go fishing there. That was about it. Wow, an easy 200 galleons a month. I'm almost tempted. Crone couldn't help but remark, but Adam glanced at him. If you're interested, you can join too. Crone and Uther couldn't stay on as acting shopkeepers after graduation, but Adam had no objection if they wanted to experience it. 200 galleons a month was just pocket money. I can too. Uther raised an eyebrow, but Adam waved his hand grandly. All comers welcome. Just how much do you earn in a month? When it came to desserts, as long as Adam was willing, it was essentially a business with no cost, and the flavors were endlessly good. After such a long time, the business had even spread to the relatives of young wizards who weren't at Hogwarts, with the young wizards acting as intermediaries for desserts that were easy to store and transport, delivered by owls. With that foundation, Adam occasionally ran small promotions to stimulate consumption, coupled with banquet orders from Hogwarts. Adam smiled slightly. Small business, just making a little, just a tiny bit. The next day, Adam planned to take the 4 interns through what it meant to be a shopkeeper, but an owl flew in through the open dormitory door. Unfortunately, Adam had made breakfast in the dormitory that day, so the owl had to wait outside the door. Adam glanced at the envelope, and his eyes lit up. It was a letter from Senior Newt. Portraits were a special case. Even with the contact book, Adam couldn't use a portrait as a communicator to talk directly to Newt. So after getting Newt's address through the portrait, Adam sent him a letter, and he hadn't expected a reply so soon. Is something up? We're in no hurry. You won't be free until next school year anyway, so we've got plenty of time before that. Although the salary was good, no one was really that concerned about the acting shopkeeper position. Mainly they wanted to help Adam ease the pressure on his time. Let's do it another day then. Senior Newt replied to my letter. Senior Newt. Senior Newt. Crone's eyes lit up. Is that the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Senior Newt Scamander? My whole family are his fans. Eugenie's eyes were also shining as he looked at Adam. Yes, that's right, so I need to read it quickly. The plan was called off. Uther and Bernard went off to play while Crone and Eugene stayed, eager to know what Adam and Senior Newt had discussed. They didn't read Adam's letter. As Adam sat down to open the envelope and read the letter, the two sat across from him, waiting eagerly. Senior Newt is truly a man of pure heart. After finishing the letter, Adam couldn't help but sigh. The tone of the letter was nothing like that of an old man. It was full of vitality and a love for magical creatures. After his exclamation, Adam looked at Crone and Eugene. There's not much in the letter. Senior Newt said he has a lot to talk about and is very curious about the basilisk, so he'll come after settling his magical creatures. By my estimate, he should be on his way to Hogwarts by now. Actually, Adam's guess was a bit off. Unfortunately, although Newt's owl had been replaced long ago, it was getting old. In fact, Newt himself arrived at Hogwarts even before his owl, but he went straight to Professor Dumbledore first. And that turned into a one-way trip. Professor Dumbledore, I really can't teach defense against the dark arts to the children. I'm not good at it at all. Newt said helplessly. I didn't even graduate from Hogwarts. If it were care of magical creatures, that would be more logical. Then it's settled. Care of magical creatures it is. Professor Dumbledore had been waiting for this. His original intention wasn't to make Newt the defense against the dark arts professor. After all, he was over 90 years old. What if something happened? He had been struggling with the choice for the defense against the dark arts professor when Professor Kettleburn submitted his resignation, giving him a massive headache. Little did he expect Newt to show up at this moment. A godsend. Newt opened his mouth, but what was he about to say? But I'm 95 years old now. I'm past the age for having the energy to teach children. It's fine. I can find a few assistants for you. There's no one in the world more suitable to be the care of magical creatures professor than you. Seeing that Newt still wanted to refuse Professor Dumbledore's side. You must have heard the legend about the defense against the dark arts position being cursed. Last year's professor died, this year's turned himself in. And now the original care of magical creatures professor has suddenly resigned. Finding two professors in less than 6 months is a lot of pressure on me. Help me one more time, Newt. Just for a year at least, give me time to find suitable candidates. If Newt still refused, Professor Dumbledore wouldn't force him to stay. But then he would have to have Ruby as Hagrid take over. While the quality of the care of magical creatures lessons might suffer, at least the professor's character was assured. In the end, Senior Newt couldn't help but yield, agreeing to take the Magical Creatures Protection class for a semester, although he needed some time to prepare. For instance, he had to bring along the magical creatures that couldn't be away from him for long and explain to his family, mainly Tina, why he initially said he would be away for just a few days and now had a new job. Thank you so much. I knew I could always trust you. Professor Dumbledore sighed in relief, then turned to Newt. By the way, what brings you to Hogwarts this time? Seeing Newt looking down with an expression of mild exasperation, Professor Dumbledore awkwardly smiled and conjured a plate of sweets. Newt had thought Professor Dumbledore would offer him a plate of cockroach clusters, but instead he found the plate filled with varieties of sweets he had never seen before. Could Honeydukes have released new products? But the kids at home had been buying Honeyduke sweets, and how come he had never seen these? These are the creations of a student at Hogwarts who is currently recognized as the top pastry chef and cook at Hogwarts, and he is also a Hufflepuff. Professor Dumbledore introduced with a smile. Moreover, he is one of the candidates I intend to arrange as your teaching assistant. He loves magical creatures, and I believe he will agree. You two will surely find a lot in common. Oh, Newt displayed an interested smile. A junior who was a great cook and loved magical creatures. What is his name? His name is Adam Reed. Newt blinked, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Are there two people named Adam Reed at the school? As far as I know, there aren't. Professor Dumbledore thought for a moment and looked at Newt. So you must be here because he contacted me through the communication journal of Mr. LeMay telling me about the basilisk. You know, I can never say no to those adorable little things. Newt turned his head slightly, a hint of shame in his eyes. But, adorable. Professor Dumbledore mentally reviewed the information on the basilisk and couldn't help but raise a question mark above his head. On the afternoon of the day Newt arrived at Hogwarts, Adam met the senior in the office of the Magical Creatures Protection class. Senior Newt. As soon as Adam saw Newt, he couldn't help but raise his voice, a bit more like a gasp than a greeting. But what could he do? This was Newt Scamander. Hello, Adam. Facing Adam's slightly exaggerated reaction, Newt shyly nodded with a smile, then looked at Adam expectantly. Where's the basilisk now? Right here. Adam pulled out the glass jar containing the basilisk, but didn't hand it directly to Newt. Although the basilisk has been shrunk, its strength has also diminished, but the toxicity of its fangs and the lethality of its gaze remain unchanged. Professor Dumbledore, who had been overlooked by the two, couldn't help but glance at Adam, a question mark appearing above his head once more. You didn't say that when you last wanted to show me the basilisk. Just to be safe, I will cast a protective spell on you first. It was this protective spell that allowed me to ward off the basilisk's attacks, Adam said as he cast a shield protection on Newt, then handed him the glass jar. Newt couldn't help but marvel at how convenient it was to have this spell while studying magical creatures, and then eagerly opened the lid of the jar. Professor Dumbledore, isn't anyone concerned about my safety? When the basilisk was taken out of the glass jar, it had its eyes closed. Upon sensing it was being held, it merely flicked its tail and hissed a few times. Professor Dumbledore's eyelid twitched. He had not expected that the basilisk could understand human speech, but he certainly did not expect it to allow itself to be held for the sake of a dish. However, whatever could make a basilisk so willing to sell its body must be quite delicious, right? A pig's trotter with bones. What kind of dish is that? No problem. Adam readily agreed. It was just a matter of getting a trotter, and he could arrange it for tonight. Although Newt loved magical creatures and was eager to observe the basilisk, he still understood the importance of priorities. Since he had been invited by Professor Dumbledore to be a professor, there was no need to rush. After a brief indulgence, he placed the basilisk back into the glass jar. Senior Newt, is something wrong? It's nothing. There's no rush regarding the basilisk. I actually have another matter to discuss with you that is more important. Newt looked at Professor Dumbledore, who had been sitting quietly in the background. At the invitation of Professor Dumbledore, I will temporarily take over your magical creatures protection class next year. Really? Suddenly 2 gasps came from outside the door, interrupting Newt's speech. We are leaving right now. The voices faded away. Ahem, those are my roommates. They also admire you. Adam revealed an awkward yet polite smile. You probably don't know how popular you are among the Hufflepuffs. You and your works are very well received by everyone. Ahem, I am glad you all like my book. And Newt appeared even more embarrassed, nodding at the end. Ahem. Professor Dumbledore couldn't stand it any longer. Once he left, it would be fine if the Hufflepuffs wanted to hold a fan meeting, but could they please attend to the main business first? All right. Back to what I was saying earlier. Prompted by Professor Dumbledore, Newt quickly returned to the main topic. As you can see, I'm already quite an old man, and I really don't have enough energy to handle 7 grades of students. Adam immediately cast a disapproving look at Professor Dumbledore. It's 5 grades, and they are only elective students, Professor Dumbledore emphasized. Senior Newt is already over 90 years old, Adam insisted. Were 5 grades of students really that much better? Even if they attended all the theoretical classes, it would still be a significant burden, not to mention that the Magical Creatures Protection class couldn't be entirely theoretical. Therefore, Professor Dumbledore said, he could assign me a few teaching assistants, one of whom is you. Newt smiled slightly at Adam. I heard you also love magical creatures. Would you like to help me? Of course, no problem. I have already signed up for the Magical Creatures Protection class. Adam couldn't believe the delightful surprise that not only would Senior Newt be teaching them next year, but he quickly pulled out the course selection form from his bag. Professor Dumbledore frowned slightly upon seeing the form, but you've already signed up for 4 classes. This would mean that Adam would have to use a time turner just to attend class. How could he have the energy for that? I can drop 2 classes. Without hesitation, Adam changed the ticks next to the subjects of arithmancy and ancient runes to crosses. Time turners can easily be obtained when Voldemort and the Death Eaters blow up the Ministry of Magic. It would only mean a few years' delay, but the opportunity to be Senior Newt's teaching assistant would not come again. What if Voldemort might not attack the Ministry of Magic then? As long as one's thoughts are not stagnant, there are always more ways than difficulties. With Voldemort, Adam could go without Voldemort. Couldn't Adam just create a new Voldemort to go? In the end, Adam successfully secured the honorable position of teaching assistant to Senior Newt, and before departing, he kindly recommended several senior Hufflepuff students to Newt. Since Senior Newt needed an assistant due to his waning energy, shouldn't there be at least one assistant for every class? Other classes aside, how could the classes with Hufflepuffs let this precious opportunity slip away? Adam truly is a wonderful Hufflepuff. Seemingly infected by Adam's vitality, Newt couldn't help but smile. He pulled over the 4-fruit soup Adam had left behind and took a spoonful. At his age, he no longer had much of a taste for sweets, but Adam claimed his desserts wouldn't burden the body, and he had no reason to doubt it. The flavor was indeed delightful. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Professor Dumbledore gazed wistfully at the bowl of 4-fruit soup in Newt's hands. He had bought 4-fruit soup from Adam before, but Adam's shop only offered the original version. Mung beans, barley, lotus seeds, and red beans sweetened with honey water, staying true to its pure essence. Yet look at Newt's bowl. Beyond the 4 fruits, it was loaded with pudding, taro balls, pearls, white fungus, peach gum, grass, jelly, peanuts, longan, watermelon, dragon fruit, cantaloupe. So many ingredients they towered above the honey water. Was this 4-fruit soup or an 8-treasure kanji? And the container beneath could easily be described as a basin. Professor Dumbledore's mouth watered uncontrollably. Oh, very well, Professor Dumbledore, you may go about your business. Newt quickly nodded, thinking the headmaster was being considerate by informing him a yet-to-be-appointed professor of his departure. Professor Dumbledore. After saying that, couldn't you at least offer me a bite? Can you really finish such a huge bowl? In the end, he dawdled near the office door for nearly a minute, but Newt still showed no sign of inviting him to stay, even looking up with a puzzled expression. With a sigh, Dumbledore stepped out of that heart-wrenching office. Best not to wander this way next school year. Unaware of Professor Dumbledore's inner turmoil, Adam was in high spirits. Wow, I can't believe it. Next year we'll be students of Newt Scamander. Colin was bouncing around the dormitory in excitement. Uther remained indifferent, but Eugene was caught in a dilemma. Should he swap ancient runes for care of magical creatures? With his monstrous strength, he might end up turning the magical creatures into ones needing protection. But it was Senior Newt. Adam had no solution for Eugenie's struggle. If it were Hagrid's class, Eugene attending would be fine, but with Senior Newt's care of magical creatures, Adam had no idea which magical creatures they'd encounter. The news that Senior Newt would teach at Hogwarts next year spread quickly among the Hufflepuffs. As Adam expected, everyone was thrilled except for the first years and seventh years, who lamented the unfairness. Apart from the Muggle-born witches and wizards unfamiliar with Senior Newt, the calmest first year was probably Rolf Scamander. He even felt somewhat relieved. Though he had a good relationship with his grandfather, becoming his student probably wouldn't be a pleasant experience. Amid this atmosphere, the Gryffindor vs. Hufflepuff Quidditch match that weekend saw the Hufflepuff team display extraordinary fervor, though they ultimately lost to Gryffindor. Next year, the senior Hufflepuffs will be in their 7th year, leaving 6 spots open on the team. Are any of you interested in joining the Quidditch team? On the way back, Cedric approached Adam and the others for a chat. It seems you've decided to join the Quidditch team. Of course. Cedric flashed a confident smile. I'm aiming for the seeker position. I want to join the Quidditch team too. Colin's eyes lit up as he clenched his fist. They'll try out for beater. I remember the current Hufflepuff beaters are both 6th years. I recall your flying lessons in 1st year were impressive. You've got a good chance of being selected. Adam mused. What about you? Interested in Quidditch? Cedric turned to the remaining 4. They'll try out for keeper. Eugene considered. Uther showed little interest in playing, and though Bernard was intrigued, the thought of tedious training made him give up. All right, and you, Adam? I'm not that into playing Quidditch either. Adam's answer disappointed Cedric, but he genuinely had no interest in chasing or hitting balls while flying, especially on a broomstick. If magic were allowed, he might be more interested. But he'll cheer you on. In a supportive capacity. Adam's final words lifted Cedric's spirits. Oh, with that, maybe we'll take 1st place next year. Let's hope so. Adam took it in stride. Speaking of which, according to the original timeline, next year would be Cedric's first and last Quidditch match. The year after the Triwizard Tournament would resume. Adam pursed his lips. Starting next year, Hogwarts would increasingly feel the influence of outside forces, Dementors, Death Eaters, the Ministry of Magic. Thinking this, a question struck Adam. His arrival should be an accident, so the others in the original story should remain unaffected. With Uther around, how dare the Ministry go so far? Weren't they afraid of causing diplomatic disputes? This sudden thought didn't fade like other random musings. Instead, it took root in his mind, filling Adam with unease. The sudden premonition troubled Adam. Back in the dormitory, he summoned the Clow cards. What are you doing? Colin glanced over curiously. Divination class is next year. I'm just practicing. Adam replied, casually closing his eyes and murmuring, Clow cards created by Clow Reed, answer my question. Tell me. He paused, then continued, the situation of Uther Ramesses in the coming years. Sensing the surge of magic, Adam flipped over the first card, a hint of the outcome. The erase card. His pupils contracted. This Clow card didn't bode well. Was Uther disappearing? Had his parents kept him in Egypt because Hogwarts was too dangerous, vanishing from Hogwarts' perspective, or had he met with danger and disappeared from the world entirely? Caracan and SBI, crouching on the table, reached out their paws and pressed them on Adam's hand, as if offering comfort. Forcing a smile at the 2 little ones, Adam looked at the middle row of Clow cards, his expression turning grave. Taking a deep breath, Adam flipped open the 3 Clow cards in the middle. These 3 cards represented the specifics of the divination. The sand, the scale, and the dark. Adam frowned as he looked at the 3 Clow cards. The sand could be interpreted as Uther returning to Egypt, but what did the scale and the dark signify? The situation seemed to be veering toward the worst possible outcome. Frowning, Adam turned over the final Clow card, which indicated the target's next objective, the maze. Gazing at the 5 Clow cards laid before him, Adam fell into deep contemplation. During his last divination with the Clow cards, Adam already had a certain understanding of Hogwarts and Dobby, so the interpretation had gone smoothly. However, this time his lack of knowledge about Egypt and Uther created obstacles in deciphering the meaning. Ultimately, Adam decided to ask Uther directly. After dinner, Adam called Uther aside to a deserted corridor. Uther, do you have any plans to go to a place like a labyrinth anytime soon? After a moment's thought, Adam added, it doesn't have to be immediately, it could be within the next few years. Uther's eyes were full of bewilderment at being questioned so abruptly. However, after pondering for a moment, his expression shifted slightly, as if he had recalled something. He then looked at Adam with surprise. Why would you ask that? His father had told him when no one else was around. Remember the divination I did in the dormitory before? Are you a prophet? Uther was even more astonished. The word prophet that slipped from Uther's lips was in ancient Egyptian. Thanks to his study of Nicholas Flamel's notes, Adam had some understanding of the language and nodded without any communication barrier. Upon realizing Adam understood the word he had just spoken, Uther's expression grew even more complex. But this was not the time to delve into when Adam had learned ancient Egyptian. Yes, I will be going to a place somewhat like a labyrinth during this holiday. What's the matter? Sensing that Uther was reluctant to elaborate on the specifics, Adam did not press further. Instead, he informed Uther of the results of his divination, excluding his own interpretations. He felt that leaving the task of deciphering the symbolism behind the Clow cards to Uther himself might be more intuitive, as his own lack of understanding could potentially mislead Uther. The card for my future is the one representing disappearance, while the contents are cards symbolizing sand, scales, and darkness. Uther squinted, lost in thought. After a long pause, he looked up at Adam. Thank you. This divination has been very helpful to me. I'm glad it helped. It was just a sudden whim. Adam shook his head and reached out to pat Uther on the shoulder. Stay safe. He paused, thinking for a moment. To be safe, you should prepare an escape route, like a portkey. A portkey? Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Uther nodded. After that day, Adam never brought up the matter again. As time passed, the Indo-Fire exams quietly approached. My heavens, this year's defense against the dark arts class has probably been the most exhausting one to study for. Cedric groaned, slumped over the table. He had never spent this much time on defense against the dark arts in all his years at Hogwarts. There was no help for it, as he was taking his O.W.L.S. this year. His review pressure was far greater than the others at the table. With 4 professors teaching and setting papers together, it meant 4 different versions of exam focuses, with less than 15 overlap between them. Look on the bright side, this has also been the highest quality year for defense against the dark arts. Here, try some Tai Chi shaved ice. Considering everyone's recent situation and lacking inspiration for new dishes for the time being, Adam served a simple, refreshing, cooling dessert for their afternoon tea gathering. Scooping a spoonful from the center of the black and white shaved ice and bringing it to his mouth, the blend of brown sugar, shaved ice, and milk mint shaved ice was sweet and refreshing, instantly dispelling the sweltering heat and the tedium of monotonous revision. After several mouthfuls and a long sigh of relief, Cedric collapsed gracelessly on the sofa. Ah, bliss. I'm alive. Hey, that's condensed milk. Tasting the white fish eyes on the brown sugar ice, Corin scooped up a black one. It needed no guess. It was brown sugar boba. Merlin's beard made next year's defense against the dark arts professor at least last until the end of term, like poor Professor Quirrell. Fred and George made an awkward sign of the cross over their chests. Cedric's current state sent a chill down the twins' spines. If the next defense against the dark arts professor also met an untimely end, then it would probably be the 2 of them sprawled out on the sofa next year. Everyone had been happy to be rid of Lockhart, but it wasn't until the Indo-Fire exams that they realized Lockhart had his merits too. At least a fool doesn't set overly difficult papers. Even Adam couldn't help but wonder if he had been a bit hasty. Perhaps keeping the Basilisk and Lockhart around, using the Create to restrict them, might have been a wiser choice. He vaguely remembered that there weren't supposed to be any exams this year in the original timeline. The past cannot be changed, but the future can be planned. Adam tried to recall who was the defense against the dark arts professor next year. The major event next year was the Dementors. I remembered. The defense against the dark arts professor was Professor Lupin. He was probably the only one in the original story who left the position with dignity. Although his identity as a werewolf was discovered, at least he left Hogwarts without missing any parts. Though he still ended up dying at Hogwarts, it's hard to say if it was a lingering effect of the curse. The Dementors next year. Adam frowned. He knew the Patronus charm, so he wasn't afraid of Dementors, but it seemed he would need to prepare a large amount of chocolate for next year. He also hoped that Newt Scamander wouldn't be too affected by them. He remembered that Newt also knew the Patronus charm and had learned it very early on. His Patronus was a Kelpie. The main problem was the Ministry of Magic. Even if Adam exposed Peter Pettigrew in advance, the Ministry likely wouldn't acknowledge it. Otherwise, the third year's problem would be the easiest to solve. Adam, is something wrong? Adam turned around to see Eugene looking at him with some concern. It's nothing. I was just thinking about some rather annoying things. Some people are like toads on the instep. They don't bite, but they're disgusting. Huh. Adam gets annoyed during exam month too. Corin wore an expression as if he had just heard shocking news. Obviously, Adam probably isn't annoyed about revision. Bernard said, looking at Adam, who responded with a slight shake of his head and a smile indicating he was fine. Seeing this, Bernard shrugged. All right, but if anything's wrong, you must tell us. Now I can finally relax. Once the last Quidditch match is over, we can go home. After the exams, Eugene lounged on his bed and stretched. Huh, it's rare to see you so eager to go back. Well, my grandmother said my parents wrote to her telling her they'll come home this holiday. Eugene gazed at the canopy of his 4-poster bed as he spoke. Though he had always acted indifferent about his parents' existence deep down, he couldn't help but harbor some fantasies about them. This would likely be his first meeting with them in his memory. Adam nodded knowingly. Speaking of the final Quidditch match, it seems neither side is really into it. Uther deftly steered the conversation toward a more cheerful topic. Bernard couldn't help but smirk. Yeah, after all, no matter who wins or loses, the House Cup is ours. The House Cup points were essentially determined by two factors: the daily performance points and the 100-point bonus awarded to the Quidditch champion. Under normal circumstances, it was hard for daily performance points to create a gap of over 100 points, so the outcome of Quidditch largely decided the House Cup. But that was under normal circumstances. Last year was an exception, and so was this year. The 250 points Adam earned for Hufflepuff had created a despairing gap between their hourglass and those of the other three houses. As a result, by the time the Quidditch season reached its climax, the Gryffindor and Slytherin teams vying for first and second place were far less motivated than in previous years. On a sunny afternoon, the Quidditch final kicked off. Slytherin surprised everyone by committing several blatant fouls right from the start, nearly knocking Fred off his broom and scoring 40 points. Madam Hooch's silver whistle was practically smoking before they finally eased up. But the early advantage was already established, and with Fred injured, Slytherin managed to build a commanding 120-point lead in under an hour. However, Harry ultimately caught the golden snitch right in front of Draco with a daring aerial maneuver before Slytherin could stretch the lead beyond 150 points, nearly driving Draco to fainting. Even at the Endofire feast, Malfoy could be seen being berated by Marcus Flint. It was Marcus' final Quidditch match, and the reason Slytherin had been especially reckless this time. Alright students, quiet down. Professor Dumbledore stepped up to the podium, and the noise in the hall instantly subsided. Another year has passed, and I'm delighted to see how much you've all grown. Perhaps you've been so busy reaping the rewards of this year that you've forgotten many of the events that transpired. Tonight, I must revisit them. Professor Dumbledore smiled as he looked toward Adam. This year our Adam Reed vanquished the monster in the Chamber of Secrets, protecting everyone at Hogwarts. The sole victim in this incident, Mr. Filch's cat, has now been restored to normal thanks to the efforts of Professor Sprout and Professor Snape. Professor Dumbledore gestured toward Filch, who was leaning against the wall holding Mrs. Norris and wearing an unusually radiant smile. For this, as you've no doubt noticed, Hufflepuff has been awarded a substantial number of house points. A thunderous round of applause erupted in the hall, especially from the Hufflepuff table, where everyone cheered and looked. So this year's House Cup undoubtedly belongs to Hufflepuff. Before we begin feasting, there is one thing that must be done. Professor Dumbledore raised his hand toward the ceiling of the hall. The gold-ended banners and flags were replaced with bronze-yellow ones, and the Hufflepuff table erupted in even louder cheers. Cedric, taking advantage of his height, even leaned across the table to shake Adam by the shoulders. If not for the space constraints, Adam seriously suspected these excited badgers would toss him into the air. Now enjoy tonight's feast. With Professor Dumbledore's final words, the Endofire feast officially began, and the Hufflepuffs finally let loose in celebration. How many years had it been since they last won the House Cup? No one knew. The older students had never even mentioned it. In short, Hufflepuff had finally redeemed itself. Some of the younger badgers, whose families were all Hufflepuffs, were so excited that they wrote to their parents that very night to share the news. The festive atmosphere only began to cool slightly when the grade reports were issued. Wow, I got an O in defense against the dark arts. I never expected the professors to be so lenient with grading. I thought I'd be lucky just to get an A. After the results came out, Corian stared at his report in pleasant surprise. After all, this exam revealed the shortcomings of the defense against the dark arts teaching in previous years. The professors were in a tough spot. The exam papers couldn't possibly cover only this year's material. The problem lay with the previous professors, and due to the peculiar nature of the position, they had either resigned or passed away. There was simply no one to hold accountable. Faced with stacks of papers marked in red, what else could the professors do but lower the grading standards? Under such circumstances, it was no surprise that Corian, who had reviewed according to the strictest standards, earned an O. Adam got straight O's again. Corian couldn't help but sigh as he glanced at Adam's report. Adam is like a robot, studying, cooking, and having fun all at once. Comparing myself to him is just asking for trouble. Bernard had already learned to tune out Adam's grades. What's a robot? Like an alchemical construct that can perfectly execute pre-programmed actions. Bernard's answer left Corian nodding in vague understanding. On the return train, the Hufflepuffs couldn't resist gathering around Adam. This year will definitely go down in Hufflepuff history. Adam, you're bound to become a legend among badgers. Senior Vivian laughed heartily. I think Adam already is. His cooking alone deserves a place in magical history. Bruce sighed and took a small bite of an egg tart. He wouldn't be able to buy any of Adam's delicacies for the entire holiday. Luckily, he had been smart this time and stocked up on long-lasting candies and pastries from Adam, enough to last a month, provided his parents and relatives didn't snatch them away. You're all too kind. Adam shook his head, having been bombarded with all sorts of flattery from the badgers for over a week. He lifted the copper pot in his hand. Anyone want more brown sugar milk tea? Me. Finally disembarking from the train, Adam bid farewell to his reluctant friends and found his grandparents waiting for him. Looks like Adam is quite popular with his classmates. Old Reed beamed with pride. I used to get along with everyone too. Adam, don't follow your grandfather's example and get into fights at school. Emma's revelation left Old Reed frozen in place, but she paid no mind, taking Adam's hand and heading toward platform 9 3/4. Passing through the barrier, Adam unsurprisingly saw his parents waiting for him. Oh, I told you there was no need to pick me up. You're both so busy. We're not too busy to make time to pick up our child whom we haven't seen in a year. After hugging Mrs. Lee and Mr. Reed, Adam got into the car for the ride home. Just as Adam was wondering why Mr. Reed seemed unusually normal this time, Mrs. Lee turned from the front passenger seat to look at him. Adam, your maternal grandparents want you to visit them in China this holiday. What do you think? Grandpa and Grandma. Adam couldn't help but fall silent for a moment. Regardless of whether it was due to distance, the unique circumstances in Huaxia, or the need to keep things secret from ordinary people, the day he received his acceptance letter was the only time in his memory he met his grandparents, who he had only seen a few times. When he first arrived, limited by the physical development of an infant, Adam had almost no memories from before the age of 2 or 3, so he completely forgot about the traditional grabbing the week ceremony. Therefore, if he were to describe his impression of his grandparents, not very familiar might be a somewhat hurtful yet accurate term. Sure, I've always wanted to visit Huaxia and taste the most authentic Huaxia cuisine. Adam's response relieved Ms. Lee, who smiled and nodded. Then I will book the plane tickets right away and I'll go back with you. Perhaps due to the holiday season, flights had been fully booked for the past few days, coupled with Ms. Lee needing to make some preparations for her rare trip back to Huaxia after so many years. The tickets were scheduled for 10 days later. However, on the 8th day, Adam received a letter sent by Owl. Initially, Adam did not think much of it. He was just curious about this owl, which he seemed not to have seen before, while he should have recognized the owl of the person who usually sent him letters. After checking to make sure there were no curses or anything of the sort on the letter, he opened the paper, and the relaxed smile on Adam's face instantly vanished. Adam, if you are reading this letter, it means I should have had an accident, barring any surprises. This was the first line of the letter, and the familiar handwriting undoubtedly belonged to Usher. The playful tone did not bring Adam any relief or amusement. He hurriedly continued reading. Because of your previous prophecy, I made some preparations, and after thinking it over, I decided to write this letter as one of my contingency plans. If all goes well, I will stay at Hamaputra for at most 7 days. On the 7th day, I will definitely leave with the key and prevent this letter from being sent, so, if you can read this letter. The handwriting became slightly heavier here, indicating that the quill had paused for a moment. Usher ultimately did not continue writing, but started a new line. I considered for a long time why I should write this letter to you. If you can read this letter, what can you do? In light of the fact that we have been roommates for 2 years and our relationship is quite good, please help me notify my mother, who may still be unaware of our predicament, so she can at least prepare for the worst. Also, please remember to say goodbye to the other brothers when school starts. It's a pity that I probably won't be able to offer you anything in return, or it seems you don't lack money, but my personal collection is in a box under my bed. If you like, you can take it as a keepsake. They are all rare curios. Lastly, you're really a great roommate. Your cooking is super delicious. I love you, Adam. Putting down the letter, Adam blinked his slightly teary eyes and took a deep breath. What's wrong, Adam? Xiaoka tilted her head, looking at Adam, whose face was grim. Xiaoka, please don't say anything. Let me think. Think. The most important thing now was to determine whether Usher was really dead or not. If he was still alive, Adam should be able to rescue Usher by rushing to Egypt now, but if he was dead, Adam's journey would create a causal loop, and even time magic afterwards could not change the predetermined outcome. But how could he confirm whether Usher was dead without going to Egypt? Wait. I have a way. Kuro, created by Kurordo, please answer my question and tell me about Usher Ramesses. With Adam's half-baked divination skills, even if the tarot result indicated Usher was dead, it would only be his speculation at best. Fortunately, there was no death card in the Kuro cards. Cancel sand scale, dark confusion. Looking at the tarot results that were the same as last time, Adam let out a sigh of relief. No change. Does that mean Usher is still alive? Adam tidied up the Kuro cards on the table, summoned the dark wand, and prepared to use the teleportation spell to head to Egypt. Fortunately, he learned this spell right after mastering the Kuro card. Otherwise crossing such a long distance would have been a heavy strain for him. Xiaoka, Sibi, I need to leave for a while, you guys. Wait, Adam. Do you remember that you were supposed to go to Huaxiao in a couple of days? Adam's words were interrupted by Sibi. He had indeed just forgotten. So Adam hurried to find Ms. Limon. My classmate in Egypt had an accident, and I need to find him. I won't be able to go to Huaxiao with you. What? Ms. Lee's smile froze on her face. But your grandparents. I'm sorry, Mom, it's a very urgent matter, a matter of life and death. We can postpone the trip to Huaxia. After all, it's been so many years since I last saw them, so what's another year, right? Adam held Ms. Lee's hand. He undoubtedly had affection for Huaxia, but regarding his relatives in Huaxia, he felt some gratitude towards his grandparents, at least for bringing him the Book of Seals. As for familial affection, it could only be said to exist, but not be strong. Going to Huaxia to see those unfamiliar relatives was simply not as important as Usher's life and death. All right. After a few seconds of silence, Miss Lee sighed, then we will go next year. I will buy you a ticket to Egypt. There's no time, I'll go directly using magic. Thank you for understanding. Hugging Miss Lee and kissing her on the cheek, Adam waved the dark wand and disappeared from the spot. Just as the scenery before him turned into the villa of Usher's family, Adam heard several stern shouts. Who goes there? It was in Arabic. Adam glanced around. 5 wizards pointed their wands at him, and the chains formed by the binding spell were blocked by the protective magic surrounding Adam. I'm here to find Usher. Adam spoke in ancient Egyptian, which left the 5 wizards momentarily stunned. Adam. Footsteps came from upstairs. It was Usher's mother, Tuya, who had heard the commotion and rushed down. Annie. Adam was about to speak when he saw Tuya's red-rimmed eyes. I already know. Tuya took out a piece of letter paper from her pocket, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. After taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, she said, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Come with me. The wizards surrounding Adam stepped back at Tuya's gesture, and Adam followed her to the top floor. This is Usher's room. You can go in. Adam thought that saying he wanted to save Usher right now seemed a bit hasty. Tuya was unlikely to believe he had that ability, but delaying further could mean Usher might really die at any moment. After considering it, Adam decided to push open the door as Tuya instructed. As soon as he pushed the door open, Adam wanted to slam it shut and erase this memory, wishing he had never opened this door at all. Usher. He prepared the key before leaving. Tuya stepped closer to the room from Adam's side, slowly approaching Usher, who was lying on the bed, her voice trembling visibly. But yesterday Marion activated the key, and what I received was his corpse, and also. Uncle is dead. Yes. He was the one who activated the poor key, yet only his corpse was sent back along with Uther, who had become like this. Tuya held Uther's hand, shaking her head, unable to continue. Adam's grip on the wand of darkness tightened and loosened repeatedly before he finally managed to force his legs forward. Uther lay on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, no different from the days he would laze in bed at the dormitory. Yet now his upper body was bare, a gaping hole carved into his chest where his heart once lay, now housed a scarab beetle carved from emerald. Though Uther had returned, his heart had been left behind. The only thing that kept Adam's mind from descending into chaos was the realization that Uther, despite missing his heart, still clung to life. What did they encounter? I don't know. Tuya wiped away her tears. Marion only said he had made a discovery, then he took Uther and the priests into the desert. Such things were routine before, so I didn't ask further. Then do you know where Uther and the others originally went at? I recall it was Hemyanaptra. Tuya thought for a moment. Marion and I had explored that place many times before, so I didn't pay it much mind this time. In the past, there had been times when she led the priests on expeditions. This time Marion had taken their son along, and they were going to a location that had been thoroughly searched countless times. She had assumed it was just another routine exploration, never expecting such an accident to occur. Adam nodded and asked again, what about the situation at the Ministry of Magic now? Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Tuya recalled the letter she had received that morning, and amidst her grief a warmth filled her heart. Thank you for coming. By the way, how did you get here so quickly? It had been less than an hour since she received the letter and Adam arrived, which seemed impossible even using the ministry's routes. This is exactly what I wanted to discuss with you. Adam told Tuya how he had used magic to reach Egypt, and also proposed his plan to rescue Uther. As expected, she refused. I won't agree. This idea of yours is far too reckless. Tuya said firmly. I am grateful you want to save Uther, Adam, but he is already. I can sense that Uther is not yet dead. If we can find the cause of what happened to him, he can still be saved. Tuya looked at Adam's resolute expression and paused, then let out a sigh. If it were possible, of course I would want to save him too. Very well, I will do my best to help you. Yet when he saw the help Tuya offered, Adam fell silent. Hemyanaptra has been cleared out countless times. I alone have led over 20 expeditions there. We have examined every accessible corner. For this to happen, they must have made a new discovery. Tuya looked at the 4 stacks of papyrus before her, each taller than a man, and felt a wave of despair. These are the materials Marion consulted before he left. I need to find that new discovery to understand how Uther and the others encountered danger and why they ended up like this. The protective charm on Uther only lasts a day, and less than half of it remains. I've only checked less than a quarter. Can't you ask someone else for help? The only ones who know Hemyanaptra besides me and Marion are the priests who didn't return. Tuya shook her head. I don't care about others seeing these things now, but they wouldn't know which findings are old and which are new. Take your time searching. I should be able to extend Uther's protection a bit. Adam returned to Uther's room and cast a protective spell over him. A barrier strong enough to withstand even time-stopping magic should be able to ward off the unknown danger threatening Uther's life. You'd better hold on until I can come and save you, you bastard. Sitting by the bed, Adam reached out and grasped Uther's hand. It was still warm to the touch, which somewhat eased the dread he felt upon seeing the gaping wound in his chest. If you want to say goodbye to Bernard and the others, do it yourself. Who cares about your pile of junk? If I needed money, I could be richer than a kingdom in no time. Adam suddenly realized that Uther's decisions seemed to be constantly changing. For instance, when he left the letter for Adam, he clearly hadn't planned to write to his mother. It was only after returning to Egypt that he sent the letter to Tuya. So after he returned to Egypt, but before he actually set out, could he have left clues that he hadn't decided to leave when writing to Adam? If so, where would he have left them? Of course in the place he told Adam to look. With this thought, Adam quickly bent down and pulled a box out from under Uther's bed. The lid of the box bore a pair of eyes of Horus. Adam paid them no mind and opened it, directly revealing a folded piece of papyrus. This is a map, eh? Should he count himself lucky that the clue Uther left him wasn't some riddle or cryptic saying? Adam immediately took the papyrus to Tuya. She recognized it at a glance as the underground level of Hemionaptera, and the map marked a passage she had never known about. Where did you find this? In the box Uther mentioned in his letter to me. Tuya looked at the map her son had left behind, then at the 4 stacks of materials her husband had left, and wiped her tears. That bastard, not even as reliable as his own son. Let's set off now. Aunt, just tell me the way to Hemionaptera. Let me go alone. You're needed here. Hearing Adam's words, Tuya instinctively wanted to argue, but looking at the map, she fell silent. Since Uther chose to leave the clue with you instead of me, then perhaps in her son's heart, if something truly happened to him, Adam was the one more likely to bring him back. In the end, Tuya let out a sigh. With her husband's sudden death, she truly couldn't leave. Be safe. Finding a map of the area around Egypt, Tuya drew a circle on it. Hemionaptera is enchanted with an unplottable charm. When you reach this spot on the map, you'll find a patch of quicksand. Being swallowed by it will send you to Hemionaptera. During this, you must find a way to survive the quicksand on your own. Tuya looked into Adam's eyes. If she saw even a hint of hesitation or worry, she would reveal no more and send him back. If he could barely handle the initial quicksand, sending him to save Uther would be nothing but a death sentence. Fortunately, to both her relief and her greater worry, Adam's eyes were filled with confidence. And then, taking a deep breath, Tuya finally made up her mind and explained in detail the precautions needed for the journey to the passage marked on the map, while Adam committed them all to memory. Before he left, Tuya couldn't help but grab Adam's hand. Whether you can save Uther or not, make sure to look after your own safety. Even if Uther would surely not want to see you enter the underworld with him. Don't worry, Aunt. I will bring Uther back. The situation in Egypt was bound to be unstable. To avoid trouble, Adam used a disillusionment charm to conceal himself before leaving Uther's home. He noticed many hidden figures lurking around the house. Some might be protecting it, others waiting for an opportunity. None of this mattered to Adam. If Marion was the past pharaoh, then Tuya was the past high priestess. Adam trusted that Tuya could easily handle these problems. First step: be swallowed by quicksand. Adam found the quicksand pit Tuya had mentioned and allowed himself to be swallowed without resistance. Encased in protective magic, he drifted through the sand for half an hour before feeling the ground vanish beneath his feet. The magic circle flickered and vanished in the void. Silver-white wings matching the color of a nemigus for suddenly unfurled, flapping twice to steady his form as glowing orbs drifted from Adam's hand, illuminating the dim subterranean palace. Rows of stone tablets bore symbols praising the gods. An enormous statue of Anubis stood at the end of a line of sight. Looking up, Adam saw flowing sand held at bay by an invisible force above. This was the first above-ground level of Hemionaptera. In ancient times, Egyptians brought their reverence for death here to worship the gods of the underworld, but now it was long abandoned. The solemn and majestic architectural complex had been reduced to ruins buried beneath the sands. Second step: activate the mechanism. Landing and folding his wings before the statue of Anubis, Adam found the mechanism Tuya had described. Upon activation, Anubis slowly turned half a circle on one foot, revealing a descending staircase. Adam descended the stairs for about a minute until light appeared ahead. In its glow, he saw a stone door and a massive beast. Third step: pass through the gate guarded by the Sphinx. The paws resting on the ground were nearly as tall as Adam. This Sphinx was hardly smaller than the statue beside the pyramid, fitting far more of Adam's expectations of Anubis than the earlier furball. Recalling Uther's furball, a faint smile tugged at Adam's lips as he gripped the dark wand and summoned a clow card depicting a fish. Answer my question. What? Seal release. The towering Sphinx was frozen into a block of ice in an instant, then shattered into countless crystalline fragments the next moment. This Sphinx was not a real magical creature, but a golem created by ancient magic. Its weakness was low temperature. Even if destroyed, it would reappear in a few days. Thus, Adam felt no remorse for Uther in dealing with it. Fourth step: avoid the magical creatures along the way and find the passage. Pushing open the massive door, Adam continued forward. The passage marked on Uther's map was in the southwest corner. Along the way, he might encounter creatures like runespores or manticores, but Adam was not the least bit concerned. A snake raised for 1,000 days is used in a single hour. Adam unscrewed a glass bottle, releasing the basilisk and dispelling the shrinking spell on it. Me to clear the path ahead. SSS. The basilisk stretched, opened its eyes, and glanced at Adam, then hissed meaninglessly before obediently slithering in the direction Adam indicated. Don't ask. The snake had tasted the basilisk stew Adam had made, and it had watched as he roasted basilisk eyes. Between a steady diet of meat 3 times a day and being turned into stew and roasted eyeballs, the basilisk, now named Midu, knew which side its bread was buttered on. Besides, it respected the law of the jungle. The basilisk scales scraped against the sandy ground, producing a rustling sound that triggered similar noises from all directions, but always moving away from Adam. Clearly the Serpent King's might was enough to intimidate even rinspores. As for the manticores crawling toward Adam, their spider-like eye structures meant a single glance from the basilisk was fatal. Their corpses littered the ground thickly. With the path clear, Adam trod over the trail the basilisk had paved, crunching manticore carapaces underfoot. Normally he might have considered how to cook them or capture a few to raise, but now he was in no such mood. Finally reaching the passage marked on the map, Adam faced a wall covered in hieroglyphs. Last step, Uther marked the Eye of Horus on the map, but didn't write how to trigger it. Adam examined the 3 eyes of Horus on the wall, saw nothing amiss, and reached out to touch each in turn. My! The last Eye of Horus had a bump on it. Yet it looked perfectly normal. Adam tried to pry it off, but failed, then pressed hard. Rumble! The wall split along the hieroglyphic lines, sliding slowly into both sides to reveal a dim passage. Glowing orbs drifted into the passage, and Adam saw new hieroglyphs on the entrance walls. Their meaning was that ahead lay the underworld, and any living being who entered would never return to the mortal realm. The underworld. Putting away Midu, Adam traced the hieroglyph symbolizing the underworld with his finger, then gripped the dark wand, and stepped resolutely into the passage. Boom! The moment he entered, Adam heard the sound of mechanisms behind him. The walls that had retracted were closing again. Quick as a flash, Adam pulled out a candy cane and thrust it forward. Crunch, crunch. The enchanted candy was indestructible, firmly wedging between the closing walls. With the power of the trump card, it forced the walls back open. Securing his escape route, Adam moved forward. At the end of the passage, he found a piece of linen hanging from above. He recalled that during his last visit to Egypt, Uther had mentioned this mechanism. Behind the false door of a pyramid, anyone who passed through it except the descendants of the pharaohs would fall into the underworld and never return. It felt a bit like the veil in the death chamber of the British Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries. Adam lifted the linen with the dark wand and stepped through. The protective magic around him was triggered instantly, and he could clearly feel the change in his surroundings. Is this the underworld? Strictly speaking, this is not yet the underworld, but the place of judgment, the boundary between life and death, the realm ruled by the god Anubis. The sudden voice did not startle Adam. He nodded understandingly. Fengdu City, the labyrinth of illusions, Erebus. In an instant, the boundary between life and death seemed to transform from Anubis' divine realm into a cramped tenement shared by a crowd of gods. The voice in the shadows fell silent for a moment, then continued as if nothing had happened. Come forth, living being who has entered the underworld to face the trial of judgment. Adam's gaze turned cold as he tightened his grip on the dark wand and pressed forward. This time he truly reached the end of the passage. Stepping through the doorway, he found himself on a circular platform surrounded by an immense, boundless space. In the center of the platform stood a golden scale, its 2 pans perfectly balanced. The left side empty, while on the right stood an ostrich feather. A living one who has entered the underworld. A massive jackal head emerged from the endless darkness. It spoke slowly. I am Anubis. Surrender your heart, and I shall judge whether you may proceed. As the self-proclaimed Anubis words fell, Adam's protective magic was triggered, but nothing else happened. An awkward silence hung in the air. Was there someone else whose heart you extracted and judged a few days ago? Adam called out boldly to Anubis. Ah, that rule breaker. Anubis frowned slightly at Adam, whose heart remained untouched, but did not refuse to answer. Geb's protection cannot shield him forever. His soul will fall into the lake of fire, devoured by Amit like another rule breaker before him. His death is near. His fists clenched in fury. How do I retrieve his heart and soul? Blasphemers shall be eternally damned in hell. Taking a deep breath, Adam slowly raised the dark wand. Brand. Force. Fight. After layering several buffs with cloud cards, Adam brandished the dark staff and charged forward. You? What are you doing? I am Anubis. Ah, my face. Anubis, you say? Stop, stop, stop. Don't hit me. You blasphemer. You will surely fall into eternal. Ah, my eyes. Blasphemer, you say? Eternal fall, you say? Ouch. Wait, let me prepare first. I'm going to bite you. Bite me, you say? What is that thing? No, don't. Playing tricks on me. Did you think I wouldn't recognize that voice as the same one that told me to move forward earlier? Can't you communicate properly without a beating? Adam cracked his wrists. Can you speak now? Or should I help you recall how to converse with others? Wah. This is the divine artifact left here by Lord Anubis. I'm just a functionary following the procedures. Those 2 broke the rules, and I couldn't help it. The jackal-headed figure shrunk to Adam's size by the card curled up in a corner of the circular platform, weeping as it spoke. Its voice was distorted from missing most of its teeth, and tears trickled down from its swollen eyelids. Rules? What rules? Adam frowned, glancing at the scale. Are you saying Uther couldn't pass Anubis' judgment? Impossible. Anubis scale judges whether a person has done more good or evil in their life, not whether they have only done good deeds. Uther's father might have failed, but Uther, a Hufflepuff, how could he possibly fail the scale's judgment? How should I know? He simply didn't pass. Then the other person used Geb's amulet to shield the judged one from punishment and teleported them away. As a result, the rules stripped his soul. In his mind, Adam reconstructed the scene based on the creature's words. Uther and his father had arrived here, deciding to let Uther undergo the judgment. Uther failed, so his father used the scarab to replace Uther's extracted heart, activating the portkey and causing his own soul to be taken for disrupting the judgment. According to the mythological rules of Anubis' judgment, Uther was indeed the most likely to pass among those present. Though there were other issues like where the priest had gone, that wasn't the immediate concern. Where are the heart and the soul now? While the two souls are in the fiery lake prison below, the heart is protected by Geb's amulet and is here with me. The jackal-headed figure answered truthfully. Uther's soul is here too. Hand over that heart. Seeing Adam raise the dark staff again, the jackal-headed figure shuddered with a pain that blurred between residual and phantom agony, hastily handing over the heart containing the sealed soul, while explaining, "This heart is still bound by Lord Anubis' rules. Even if you take it back, it's useless. Once Geb's amulet loses its effect, his soul will still be eternally. He will still die." Taking the heart from the jackal-headed figure, Adam felt it pulse in his hand, and his own heart seemed to tighten. How do I break Anubis' binding? The judgment must end. Unless you can summon Lord Osiris or Lord Ra. Ow! I remember. The judgment was actually interrupted. It hasn't ended. Let me think. He'll think of something. The jackal-headed figure quickly changed its tune, clutching the calf pressing against its chest. Staring at the dark staff before its eyes and the gaze of the young boy, the jackal-headed figure had no doubt that if its answer displeased him, the spike would plunge into its eyeball. In the past millennia, its mind had never raced so fast. Got it. There's one way. Speak. Lord Anubis left a set of rules for the scale's operation, but he didn't make strict provisions for every step of the judgment. The rules have loopholes. Originally, every judgment was personally conducted by Anubis, so naturally there was no need to establish rules. But Anubis suddenly left these provisions and disappeared. The creature had never even seen Anubis, and the rules had never been tested. Loopholes were only to be expected. The jackal-headed figure felt as if Thoth had blessed it. A brilliant idea formed in its mind. Only the heart or Mot's feather of truth can be placed on the scale. The judgment passes only when both sides are equal in weight or the heart is lighter than Mot's feather. So if both sides are hearts of equal weight, both hearts can pass the judgment. Thank Thoth. Thank Anubis. Before the jackal-headed figure could revel in its cleverness, it noticed the young boy's eyes fixed on its own chest where its heart lay. Jackal-headed figure. Wait. My heart can't possibly weigh the same as that one. No problem. We can just cut off the excess. Jackal-headed figure. It desperately wanted to say stop, wait, maybe there's another way. But in this place, there were only 3 hearts, one to be freed, one belonging to the young boy, and its own. Which heart to use to balance the scale was obvious. Its mind raced, thinking it could still be saved. Wait. The fiery lake prison below. Amit down there also has a heart. Fiery lake prison. Adam remembered. The jackal-headed figure had said Uther's father's soul was in there. He hoped the mummification process wasn't too fast. Maybe there was still a chance to salvage things. Exactly. Amit can only devour souls and hearts with Anubis' permission. But it seems Anubis forgot about them and left no relevant rules, so the souls meant to be devoured are just locked in the fiery lake prison. The jackal-headed figure grew more fluent, its colleagues utterly expendable in the face of death. Anyway, they can't consume souls or hearts now, and there are plenty of them. You don't need that many to guard the prison. Losing one doesn't matter. I'm the only one of my kind. If I die, who will handle newcomers? The order of the underworld will collapse. Hearing this, Adam couldn't help but frown. Yes, why had no new souls arrived here for so long? Had no one died in Egypt during this time? That was unreasonable. If this truly was the underworld. A flicker of contemplation passed through his eyes, but he set these thoughts aside for now. Take me to the fiery lake prison. All right, this way. There's fire over there, watch your step. Guided enthusiastically by the jackal-headed figure, Adam descended to the base of the fiery lake beneath the platform. The fiery lake was a blazing expanse of sulphurous flames, yet at its bottom the raging fire subsided, leaving only a pungent sulphur smell filling the air. Rows of vacant metal racks seemed to await new souls to be bound upon them. As you said, Amit cannot devour souls without Anubis' command. Why is the fiery lake prison so empty? Over these millennia, only a handful of the living have come here, not a single soul of the dead. The jackal-headed figure seemed utterly unperturbed by this fact. Only the living come here. Yes. It seems that after the gods departed, the order of the underworld fell into chaos. He quickly added, which is why I'm needed here to maintain what little order remains. Ignoring his words, Adam grew more certain of his suspicions, but finding Uther and the others took precedence. Didn't you say there were Amits here? Where are they? Amit, with the head of a crocodile, the forequarters of a lion, and the hindquarters of a hippopotamus, embodied the fearsome creatures of Egyptian lore representing the judgment of hell. Yet in studies of Egypt, no such mythical beast had ever been discovered. Scholars believed it either extinct or a fabrication of Egyptian wizards. Even wizards did this. The Quibbler, for instance, was known for inventing non-existent creatures. Well, theoretically, they should be patrolling the fiery lake prison. Perhaps because no souls are imprisoned here. If we keep going, we should see them. The jackal-headed figure sensed something amiss, but pressed on bravely. Shouts echoed from ahead, revealing something unusual. Yet as Adam approached, he halted. Before him was a metal rack bound with the soul flames erupting from its base, scorching the captive into a ceaseless wail. Souls get roasted in the fiery lake prison. The jackal-headed figure stumbled as Adam grabbed his ear, dragging him close. His eyes were full of innocence. Of course. Otherwise, why bind them here? For a vacation. This was hell after all. Adam hadn't expected this fake underworld to be so authentic in such details. Just then the soul spotted Adam and the jackal-headed figure, its eyes lighting up as it rattled off a string of ancient Egyptian. Sorry, I'm not a local. Can't understand a word. With that, Adam grabbed the jackal-headed figure's ear and bolted forward. Hey, my ear. The metal racks weren't neatly aligned, but scattered across the fiery lake prison. After finding two wrong souls, Adam realized they weren't arranged by arrival time. He stopped and pulled out a clow card. Release. The surrounding air took on a tangible form. A gentle smile materialized first, followed by golden hair and a graceful figure. Adam. Win, no time for greetings. Help me find Uther. You've met him. All right. Sensing her contractor's urgency, one of the four elemental forces of creation began to surge. Mana swirled, and a cyan gale swept across the horizon in an instant. Found him. Follow me. Finally released, the jackal-headed figure, eyes brimming with tears, tugged at both ears to check if they were uneven. But Adam grabbed both together and yanked him forward. On my ears. Shut up. Ow, growl. The wind card sealed his mouth with an air current swallowing his howls. With wind's guidance, Adam soon found Uther. To his relief, Uther was in decent shape, bound to a metal rack, but not wailing like the others. His chest, like his physical body, was cut open, revealing a golden scarab inside. Around him, a protective spell Adam recognized shimmered. Adam had cast a protective spell on Uther's body earlier, never expecting it to shield his soul here as well. Quickly casting a similar spell on nearby Marion, Adam ran to Uther and reached out to his roommate, whose chest was laid bare. Uther. I'm here to save you. Adam. Sob. Uther, seeing Adam before him, should have smiled at being rescued, but tears uncontrollably streamed down. Fear, joy, gratitude, sorrow. All suppressed emotions surged forth irrepressible. The only thing Uther could still control was not to cry too loudly. Patting Uther's shoulder to calm him, Adam circled behind him and summoned a sword forged from fairy mithril. This chain can't be undone. Snap. Seeing the blade slice through the metal rack and chains like tofu, the jackal-headed figure silently shrank back, minimizing his presence. After freeing Marion, Adam held the sobbing Uther, offering a shoulder and an embrace. Adam discovered another ability of the love card. He could directly touch souls. Marion sat weakly on the ground, his gaze complex as he looked at Adam, whom had met but once. Though the shield that had blocked the flames earlier was powerful proof, he never imagined Adam would come this far to save his son. Tuya had said Hufflepuff valued friendship, but witnessing its strength firsthand was still hard to believe. Sob. Cough. After his emotions subsided, Uther became aware of the situation. Finding himself in Adam's arms, he felt awkward. Thankfully, as a soul, there were no tears or snot, or he might have fainted on the spot. To Uther's relief, Adam acted as if nothing had happened. Once his crying stopped, Adam released him and turned to Marion. Uncle, let's go. I've figured out how to free Uther's heart. No. Unlike Uther, I was already dead when my soul left my body. I can feel it. I'm about to move on to the true underworld. Marion shook his head, smiling at his son, whose face again clouded with grief, then looked at Adam. Take Uther back? Having you rescue him is all I could ask for. I'm truly glad Uther has a friend like you. Your bond almost makes me envious. With you here, I can leave in peace. What? The jackal-headed figure was stunned, but Adam showed no surprise. This isn't the underworld after all. Though it isn't, it likely retains some traits of the real underworld. And that scale above might truly be a treasure of the god Anubis. Marion wanted to say more, but found himself growing increasingly ethereal. He looked at Uther. It seems my time is short. Remember to take that scale, and tell your mother I love her. With his final words, Marion dissolved into silvery gray matter, swirling into the void. Uther broke down, crying again. What? What did he mean? The jackal-headed figure felt his world crumble. This isn't the underworld. How? It clearly. What you should worry about isn't whether this is the underworld. Adam, an arm around Uther's shoulder, looked at him. but that there are no emits here. The jackal-headed figure. Damn. Whether this was the underworld or not, it seemed he was about to find out. The jackal-headed man followed Adam and the others back to the upper platform with an air of defiant resignation, only to realize that Adam seemed to have no intention of disemboweling him. Seal release. Summoning the twin cards, Adam produced Uther's heart. Witnessing his own heart, Uther's expression was complicated, but when he saw it split into two, his face was left with only shock and bewilderment. Adam retrieved the feather of truth, hesitated for a moment, then put it away. He placed the two hearts on the scales of the balance. After a moment of swaying, the balance steadied and emitted a golden light. Adam saw black smoke-like substances rising from both hearts simultaneously. At the same time, Uther sensed something. "I think I'm about to." Before he could finish, Uther vanished from the spot. He's returned to his physical body. Seeing Adam turn to him, the jackal-headed man answered proactively. "How do I restore his heart to its original state?" Adam glanced at the heart in his hand. "I just put it back in." Probably. Two really don't know. Everyone I've judged was thrown into the lake of fire prison. I've never seen what it looks like when a heart returns to the body." Looking at the jackal-headed man who seemed about to cry, Adam knew he couldn't rely on him. He carefully put Uther's heart away and then stared silently at the other heart in his hand. The magic of the twin cards could be cancelled within a day, but even if not, it didn't matter. The parallel world affected by the cards would be overwritten by the current timeline after a day, so he would keep it for now. Putting the other heart away as well, Adam walked to the front of the balance. He remembered Uther's father had asked him to bring it back. The moment his hand touched the balance, the protective magic on Adam was triggered. After a brief moment of surprise, Adam ignored it and focused his strength on pulling the balance, which was partially embedded in the platform floor, out of the ground. But after 3 seconds, nothing happened. The card of power seal release. Rumble. With a single heave, Adam pulled the balance from the ground. Feeling the platform beneath him tremble incessantly, and noticing spiderweb-like cracks spreading across it, he immediately activated the magic of the card of flight. Help! The jackal-headed man felt a sharp pain in his ear as his feet left the ground, accompanied by a tearing agony at the junction of his ear and skull. Glancing at the jackal-headed man's state, Adam mercifully switched to grabbing him by the shoulder. Fortunately, the power of the card of power was still active, making it easy for Adam to lift him. The shattered platform fell into the lake of fire below, but the rumbling didn't stop. Instead, increasingly loud explosive sounds came from beneath the lake. Roar! With a howl, a colossal maw occupying nearly 2/3 of the lake burst forth from the fire and lunged towards Adam in midair. "Is this Amit?" Recognizing the mouth's crocodile-like shape and considering its dramatic entrance, Adam naturally deduced its identity. His gaze towards the jackal-headed man then subtly carried a hint of disdain, which the jackal-headed man keenly noticed. "I wasn't that much smaller than it before I was shrunk, you know. Although, it was still a bit smaller, to be fair." Looking down at Amit, the jackal-headed man felt a mix of emotions. Adam wielded the dark staff. The falling platform fragments under the power of the card of the great transformed into countless boulders, each with a diameter comparable to the giant maw, smashing it to pieces. Magma gushed from the wounds. Not a real creature after all. The jackal-headed man wondered if it was an illusion, but it seemed the brat's tone carried a subtle hint of disappointment. Then the next moment, he saw a sword aura fall like a meteor towards the abyss, rapidly expanding in midair and cleaving the colossal maw in two. The jackal-headed man. An inedible waste. When Adam's gaze fell upon him again, the jackal-headed man's body stiffened uncontrollably, feeling as if his blood had stopped flowing. Good news, it seemed he would survive. Bad news, he seemed to know exactly why he would survive. As he was shrunk and placed into a glass jar, the jackal-headed man silently wiped away his tears, lost in thought. On the way back, Adam packed up a few runespore and a manticore. Unable to bear the desert's heat any longer, he used the card of movement to return directly to Uther's home. No one was on the first floor. Adam went up to the second floor and saw Uther awake, but still lying in bed. "Are you the only one home? Isn't your magic here?" Uther smiled weakly, propped against the pillow, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Someone was pulling strings behind our operation. My mother has gone to apprehend them." "Doesn't your aunt trust me a bit too much? You saved my life. She trusts you more than anyone now." Adam was momentarily speechless. He pulled a chair over beside Uther and sat down. "Let's put your heart back first. Seeing you like this makes me a bit uneasy. Do you know how to do it?" "Just put it back in." "Probably." Uther's tone was also uncertain. "Shall I start then?" Maybe you should do it yourself." His hand hovered hesitantly over Uther's chest. Adam simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Reaching into Uther's chest cavity to remove the scarab amulet, and then placing the heart inside, sounded similar to gutting a fish, but in reality the two were far too different. "Myself." Forced to take the heart in his hands, Uther was stunned. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Bro, my soul was burning in that fire for ages, and I just got back into my body. I can't even lift my hand now. How am I supposed to do it myself?" "All right then." Adam sighed, resigned to his fate. He picked up the heart and gestured over Uther's chest. "Which side is the front?" "Uther." Fortunately, the magic that had removed the heart didn't test Adam's knowledge of biology. Once the scarab amulet was taken out, the heart floated on its own back into Uther's chest cavity, and the separated flesh closed up by itself. According to Uther, his heart had floated to the balance in the same way. So what exactly is this thing? Adam took out the miniature balance. This is one of the divine artifacts left by Anubis in Egyptian legend. It can judge lies and crimes. Anyone who has ever told a lie cannot pass its trial. Adam gasped. No wonder even Uther couldn't pass. Is there really anyone in the world who has never lied? Hey, wait. You know so much about this thing, so why did you fall for it? Like I said, someone was sabotaging us. A group that has long been discontent with our family's rule over Egypt. We originally thought it was another of Anubis' artifacts, the Book of the Dead, which only a descendant of the pharaohs could safely retrieve. By the time we realized something was wrong, it was too late to turn back. Anubis sure left behind a lot of artifacts. Adam couldn't help but think to himself. Speaking of which, Anubis is the Egyptian god of death. So these items, are they the Deathly Hallows Egypt limited edition? Uther's gaze dimmed slightly, and his almost colorless lips parted as he began recounting what had happened. After entering the stone door, we saw that linen cloth. Only the descendants of the pharaoh could pass through it, and we knew something was wrong. But by then the stone door behind us could no longer be opened. Just as my father was about to activate the portkey, a priest suddenly attacked. Taking a deep breath, Uther continued. He was a priest of Shu using inherited magic. In an instant, a gale swept us all, including himself, to the other side of the linen cloth. All the priests vanished, and my father and I were forced into the artifact's trial ground. I was the first to enter and had to undergo the judgment, and then Adam already knew what happened next, but his earlier assumptions based on what he knew were wildly off. After all, who would have guessed that among the priests Uther's father had brought there was a traitor? Moreover, his father wasn't the first pharaoh to die by this scheme. Only pharaohs or heirs were qualified to pass through the linen cloth. Those two Adam had seen earlier in the Lake of Fire prison were probably some elder relatives of Uther's. While their souls seemed to have been devoured by Ammit by now. My condolences. Adam patted Uther's hand, then noticed it was rather cold. His gaze flickered to Uther's still bare torso, and after a moment of silence he asked, "Are you cold?" Though Adam had raced against time to rescue Uther and Hemianaptra, he had received the letter only by noon. No matter how fast he moved, the sun was already setting. So when Adam mentioned it, Uther did start to feel a chill. "My clothes are in that wardrobe over there. Just pick one for me." Helping Uther dress, Adam returned to their earlier topic. "Do you need my help with those targeting you?" "If I do, I'll call you." Seeing Adam's surprised expression, Uther couldn't help but smile. "Thought I'd refuse. For the glory of the pharaoh. I would have refused anyone else, but with you there's no need." Uther looked at Adam solemnly. "By the name of Lord Amenisare, in the lands where the Nile flows, and where the light of Amenisare shines, Adam Reed shall hold all the glory of the son of Amenisare." Sensing a subtle connection forming between himself and the land beneath his feet, Adam realized Uther's words were more than just talk. Though touched, he couldn't help but say, "The Nile doesn't just flow through Egypt. The Egyptian Ministry of Magic doesn't just rule over wizards in Egypt either." Uther replied with a smile. "Adam, damn." Cursing under his breath, Adam's face showed hesitation. "Don't refuse me, Adam. You don't know what your arrival means to me. When I was bound to that metal frame, my soul scorched by flames, the only two who could have come to save me were my mother and you." Seeing what Adam intended, Uther grasped his hand. "But I knew that if my mother came, we would have fallen completely into their trap. So you were my only hope then. Do you have any idea how moved I was when I saw the flames held back by a familiar sphere of light? I'm not sure how moved, but I bet you cried pretty ugly." Adam mused, stroking his chin. Uther mustered some strength and silently pushed Adam's hand away. "Anyway, everything I have I'll share with you." The atmosphere finally lightened. Adam nodded. "All right then, I won't stand on ceremony." Uther smiled in satisfaction. "But that's not what I was about to say. First, put this away." Adam handed the scales and the feather of truth to Uther, who accepted them readily. Then Adam produced a heart that looked very familiar to Uther. "Uther, I've never known what to do with this." Adam sighed as he looked at the heart. "I thought if something went wrong when putting your heart back, I'd have a spare. Now it's not needed. According to Chinese tradition, you eat what you lack. Your heart was cut out and put back, so you must be weak. How about I stew this heart to nourish you?" Uther then spent 5 minutes explaining that he had no need for such nourishment. "Really? I've never stewed a human heart, but it should be similar to pork heart. Add some Codonopsis astragalus and wolfberries. It tastes great." Adam tried again persistently. "Pork heart is fine, but forget about mine." Uther refused firmly. "All right then." Adam looked at the still fresh, even beating heart, but in the end couldn't bring himself to eat it. He dispelled the twin card magic and sent the heart back. Seeing the heart vanish, Uther sighed in relief. "Speaking of which, we work well together. You found the clue I left so quickly. It was just a flash of inspiration. By the way, I haven't seen what else is in there. Take a look. They're mostly mementos from my childhood." Uther said nonchalantly, then suddenly seemed to remember something. "Wait, don't look." The moment he said it, he regretted it. "My." Adam hadn't been particularly interested in the rest of the box's contents, but Uther's reaction piqued his curiosity. He quickly dragged the box over and tried to find the item that had made Uther lose his composure. Adam initially tried to gauge which item it was from Uther's expression, but Uther, as if anticipating this, closed his eyes and played dead in bed. So Adam had to search on his own. This one doesn't look like it. This one, probably not. This one, definitely not. This one, Adam found a small notebook. Opening the first page, he saw a very stern warning. Anyone who opens this diary with impure intentions, I will wring their neck like a bird. Adam felt had seen that line somewhere before. Hearing Adam read it aloud, the playing dead Uther couldn't help but twitch. Not missing this, Adam curled his lips slightly and flipped the diary open to a random page. Hearing the pages turn, Uther opened his eyes and glared at Adam fiercely. Didn't you see the curse on the first page? Oh, so that was a curse. Adam feigned realization, then tilted his head. But now I have the same authority as a pharaoh. No curse should be able to affect me, right? Besides, you already gave me this box, so this diary is mine now, Uther. April 7th, Sunny. I'm in a bad mood today because Mom. Aya, shut up. Still weak, Uther struggled to sit up and snatch the diary, but Adam pinned him back to the bed with one hand, while holding the diary high with the other, continuing to read. Because Mom spanked me today. It was Fluffy who bit her dress. What did I have to do with it? One day you'll feed all of Mom's dresses to Fluffy and let it tear them up as much as it wants. Adam turned to look at Uther. You're pretty nice to Fluffy, huh? Aya, I'm begging you, please stop reading. Huh? What's this? Aya, please. No, don't. Oh. Tuya returned home cloaked in chilling murderous intent and the stench of blood, only to find her son lying rigidly on the bed, his eyes vacant, staring at the ceiling, as if utterly wrecked. Tuya, where's Adam? Oh, he went back. Uther replied after a 2-second delay, his voice barely a whisper. Went back. Tuya frowned disapprovingly at Uther. Didn't you ask Adam to stay in Egypt for a while? Adam saved your life, and you just let him leave. Uther thought to himself that Adam had indeed saved his life, but just moments ago Adam had nearly killed him in another way. However, he couldn't tell his mother about the diary incident and risk dying again, so he could only answer honestly. I did ask, but Adam said would probably be busy soon, and we should save the celebration for later. Besides, he came directly upon receiving the letter, and was in a hurry, so he needed to go back and report his safety. Tuya couldn't help but nod. Adam's reasoning was sound. Now that the hidden enemy's plan had failed, it was the perfect time to counterattack. Moreover, Adam's hasty departure meant he should inform his family. It was very prudent, very reassuring. Additionally, Adam said if needed, he could take me to stay in England for a while. I think it's a good idea. Tuya was momentarily stunned looking at her son. Although Uther possessed some strength, he was still a child. With Marion gone, she had to maintain the Ministry of Magic's operations while battling hidden enemies. Keeping Uther here would undoubtedly make him a burden. Tuya had already thought of this, but she couldn't say it to her son. She never expected Adam to propose it, and it seemed Uther had accepted. Approaching her son, Tuya leaned down and pressed her forehead against Uther's. I'm sorry, Uther, but I promise you next summer vacation you can invite Adam to play at home. No need to rush, Mom. The most important thing is your safety. I will. After chatting for a while, Adam returned home, briefly explained to Mrs. Lee that the matter was resolved, had dinner, and then used the portal card to reappear in Uther's room. Tuya was still there. Oh, hello, Auntie. I hope I'm not interrupting. Uther, have you made up your mind? Greeting Tuya first, Adam, then looked at Uther, his face carrying a smile that brought immense reassurance to both his friend and his friend's parent. They'll leave with you. Uther answered proactively. Adam, take Uther to Diagon Alley. There should be places to stay there, right? Tuya suddenly interjected. Mom. Facing Uther's puzzled look, Tuya explained, your enrollment at Hogwarts isn't a secret. If they can't find you in Egypt, they might trace you to England. Then Adam and his family could also be in danger. Uther was startled. He hadn't considered that. Moreover, he knew something his mother didn't. Adam's parents were both squibs, making them even more vulnerable if targeted. Don't worry, Andy. I've prepared for this. Adam's reply made Uther look at him in confusion, but Adam responded with a reassuring glance. I've set up a safe house for Uther, protected by the Fidelius charm. However, because of that, Uther's life there might not be very comfortable. That's wonderful. Tuya breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect you to be so thorough, Adam. As for living conditions, he's not going on a vacation. Just don't let him starve. Uther. Though his mother was right, he felt something was off. Regardless, after having his last meal in Egypt, Uther embarked on the journey to England with Adam. Since the portal card couldn't transport living beings, Adam had to use the apparition head, just learned. Ugh. The moment they landed, Uther, still weakened, couldn't help but vomit onto the grass. Take deep breaths. It's normal to have this reaction the first time. Adam seemed unfazed. The squeezing sensation from the surrounding space was indeed unbearable, as if his organs were displaced. Had almost vomited the first time too. By the way, haven't you been operated by someone before? After finishing, Uther took the tissue Adam offered and wiped his mouth. Thanks. When did you learn this spell? I remember it's very difficult. Adam cast a cleaning charm on the mess on the ground, then recalled, about a month or two before the holidays. I learned it out of boredom. My clow cards have similar magic, so it came quickly by analogy. Uther took a moment to calm his churning stomach and his shock at Adam learning apparition out of boredom, then looked around. Where's this safe house you mentioned? If it were easy to find, it wouldn't be a safe house. Adam smiled mysteriously and whispered into Uther's ear. As the secret was shared, Uther watched a house abruptly appear before his eyes, as if sprouting from the ground. This is the Fidelius charm. Exactly. A spell that hides a secret within a person's soul. I inherited it from an elder. Adam placed Uther's hand on his shoulder to help him up. Come on, let me show you inside. I'm not that weak, you know. Whoa. Adam let go and Uther pitched forward toward the ground. Had Adam not caught him in time, Uther might have ended up with a nose, just like Professor Dumbledore's. Ahem. Under Adam's meaningful gaze, Uther blushed and changed the subject. This house does look quite old. But the craftsmanship is excellent, so you don't need to worry about its safety. Adam didn't push it further and led Uther into the safe house. This house originally belonged to that elder. I've disposed of all the bedding and personal items. He'll get you some of mine. They're brand new. As for clothes and towels. Adam glanced at Uther's empty hands. We're about the same size, so you can use my new clothes and towels for now. We'll go shopping tomorrow. Though Tuya was easygoing, Adam certainly wouldn't treat Uther with a bare minimum standard. Phew. Thanks. Sitting on the sofa, Uther touched the arm that had been on Adam's shoulder and frowned. Was it his imagination? After exerting himself, that arm seemed to ache with a phantom pain similar to the burning sensation from earlier. What's wrong? Adam noticed his movement. Nothing. Just feeling like I wasted dinner after that vomiting. Uther looked at Adam with pleading eyes. Adam, is there any midnight snack? Yes. Wait for me to go back, tell my parents the situation, grab some supplies, and tonight, we'll have barbecue. Barbecue. Little did Uther know this barbecue was nothing like the grilled meat he imagined. A brand new world of culinary delights was slowly opening before him. Wait for me obediently, my little frog. Uther caught off guard by the childhood nickname. Adam vanished instantly with the portal card. Uther stared at the indentation Adam left on the sofa, and suddenly felt that his month-long stay in England might be quite challenging. Delicious. This is good too. If you keep miming, I'll finish the rest. Adam looked speechlessly at Uther, who had a lamb leg, chicken leg, and pork belly in his left hand, and a steamed bun rice cake, and enoki mushrooms in his right, his mouth greasy from eating. Oh. Uther quickly lowered his head and focused on his meal. Perhaps it was because one couldn't keep their mouth shut while eating barbecue. After a short while, Uther looked up again. Adam, why don't you sell this at school? I think this barbecue is just as good as your desserts. Humanity's love for sugar and fat is ingrained in their genes. Skewers sizzling on the grill, sprinkled with a pinch of cumin, possessed an allure no less tempting than the sweet fragrance wafting from a dessert shop. Because it's too troublesome and am already overwhelmed with dessert orders. No kidding, barbecue was too immediate, it couldn't be conjured directly with the sweet card, and using the duplicate card would be too obvious. It was fine for a few of us to eat, but how could it be sold? Besides, Adam was already fed up with running the dessert shop. He planned to hand it over to Bernard and the others at the start of the semester, let alone expand into new ventures. Uther could only sigh for his fellow Hufflepuff classmates. They were missing out on this treat. Adam, you're hogging all the food. A sudden shriek rang out as a golden puffball plummeted from the sky, nearly diving headfirst into the charcoal grill. Thankfully, Adam was quick. Watch out. Truly a fool whose IQ plummets at the sight of food. Spy fluttered down slowly, rolling his eyes at Caro, then turned his sparkling gaze to Adam. Adam, I want some too. All right, I'm grilling. Help yourselves to the dishes on the plate. Hearing this, Spy scampered over to Adam's plate, reached out a claw, and grabbed a shiitake mushroom soaked in broth. Ooh, hot. This time Adam didn't use the illusion card or sound card to conceal his magic. Uther stared at the two strange creatures, his mouth slightly agape. Then quickly closed it. Close call. The pork belly almost fell out. After quickly chewing and swallowing the meat in his mouth, Uther looked at Adam. Adam, are they? Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Caro, and this is Spy. You've known them for 2 years. How did that? It's the illusion card. A flash of realization struck Uther, and past scenes flooded his mind. So when you talked to them before, you were actually talking to them. Exactly. Caro, holding a piece of grilled fish tofu, waved at Uther. Hello. Hello. Uther hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but ask. What kind of animals are you? We are not animals, but sealing beasts. Sealing beasts. You can think of them as a special kind of magical creature. Spy flipped the tin foil shell from under the mushroom he had eaten onto Kuros' head, cutting off his words. Oh. Uther nodded, half understanding. Anyone want chicken cartilage? Me, X3. After responding in unison, the one human and two beasts began to wonder, what is chicken cartilage? Since Uther also loved cats, he had always gotten along well with Caro and Spy. After a barbecue meal, the trio's reacquaintance forged an even closer bond. Seeing you get along so well puts my mind at ease. For the next month, they'll take turns being your roommate. Roommate. Uther, who was gnawing on a boneless grilled chicken foot, paused. The chicken foot dropped onto the table, but Uther, oblivious, stared in shock at Adam. That's right. The safe house protected by the Fidelius charm is very unique. We can't establish quick and effective communication. Besides, living here alone might get lonely. We can also provide pillow service. Caro struck a cool pose, but in his compact form, any cool gesture only looked adorable. Pillow. Uther looked Caro up and down. Such a small pillow. With a poof, Caro reverted to his true form. Wow. Uther's eyes lit up. Cool. Before Uther could finish admiring, Caro switched back to his compact mode. Wait, I didn't get a good look. Why do you usually stay in such a small form? To make eating easier, of course. Easier. Uther picked up the boneless chicken foot that had fallen on the table and compared it to Caro. It would take ages to gnaw on one chicken foot. Wouldn't that be more inconvenient? Taking half a day to eat a chicken foot, isn't that enjoyment? Faced with Caro's soul-searching question, Uther looked at the boneless chicken foot in his hand and fell into thought. After the late-night snack, Uther's first day in England came to a quiet close. Adam. My. Never mind. Turning back, Adam saw Uther hesitating, lips parted, as if to speak, hands nearly twisting the blanket into knots. Adam sighed. I'll finally go get my blanket and tell my parents. Back home, Adam informed Mr. Reed and Ms. Lee that he would be staying out tonight. Mr. Reed and Ms. Lee exchanged glances, then spoke cautiously. Adam, if you found someone you like, no matter who they are, you can bring them home. Huh. Yes, we're very open-minded parents, and we trust you're responsible enough for your own feelings. Well, actually, we don't mean anything else, just curious about your future partner. Stop. Uther and I are just roommates and good friends. Adam's face darkened with exasperation. Don't use your open-mindedness in such an odd place. Then Adam sighed and lowered his voice. I didn't go into detail before, but Uther has suffered a series of misfortunes. He just escaped danger and lost his father. Too much has happened today. He must be in great pain inside. Mr. Reed and Ms. Lee exchanged another glance, their earlier thoughts vanishing, replaced by concern. Were you in danger today too? Meeting their gaze, Adam paused and touched his neck. It's a bit awkward to say, but those probably weren't dangerous to me. I even brought back some souvenirs from Egypt. I'll cook them for you another day. The jackal-headed creature, lying full and content in its nest, suddenly shivered, sat up, and glanced around warily. To its left, the rinspore slept soundly under the basilisk's intimidation, or was it unconscious? To its right, the manticore was quite lively, dancing in the moonlight. Glass jars lined the shelf on the first floor of the safe house. The jackal-headed creature couldn't see its more distant neighbors, so finding nothing amiss, it scratched its head, lay back down, and pulled its small blanket up. Ugh! In the pitch darkness, Uther clutched his arm, his face twisted in pain, biting his lip to stifle any sound, unaware that a pair of eyes silently watched him. Footsteps ascending the stairs sounded, and Uther quickly composed himself. Soon Adam entered the room carrying a blanket and pillow. Move over. Uther gathered his blanket to his side of the bed and smiled as Adam placed his bedding on the mattress. Have a glass of milk before sleep. Adam snapped his fingers, and a cup on the bedside table filled with warm, slightly sweet milk. Uther took it, and at that moment Spy hopped onto the bed and settled beside Adam's pillow. The two each finished their milk, and Adam turned off the light. Good night. Good night. In the darkness, with a subtle movement of Adam's fingers, the dust of the sleep card soothed Uther's tumultuous thoughts. His furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. A pitch-black tail flicked before his eyes. Adam looked up at Spy, who seemed to have something to say by the pillow. Adam, I just saw. Uther was clutching his arm, his face twisted in agony. After listening to Spy's account, Adam couldn't help recalling the scene he had witnessed earlier. So it wasn't just his imagination. Adam's first instinct was to wonder if his apparition had malfunctioned. He hastily pulled Uther's hand out from under the covers, rolled up the sleeve of his pajamas, and examined the weak-colored arm, which bore no trace of any wound. No separation. Could it be a lingering effect of the soul being scorched by flames earlier? Lacking experience in such matters, Adam recounted the earlier incident to SPI, and Shao Ku then asked, "What do you think is wrong with Uther?" "My guess is the same as yours, Adam. It's likely soul damage." Hearing Spy's response, Adam nodded. After waiting a moment longer without hearing Shao Ku's voice, he turned to find Shao Ku already fast asleep in the crook of his leg. Forget it, Shao Ku wasn't as knowledgeable as SPI about souls anyway. Let the kids sleep however they liked. Ouch. Silently averting his gaze from Shao Ku, who had just tumbled to the ground, Adam stared at Uther, lost in thought. Physical wounds could be healed with essence of divinity, but soul damage. How was that to be treated? It was only then that Adam realized he had no Clow card capable of healing. The only one that might barely serve was the Time card. However, he hadn't yet mastered its magic, and using the Clow card to rewind Uther to a time before his soul was damaged would require far more magical power than he possessed. After some deliberation, Adam narrowed down his available treatment options to just 2 potions and Phoenix Tear. As for potions, although Adam was ahead in his studies, healing soul injuries was still far beyond his capabilities. He would have to ask Professor Snape after school started. Phoenix Tears, on the other hand, were worth a try. He would test them on Uther after waking up tomorrow. As for now, With the power of the sleep card, Uther couldn't wake up even if he wanted to. At worst, he'd endure a night of agonizing nightmares, a fitting consequence for his stubbornness. Time to sleep. Adam flipped the covers back and lay down while Xiao Ku, who had just groggily climbed onto the bed, tumbled to the floor again. Ouch. Ugh ah. My. Jolted awake from a dream, Adam sat bolt upright. Ouch. Flinging the covers off and sending Xiao Ku tumbling off the bed, Adam's fury surged, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. But then he turned and saw Uther curled up beside him, drenched in cold sweat. Cursing silently a few times, Adam glanced at the still dark window and looked up at the ceiling in despair for 3 seconds, wondering if this was divine punishment for not starting Uther's treatment the previous night. After 3 seconds, Adam resignedly dispelled the magic on Uther, who then awoke from his nightmare. Ugh, stop holding it in. You've been wailing for ages. Watching Uther stifle his cries, Adam rolled his eyes and reached over to switch on the bedside lamp. Wait here. They'll get some medicine to try on you. Before Uther could respond, Adam had slipped on his slippers and apparat downstairs. In the blink of an eye, he was back by the bed holding a basin filled with water. Try soaking your hand in this. Uther had been about to argue that this was likely soul pain untreatable by medicine, but when he saw Adam hadn't brought any potion and was instead suggesting such a primitive method as soaking in water, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Hurry up. My arms are getting tired. Hold it yourself. Adam placed the basin in front of Uther, grabbed his hand, and plunged it into the water. Uther was about to protest when a cool sensation spread from his palm up his arm, and the tormenting pain gradually began to ease. Could it actually be working? Uther's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the basin before him, questioning reality. Oh, judging by that expression, it's pretty effective. Adam nodded with satisfaction. No need to drag Uther to St. Mungo's in the middle of the night. He then planned to climb back into bed for some more sleep. What's in this? After his initial shock, Uther quickly realized that the basin contained medicine, not plain water. How could a soul burn be cured by mere water? It's Focus tears. Fox. Uther initially racked his brain for what kind of magical creature this was, but failed. However, the name sounded familiar, and combined with the word tears, he remembered. Wasn't this Professor Dumbledore's phoenix? So this entire basin of liquid was phoenix tears. In his excitement, Uther nearly tipped the basin over. Where did you get so many phoenix tears? Surely he hadn't obtained them by torturing Fox. Fox gave me a lot. Besides, I have the twin card. Remember the other heart from before? Adam pulled the blanket up to his shoulders and waved a hand in Uther's direction. Now if your head hurts, soak your head. If your feet hurt, soak your feet. There's a whole bathtub full in the bathroom. Don't disturb me until 8 this morning. Good night. With that, Adam pulled the blanket over his head. Uther opened his mouth, then closed it, watching Adam, who had shut himself off from the outside world. Silently, he picked up the basin and headed to the bathroom. The next day, Adam woke up naturally, stretching languidly in bed. But when he turned his head, Uther was nowhere to be seen. Huh, that guy. Could he have fallen asleep in the bath? Had better not drown himself. Rushing to the bathroom, Adam breathed a sigh of relief. There was no sign of a waterlogged Uther in the tub, but he did find a bathtub full of bathwater. Was Uther keeping that, thinking it could be reused? Speechless, Adam used the eliminate card to clear the water from the tub, then brushed his teeth and washed his face before heading downstairs. There he found Uther idling about. That morning after waking up, both Adam and Uther tacitly avoided mentioning the events of the early hours. Uther was probably ashamed of having kept silent for so long. If he had spoken up earlier, Adam could have resolved it right away. Adam, on the other hand, secretly delighted in seeing Uther's guilty conscience, deciding to let him stew in it. Before they knew it, the start of the school term was upon them. There were no strange textbooks to buy. Uther's luggage had already been sent to Hogwarts by Tuya. Declining their grandparents' offer to see them off, the two arrived together at King's Cross Station. Oh, long time no see, Adam. That energetic voice could only belong to Corin. He bounded over like a bludger and threw his arms around Adam. Then he noticed Uther beside him. Huh, why are you two together so early? Glancing around, Corin also noticed that Uther's clothes seemed off. They were similar in style to Adam's and Bernard's, the kind popular in the British Muggle world. And Uther wasn't carrying any luggage. You too. You actually had such an amazing adventure without us. After hearing Adam and Uther's brief summary of their summer vacation, Bernard and Corin wailed on the express train. Uther stiffened, and Adam quickly clamped his hands over their mouths, blinking frantically. Given their bond, they naturally shared an unspoken understanding. Seeing Adam's expression and Uther's odd demeanor, it was clear this meant exactly what it implied: unspeakable, or better left unsaid. The two blinked in acknowledgement. There's nothing unspeakable about it. My father died there. Uther's words plunged the atmosphere into dead silence. After a few seconds, Corin finally spoke. Uther, you've been staying with Adam in Britain all this time, and never came to hang out with us. Yeah, you've been eating Adam's cooking for a whole month more than we have. Bernard chimed in quickly. To avoid being found by those enemies, I spent the entire month in the safe house Adam prepared, and couldn't go out. Bernard and Corin exchanged a glance, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. This conversation was impossible. In the end, Adam saved the day. It's almost noon, let's eat. In Hufflepuff, when you don't know what to say or do, eating is always the right choice. As he spoke, everyone pulled out matching unicorn horn chopsticks and fixed their gazes eagerly on Adam. Tiger skin chicken feet, crab roast soup, dumplings, crystal shrimp dumplings, steamed siu my egg, custard buns, red bean buns, char siu buns, glutinous rice, chicken, white cut chicken, lotus leaf chicken. With a flick of a small tag's magic, 6 stacks of large bamboo steamers were arranged layer upon layer on the table, still steaming. After finishing one layer, they set the steamer aside and moved to the next. Adam also brewed a pot of chrysanthemum and licorice tea. I really miss Adam's cooking. Corin bit into a boneless tiger skin chicken foot, nearly moved to tears. My sister is even more pitiful. She's been obsessed ever since she tried Adam's rice balls last year. I'm starting to wonder if she's losing her mind. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Bernard took a small bite of a molten custard bun, blew on the hot filling, then took another bite. But I don't think a sane person would command the fish in a stargazy pie to sing in chorus. At that, Bernard paused mid-chew. Fish in a stargazy pie. Singing in chorus. TSK. No thanks. Eugene, what's wrong? Adam took a sip of tea. The licorice's sweetness and chrysanthemum's freshness were soothing, and noticed Eugene quietly nibbling on a shrimp dumpling alone. As the saying goes, if you're not eager to eat, something's on your mind. That basket of 6 shrimp dumplings wasn't even as big as a palm, yet Eugene had taken 3 or 4 bites without finishing it, clearly troubled. I'm fine. Before Eugene could finish, Adam sighed and pulled him into a hug. Why do all of you insist on bottling things up and refusing to talk? Cough, cough. Corin, who had been watching Eugene with concern, glanced curiously at Uther. Uther, what's wrong? Nothing, just choked on food. Uther's face flushed bright red as he hastily took a sip of tea, grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth, and rummaged through his pockets, looking very busy. Oh. Corin nodded and turned back to Eugene. Right. Even if we can't help, at least telling us might make you feel better. Eugene was silent for a few seconds, then finally nodded and confessed. At the end of August, my parents sent a letter to my grandmother saying they'd made a sudden new discovery, and they won't be back until next year. So you still haven't seen them this year? The compartment fell silent again. Compared to his roommates, Adam was thinking more deeply. He thought about how he hadn't gone to China this year, though his situation was different from Eugenie's. For whatever reason, the relatives in China had had no contact with him or Ms. Lee over the years. He had accepted Mr. Reed and Ms. Lee as parents, but only after they had unilaterally showered him with years of affection. Having once been an adult, Adam wasn't starved for love. After bringing Uther back to Britain, Adam had told Ms. Lee they could still go to China in the following month. After all, it was just a brief meeting. But this time Ms. Lee hesitated, saying it would be fine to go next year instead. The fact that a composed Ms. Lee was hesitating, the implications made Adam feel no guilt about breaking his promise. He didn't think her expression was simply a case of nervousness about returning home. The current signs made Adam suspect that his visit to China next year might not be entirely pleasant. In the end, they couldn't come up with a good solution. They couldn't just kidnap Eugenie's parents, so they tried to fill the void of parental love with delicious food and brotherly affection. Judging by how Eugene was crunching away at the deep-fried, small yellow croakers, it seemed to be working. SSS. Uther felt the air around him suddenly grow cold and rubbed his arms involuntarily. Isn't it summer now? Why did it get so chilly? The sky outside seems to have changed too. Is it going to rain? Just as Corin finished speaking, a raindrop struck the glass with a sharp pat. While looks like your divination grades won't be too bad this year, Corin. Bernard couldn't resist teasing. That single raindrop was only the beginning. Soon the rain poured down heavily. Droplets slammed against the moving express with booming sounds, and the glass panes trembled incessantly. After lunch, Adam and Corin played a few rounds of wizard's chess. Losing more than he won, Corin couldn't help but glance out the window. This rain is so annoying. Through the window, the scenery was nearly invisible, only dark shadows slowly shifting, probably distant mountains. The unending sound of rain filled their ears. The world outside was dim, and moisture seeped through the window gaps. The air they breathed was heavy and stifling, making it natural to feel low-spirited. But the Hogwarts Express, gradually slowing down and eventually stopping, was clearly abnormal. Have we arrived already? Uther frowned. If his instincts were correct, unless the Hogwarts Express has been speeding, it's obvious we're still a ways from Hogwarts. Bernard pulled out his pocket watch and checked it. Good heavens. What's going on? Corin suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at him and saw his hand resting on the window. At the corner where his finger touched, a layer of white frost had silently formed. Eugene wiped the fog off the window and peered outside, spotting a few dark figures. Enough to make him sense something was wrong. There's something out there. After warning everyone, Eugene took a deep breath, stepped back involuntarily, and pressed a hand to his chest. What? Did he suddenly feel so awful? He thought he was fine just now. Dad. Mom. What? Expecto Patronum. A silver-white Maine Coon cat burst from the tip of Adam's wand, circled the compartment once, and finally landed on Adam's shoulder, sitting there, as both it and Adam gazed at the compartment door. A pitch-black handprint had been pressed there moments ago, but now sensing the protective presence inside it retreated without hesitation. Turning to look at the ailing Corin and Bernard, and the clearly distressed Uther and Eugene, Adam's expression darkened. The Dementor's influence. Could it pierce through the shield's protection? There was no time to dwell on the Dementors and the shield. The most pressing matter were Eugene and Uther. Having just endured that torment, their resistance to the Dementors was practically non-existent. Eugene had fallen into a dazed state, muttering something under his breath, his face streaked with tears. Uther was in an even worse condition, looking as if trapped in a nightmare, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Cologne and Bernard also noticed something was wrong with the two, and kept calling out to them softly. Adam thought for a moment, then reached out and took their hands. As his magic was consumed, the color on their faces visibly improved. So the love card's magic could truly alleviate the effects of a Dementor. His inner speculation was confirmed, but Adam wasn't particularly happy. The love card was no healing spell. Since the love card could mitigate the Dementor's influence, he could probably guess why the shield had failed to block them. The shield's protection was akin to a force that maintained the current state, resisting external changes. It could withstand physical attacks, magical assaults, and even the effects of time magic. Yet it could not shield those under its protection from falling into negative emotions like sorrow, despair, or fear. Apart from the untested Dementor's kiss, the effects caused by a Dementor for now seemed to be purely emotional. That was why the love card's magic could heal them. As for whether the Dementor's influence counted as an external force, Adam suspected the problem likely lay with him. Dementors were non-beings, not animals, but more akin to a phenomenon. Thus the influence they exerted differed from what Adam had previously understood as external forces. It was highly probable that the idealistic shield did not recognize it as such. Now that Adam had realized this and patched the loophole, whether the Dementors could still penetrate the shield's defenses remained to be seen. As he pondered, Eugene had already recovered, and Uther had also come to his senses, though still feeling the lingering after-effects. Have some chocolate. Adam handed each of them a Ferrero Rocher. Adam, I want some too. Adam glanced at Bernard and Cologne, who were visibly swallowing their saliva. He took out 2 more pieces, thought for a moment, and then took one for himself. What in the world was that thing? After finishing the chocolate, Uther couldn't help but ask, his face tinged with the embarrassment of having lost his composure. That was a Dementor. Hearing Adam's answer, Eugene frowned. Dementors? Aren't they supposed to stay in Azkaban? How could they possibly come to attack the Hogwarts Express? I think I might know. Cologne rummaged through his bag for a long time before pulling out a rolled-up newspaper. Oh, here it is. I knew I used this newspaper to wrap the sausages. Cologne unrolled the paper, took out 2 sausages, and placed the newspaper on the table. Adam glanced at the wanted poster of Sirius Black, holding his prisoner number. Although a patch of it was soaked in grease, the gloom and madness in Sirius' expression were still discernible. Sirius Black. Bernard pinched a corner of the newspaper, turned it over, and read the account of the fugitive. Killed a street full of muggles with a blasting curse. Bernard frowned. For such a heinous crime, they didn't even impose the death penalty. It seemed the wizarding courts were just as hypocritical as the muggle ones. The deeper his understanding of the wizarding world grew, the more Bernard thanked his lucky stars that his family had never encountered any mad dark wizards. Besides, how could he manage to escape from Azkaban? How careless were the wizards with their prison security? They already had magic. What harm would a few more layers of lockdown do? So that's a Dementor. First time seeing one. So does the Ministry suspect this escaped fugitive might have sneaked onto the Hogwarts Express? Uther sneered. Then why use Dementors to search instead of coming themselves? If the Dementors could catch him, he wouldn't have escaped in the first place. Is everyone all right? Suddenly the compartment door was flung open. Cedric poked his head in, panting. His eyes lit up when he saw Adam and the others. Oh, it's you. Long time no see. Long time no see. Glad everyone's okay. He'll check the next carriage. Cedric was already a prefect. Having just experienced the Dementor's visit, he felt he should check on everyone. Wait. Adam noticed the chocolate in his hand, less than a quarter left, and called out to him. He pulled a large pack of 3x8 chocolates from his bag and handed it over. Take these and share them with everyone. They were only 1 carriage away from the prefect's compartment, and he had so little chocolate left. Things must be dire. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. Cedric hadn't expected Adam to carry so much chocolate, but it was sorely needed. He had only brought 1 bar himself, and even being extremely frugal, it wasn't enough for all the students in bad shape had encountered, not just from Hufflepuff. They'll pay you back when we get to the common room. No need. They'll try to bill Professor Dumbledore for this. If you want pay, consider it my friendly contribution. Hearing this, Cedric paused mid-step. For a moment he wanted to turn back and ask for a bit more, but thinking Adam probably wouldn't carry that much chocolate, he let it go. The express finally arrived at the station. As Adam got off, he discreetly observed the students around him. Most of them looked well enough. It seemed the chocolate had worked. Warmth and shelter. A gust of cold wind blew and Adam rubbed his hands together before drawing his wand to cast a warming charm on the group. The Dementors had left the express, but they clearly hadn't gone far. The temperature around them remained low due to their presence, and the sun was obscured by thick, dark clouds. It wasn't until they returned to the castle that the temperature rose slightly. Good thing we stuck with Adam the whole way. Cologne muttered softly. Though all of them in the dormitory were somewhat ahead in learning spells, Adam was the only one who had delved into everyday magic. Everyone clearly had strong opinions about the unusual encounter on the journey. In the Great Hall, the murmurs hadn't stopped since they entered, not even during the sorting ceremony. Silence. Silence, please. After the sorting ceremony, Professor Dumbledore's resonant voice rang out, and the chatter in the hall quickly died down. Professor Dumbledore surveyed the room. Everyone seemed fine. His gaze paused briefly on the partially empty Gryffindor table before he continued. Welcome back to Hogwarts. As he spoke, Professor Dumbledore raised his arms as if to gather all the frightened students into a comforting embrace. Just then the side door opened and Harry, Ron, and Hermione slipped back and crouching low as they made their way to the Gryffindor table. Casting a mere glance in Harry's direction, Professor Dumbledore continued, Before we enjoy our feast, I have an important matter to share with you. One of great significance. Our school is currently hosting Dementors from Azkaban sent here on official business by the Ministry of Magic. As I'm sure you all know, they have just conducted a search of the Hogwarts Express. As Professor Dumbledore spoke, the smile faded from his face, replaced by a solemn expression and a barely perceptible hint of disapproval toward the ministry. They will be stationed at every entrance to the school. Therefore, during this time, no one is permitted to leave the premises without authorization. For no trick, scheme, or disguise can deceive a Dementor, not even an invisibility cloak. Professor Dumbledore emphasized the words invisibility cloak with particular weight. The very nature of Dementors renders them incapable of understanding your pleas or excuses. Hence, I earnestly warn each of you, give them no reason to harm you. I trust that our prefects and the newly elected head boy and girl will ensure that no student comes into conflict with a Dementor. Unlike the warnings Adam had heard in his first year at Hogwarts, where few had ventured to the fourth-floor corridor, everyone present had now witnessed the Dementors firsthand. The atmosphere in the Great Hall grew stiflingly tense. Professor Dumbledore paused, his gaze shifting toward Adam. That concludes my warnings. Now for a more pleasant topic. I have received word that Mr. Adam Reed's chocolate provided excellent comfort to everyone after their encounter with the Dementors. Let us thank him for his generosity. A round of applause erupted in the Great Hall. Even the Slytherin table, rarely known for applauding other houses with enthusiasm, joined in without reservation. After all, the Dementors' despair had shown no favoritism toward any house. However, Adam's attention was not on the students at that moment, for he had spotted Newt Scamander at the staff table. I am certain he acted without thought of reward, but as headmaster of Hogwarts, I believe the cost of these chocolates should be borne by the school. After all, the funds came from the Board of Governors, and perhaps he could even file for reimbursement from the Ministry of Magic. Professor Dumbledore spoke without the slightest burden, even contemplating adding a portion of his own candy expenses to the bill. Understanding the implication, Adam nodded knowingly in Dumbledore's direction. They would discuss the specifics of the billing later. Professor Dumbledore winked in acknowledgement, then gestured toward the staff table. Next, I am honored to introduce two new professors joining our faculty this year. As the words left his mouth, enthusiastic applause filled the hall, especially from Hufflepuff. First, Professor Scamander. Following Professor Kettleburn's retirement, he has graciously agreed to teach care of magical creatures for 1 year. The applause swelled, with Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw's cheers threatening to shake the ceiling off the Great Hall. Good heavens! Newt Scamander, in the flesh. The author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Rising to greet everyone, Newt found himself unsure when to sit back down, standing there with his head bowed, nodding continuously. All right, settle down. Professor Dumbledore had to use the sonorous charm to calm the crowd, emphasizing that due to various reasons, Professor Scamander would only teach for 1 year. Even so, it only slightly dampened the enthusiasm. Next, Professor Lupin. Due to last year's unfortunate incident, our defense against the dark arts post has once again become vacant. Professor Lupin has bravely stepped up to take on this heavy responsibility. As Professor Lupin rose to nod in greeting, his smile stiffened slightly at the words. That didn't sound very auspicious, did it? However, considering his previous standard of living the salary of a Hogwarts professor and Professor Dumbledore's promise that the school would cover his Wolfsbane potion for a year, Professor Lupin managed to maintain a professional smile. Professor Lupin lacked Newt's popular appeal. The applause was sparse and somewhat pitiful in comparison. Yet Professor Lupin seemed unbothered. Newt, on the other hand, appeared apologetic and discreetly increased the volume of his own clapping. Professor Lupin responded with a warm smile. Well, that is all I have to say. Please enjoy your feast. As Professor Dumbledore's words concluded, golden dishes piled high with food appeared on the tables. However, a wave of sighs rippled through the Hufflepuff table. What's wrong? A first-year student couldn't help but ask an older student nearby. The food on the table looked perfectly abundant. No, you wouldn't understand. The second-year Hufflepuff sighed. Had they really been waiting all holiday for this greasy roast meat? With that thought, he couldn't help but gaze longingly in Adam's direction. After dinner, given the unusual chill of summer, Adam and his friends planned to return to their long-missed dormitory for a hot pot. However, Adam was intercepted halfway by Professor Snape. Mouthing the words "wait for me" to his friends, Adam turned to Professor Snape. "Professor, is there something you need? I recall you know how to brew Wolfsbane potion." Professor Snape swept into his office, swishing his cloak as he sat down, fixing his gaze on Adam without waiting for an answer. "A certain professor will need it this year, 1 bottle per month. Are you interested in the order?" Adam was momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer number of things he could comment on. First, regarding a certain professor. There were only so many professors at Hogwarts. If it wasn't needed in previous years, but was now, it had to be the new professor. There were exactly 2 new professors this year. One was Newt Scamander, whom almost every Hufflepuff knew. Professor Snape might as well have just said Professor Lupin outright. Secondly, Adam's little shop didn't sell everything, at least not in the potion business. The Wolfsbane potion will be paid for by the Board of Governors. Considering the limited stable market for this potion, a 70 premium is acceptable. I will provide the ingredients. Well, actually, potions weren't entirely off the table. The main concern was that both the defense against the dark arts professor and the potions professor had needs. One wanted to drink it, the other didn't want to brew it. How could a considerate Hufflepuff turn a blind eye? No problem. Adam agreed immediately, then after a moment's thought asked, "Any additional requirements?" Professor Snape narrowed his eyes, crossed his arms, and tilted his chin. Such as whether there should be any restrictions on the flavor. Adam put on an expression of being very busy. "You see, since I'm usually experimenting with new recipes, I might accidentally add something while brewing, giving the potion an odd taste. If necessary, I can set aside special time to brew these Wolfsbane potions separately." Professor Snape's expression turned intrigued. "That won't be necessary. You're starting your elective courses in 3rd year, and your time is already tight. I trust that as long as the potion's efficacy remains unaffected, the professor in question won't be overly strict about such minor details." Pausing, Professor Snape retrieved a key and took out a small, gleaming golden potion bottle less than half the size of a palm from his locked cabinet. "If you find your coursework overwhelming, be sure to rest." It was clear that Professor Snape was profoundly unaccustomed to direct expressions of concern. His words came out dry and awkward. Yet Adam seemed unbothered by such formalities. Carefully accepting the vial of Felix Felici's, Adam couldn't help but marvel at how much Professor Snape was willing to invest to get back at someone. "Don't worry, Professor. To ensure efficacy, they'll definitely prepare a generous supply of Wolfsbane potion for that professor. I hope he won't mind having to drink several bottles at once." Professor Snape's lips twitched unnaturally before he finally replied slowly, "I suppose. He certainly won't." Adam Bernard found the empty classroom where Adam usually stayed. He confidently pushed the door open and stepped inside, but barely made it half a step before the stench drove him back 3 paces. He took several deep breaths before recovering. "You?" Bernard paused for a few seconds, finally identifying the smell in his mind. "Did you let your soy milk go bad?" "No, I'm brewing a potion." Adam added the last ingredient into the automatically stirring cauldron, nodding with satisfaction at the color inside. "Almost done. Just need to simmer for another 12 hours. "A potion?" Bernard finally found his voice. "What kind of godforsaken potion smells this foul?" "Wolfsbane potion. Soy milk edition." "Yes." Adam nodded in affirmation. Thanks to his previous experience flavoring the twins' prank candies, Adam had mastered adjusting the taste without affecting the potion's efficacy. Of course, under the anonymous commission of a certain potions professor, the final product Adam brewed might yield an extra 2 to 3 bottles more than a standard Wolfsbane potion. Wolfsbane potion. Bernard thought for a moment, realized it wasn't something he had studied, and directly ignored it. "Never mind that. Are you still going to keep working?" "Cologne and Eugenie's tryouts are this afternoon. We promised to go cheer them on." "I'm done. Let's go." Adam set an alarm and followed Bernard out. "You missed it this morning. When their Clean Sweep 2002s arrived, they drew quite a crowd." Clean Sweep 2002. Adam thought for a moment. "I recall the best broom this year is supposed to be the Firebolt." "Is it a?" "I'm not too sure about that. Just what I heard." The weather was lovely today, a rare blessing with Dementors lurking at every entrance. The two arrived at the Quidditch pitch where a crowd had already gathered. The Hufflepuff team, clad in canary yellow and bronze, stood in the center looking spirited. Uther spotted Adam and Bernard and strode over. "You're here. Come on, let's head to the back." "The back, eh?" "Yeah, the front is for the regulars. The tryouts haven't started yet. Eugene and Cologne are in the back." They went to the back and indeed found Eugene and Cologne there. "You're here? How do I look? Does this uniform fit?" Cologne couldn't help but spin around. To be honest, the uniform was a bit ill-fitting. Cologne was slender, and the right size hung loosely on his shoulders. But Adam waved his wand and fixed the minor issue, then gave him a thumbs up. "Perfect." Adam then looked at Eugene, who was talking with another Quidditch player. Unlike Cologne, Eugenie's tall, well-proportioned frame filled out the Quidditch uniform perfectly. The keeper's padding bulged slightly against his muscles, making him look like an impenetrable wall, exuding absolute reliability. The senior beside him was nearly the same build, wearing the same uniform. He was clapping Eugene on the back with force, the impact producing a dull thud. "Senior Appelforth is retiring this year, but he has high hopes for Eugene." Cologne explained. Appelforth was the previous keeper. Highly skilled goals were rarely scored against him in a match. It was said that Hufflepuff's past losses were mainly due to their failure to catch the golden snitch. Cologne added that Eugene was the only applicant for keeper this year, and with the former keeper's endorsement his position was all but secured. Not the same for me. Cologne sighed. There are 3 applicants for beater this year, and I'm not exactly in a good spot. Especially with his physique being a weakness. Don't worry. We all believe in you. A Quidditch player's skill matters far more than build. Uther comforted Cologne. Well said. In theory a seeker should be as light as possible for agility, but look at Victor Krumm. Built like a bear, yet he still achieves great results. Appelforth, having just finished talking with Eugene and about to leave, heard this, and excitedly patted Uther on the shoulder, though he seemed to forget to hold back his strength, making Uther wince. Oh, sorry, force of habit. Appelforth realized his mistake and quickly apologized. It's fine. I'm used to it. Hearing Uther's words, a hint of confusion flickered across Appelforth's apologetic expression. Uther rubbed his shoulder, inexplicably recalling the early days of getting along with Eugene, when Eugene would pat them just like that. No, Eugenie's strength was even greater. Everyone else seemed to recall that experience too, and they all looked at Eugene. Eugene silently turned around and began his warm-up exercises. Bernard glanced at his pocket watch. Looks like it's about to start. Then we'll head out and watch your performance. Drink some warm water, relax. Trust your skills. They'll make you a feast when it's over. The 3 went to the stands. Surprisingly, Eugene was the first to be tested. Just a formality, huh? Bernard shook his head. Not exactly. There's still a skill requirement for the keeper. If the performance is too poor, they can still be cut. Adam said. Look over there. The others seemed quite impressed with Eugenie's skills. Bernard looked over and saw several regular Quidditch players nodding frequently. After that, several more tests were conducted. Cologne's performance didn't stand out particularly, but he didn't fall behind the other competitors either. The final outcome remained uncertain. Additionally, the seeker position, being the focal point of Quidditch, saw fierce competition with 12 contenders. However, Cedric secured a clear victory by catching the enchanted golf ball a full 3 minutes ahead of the second-place contestant, leaving little doubt. After it was over, Cologne looked a bit worried, probably dwelling on his own shortcomings. Adam comforted him. All right, don't overthink it now. Worrying won't change the result. How about we focus on what to have for dinner tonight? To be fair, Cologne had a good mindset. Or perhaps he loved food more than Quidditch. Either way, once he fell into the ultimate contemplation of what's for dinner, he couldn't think about anything else. In the end, neither Cologne nor Eugene could decide, so Adam settled on hot pot grilled fish first, then adding water and other hot pot ingredients. Everyone was thoroughly pleased, especially since the grilled fish had no bones. Thursday's first lesson was divination, shared with Ravenclaw, held at the top of the North Tower. Adam and the others climbed the stairs. They rarely came this high, but at the top they found the path blocked. The divination classroom was still not in sight, and the space was cramped and empty. Soon someone noticed a trapdoor on the ceiling, but there were no stairs leading further up.